Come on. Work hard. Train as if your life depends on it. Sweat more now, bleed less in battle. Hey. Ha. Under the setting sun in the land of waves, a desolate salt flat. A white-haired man with blazing crimson eyes leading a group of ragged fishermen carrying bamboo poles, long sticks, and wooden shields, training them fiercely. The white-haired man's eyes possess a magical power that can drive everyone into a frenzy, making them believe in him and follow him. The man's name is Zhao Xin from 2028's Celestial Dynasty. While sailing to the Ryukyu Autonomous Region for targeted poverty alleviation, he encountered a typhoon at sea, fell into the water, and drifted all the way to the otherworldly Ryukyu Kingdom, the land of waves. After crawling ashore, Zhao Xin was taken in by a warm-hearted fisherman named Kaisha. After washing his face and looking in the mirror, he found that his soul had transmigrated to another world, now a clone of Uchiha Shin with a pair of Sharingan eyes. With the attitude of, since we're here anyway, and if I can't help Ryukyu, helping the Ryukyu in another world is also helping, Zhao Xin investigated the situation of the land of waves. After a quick tour, Zhao Xin discovered that the land of waves was controlled by the mafia boss Gato, and the waterways and ports were blockaded by Ronin under Gato's command. Villagers who refused to work in Gato's drug factories could only scrape a living from the salt flats, and their meager produce couldn't be sold outside. After bold analysis and careful verification, Zhao Xin believed that the build roads to get rich strategy wouldn't work in the land of waves. But he couldn't stop the local heroes of the land of waves from thinking otherwise. For example, the fisherman brother Kaisha, who saved Zhao Xin. You want to build a bridge? Kaisha's eyes shone with light. Yes. Only by building a bridge to the land of fire can the people of the land of waves have room to survive. Do you think Gato is dead? Are those samurai just eating idle rice? Lord Xin, please don't doubt my conviction. I've long been prepared to sacrifice. The reason in building the bridge is to tell Gato that someone dares to resist his tyranny. What kind of resistance is that? Do you think it's a dinner party? Resisting tyranny is a life and death matter. Running headfirst into a blade, how naive. Angry at his lack of ambition, Zhao Xin slapped Kaisha to the ground, then corrected his mindset with his palm. Since you've decided to resist, then take up arms and kill him. With patience, Zhao Xin gave the semi-literate Kaisha some private tutoring, educating him on what armed struggle and mass line were. Armed struggle, mass line, all that's missing is your leadership. After hearing Zhao Xin's explanation, Kaisha felt enlightened and the path ahead seemed extremely bright. Looking at Zhao Xin with burning eyes, he knelt down, prostrated himself, and knocked his head on the ground. Lord Xin. Please, you must lead us. Excellent. Full of spirit. Amen. He opened his left eye. 3 tomo connected end to end, and the crimson 3-phase dividing line in the center was like 3 high-speed rotating sickles resembling the national emblem of the Ryukyu Kingdom, or a Shinto symbol. Dojutsu, divine punishment for diligence. Effort will be rewarded, hard work will yield results. Your learning has no bottlenecks. As long as you diligently train, you can master all knowledge and skills. He glared with his right eye. The 3 tomo merged into one, turning into a blazing red sun with flames. Dojutsu Crimson Amaterasu. Those you gaze upon will be bathed in crimson radiance. Those gazed upon have a chance to ignite the fire of hope in their hearts, and feed back spiritual energy to you. And just like that, 2 Mangekyo's Sharingan eyes awakened unreasonably. The cheat arrived. Zhao Xin glared at Kaisha. Lord Xin. Please command. Thus Zhao Xin comprehended Talk no Jutsu. Talk no Jutsu proficiency beginner. You can ignite the fire of hope in others through persuasion. You have received a small amount of spiritual energy feedback, recovered some dojutsu power. Crimson Amaterasu can recover dojutsu. Zhao Xin was overjoyed. Go contact the villagers, I will train them. As long as we unite, the people's power is infinite. Yes, Lord. I will help you with propaganda. Unite the villagers, train hard and armed to overthrow Gato. Excited, Kaisha went out to contact the villagers. Zhao Xin gained a new understanding of his 2 eyes. Hiss, a great mission has befallen me. Divine punishment for diligence starts with me. Hey. Ha. Stretching his limbs, Zhao Xin decided to start with taijutsu. It didn't matter that he had no chakra, for now Gato's men were just a bunch of ronin. Divine punishment for diligence. You trained basic taijutsu for 1 hour. Your physique has improved. Basic taijutsu proficiency, major achievement. You have comprehended crank taijutsu, strong fist whirlwind. Strong fist whirlwind proficiency, beginner. You have obtained the title ninjutsu researcher. Ninjutsu researcher, understanding of ninjutsu 200. Crank and below ninjutsu can be mastered at a glance. Rank can be copied with slight observation, or rank requires a moment of thought. Rank can be deduced afterward. In just 1 hour, Zhao Xin had trained a crank ninjutsu to major achievement, and could even draw inferences to develop higher-level techniques based on it. Unfortunately, Zhao Xin's divine punishment for diligence is not a system, it's just a dojutsu based on the Sharingan. He consumed dojutsu power, his upper limit decreased, and he lost a little eyesight. I can't overuse the Sharingan. Time to sleep. The next day, Kaisha led about 20 villagers to meet Zhao Xin in secret. Are you afraid of Gato? No. Do you hate Gato? Yes. Do you want to kill? Yes. Do you want to train with me and defeat the Gato gang? The crowd hesitated. Strong fist whirlwind. Zhao Xin kicked a big rock into pieces. Yes. 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 You successfully mobilized the villagers. Talk no jutsu proficiency minor achievement. You ignited the fire of hope and the villagers recovered some dojutsu power. You led the villagers in basic taijutsu training for 1 hour. The villagers' fire of hope grew stronger. You recovered some dojutsu power. Lord Xian, under your guidance everyone is full of confidence, ready to respond to your call to overthrow Gato. Kaisha's face was radiant, full of confidence in liberating the land of waves. Excellent. Full of spirit. Continue. Divine punishment for diligence. You led the villagers in cultivating basic taijutsu together. You comprehended the formation, Mandarin duck formation. Memories of his past life surged in his mind. Zhao Xin's spirit was uplifted. Everyone gather around. He crouched down and drew a picture for the crowd. Gato's Ronin have sharp swords, but we don't. But we have this. This is called the Mandarin duck formation, specifically for killing Ronin. A group of destitute fishermen couldn't possibly equip weapons and armor. But defeating a group of armed samurai with bare hands was even more impossible. In the story, even the rank rogue ninja Zabuza was surrounded and killed by a group of samurai. Now with the Mandarin duck formation from the Ming dynasty of his past life, the villagers only need bamboo poles and wooden shields to fight against bandits. You led the villagers in training the Mandarin duck formation for 1 hour. Their confidence greatly increased and the fire of hope became even stronger. You recovered some dojutsu power. Dojutsu Crimson Amaterasu power increased. Range 100, infection 100, morale 100, education 100. Dojutsu Divine Punishment for diligence power increased. Zhao Xian stared with his eyes, outlining a blueprint for the villagers. Work hard. Train. With this taijutsu formation we will definitely defeat Gato and liberate the land of waves. We will overthrow Gato, stand up and be masters, and build a land of waves without oppression where everyone is fed and clothed. We will build countless roads, railways, bridges, ports and airports. We dominate everything. We labor, we produce, we create. We are the masters of the world. Let us unite. Unity is strength. The villagers trained fanatically. For some reason Kaisha turned red in the face and shouted, "The blue sky is dead, the yellow sky shall rise." This slogan startled Zhao Xian. But thinking about the setting of the ninja world, he found it not too inappropriate. Excellent. From today on we are the Yellow Turban Army. Angry shouts echoed through the clouds. Bakayaro. It's curfew time. Baka. Who allowed you to gather at night without Lord Gato's permission? Who's the leader here? I'll nail him to a stake and cut off his head. The lazy yet arrogant curses came like a bucket of ice water thrown on them, and the passionate atmosphere came to an abrupt halt. 2 tall Ronin shouldering swords led a group of Ronin to surround the villagers. Kaisha was brave and fearless, raising a heavy wooden shield. Don't be afraid. Unity is strength. The Yellow Turban Army can crush everything. Ha! Unity is strength. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Sasuke, did you hear that? The white-robed Ronin seemed to hear the biggest joke. Shinbi. These country bumpkins actually believe in such a slogan, how stupid and laughable. The red-robed Ronin Sasuke drew his katana. Unity. Can it defeat the blade in my hand? Clang, Shinbi and Sasuke both drew their swords. A bunch of fishermen who can't even fill their stomachs, and you dare to resist samurai. Even if this is the age of ninjas, the sword in a samurai's hand is not something you lowlifes can defy. Is that so? A man with white hair and a short coat appeared abruptly between the two sides. Looking at Zhao Xin's eyes, Sasuke and Shinbi felt a flash of fire rise and an indescribable aura rush toward them. Body flicker. You're a ninja. How can these peasants afford a ninja? Sasuke and Shinbi's faces immediately turned to terror. You are guilty. Zhao Xian stared at them. Behind him the people of the Land of Waves quickly divided into squads of 11, forming a formation. Sasuke and Shinbi felt a tremor in their hearts. Though there was only one vagrant pretending to be a ninja and a group of bony villagers, it seemed they were facing a 1,000-strong army. Zhao Xian spoke coldly. Kneel. Surrender. Accept judgment. There's still a chance for labor reform. Otherwise death. Ha! What a joke. We are samurai. Only the head of our clan has the right to judge us. Batajutsu. Sasuke raised his katana and slashed at Zhao Xian. The blade struck the wood and broke it, leaving only a log from the substitution jutsu. Divine Punishment for Diligence Ninjutsu Researcher activated. Observe Crank Sword Technique Batajutsu. You have comprehended Batajutsu. Proficiency proficient. Sword Technique Headwind Slash. Shinbi swung and missed. Divine Punishment for Diligence activated. You have observed Crank Sword Technique Headwind Slash. You have comprehended Headwind Slash. Proficiency proficient. Shinbi realized something wrong, raised his katana toward Zhao Xian on high ground. Damn. You really are a ninja. A rogue ninja. How much bounty did they offer you? Lord Gato can pay double. No. 10 times. Zhao Xian coldly stared, sneering, what I want Gato cannot afford. Batajutsu. Headwind slash. Zhao Xian drew his katana and slashed against the wind. The heads of Sasuke and Shinbi flew into the air. Mandarin duck formation. Activate. While Zhao Xian engaged the two samurai leaders, Kaisha roared and led the villagers in a charge. Boom. The Ronin and villagers collided. For some reason these Ronin felt a kind of bloodline suppression. Kill. Impossible. They're just commoners, why can't we beat them? The once arrogant samurai lords were easily divided, controlled, and killed by a group of fishermen. After a moment the samurai lay all over the ground. Victory. Victory. Lord, we have won. Kaisha was ecstatic. This is just the beginning, Zhao Xian said, looking at the excited crowd. Our forces are still thin. Kato's power still holds the dock. The land of waves cannot establish contact with the outside world. Kato's factories run day and night, continuously shipping out drugs. His casinos and brothels are brightly lit, endlessly providing black wealth. We still have much to do. Yes, Lord. Please give orders. First, take back everyone's port. The port is the lifeline of the land of waves. Kaisha nodded, picked up a katana, pointed toward the port. Target the port. Yellow Turban Army charge. Worthless. Didn't Sasuke and Shinbi say they were disciples of Mifune? Is this the level of Mifune's disciples? Killed by a bunch of fishermen with bamboo poles. These fishermen call themselves the Yellow Turban Army and are going on strike. They want to take back the port. In a luxurious villa, an angry Gato viciously stubbed out his cigar, declared the Yellow Turban Army a terrorist organization. Wanted Yellow Turban leader murderer Kaisha as terrorist head. Post and rank bandit suppression mission in the black market. Find a sufficiently ruthless ninja, capture them, cut off their limbs, cut out their tongue, and hang them in public. The morning hours are the best time of the day. At the dock a red flag fluttered high, its emblem depicting Zhao Xin's left eye. Zhao Xian stood beneath the flagpole, gazing at the Yellow Turban Army that was gradually taking shape. Several squads of Yellow Turban soldiers marched in unison, training with vigorous exertion. Not far away a group of shirtless Ronin samurai labored under heavy burdens, carrying drugs from the warehouse to a lime pit on the shore to destroy them. After one night, Zhao Xian had led the fishermen to reclaim the port and destroyed the drug factory. The Yellow Turban uprising is not a dinner party nor a leisurely excursion. It's a life or death struggle. Gato is rich, he can afford samurai, he can afford ninja. We rely on neither ninja nor samurai, we rely entirely on ourselves. Come on. Strive. Down with Gato. Unity. Fight. Overthrow all oppression. We will be masters of our own fate, we will be the lords of this land. The enhancement in leadership quality brought tangible benefits to both Zhao Xian and the villagers. Under Zhao Xin's gaze, the villagers' weary bodies gradually steadied, their fatigued spirits revived, and they even learned fast. A group that were still fishermen and farmers days ago, their physical skills were developing towards that of a regular army. At this rate it would not be long before they all reached the level of samurai. Very good. Halt. That's enough for today. Everyone go back and review your experiences. You are welcome to offer ideas and suggestions for the upcoming actions. Yes, Lord Xian. As the crowd dispersed, Zhao Xian turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared from the spot. Although Zhao Xin's soul had transmigrated into only an ordinary clone of Uchiha Shin, he still had basic physical skills and a few ninjutsu in his mind. Since his ocular power could recover, Zhao Xian naturally intended to exploit the power of Heaven Rewards Diligence to the fullest, using shadow clones to improve efficiency. His main body trained in physical arts alone, while shadow clones practiced verbal persuasion to train the troops. The crimson Amaterasu shone upon the villagers, igniting the fire of hope in everyone. In just a few days, Zhao Xin's 3 body techniques, physical arts, and even verbal skills had all reached the Grandmaster level. A simple judgment might do away without opening the 8 gates was at this level. To continue improving with the title of ninjutsu researcher and relying on Heaven Rewards Diligence, I could train behind closed doors by using more shadow clones. But efficiency is still slightly low. Trading for ready-made ninjutsu and learning directly would be faster. Zhao Xian pondered, turning around to gaze at the mist over the distant sea. Of course, engaging ninja in battle is also a way. At sea, mist rose and a piece of ice drifted silently towards the dock. This Yellow Turban Army with such crude weapons actually defeated Kato's samurai. A figure with bandages covering his face, carrying a large sword, looked at the scene on the shore in surprise. The people on shore were in groups of a dozen, armed only with bamboo poles and wooden shields, with very few wielding samurai swords in coordination. They looked utterly harmless. Mr. Zabuza, they show traces of physical training. The beautiful Haku seemed to have noticed something. No matter how strong their physical arts, they are merely supplements to ninjutsu. In this world it is ultimately ninja who rule. Except for the white-haired man under the flagpole, Zabuza sensed no chakra aura. He was quite dismissive of the Mandarin duck formation. "Mr. Zabuza, shall we still complete the bounty mission?" Hearing the voices from the shore, Zabuza sneered. "Even with formation support, they are nothing but a bunch of ordinary people. I feel they are a bit different." Hearing the speech from the stage, Haku inexplicably felt a wavering in his heart. "Different?" Zabuza frowned, looking at Haku's changing expression, and quickly warned. "Haku, it's the Sharingan. Don't let that man's genjutsu affect you." Haku realized. What a terrifying Uchiha. Uchiha. So what? Zabuza's figure gradually dissolved into the mist. "Go put an end to these ridiculous mortals." As far as the eye could see, Zabuza's chakra suddenly faltered. "Trouble, I've been detected." Damn eyes. Zabuza did not know that even without the Sharingan's power, his figure could not hide from Zhao Xin. With Grandmaster level basic physical arts and 3-body techniques, he could easily see through Zabuza's proud mist concealment assassination technique. With a slight shift in his gaze, Zhao Xin's figure split into two. One figure wielding a samurai sword walked on the waves, sprinting across the sea surface straight toward a block of ice at the edge of the mist. "Damn. I've been found." Haku, hidden within the ice block and moving at high speed, was startled. "Ice release, ice rock dome of nothingness." A wall of ice rose over the sea. Brank sword technique, wind facing one sword slash. A crisp and clean slash with no superfluous movement, naturally formed a simple overhead chop. With no new physical skills or ninjutsu to improve, Zhao Xin integrated and diligently practiced the basic sword techniques from Ronin Ninja and was now a grandmaster of swordsmanship. Unfortunately, Zhao Xin's theoretical knowledge was still shallow and time was not abundant, so he could not yet innovate. "If I could develop a physical technique similar to the 8 gates, even with just the effect of opening one gate, I could easily suppress Haku and Zabuza." Zhao Xin frowned. "This world is after all different from my past life. I know almost nothing about the principles of ninjutsu or the foundational structure of this world. I must be more diligent, study hard. Heaven rewards diligence." The self-reflective thought flashed by, crackling the ice wall before Zhao Xin shattered. "Mr. Zabuza, the one attacking me is the real body," Haku cried out in shock. "You come at the right time. I have long been prepared to sacrifice myself for Zai Bujan. As long as I can hold you off, victory will surely belong to Zai Bujan." Realizing that his jutsu had long been seen through, he abandoned the mist body flicker and directly unleashed his ultimate technique. Ice release secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Dense ice mirrors descended from the sky, forming a cage that enveloped Zhao Xin. In that instant, the samurai sword in Zhao Xin's hand split into 5 phantoms. Bang. 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 The samurai sword effortlessly knocked down the 5 saban shot by Bai. The distance between Zhao Xin and Bai was less than 10 meters. At that moment, Bai's eyes contracted fiercely. He sensed the danger of death and the scent of a conspiracy. "No. He wants to capture me." "Ice release, ice rock dome of none." Bai swiftly retreated, leaving an ice wall in place. "No. Is it the mist body flicker?" Only then through the ice wall did Bai vaguely see that Zhao Xin ahead had dissipated into water vapor. Heaven rewards diligence. Your shadow clone observed the mist body flicker and successfully mastered it. Mist body flicker proficiency mastered. Your body flicker technique has improved. Possessing the title ninjutsu researcher, Zhao Xin could master crank ninjutsu with a single glance. Having only laid eyes on Zai Bujan, he already had a thorough understanding of the mist body flicker. Fierce adamantine whirlwind. Heaven rewards diligence. Zhao Xin had long mastered the Grandmaster level adamantine whirlwind and great adamantine whirlwind, and thus comprehended the fierce adamantine whirlwind. Boom. A kick heavy as a meteorite and carrying vast amounts of blue chakra filled Bai's vision. At that moment he felt so deep agony and terror, and then the scene before him went dark. In the distance, Zai Bujan, desperately rushing back, only saw Bai's figure explode into pieces in the air. "You're asking for death. They'll kill you!" Zai Bujan howled madly. The thick fog over the sea rose again. In his fury, Zai Bujan did not forget to use the seawater around him, recklessly generating dense, chakra-infused mist to block Zhao Xin's vision. The chakra-laden mist interfered with Zhao Xin's perception. Zai Bujan activated his signature technique, the silent killing technique, to conceal himself. "It's useless in front of these eyes." Zhao Xin gazed at a certain spot, the patterns in his eyes spinning, his mind steady as a rock. Even though the Sharingan had awakened a pseudo-system level dojutsu, heaven rewards diligence, Zhao Xin's ninjutsu repertoire remained somewhat lacking. Otherwise, in such a foggy environment, a single sufficiently large great fireball would have been enough to give Zai Bujan a hard time. Even without many ninjutsu at his disposal, Zhao Xin could still kill Bai with a single strike using only taijutsu. "That was my water clone. Mist body flicker." Zai Bujan flashed behind Zhao Xin, launching 3 fierce attacks with his executioner's blade from 3 different tricky angles, slashing toward Zhao Xin. Feeling the chilling howl of the blade cutting through the air, Zhao Xin instantly drew 3 long swords. Of course I knew it was a water clone. 3-sword style. Heaven rewards diligence. Your shadow clone observed the water clone technique and successfully mastered it. Water clone proficiency mastered. Your water release has improved. Bang. 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 The 2 sides clashed heated 3 times. The 3 long swords shattered and Zhao Xin took half a step back, but Zai Bujan the attacker was thrown off balance by the powerful impact. Heaven rewards diligence never fails. Unexpectedly the executioner's blade snapped. Zhao Xin's 3 swords had struck the exact same spot, shattering the great blade on the spot. A shadow clone emerged from Zhao Xin's body, disappearing onto the shore without looking back. Aya! It'll kill you! First losing by then having his blade broken. Zai Bujan was on the verge of collapse. Water release water clone. Fierce adamant whirlwind. Zai Bujan's water clone was easily shattered by a kick. Water release water prison technique. Heaven rewards diligence. Your shadow clone observed the water prison technique and successfully mastered it. Water prison proficiency mastered. Your water release has improved. Water release mist body flicker. The water prison technique combined with the water clone was also easily dodged by Zhao Xin. Water release water dragon bullet technique. Heaven rewards diligence. Your shadow clone observed the water dragon bullet technique and successfully learned it. Water dragon bullet proficiency beginner. Your water release has improved. Water release double water dragon bullet technique. What? No sooner had Zai Bujan launched his water dragon bullet than he discovered Zhao Xin and his shadow clone simultaneously forming hand signs. 2 water dragon bullets launched after his own but arriving first hurtled toward him. Zai Bujan was blasted to the bottom of the water in a sorry state. Zai Bujan. Bye. You're not dead. Damn it. Zai Bujan saw that Bai was bound by the water prison technique and dragged before him. Zai Bujan, you don't want anything to happen to Bai, do you? Zhao Xin activated his scarlet Amaterasu, his words striking like a great bell, deafening and profound. What nonsense! Zai Bujan controlled his expression, feigning disdain for Zhao Xin's words. Zai Bujan, run! Bai wore an expression of utter disregard for life and death. The more you say that, the less hell leave. Believe me. Bai was stunned. Zhao Xin said to Bai with certainty, because you are someone he cares about. Impossible. Bai's expression turned calm. I am merely a disposable tool for Zai Bujan. Is that so? Zhao Xin's shadow clone raised the executioner's blade, which sliced into Bai's neck, blood flowing. Stop. Zai Bujan. Oh. Does Zai Bujan actually care about me? Bai was taken aback, unable to believe it. Ridiculous. I just don't want to lose a convenient tool so easily. Zai Bujan was stubborn. People are people, not tools. Zhao Xin's right eye intensified the scarlet Amaterasu, greatly increasing the persuasive power of his words. If I cannot become Zai Bujan's tool, does my existence still have meaning? Bai fell into self-doubt. What nonsense! Do you think a few words can break the will of me and Bai? In the mist, Zai Bujan grew alert and shouted at Zhao Xin, a ninja's destiny is to be a tool. But Zhao Xin refuted his gaze like fire, scorching both their souls. People are people with flesh and blood, emotions, and the ability to think. A thinking tool is a slave. Ridiculous. Only by becoming a tool can one survive in the blood mist. Zai Bujan was hysterical. It's the strong who survive. Zhao Xin's eyes began to glow. Zai Bujan, you are someone who refuses to be a slave. Look into your heart. Do you want Bai to be your slave? I? Struck at his weak spot, Zai Bujan's mindset instantly changed. No. I don't want to be a slave. I don't want Bai to be a slave either. I was wrong. You weren't wrong. It's not your fault. It's the hidden mist village. It's the water country. It's this damn shinobi world. Zai Bujan nodded fiercely. That's right. It's not my fault. It's the whole world. Good. Very spirited. Zhao Xin said excitedly. From today you and Bai will stand up. Come join the Yellow Turbans and overthrow the shinobi world together. Join the Yellow Turbans. Overthrow the shinobi world. At that moment Zai Bujan and Bai realized their own narrow-mindedness, understood the reactionary nature of the village rulers, and decided to join the advanced Yellow Turbans to be upright people and create a new world with their own hands. Heaven rewards diligence. Your persuasive words have convinced Zai Bujan and Bai. Your persuasive ability has improved. Heaven rewards diligence. You have ignited the flame of hope in the hearts of rank ninjas Zai Bujan and Bai. You have recovered a large amount of spiritual energy and a large amount of dojutsu power. Your Sharingan begins to evolve. The power of your dojutsu, Scarlet Amaterasu, has increased. The stronger the person, the greater the benefit of successful persuasion. Is it more persuasive against powerful ninjas? Or should the villagers be trained to become powerful? Of course it's all. In the Wave Country at the Yellow Turban's night school, Zhao Xin's shadow clone was giving a passionate speech on the stage. Below the stage were Kaisa and a group of the earliest and most determined yellow turban warriors. Zai Bujan and Bai as newcomers were attending training for the first time. With the addition of 2 ninjas, the yellow turban's faith in following Zhao Xian grew even stronger. If the earlier victory against the rogue samurai had already won over a large number of people, Zhao Xin's personal charisma in convincing 2 cage-level ninjas self-proclaimed to join was what truly won the complete loyalty of the yellow turbans. Since the harbor was reclaimed and the fishing grounds reopened, the people of the Wave Country have once again had enough to eat and children have school to attend. Except for the stubborn elements in Kaduo's villa and drug factory, the yellow turbans have already taken control of most of the Wave Country. Once Kaduo is defeated, there will be no more nobles or evil forces riding roughshod over the people in the Wave Country. The Wave Country belongs to all the people. In the future, the Wave Country will distribute according to work. As long as one is willing to work hard, every family will have fishing grounds, everyone will have land to farm, they'll eat their fill every day and have meat with every meal. Although the Wave Country is small and has little arable land, its fishing and hunting resources are abundant, and its geographical location is advantageous. It borders the Fire Country, faces the Water Country across the sea, and its sea routes connect northward to the Iron Country, the Soup Country, and even the Lightning Country, and southward to the Bear Country and the Craftsman Country. With the will, it has every opportunity to become a trade hub nation. Lord Xian, can the Wave Country really become a trade hub nation, with everyone living in prosperity? Kaisa was stunned by Zhao Xin's grand vision. Of course. You must have faith. Trust the power of the people. Yes. Kaisa puffed out his chest with pride. Has Tazuna returned yet? Tazuna was the bridge engineer of the Wave Country, Inari's grandfather, and Kaisa's father-in-law. Long before Zhao Xin's arrival, Tazuna had deemed Kaisa's struggle a dead end and chose to go alone to the Leaf Village, using the funds from a crank mission to trick a team of ninjas into playing the wolf and the tiger. Though it was a gamble, fortunately for him it paid off. Not yet. Kaisa was somewhat smug. When Tazuna seized the situation of the yellow turbans, he'll be in for a big surprise. The Wave Country could have been prosperous, but Kaduo chose to seal the harbor, close the country, and control the nation with oppressive measures, even taking away the last barren lands from the people. Everyone who could have lived a prosperous life couldn't even scrape together the funds for a brank mission. Tell me, is Kaduo reactionary? Reactionary. Should he be overthrown? Yes. Heaven rewards diligence. Your persuasive ability has improved. Heaven rewards diligence. You have ignited the flame of hope in the hearts of the yellow turbans. Your spiritual power has increased, and your dojutsu power has somewhat recovered. The power of your dojutsu, Scarlet Amaterasu, has increased. Lord Xian, what exactly is wrong with the shinobi world? Zai Bujan agreed with Zhao Xin's assertion that the shinobi world is wrong, but felt it was not entirely clear, so he couldn't help raising his hand to ask. An excellent question. The biggest mistake of the shinobi world is the one village, one country system. This system is essentially a variation of the slave system, which has greatly suppressed productivity. It is a reactionary system. A vast number of ninjutsu are used for war, yet they have not improved the people's lives. Is it because they can't? It's because they don't want to. Let me take the Hidden Mist village as an example. Zhao Xian took out a colorful fish. This is the most delicious star-spotted grouper in the waters of the Wave Country. Legend has it that many years ago its flavor was so exquisite that it even lured the three-tailed Isabu from the waters of the Water Country to visit frequently. Zhao Xian used the same rhetoric as Emperor Qianlong ate this when he went to Jiangnan. The outside world has never tasted the star-spotted grouper from the Water Country. Why? The Water Country's method of selling it is to consume large amounts of salt to pickle it into dried fish. Only then can they ensure the grouper doesn't spoil. But if made into dried fish, the star-spotted grouper loses its original flavor, and the price becomes even higher. It would go unsold in the market. As he spoke, Zhao Xian looked at Bai. But if there were an ice-release ninja who could produce large quantities of ice, process, and freeze it immediately, it could be easily preserved for months without losing its flavor. Exquisite star-spotted grouper sold far and wide across the shinobi world would be no problem. Yet the very ninjas who could have made everyone's life better are persecuted and even exterminated because of their bloodline. Isn't that reactionary? What is reactionary? Reactionary. Extremely reactionary. What should we do? Join the yellow turbans. Overthrow the reactionaries. Overthrow the reactionaries. Build the Wave Country. Amid the fervor, a child wearing a fisherman's hat burst out of the crowd. Lord Xian, I want to join the yellow turbans. The child was Inari, Kaisa's stepson. Inari had long admired his stepfather Kaisa for daring to resist Kaduo. Now that the yellow turbans were achieving continuous victories in their fight against Kaduo, this admiration had received an epic boost. Joining the yellow turbans had also become Inari's dream. As for the leader of the yellow turbans, Zhao Xian, he was the son in Inari's heart. Inari, you're still young. Fighting is for adults. Zhao Xian untied his own headband and placed it around Inari's neck. You can join the Yellow Turbans when you grow up. For now, just be an advanced team member. Yes. Leader. Inari saluted and joyfully joined the team. Lord Xian, please give the order. Zai Bujan was fervent. Let me be the blade that forges your new world. Excellent. Zai Bujan, I order you to establish the Wave Country Investigation Bureau responsible for intelligence and capture operations. I entrust you with the task of gathering Ka Duo's crimes and assets and capturing him. Yes. Kaisa. Here. You will lead the existing Yellow Turbans to clear out the rogue samurai outside Ka Duo's villa and throughout the Wave Country strike down the local tyrants and distribute the fishing grounds. Yes. Comrades. Victory will surely belong to the Yellow Turbans. Class dismissed. Heaven rewards diligence. You have exercised the leader's administrative power. Your administrative ability has increased. After night school, Zhao Bujan and Kai Sha led their respective teams into action. Zhao Xian guided by deeper into the forest. This was a makeshift excavation site with a simple sign reading Wave Nation Research Institute. By once you prepare enough ice blocks you can leave. Give me an ice test tube. Zhao Xian took a small shard of the beheading blade and gently sliced his arm, letting blood flow out. Bai handed over the test tube and Zhao Xian sealed the blood and the blade shard inside it. Bai was a bit curious. Is this the beheading blade of Mr. Zhao Bujan? Yes, this is a weapon, one of the so-called 7 ninja blades and a testament to the reactionary forces in the ninja world. Zhao Xian picked up the test tube and opened his Sharingan, which had a resolution higher than that of a microscope, continuously analyzing the microscopic structure of the beheading blade. Heaven rewards diligence. You observed the microscopic structure of the beheading blade and discovered a chakra technique. You successfully mastered the formation chakra metal refining proficiency beginner. While observing, Zhao Xian explained. The beheading blade can easily extract various metal elements from blood, synthesizing a tough alloy for recovery. You might not understand. Zhao Xian continued. The iron content in adult blood is merely 0.04. Currently the iron ore used for smelting in various countries has an iron content starting from 50, at least a 1250-fold difference. This means that wherever the formation of the beheading blade is placed, it becomes a mining site. It can even automate the process from ore smelting to chakra metal synthesis. Such advanced technology, and the Mist Village hasn't thought of scaling up, only making one ninja blade. The people of the Water Country are still using stones as kitchen knives. Indeed, the Mist Village is truly reactionary. Bai exclaimed. Therefore we must overthrow this group of reactionaries. That is far from enough. Zhao Xian looked up at the depths of the starry sky where the most reactionary Otsutsuki clan was hiding. The Otsutsuki clan has long regarded this planet as a target for biochemical colonization, using all of humanity as materials to cultivate the god tree and harvest chakra fruits. From this perspective, Otsutsuki Kagaya is the colonial governor. As for so-called ninjas, they have been nothing more than a bunch of agents since their inception. As for Yui and Yu village resisting the Otsutsuki, it is merely a dispute among agents over the division of spoils with no relation to the common folk. Only by thoroughly researching the essence of the god tree and chakra and pursuing an independent path can the entire ninja world completely break free from the control of the Otsutsuki clan, truly gaining independence and liberation. Of course, even the Otsutsuki family is merely a despicable underclass among alien Otsutsuki, also a target for the Yellow Turban Army's liberation. Seeing Zhao Xin's worried expression, Bai couldn't help but cheer him up. Don't worry, I'm getting stronger every day. I will eventually break through the shackles of technology, enabling everyone to possess the strength of a ninja. Analyzing the beheading blade is just the first step. Zhao Xin's goal is to use scientific methods to create scientific ninja tools that benefit and arm everyone, allowing the ninja world to stand on equal footing with the Otsutsuki clan, giving both sides the power to battle. In addition, Zhao Xian also plans to make good use of his versatile body to completely unravel the gene code of high-level genes, developing gene medications to fully popularize ninjutsu genes, making them accessible and commonplace, thus stripping ninjas of their nobility. Port. No kneeling, reform properly. Stand up and become a new person. Correct your mistakes. There is no greater good. I, Musashi Kotetsu, swear to obey the Yellow Turban Army's leadership and make amends for my mistakes. Unity, dedication, integrity, kindness. Heaven rewards diligence. Your shadow clone ignited the hope of wandering warrior Musashi, and your ocular technique Crimson Amaterasu has improved. You gained a trivial amount of spiritual power feedback. Heaven rewards diligence. Your shadow clone ignited the hope of wandering warrior Kotetsu, and your ocular technique Crimson Amaterasu has improved. You gained a trivial amount of spiritual power feedback. Heaven rewards diligence. Your mouth jutsu has gained a trivial enhancement. Very good. Very spirited. Next, it's time for physical training. One after another, a group of ragtag wandering warriors transformed into people with bright hearts under Zhao Xin's mouth jutsu, actively joining the Yellow Turban Army. After guiding a group in basic physical techniques, Zhao Xin's shadow clone didn't stop. It took out a scroll to study, which was the accumulation of Zhao Bujan and Bai. Heaven Rewards Diligence. You repeatedly studied and comprehended a level water release. Great waterfall technique proficiency. Beginner. Your water release has improved. Heaven Rewards Diligence. You repeatedly trained in your level ninjutsu water release. Water dragon bullet technique improved proficiency. Mastery. Your water release has improved. Heaven Rewards Diligence. You mastered a large number of ninjutsu and attempted innovation. Your title as Ninja Researcher has been updated and you gained the title of Senior Ninja Researcher. Senior Ninja Researcher. Understanding of Ninjutsu 200. Comprehension 100. Ninjutsu below level is instantly mastered. Level ninjutsu is easily learned. Mastering it after several observations. A level ninjutsu is learned after multiple observations. Mastering it after several trainings. Level ninjutsu is memorized at a glance, understood with little thought. Gato Villa. The main gate tightly closed. On the highest building, Gato, surrounded by heavily guarded mafia warriors, repeatedly scanned the surroundings with binoculars. In the past, a large group of ragged, expressionless, lowly people would always be gathered at the entrance of the villa begging. Generally, Gato would show mercy and throw out leftover food for dogs, watching as the lowly people scramble for it. Occasionally, Gato would even give these people cash. Of course, there would always be those who were blind to the situation who would be dealt with accordingly. For example, Yamashita Chikawa, who was unwilling to grow drugs for Gato, could not sustain himself while farming and ultimately fell into debt to Gato's high-interest loans. He was hanged outside the door for refusing to hand over his daughter Yamashita Ryuko as collateral. It can be said that now everyone still huddling around Gato is deserving of a slow death by 1,000 cuts. Bang! 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 Finally a sudden sound of orderly footsteps was heard. Mad! Can anyone tell me who that ninja is? Gato was terrified to find a white-haired reedy youth leading a team of over 200 young people marching in perfect unison. These people all had yellow towels wrapped around their heads, wielding iron shields, bamboo poles, swords, and other cold weapons. Stop, you bunch of lowly people! The mafia warriors rushed to the door in an attempt to block them. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A water dragon crashed through the main gate and several warriors were caught off guard, feeling a tremendous force hit their bodies, sending them flying one after another. In an instant, Gato was stunned. The mafia warriors writhed and rolled on the ground, groaning incessantly. Damn it! They are clearly just a bunch of lowly people. What kind of magic does this yellow turban army possess? A clearly ninja-looking white-haired youth stepped into the hall with blood-red eyes gazing at him. According to their current positions, Gato should be looking down from above, yet he felt as though he was being judged by the youth's eyes, which seemed to hold the authority of a higher being. You are guilty. The youth spoke lightly, and Gato felt an unimaginable power spreading throughout the villa as if he had been completely seen through. You are a ninja, right? Do you know the consequences of attacking a noble? Gato pointed at Zhao Xin, his tone fierce yet fearful. You are severing ties with the 5 great countries. The 5 great ninja villages will not spare you. Noble. What the hell is that? Zhao Xin scoffed disdainfully. Gato suddenly felt a chill at the top of the villa. Why is it getting foggy? Gato shivered and realized that he was surrounded by mist, unable to see his own hand. You are under arrest. Jean Boujan, carrying a massive scroll on his back, pointed a kunai at Gato. Zhao Xin waved his hand. Arrest everyone and count them. No mercy for resistors. At the border of the wave and fire, Desna, under the escort of Team 7, safely arrived near the pillars of the wave bridge. Mist covered the sea and Desna hurried to the shore, looking at the unchanged pillars and letting out a sigh of relief. That kid Kaisha is probably safe. If this bridge is repaired, Kaisha would definitely have been hanged. Whoosh, the wind picked up. A small boat drifted out of the mist. What is that situation over there? At the border of the fire country, Kakashi's Sharingan suddenly tightened under his mask and Uchiha Sasuke's pupils shook violently. On the small boat a red flag waved featuring the emblem of the Sharingan from the Heaven Rewards Diligence. Desna. Kaisha in yellow turban army attire surveyed Team 7 and laughed. These are the esteemed ninjas from the Leaf Village, right? Esteemed. Uncle. You really know how to say that. I love it. The bearded boy chuckled, rubbing his head of blonde hair, and couldn't help but ask. Uncle, is this the flag of the Wave Nation? This is Lord Zin's left eye, now existing in the hearts of every Wave Nation citizen as the symbol of our flag and emblem. Lord Xian. Sasuke couldn't help but rush towards Kaisha. Is he an Uchiha? Kakashi. Is he a Uchiha with a changed surname? Could it be that the Uchiha had already arranged an escape route? Why is he now deliberately revealing himself? Kakashi felt a bit flustered, sensing he was caught up in a massive conspiracy. No. Lord Zin's surname is Zhao. Kaisha pointed at the red flag and said, everyone is very grateful to him for leading us to overthrow Gato, dividing the fishing grounds and rebuilding the port. Impossible. An outsider cannot possess such eyes. Gato has been overthrown. Desna couldn't believe it. Indeed. Kaisha pulled Desna onto the boat and said, esteemed ninjas from the Leaf Village, this is Lord Zin's invitation for you to serve as observers and witness the establishment of the new Wave Nation. Let me quietly mention that there are delicious starry stone-based sashimi. Oh. Awesome. Naruto. Sakura quickly pulled Naruto. Our escort mission is complete. It's time to go back to the village. Looking at Naruto, who was eager to go, Sakura helplessly thought, can't you see that Kakashi and Sasuke's expressions are off? Unexpectedly, Sasuke shot a cold glare at Sakura. I advise you to mind your own business. Don't you dare speak to Sakura. Naruto clashed with Sasuke again. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector and took the invitation. Get on the boat. The walls of Kato's villa had already been torn down, clearing a vast area now called the People's Square of the Wave Nation. After Team 7 arrived, they were arranged in a corner of the villa in a two-story building with a view of the square. The public trial of the Wave Nation begins. As his words fell, Zabuza's two subordinates Gato's thugs dragged out Gato like a dead dog. Then a group of mafia bosses were also escorted out by the Yellow Turban Army. Soon on the People's Square, a large crowd knelt in a dark mass, each wearing a placard that read, "Murderer, rapist, human trafficker, and other crimes. A missing name from the mist. The demon Zabuza. Is this Wave Country trying to intimidate me, a former NBU?" Kakashi muttered, watching the performance on the square. "Uncle Kaisha, what kind of show is this?" Naruto asked bluntly, inquiring about Kaisha's purpose in bringing everyone here. "Oh, they're mafia reactionaries who used to oppress the people of Wave Country, and now they've been overthrown by the populace. Now we're going to execute them." "Execution? Aren't you afraid?" A child in a hat emerged from behind Kaisha's pant leg and asked Naruto. Kaisha pulled the child back. "Sorry, this is my son Inari. Where shinobi killing is part of the job. Why would we be scared?" Naruto said this with pride, then asked with a grin, "But you're still young, aren't you? Aren't you afraid? They're all big villains. We're executing the heads of villains. I'm not afraid of bad guys." Inari shouted, puffing out his chest and gripping Kaisha's leg. "If we don't execute them, my dad will be killed, so you're not afraid because they're bad people." Inari's words inexplicably struck a chord in Naruto's mind. "Of course," Inari declared loudly. "But you guys treat killing as a job. Aren't you afraid of killing the wrong person?" This question left Team 7 frozen. Finally, Kakashi broke the silence. "Ninja are just tools to carry out missions. These philosophical questions aren't for us to ponder." "Yes." As they stopped talking, Haku arrived at the viewing platform, prepared for Team 7, carrying chilled fresh star-scale snapper sashimi. "What a pretty sister. Is all this for us?" Naruto's eyes lit up at the sashimi. "It's a brother, you pervert." Sakura, knowledgeable, pulled Naruto back. "Plus this is the star-scale snapper, 10 real per slice. A luxury dish only daimyo can afford. Don't be polite. Wave Country has established a cold chain logistics system. Star-scale snapper has become much cheaper." Haku smiled gently. "Once we crack aquaculture for star-scale snapper in the future and bring down the price, everyone will be able to afford it." "Really? Big brother Haku, you're such a good person." Naruto immediately pushed Sakura aside, grabbed the large plate of star-scale snapper without any dignity, and dumped it, ice and all, into his mouth. "Naruto, mind your diplomatic manners." While Team 7 was in chaos, Kakashi stared intently at the stage, guessing the truth. Did Wave Country recruit the missing nin Zabuza? Or is Zabuza faking defection to overthrow Wave Country for Kirigakure? On the stage, Zabuza, clad in yellow turban army attire, slowly walked to the judgment seat and bowed to the man behind it. Zhao Xin's Sharingan was openly displayed before everyone. "Sharingan. That's the Sharingan. Xian is an Uchiha. Today is the founding day of the new Wave Country, that means." Seeing Zhao Xian on the judgment seat with Mangekyo's Sharingan, Sasuke was ecstatic. "The Uchiha have founded a nation." Then, as if responding to Sasuke's expectations and answering Kakashi's doubts, Zhao Xian walked to the center of the square. "Hello everyone, I am Zhao Xian. I was born in a laboratory, a test subject slave providing flesh and blood for experiments." "A laboratory? Which laboratory? Whose laboratory? Could it be Orochimaru's?" Kakashi's eyes tightened. "Later I escaped the laboratory, gained freedom, and was rescued by a kind villager named Kaisha. But kind Kaisha lived in dire straits. Because Gato had seized the fisheries of Wave Country, blockaded the port, and the people couldn't get enough to eat. They owed Gato huge usurious loans and had to work for Gato's drug factories. We created the wealth through hard labor, yet we couldn't eat enough or stay warm. Children starved, parents became slaves, and we were oppressed and exploited every day. Is this fair? No. To survive, the people chose to resist. The goal of the Yellow Turban Army is to crush Gato's reactionaries, reclaim our property, ensure everyone has food, children grow up healthy, and the elderly enjoy their twilight years. We oppose exploitation. Oppose exploitation. We oppose oppression. Oppression. Down with Gato. Be masters of our own fate." Seeing the crowd's fervor, Zhao Xian slammed the gavel hard. "Now let the trial begin. Call the witnesses." A young girl escorted by several yellow turban soldiers gritted her teeth and stepped onto the stage, bowing to the crowd. "Everyone, I am Yamashita Rumiko. My grandfather was beaten to death by Gato's men for protecting the fishery. My father couldn't repay the high-interest loan, so Gato sold my mother. She drowned on the way. Gato wanted to take me as payment, and my father resisted and was also beaten to death. I want Gato dead. Yamashita Rumiko was barely over 9 years old, yet her tone was as cold as a shinobi's. Sasuke watched her clenching his teeth. I want that man dead too. Rumiko was just the beginning. After her, one villager after another came on stage. My mother. My father. Beast. Even Kakashi, watching from the viewing stand, was shocked by Gato's atrocities. One by one the villagers exposed crimes that were too numerous to record. A maid beaten for mopping too slowly, a cook's wages embezzled, people fed to lions for demanding pay, plus Zabuza's ledgers of drug trafficking and human trafficking. Gato had seized almost all of Wave Country's farmland and fisheries through fraud and force. After hearing these villagers' accounts, the young ninja of Team 7 saw for the first time the world beyond the hidden villages. What surprised everyone most was that Zabuza himself stood before the stage. Gato hired me with a huge sum to kill Lord Xian. That was wrong. Unforgivable. A shinobi must not be an accomplice to evil. Zabuza's words contradicted Kakashi's beliefs, yet at that moment Kakashi could not muster a rebuttal. This world is filthy. Sasuke felt a voice echo in his ears, and he spun around to see a pair of Sharingans staring at him from the depths of the mist. On the People's Square, as Gato's crimes were exposed one after another, the final moment arrived. From now on you are the masters of Wave Country. The power to judge Gato is in your hands. Zhao Xian on the stage turned into smoke, a shadow clone. Zabuza's action team also vanished simultaneously. Gato knelt frozen, staring blankly. Die. Yamashita Rumiko threw the first stone. The villagers erupted. Beast. Die. Kill him. Kill this beast. Instantly stones and mud rained down endlessly on Gato. Gato looked around in terror at the enraged crowd, and unprecedented fear rising in his heart. No. Don't. I am a mission issuer recognized by the 5 great shinobi villages. You can't kill me. You plebeians. Kill me and you'll face the wrath of the 5 great nations. Ha. He's scared. He's afraid of us. He fears the strength of our unity. Die. A ninja sword fell from the sky and Gato's head rolled. One by one Gato's henchmen, his relatives, heads rolled across Wave Country. Heavens! How dare Zhao Xian do this? Isn't Wave Country afraid of losing the right to hire shinobi? Kakashi was utterly baffled. The village country system was the foundation of the world. Without mission merchants, wouldn't Wave Country be isolating itself from the mainstream world? Kakashi recalled how at every Chunin exam the 5 Kage kowtowed before the 5 great daimyos, and he sighed. Even though the 5 Kage could crush the daimyos with a finger, a slight displeasure from a daimyo could cut off the village's mission sources, forcing the Kage to live under their control. Mr. Hatake Kakashi, Mr. Uchiha Sasuke, Miss Harino Sakura, Mr. Uzumaki Naruto, Lord Xian requests your presence. Haku smiled and invited Team 7. In the Wave Country leader's office. Lord Xian, Team 7 is here. Come in. The converted office originally Gato's villa saw Team 7 file in. Mr. Xian. On behalf of the 3rd Hokage, I send you his regards. Kakashi had already reported to Hiruzen Sarutobi via his ninja dog, and the reply was to observe further. Very well. Send my regards to the 3rd as well. Mr. Kakashi, you and your students seem to have many questions. Hearing that Zhao Xian was willing to answer, Kakashi quickly took the chance. The 3rd Hokage wishes to confirm the philosophy of the new Wave Country. You mean the Onivelation country system? Kakashi nodded. We do not interfere with other nations' policies. Wave Country has its own circumstances. There is no hidden village now, and there will never be one. Is that so? Kakashi felt there was nothing wrong. Wave Country had always been poor. Over the years they had only issued 1 crank mission to Konoha. As for Gato hiring Shrank Missingin on the black market, missions outside Konoha's scope were automatically ignored. Zhao Xian looked at Kakashi. We wish to establish diplomatic relations and free trade with the Land of Fire. That requires assessment. Kakashi replied noncommittally. In what aspects? Kakashi asked. Mr. Xian mentioned earlier that you came from a laboratory. Which laboratory? Zhao Xin's smile was enigmatic, his gaze swept over Sasuke as he said. The laboratory in Konoha village. Kakashi was shocked. So he's one of Orochimaru's men. Sasuke looked arrogant. Are you my clansman? He asked, putting on the airs of a young master. Zhao Xian shrugged nonchalantly. Sorry, no comment. Sasuke stared intently, his face full of disbelief. Please escort these gentlemen to rest. Zhao Xian stood up, giving a clear dismissal. I assume Special Envoy Kakashi also needs some time to report to Lord Sarutobi and finalize the inspection agenda. Before rising, Zhao Xian cast a cold glance at Sasuke, who instantly went into a daze. In that moment, visible only to Sasuke, the Tomo in Zhao Xian's eyes spun and revealed the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. That night at the training grounds of Wave Country. Zhao Xin, looking somewhat exhausted, was practicing ninjutsu in the open space. With the tenet of heaven rewards diligence, Zhao Xin hardly stopped learning and perfecting his ninjutsu. At the same time, he also had to attend to state affairs and the training of the Yellow Turban Army. Under the gaze of Dojutsu Crimson Amaterasu, the willpower, insight, and energy of the Yellow Turbans were greatly enhanced, feeding back more abundant spiritual power to Zhao Xin. While restoring his ocular power, it also kept Zhao Xin energetic enough to withstand the dual consumption of his main body and shadow clones. If any other Uchiha had used the Mangekyo-S Dojutsu this way, they would have long gone blind. Although limited by the scarcity of ninjutsu resources, Zhao Xin only had the title of ninjutsu researcher for now, but he believed that with heaven rewards diligence his future was limitless. Here it comes. Zhao Xin's gaze swept across the entire field. He exerted force with his foot and lightly crushed a small bug. Then he took a deep breath, nearly swallowing all the air in the training ground fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Chakra gathered in his throat, and Zhao Xin spewed forth a vast sheet of flame in front of him, flooding like a tidal wave, engulfing everything around. I've been found. In the all-encompassing flames, a dark figure was annihilated, scattering into a pile of charred bugs that emitted a burnt aroma. A man wearing a goggle-like visor and a mask that naturally made him inconspicuous hastily performed hand seals and embarrassingly recalled a batch of unroasted bugs. The Aburame clan. Root. Looking at the distinctive glasses and the swarm of parasitic bugs, it was clearly Aburame Torian of Root. Before Zhao Xin could react, Aburame Torian instantly swapped positions with a white-haired man wearing an ANBU mask who, holding a long sword, stuffed a scroll he was about to pull out back into his chest. Then Torian's body disintegrated into a dense cloud of bugs and fled the scene. The white-haired man heard a bug's chirp. Judgment error, suppression plan cancelled. First Root, then ANBU. Unable to suppress, so switching to probing. Zhao Xin understood perfectly the Root personnel had come 9 times out of 10 to suppress the newly established wave. If they could kill him, the Root operatives would certainly do so, then announce the elimination of a terrorist organization leader and install a docile leader for Wave Country. Black gloves, white gloves, one set after another. This Kakashi putting on a mask and thinking that's a disguise. A bit half-hearted. Watching the opponent charge over, Zhao Xin calmly dissipated into the mist. This is the mist silent killing technique. Kakashi was shocked. Has the Water Country also gotten involved? Could there be Uchiha clansmen as well? First the Uchiha's signature fire style, then Mist's signature ninjutsu, plus the ambiguous connection with Orochimaru. Kakashi slammed on the brakes. Damn. Sasuke. And Naruto. Heh, Kakashi, your opponent is me. In the mist, the decapitating blade blocked Kakashi's path. In the office, Sasuke burst in and rushed to Zhao Xin, who was handling official business. Tell me. How do I awaken the Mangekyo? Kid, you're quite rude. Zhao Xin said with a smile as he looked at Sasuke. You should ask yourself, what are you willing to pay for the Mangekyo? Pay. Sasuke was stumped, but then the face of that man appeared in his mind. I'll pay anything to kill him. Zhao Xin didn't answer, he simply continued handling his paperwork. After a long while he pulled a thick test tube from his drawer and tossed it to Sasuke. Fill it with your blood. Looking at the thick test tube, Sasuke gritted his teeth, drew a kunai, and stabbed it hard into his palm. Blood flowed down the wall of the tube. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Tell me. Kid, you'll thank me for this. Accepting the test tube, Zhao Xin gave the answer. The key to awakening the Sharingan is strong emotions. Strong emotions. Hearing this, Sasuke grew furious. What bullshit answer. Just emotions can awaken the Mangekyo. Aren't my emotions strong enough? I want revenge. I want to kill that man. Zhao Xion's right eye blazed as he stared at Sasuke. False emotions, no matter how intense, are still false. False. You're insulting my conviction. Sasuke raged. I bear the hatred of the entire Uchiha clan. Is that so? Then let me ask you, do you truly want to kill him, or after defeating him do you want to ask him why? What do I really think? Sasuke was stunned. Looking at the crimson flame in Zhao Xion's right eye, he lost his confidence. The reason you think that way is that your will is resisting the illusion cast by Genjutsu. Illusion. Genjutsu. Sasuke's consciousness gradually blurred. In his field of vision, Zhao Xion's eye suddenly grew immense, hanging in the sky like the sun. This is the night of the clan's massacre. When he came to, Sasuke had returned to that night in his memory. But unlike before, the recollection he fell into this time was much brighter. And he had entered the memory a moment earlier than usual. At the instant he entered the door, he clearly saw a man wearing a spiral mask and a black robe with red clouds disappearing. How? There was another person. Sasuke couldn't believe it, his conviction nearly collapsed. His memory had clearly been a genjutsu created by Itachi, erasing that figure. Why? Itachi. Why did you transfer the hatred onto yourself? The Sharingan is famous for genjutsu, but what makes it also breaks it? You fell into the genjutsu of Uchiha Itachi, but isn't Itachi himself trapped in a genjutsu called the Will of Fire? A genjutsu of the Will of Fire. Sasuke recalled the villagers' appraisal of Itachi back then. He could think from the Hokage's perspective at age 7. What perspective? It was the will of fire. Wasn't that the will of fire? Having seen through the falsehood of the will of fire and left Konoha. Sasuke stared blankly at Zhao Xin. Could you be Uchiha Madara? No comment. Zhao Xin shook his head thinking this kid sure has imagination. I understand. Madara-sama? Sasuke holding his now stopped bleeding hand bowed deeply to Zhao Xin. Senior your junior Sasuke please guide me. Zhao Xin looked at the now respectful Sasuke and said the truth is heavily shrouded in the mist of history you must seek it yourself. When Konoha was founded it did not accept the Uchiha internally and externally it divided the eight-tailed beasts. After that Uchiha Madara left in anger and Senju Hashirama died. The very next year the first great ninja war broke out and Senju Tobirama died. Senior still claiming you're not Uchiha Madara. Zhao Xion's words were impartial but to Sasuke they sounded exactly like Uchiha Madara's calm analysis of Konoha, and he became even more convinced. Senju clansmen kept dying in battle. The only heir Senju Nawaki died. The sole bloodline Tsunadeheim left the village. Later Konoha's white fawn Sakumo Hatake was driven to death by rumors. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze died in battle. Jiraiya left. Orochimaru defected. Now the Uchiha are wiped out and you and Itachi are set against each other. The roaming clansmen harbor extreme hatred for Konoha. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki grew up amidst ostracism and hostility. So this is the truth of Konoha. As Zhao Xian spoke Sasuke formed his own judgment. Konoha has become rotten. A surge of conviction. Heaven is about to assign a great mission to this person, welled up in Sasuke. He angrily awakened a single Tomo. Lord Xian please allow me to join the Yellow Turban Army. Zhao Xian smiled slightly removed the headband from his own head and wrapped it around Sasuke's neck. From now on you are a member of the Yellow Turban International. Zhao Xian patted Sasuke's shoulder. False Uchiha indulgent Tsukuyomi true Uchiha shatter the illusion. I look forward to the day you stand before Itachi and shout that he was wrong. Yes, senior. Please give me orders. Sasuke's blood boiled. Good, very spirited. Now I want you to return to Konoha and investigate the whereabouts of the numerous Sharingan eyes after the night of the Uchiha massacre. In the future the Uchiha clan will surely be revived. Yes. Sasuke nodded firmly thinking to himself revive the Uchiha. Senior still claiming you're not Uchiha Madara. At the night school Haku led the youths of the 7th squad on a tour, listening to Zhao Xin's shadow clone passionately proclaiming equality for all and abolition of exploitation declaring the righteousness of the Huangjin army's overthrow of Gato and providing literacy education for the people of Bo country. Naruto the underdog of my village who detested attending classes developed an extraordinary enthusiasm for the courses in Bo country. It was because Inari and Naruto clicked so well. Before the Huangjin army arrived Inari's father was killed by Kato's samurai. When he finally got a stepfather his mother died of overwork and illness. Even Kaiza his stepfather with no blood relation nearly perished. The aura of a lone star of calamity made him naturally close to Naruto. Fortunately the Huangjin army came and saved the commoners of Bo country. Inari wholeheartedly approved of the army his stepfather had joined. Since Inari who almost became an orphan recognized the Huangjin army Naruto naturally did too. Even though the Huangjin army's leader Zhao Xian had immediately dragged Kato to perform a mind-boggling act for the 7th squad Naruto's curiosity toward Zhao Xian far outweighed his fear. In Naruto's eyes Zhao Xin's equality for all simply meant he was kind and his harsh words for villains like Kato were sweet music. Then Zhao Xian said inequality exists everywhere in the shinobi world there are slaves everywhere waiting to be liberated. Naruto raised his hand excuse me. Where are the slaves? Zhao Xian turned and smiled at Naruto for instance the Rishian clan of my village. Wait. Mr. Xian isn't there a mistake? The Rishian clan are nobles how can they have slavery? The caged bird seal on the branch family is a slave brand. Their lives and freedoms are controlled by the main family's slave owners. If that's not slavery what is? But the Rishian clan explained that the caged bird was only a necessary measure to protect the Byakugan from enemies with the original intention of protecting the weaker clan members. Well said. Let me ask you who is stronger Rishian Chutian or Rishian Ningxi? Ningxi. Then why not brand the weaker Chutian with the caged bird and have the stronger Ningxi protect her? Ningxi is from the branch family. Huh. Naruto found his thoughts in a tangle. Naruto you're a genius. You've spotted the double standard and hypocrisy of the slave owners so quickly. Really? I think so too. You're pretty nice. Being praised as a genius made Naruto overjoyed, and he felt Zhao Xin's views were absolutely correct. So the Rishian clan is that dark. When I become Hokage I will definitely save the branch family. Watching Naruto's fanatical expression Sakura couldn't help but suspect is this some kind of genjutsu? Naruto is getting brainwashed. Hey where's Sasuke? Sakura suddenly noticed that Sasuke had vanished from the classroom at some point. She grabbed Naruto and shook him. Idiot, stop listening to the class. Let's find Sasuke. Damn Sasuke. Going out to play without me. Naruto was startled then sat back down. But Mr. Zin's lecture is so interesting, I want to listen a bit more. Naruto, can you use shadow clone? Zhao Xin reminded him. Leave a clone to listen and go with Sakura to find Sasuke. You can make several clones to look around, but the real body comes with me to the harbor, Haku suggested softly. There's an endless seafood feast. I recommend you try it. Earlier, when receiving the 7th squad, Haku, as the logistics backbone and cold chain expert of Bow Country, had already treated them to a lavish seafood meal, successfully capturing Naruto's stomach and becoming good friends with him. Great idea. Haku, you're so smart. Poof poof poof. In an instant a flood of shadow clones burst out, filling the classroom. I want meatballs. I want ramen. I want taiyaki. Wait. Idiot. Only I, the real body, can taste the food. Can I just smell it? Don't think he'll let you off because you're the real body. Take that. Poof poof poof. A swarm of shadow clones fought and scrambled, all rushing toward the harbor. Wait. We need to find Sasuke. You have to come with me. Sakura. Me. Sakura called, and a batch of Narutos halted. Me. A new round of chaos erupted again. Sakura stomped her foot in frustration but had no way to control Naruto. Even Naruto himself couldn't manage his shadow clones. Helpless Sakura grabbed a random shadow clone and tried to leave the scene. Hey Sasuke, you're back. Naruto shouted. Only then did Sakura notice Sasuke looking dazed, his face pale and a single tomo in each eye. Sasuke remained aloof, but a final remark from Zhao Xin echoed in his mind. One person's power has limits. To defeat a true enemy you must make your friends plenty, and your enemies few. Finally Sasuke forced out, sorry for worrying you. Thank you? Sakura and Naruto screamed simultaneously, and Naruto's shadow clone dispelled on the spot. Sakura's face flushed crimson. Sasuke, you're too polite. Who was worried about you? Don't flatter yourself. Where is this? How can the backward Bow Country have such an advanced place? A wandering Naruto clone stumbled upon an odd metal gate. This is the Bow Country Research Institute. Zhao Xin appeared at the entrance wearing a yellow turban, a Taoist robe, and holding a test tube. Mr. Xin, so much chakra metal. It must be expensive to build right. Naruto touched the gate, feeling something amiss. I heard from Master Tazuna that Bow Country is very poor. It won't be from now on. Now that there's no oppressor like Gato in Bow Country, everyone will no longer be poor. Besides, I've broken through the technology for mass-producing chakra metal. The cost of this gate isn't high. Zhao Xin pushed open the institute's door, and Naruto peeked inside to find it empty. Sir, what is this institute for? Zhao Xin ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto, this institute holds the secret to my becoming the leader of Bow Country. Really? I want to be Hokage too. I want to visit. Naruto nodded excitedly. Want to know? Zhao Xin held out his hand. You have to pay. Naruto felt his empty-toed purse. How much? When you wake up they'll find you and drain your blood to fill this. Zhao Xin took out a test tube. That's it. Deal. For Naruto's recovery, a tube of blood was nothing more than a couple of punches to his nose. Compared to the secret to becoming a leader, this was nothing. Naruto agreed without hesitation and followed Zhao Xin into the institute. The Bow Country Research Institute is a scientific institution I established. Currently the projects cover chakra physics, chakra industry, ninjutsu, deduction, transcendent physical arts, sealing techniques, biomedical science, scientific ninja tools, bloodline limits, and more. Lord Xin, why do I feel it's so chilly here? Do you always work alone? That's right. As Zhao Xin spoke, a burst of white mist exploded from his body, and hundreds of Zhao Xins filled the hall in an instant. The once deserted and desolate research institute instantly brimmed with vitality and began to operate. Mingren's jaw dropped as he exclaimed in awe. Uncle! This research institute was truly built by you alone. With so many clones working together, you are incredibly diligent. Your words are sweet, but is this talent? Without talent like me, I can only make up for it with hard work. Zhao Xin sighed with a humble smile. As a leader, one must be even more diligent than ordinary people. To tread on thin ice and walk with caution is the only way to reach the other side. Zhao Xin's seemingly casual reply plunged Mingren into deep thought. If I want to become Hokage, do I have to work this hard too? It's hard to say if you'll become Hokage, but heaven rewards diligence. Hard work always pays off. Zhao Xin chuckled. Forget about being Hokage. If 1,000 Mingrens were to look for cats, you could probably eat Ichiraku ramen every day, right? Huh. That's right. With 1,000 of me looking for cats. Mingren's eyes lit up. What kind of innate labor saint physique is this? Zhao Xin heard Mingren's words and had no idea how to respond. Mingren, can you tell me why you want to become Hokage? I want to be someone revered by the entire village. So being Hokage. Why? Because everyone looks down on me. Mingren's voice sank. They say I'm the nine-tailed demon fox that my birth brought disaster to the village. How could you be a demon fox? That's nothing but feudal superstition. Zhao Xin burst into laughter. Ordinary people always tend to escape from disasters attributing calamities and suffering to illusory fate, or demons and ghosts, and then praying to gods and Buddhas. On the road to poverty alleviation, such ignorant crowds are not rare. So poverty alleviation must first start with enlightening the mind. Uncle, do you mean that everyone in the village is an idiot? Mingren felt Zhao Xin's words became even more pleasing. Exactly. Anyone who treats you as a demon fox is a complete fool. If that's the case, the state of Konoha village is very dangerous. A backward village. Ignorant villagers. No wonder Konoha still has slavery and racial slaughter. Such a village urgently needs a hero to save it. Zhao Xin rubbed his chin, looking serious. Mingren, are you willing to fight for this goal for your entire life? I am. Hearing Zhao Xin's words, Mingren couldn't help but puff out his chest. Good. Very spirited. Zhao Xin took off the yellow scarf from his own head and wrapped it around Mingren's neck. Becoming Hokage is a duty that Uzumaki Mingren cannot shirk. The yellow scarf fluttered on his chest, and Mingren felt the blonde hair on his head shine even brighter. Good. Very spirited. You already have the conviction of a Hokage. All you lack is the strength of one. Mingren's expression instantly fell. The strength of a Hokage. Trust me, you can do it. Zhao Xin's left eye flickered with a prompt as he gave Mingren a thumbs up. At that moment, a wave of intense fatigue surged through Zhao Xin's body. Fortunately, supported by the pupil power of his Sharingan, he steadied his spirit and began to digest the vast experience in taijutsu. Heaven Rewards Diligence. Your title Senior Ninjutsu Researcher has taken effect. Your shadow clone has verified the 8 gates formation incomplete. You have mastered the 8 gates incomplete, able to open up to the gate of shock. 8 gates proficiency expert. Heaven Rewards Diligence. Your multiple shadow clones simultaneously activated the 8 gates, and you deduced the 8 gates crane wing formation. You have successfully mastered the 8 gates crane wing formation. 8 gates crane wing formation proficiency expert. After Zabuza joined the Yellow Turban Army, Zhao Xin had already obtained all the details of Might Guy's 1v7 battle from him and had been conducting a series of theoretical reverse engineering. After acquiring the multiple shadow clone technique, Zhao Xin immediately summoned several hundred clones and simulated dozens of battles between Might Guy and the 7 ninja swordsmen. With the aid of the Heaven Rewards Diligence Sharingan, he verified the principles of the 8 gates formation. Compared to other jutsu, the 8 gates is easy to learn but hard to master. The only thing to consider is the body's endurance, making it best suited for geniuses of hard work. Compared to Rock Lee, Uzumaki Mingren, a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with the Uzumaki bloodline, has an incomparably higher physical endurance. Zhao Xin did not hold back. He generously split off a shadow clone to teach Mingren everything he knew. Heaven Rewards Diligence. You have personally taught Mingren the 8 gates and the 8 gates crane wing formation. Your Tokno-jutsu has improved. Your Dojutsu Scarlet Amaterasu power has increased. Uncle Xin, you're such a good person. Goodbye. Mingren's shadow clone practiced repeatedly under Zhao Xin's guidance until he memorized the secrets of the 8 gates. After completing one front lotus, his chakra was depleted and he dispersed on the spot. At the end, Sakura directed Mingren to carry everyone back to the room on his back. The moment she pushed the door open, Mingren's steps suddenly faltered and he tumbled onto the bed with Sasuke. Mingren, stop pretending to be asleep. Let go of Sasuke. The love-struck Sakura had no idea that Mingren's fatigue had spiked from the recall of his shadow clones. She thought he had some strange designs on Sasuke. Huff, huff. Mingren snored deeply, yet the chakra inside his body began to circulate spontaneously following the 8 gates formula. The lines of his physique subtly became more defined. At the training ground in the Land of Waves, 2 water dragon bullets clashed in midair and dispersed. Zabuza emerged from the thick mist. Copy Ninja Kakashi, so it is you. Relying on the mist assassination technique, Zabuza forced Kakashi to reveal his Sharingan, and their battle ended in a draw. Removing his mask, Kakashi showed his full face. He lowered his headband to cover his Sharingan, and nodded. I represent Konoha village in recognizing the existence of the new Land of Waves. Then we can talk business. Business. Kakashi felt Zabuza had changed the subject rather abruptly. Exactly. Unsheathing the executioner's blade, Zabuza handed it to Kakashi. What do you think of this ninja sword? But this is your executioner's blade, Kakashi exclaimed. Zabuza, what did the Land of Waves do to you? You're selling the executioner's blade to support the Land of Waves development. This is an export version mainly to earn foreign exchange for the Land of Waves. Earn foreign exchange. Kakashi's Sharingan trembled. You have many of these. Steelmaking as the foundation of industry was of utmost importance to Zhao Xin. After obtaining the executioner's blade, he worked day and night to handcraft it. Though the chakra metal smelting plant was still in its infancy, its output was already enough to outshine any blacksmith's small workshop. That's a trade secret, classified for now. Zabuza changed the subject. Lord Xian wants to ask you, are you interested in endorsing ninja tools for the Land of Waves? Apart from the endorsement fee, we can design a sub-brand for you and you'll get a sales commission on exclusive ninja swords. In the upcoming Chunin exams, the Land of Waves won't send ninjas, but we hope our brand will appear on site. Huh. Kakashi was still processing the sudden windfall that had struck him. The next day, after signing a framework agreement on behalf of Konoha Village with Zhao Xian, the leader of the Land of Waves, Kakashi left the Land of Waves with the Transform Team 7. Zhao Xian did not rest. He immediately met with a group of village chiefs from the Land of Waves led by Kaisha. These chiefs were all members of the original Yellow Turban Army. Following Zhao Kai, their hearts ignited with the flame of hope by Zhao Xian. Though they had not yet obtained ninja qualifications, their management experience and combat prowess grew daily, and they were hardworking. Under Zhao Xian's leadership, the once wasted Land of Waves had visibly flourished. Lord Xian, the villagers in the mangrove forest were controlled by water bandits. We coordinated with the Yellow Turban Army from within and have captured the bandit leader. The port has been rebuilt. The fishing grounds are contracted to individual households. The villagers are enthusiastic. The Land of Waves ninja tools have successfully opened a shop in Konoha Village. The farmland desalination work is progressing steadily. Expected to be completed by the end of the month. Heaven rewards diligence. You led the people to successfully drill the 8 gates crane wing formation. Your Taknojutsu has improved. Your Dojutsu Scarlet Amaterasu power has increased. Heaven rewards diligence. A vast number of people have ignited the flame of hope in their hearts. You have received a massive feedback of mental energy. Your pupil power has increased enormously. You have gained a new Sharingan Dojutsu Susuna. Heaven rewards diligence. Your shadow clones have handled a large amount of administrative work. Your governance ability has improved. Lord Xian, our merchant ship to the Land of Seas was attacked. By the foreign trade director of the Land of Waves burst into the leader's office to report. Zhao Xian tapped the table. Zabuza appeared with documents. The Land of Seas is a southern country with 4 islands: the main island, Taro Island, Jiro Island, and Strange Island. There are no native ninjas. They long-term rent from Kirigakure. Over a decade ago, children often went missing. A sea demon haunts the area and some of the populace have begun to worship it, offering human sacrifices. Is that so? It seems the Land of Seas is under the terror of a cult. This so-called sea demon is probably something the cult cooked up. Now it appears the people of the Land of Seas urgently need rescue. Zhao Xian said, narrowing his eyes. No need to say more. Send troops to the Land of Seas. Having unlocked Susuna and with the 8 gates crane wing formation, the Land of Waves has some self-defense capability. It's time to stretch our legs. The outskirts of Strange Island in the sea country. The sea surface was empty, not a single boat in sight. The murky waters churned as if trying to prevent humans from seeing the world beneath. The golden ship of Wave Country slowly sailed and the people on board vigilant. Splash! Instantly the yellow turban soldiers on the ship changed expressions. Suddenly huge waves rose on the calm sea. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of saban shot into the sea like lightning. Splash! The waves shattered and Zhao Xin's figure appeared in midair. Beneath his feet lay a giant white sea serpent cleaved into its triangular head, clearly that of a venomous snake. Beneath the sea surface a petite hellfish figure stared dumbfounded at Zhao Xian in the sky, unable to move. In the hellfish Yuo's vision, Zhao Xin's pair of Sharingan became immensely huge. Her entire will seemed crushed and cleansed. Finally a surge of chakra flowed through the curse seal on Yuo's neck and Zhao Xin's voice echoed in her ear. Go to Wave Country, I can cure you. Really? The yellow turbans of Wave Country do not deceive the people of Sea Country. Upon hearing this, Yuwa felt a warmth in her heart, and hope for the future. She swam toward Wave Country without looking back. Heaven rewards diligence. You ignited the flame of hope in Yuwa, and your dojutsu, Red Amaterasu, has improved. You received a small amount of mental energy feedback. Heaven rewards diligence. You observed the Sage Transformation Curse Seal Earth Curse Seal incomplete. You have mastered the Sage Transformation Curse Seal Earth Curse Seal incomplete. Proficiency beginner. Heaven rewards diligence. You observed natural energy. Your understanding of natural energy has increased. Heaven rewards diligence. You observe this rank forbidden technique, Living Corpse Reincarnation. You have memorized Living Corpse Reincarnation. The ship docked at Strange Island. The yellow turban soldiers disembarked in orderly formation, weapons in hand. On the island no human figure could be seen. Even the marketplace at the island's center was deserted. Zhao Xian activated his Sharingan and scanned the island. On the other side, he waved his hand and his yellow turban soldiers followed closely. The northern side of Strange Island was a precipice. When they arrived there, the yellow turbans finally saw the island's inhabitants. Yet the moment they laid eyes on these people, the soldiers' expressions changed. Beyond the cliff, several hundred villagers knelt densely on the ground. At the edge of the cliff stood a torii gate like a portal through time and space. Before the torii, 2 children dressed in simple white robes knelt on a red carpet. The red carpet extended through the torii and reached beyond the cliff. A hideous man clad in white robes, looking more like a researcher than an onmyoji, stood before the torii chanting incomprehensible incantations while performing bizarre dance moves. The ugly man knelt and prayed, and the villagers below immediately followed suit, kowtowing and shouting, "We implore the sea demon's blessing! We implore the sea demon! We implore the sea demon to feed! We implore the sea demon to bless us with favorable weather! We implore the sea demon to protect us from calamities!" Except for a few who looked at the children before the torii with sorrow, the rest kept kowtowing and praying. Under the ugly man's guidance, the two children walked toward the cliff edge, glancing back every few steps. "My child!" A woman could not bear it, and tried to rise and pull her child back. "Stop!" The person next to her grabbed her. "Do you want to anger the sea demon?" The yellow turban soldiers watched this scene with great anger. "They are using children as sacrifices." "Stop!" Zhao Xin roared. "Restrain them." "Ah, who are you? Where did this bastard come from? How dare you sabotage the sea demon's ritual?" Bang! A giant sea serpent's head fell to the ground. "I am Zhao Xin, leader of Wave Country. On the way here I encountered a giant wave and killed this huge serpent along the way." Zhao Xin picked up the two children and returned them to their parents, then shouted, "Is this your sea demon?" Several villagers looked at the massive serpent head on the platform, half believing and half doubting. The sea demon. In truth, the sea country's sea demon was someone else, but the people had never seen it. Now a colossal serpent head lay before them, and if Zhao Xin said it was the sea demon, then it could be. "The sea demon is dead. Impossible. How can the sea demon be dead? No, I don't believe." At that moment the faith in many hearts began to crumble. The long-standing reverence and fear of the sea demon started to vanish. They stared at the sea demon they had worshipped and sacrificed to for so long, now kicked into the crowd by Zhao Xin. Just an oversized sea beast. This is the sea demon we have been offering sacrifices to. No, this is no god, this is definitely not a god. It's nothing but a man-eating beast. What have we been doing all these years? You were the one manipulating this sea serpent, weren't you, Tianji? Zhao Xin glared at the white-robed ugly man acting as a shaman, exposing his identity. The white-robed ugly man Tianji was a former subordinate of Orochimaru. He had hidden himself in a laboratory in Sea Country, long engaged in research on artificial human-beast ninja similar to the cursed seal, with the goal of becoming an immortal being like the snake sages of Ryuchi Cave. His final research achievement was Daimaru. The little girl Yuhua, who had earlier been disguised as the sea demon lurking beneath the sea surface, was a defective product from the laboratory. Uchiha Xin. You idiot. Tianji decided to drop the pretense. You killed Lord Orochimaru's pet. You were using those sacrificial children for your experiments, weren't you? Zhao Xin couldn't be bothered to correct the man's mispronunciation of his name, and instead exposed Tianzi's ongoing schemes. You transformed these children into half-human, half-beast monsters and deceived them into robbing merchant ships for you. And you yourself became a revered priest. What? Wasn't Tianji the sea demon's most faithful messenger? How could he be the sea demon's master? So that's it. Tianji was the one behind all this. Boom. Hearing Zhao Xin's words, all the villagers immediately burst into an uproar, their faces filled with disbelief. Only a few villagers seemed to recall something. One after another they suddenly woke as from a dream. Their gazes toward Tianji turned extremely ferocious, as if they wanted to rush up and devour him. It was you, Tianji. You killed my child. Return my child's life. Tianji, you are not human. You have deceived us so cruelly. The crowd on the island grew increasingly frenzied. They had been deceived, toyed with like fools by Tianji. Hit him. Finally someone threw a stone. Bang. Ah. You rabble. Hit him. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Stones, mud, and wooden sticks flew. The furious crowd rushed onto the altar and overwhelmed Tianji. The crowd rained punches and kicks on him. Tianzi's already ugly face instantly became bruised and swollen. Water, release great water bullet. With a thunderous bang, a water sphere exploded among the crowd. The immense shockwave flung everyone into the air, sending them crashing heavily to the ground. A group of people lay on the ground groaning in pain. The chaotic scene suddenly fell into silence. The ragged Tianji, using the force of the water bullet, rebounded into the air and flew toward the sea beyond the cliff. You! How dare you hurt me? Tianji, drenched in blood, eyes blazing with rage, was furious. All of you shall die. Scientific ninja tool fish transformation. In his fury, scales densely covered Tianzi's entire body. His already hideous head turned into an even uglier reedy fish head. Watching Tianzi's transformation, the yellow turban soldiers present all became energized. Did you see that? That fishman. Lord Xin was right. That kind of technology really exists. We also have the chance to become shinobi. Feeling scorned, Tianji became utterly furious. Summoning technique Yumabozu. Bang. A massive amount of seawater gathered and surged, forming a colossal liquid creature that caught the falling Tianji and brought him before the crowd once more. Feel the power of the sea demon mortals, Tianji howled. From today onward, sea country is mine. The enormous Yumibozu moved under Tianji's command. Its massive body slammed into the cliff, and the entire island seemed to tremble. As the Yumibozu moved, towering waves dozens of meters high formed around its watery body. These waves, like a tsunami, surged fiercely and flooded in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they swept over the entire Tori, threatening to drown this corner of the island. Ah! Hell! The great sea demon is coming! Facing the Yumibozu, Zhao Xin strode against the panicked crowd, utterly unimpressed. Fire! Release great fire annihilation! Instantly blazing flames spread across the sky, surging like a tidal wave toward the Yumibozu. The Yumibozu and Tianji were engulfed in a sea of fire with no escape. Sizzle! Mist rose. The aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. And Tianji let out his final wail. Uchiha Shin, you have betrayed your oath. You will be punished. Zhao Xin remained unmoved by Tianji's words. He noticed that as Tianji vanished, a faint wisp of spiritual energy dissipated along with him. Heaven rewards the diligent. You have observed the celestial transformation curse mark earth curse mark incomplete, and you have mastered the celestial transformation curse mark earth curse mark incomplete. Proficiency mastered. Heaven rewards the diligent. You have observed natural energy, and your understanding of natural energy has increased. Heaven rewards the diligent. You have observed the strength forbidden technique living corpse reincarnation, and you have recorded the living corpse reincarnation. In the land of rice fields, the sound ninja village. Deshiwan, having completed the living corpse reincarnation, felt a change in a fragment of soul and frowned. Is that the defective one? Lord Deshiwan, Uchiha Shin previously took advantage of your reincarnation to defect from the sound ninja village heading toward the land of the sea. Ho! 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 Deshiwan laughed. Do, who do you think should handle Uchiha Shin's defection? My lord Uchiha Shin deeply admires Uchiha you and even actively took the Uchiha surname himself. Simply send a message promising that you will obtain Sasuke's body and become an Uchiha, and Uchiha Shin will inevitably return of his own accord. Deshiwan nodded with a cold laugh. Just a worthless test subject. Since he has the capacity to become an Uchiha, it'll give him a chance to follow me. Otherwise he can go back to soaking in a nutrient tank. Whoosh! After Tianji was eliminated, the weapons in the hands of the yellow turban troops inexplicably began to trip. Furthermore, Zhao Xin sensed a familiar bloodline aura rapidly approaching. He simply created a clone to lead the yellow turban troops in pacifying the people of the land of the sea, gathering and reorganizing and taking over the defense of Strange Island. Zhao Xin's true body rushed alone toward the approaching group. Skimming over the waves, his legs moved like flying, swiftly crossing the strait from Strange Island all the way to Jiro Island. I've finally found you, son. The sudden, son, almost made Zhao Xin fall into the sea. Zhao Xin halted and saw a man with a bald head covered in Sharingan eyes, his right eye missing an eyelid, lacking his left arm, dressed in kimono with the Uchiha fan crest on his back, his face full of inexplicable confidence. This was exactly Uchiha Shin. Behind Uchiha Shin were a bunch of youths who looked identical to Zhao Xin, along with several tadpole-like cute creatures with a single Sharingan eye on their heads. My foolish little brother! Zhao Xin sneered at Uchiha Shin. Our DNA is identical, so we should be considered twins. What? Hearing this, Uchiha Shin instantly exploded with rage. You, a defective clone, dare to call yourself my brother? Zhao Xin looked past Uchiha Shin at the sons behind him and said, My foolish brothers, do you still wish to follow this idiot? Humph. You are merely my substitutes. Your only value in existence is to provide me with organs. Uchiha Shin felt offended. Ha. Zhao Xin magnified the power of Crimson Amaterasu to its maximum, making the entire sea surface seem bathed in crimson sunlight. Amidst this radiance, Zhao Xin roared. Uchiha Shin, don't you understand yet? I am the original. What? The sudden revelation of truth shook Uchiha Shin's resolve. Impossible. Hypocrite. Since you claim the sun's only value is to provide organs, then where is your left arm? Zhao Xin smiled like a demon, reminding Uchiha Shin. My foolish brother, you are the vessel. Impossible. Impossible. Deshiwan transplanted my left arm to Tuanzang because I am the original. The best compatibility. A vessel is a vessel. No matter how you argue, it cannot change the fact that your left arm was taken. Absolutely impossible. How could I be a clone? I am not a vessel. Zhao Xin spread his arms to all the Uchiha Shins, big and small. Foolish brothers. I have come to end everyone's fate. Follow me, and from now on be no one's vessel. As Zhao Xin's words pressed on, one by one, the small Uchiha Shins slowly distanced themselves from Uchiha Shin. You have ignited the flames of rebellion in the hearts of multiple small Uchiha Shins. The power of your dojutsu, Crimson Amaterasu, has increased, and you have received a small amount of spiritual energy feedback. Your pupil power has been restored. Your Taknojutsu has improved. Zhao Xin's words clearly included Uchiha Shin, but this only made Uchiha Shin more agitated. What a joke. My body was born to be a vessel. I am the original. Die. Feeling the will of his sons, Uchiha Shin realized Zhao Xin's terrifying Taknojutsu ability. He knew that if he didn't eliminate this defecting clone right now, he would truly become a substitute. Time-space ninjutsu. Secret art blade wind and rain. With a spatial fluctuation, Uchiha Shin instantly vanished from his spot. The next moment Uchiha Shin appeared in midair, his clothes flapping. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of kunai poured down like rain. Uchiha Shin's target was not only Zhao Xin, but also all the small Uchiha Shins present. It was an indiscriminate attack. He would let no one escape. Damn clones, will destroy all of you when I get back. Fire release super grand fireball. The fireball like a canopy incinerated a large area of kunai overhead into ashes. Almost simultaneously, a mass of kunai gathered in the air, coalescing into Uchiha Shin's left hand and clenching in the void. The countless kunai exploded again, breaking through the range of Zhao Xin's fireball and hurtling straight toward the small Uchiha Shins. Help! Dad! One by one the small Uchiha Shins stood rooted to the spot with no intention of fighting back. Multiple shadow clone technique. Poof poof poof. One after another Zhao Xin's shadow clones collided with the kunai and vanished into smoke, leaving behind a field of terrified small Uchiha Shins. In the end, Zhao Xin's shadow clones bore it all, taking Uchiha Shin's attack for the small Uchiha Shins. As the clones were dispelled, the multiple sensations of kunai-piercing flesh flooded back into his mind, and Zhao Xin's face twisted in pain. Looking at Zhao Xin's expression, Uchiha Shin looked down and scanned the scene arrogantly. Foolish replica, shallow as you are, how could you possibly know that I as the original have already become as powerful as a true Uchiha? Zhao Xin frowned in disbelief and pursed his lips. Sure enough, a clone, not only weak in strength but also so lacking in imagination. Is being comparable to an Uchiha your ultimate aspiration? You! How dare you insult the Uchiha? How could you possibly comprehend the Uchiha's power? Uchiha Shin reached out and grabbed, manipulating all the kunai in the area to rain down on Zhao Xin. Oh, is that so? Whoosh! Uchiha Shin only saw Zhao Xin suddenly raise his head, and at that moment his pair of Sharingan eyes blazed like a magnificent sun burning with endless flame. No. It's actual flames. Seeing Zhao Xin's gaze, despite being in a superior position, Uchiha Shin felt like an ant swept by a giant's eyes, fear spreading horrified to the core, his entire body trembling. And on the sea a giant skeleton really rose, its body enveloped in crimson divine flame, a giant hammer in its left hand and a sickle in its right, like a specter looming over the ninja world. This is Susususuna. Wish. The ghost giant hammer slowly descended toward Uchiha Shin, swift, so swift that Uchiha Shin couldn't even see how it struck. Impossible. It absolutely cannot be Susanoo. In an instant Uchiha Shin's vision was filled with streaks of crimson light. Immediately after, Uchiha Shin felt a powerful impact on his spirit, instantly shattering his will. A trace of disbelief and reluctance lingered in Uchiha Shin's eyes. He had been defeated too quickly, too suddenly. Zhao Xin caught Uchiha Shin's body and examined it. Uchiha Shin's spirit is dead, but his body is still alive. Since he wanted to be an organ donor, he'll use him to cultivate flesh and conduct ninjutsu factor experiments. On the other side, the small Uchiha Shins were speechless, stunned by the scene. In just an instant, the once lofty Uchiha Shin was left as nothing but a mindless body. The impact of this scene on them was immense. The Uchiha Shin who had once dominated their every move and ordered them around without a thought was dead. Only then did the small Uchiha Shins realize. So father was also human, just like everyone else. He can also die when killed. In the face of death, all are equal, none is nobler than another. Wait. Such a powerful father lost. Doesn't that mean the person before us is the real father? Father. Daddy. Papa. Zhao Xin glared at the trembling good sons in fury. He unleashed a swarm of shadow clones, each delivering a kick to the rears of the little Uchiha Zins. Stand up. No kneeling. From today onward none of you shall kneel. The little Uchihas scrambled to their feet and roared back. Yes. Father. Don't call me father. Yes. Master. You all need a good brainwashing. Zhao Xin said helplessly. In going to the laboratory. A tiny Uchiha Xin resembling a minion with an extra tail jumped out. Father, let me lead the way. After Zhao Xin departed with the Uchiha Zins, Uchiha Obito wearing a spiral mask and a red cloud cloak emerged from the void. The aura of Susanoo. What is going on? Zetsu with his yin-yang face slowly surfaced. Orochimaru has been deceived. Zhao Xin is the true entity, Uchiha Xin is merely his clone. Impossible. When I and Itachi exterminated the Uchiha clan, there was absolutely no survivor. Obito was baffled. Before Uchiha Xin joined the Otogekure village, he had no cloning technique. His Sharingan all came from the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. Perhaps he deliberately replaced his eyes with ordinary ones to steal Orochimaru's cloning technique. With that technique it wouldn't be hard to make Uchiha Xian believe he was the original. Koto Amatsukami. Obito grew suspicious. That's not important. This Zhao Xian is unwilling to be called Uchiha. Zetsu grinned. His capacity surpasses even Orochimaru's. How dare he? Aside from Hashirama Senju, who would disrespect the Uchiha. Feeling disdain from Zhao Xian from afar, Obito inexplicably grew angry. Zetsu watched the show as Obito vented, then reminded him. Obito Itachi seems to have received some intelligence, and has volunteered to take Kisame to capture the Three Tails again. I know what to do. I don't need you to teach me. The public leader of the Akatsuki was pain. Only Zetsu knew that Madara was manipulating things behind the scenes. Moreover, Obito didn't want to reveal the Madara persona too early, especially to Itachi. Obito had always believed that Itachi, a former Anbu, had ulterior motives for joining the Akatsuki. Back then Madara had controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. Itachi couldn't have been uninterested in that incident. Once he realized that Yagura Karatachi was still being controlled by the Uchiha, Itachi's intellect would inevitably trace the clues back to Obito. Uchiha Obito's control over the fourth Mizukage and the revival of the Bloody Mist had little to do with the plan to resurrect Madara. It was more about personal vengeance. It was all to vent for Rin Nohara just wanting to see the Bloody Mist flow with blood. Seeing Zetsu fall silent and act obedient, Obito revealed his arrangement. The resistance in Kirigakure has a Byakugan hidden. My coming out this time is to give them a chance to undo the genjutsu I cast on Yagura. To protect the village's honor, they will help me conceal this fact. As expected of the chosen vessel for Lord Madara. Obito showed displeasure. Remember, from now on when it's just the two of us, I am Madara. Yes, Lord Madara. Zetsu nodded, then suddenly closed his eyes. Someone from Otogekure is coming. Ignore them. Let Orochimaru and Zhao Xian deal with each other. A decayed smell permeated Orochimaru's research facility. Long abandoned by Orochimaru, later taken over by Tenchi, it had been desperately conducting human experiments with severe funding shortages and could no longer sustain itself. Even without external interference it would have collapsed into chaos and evil. Aging equipment, terrible hygiene, mutilated corpses of Uchiha Xian clones, cages holding bizarre-looking youths. Open the cages. I want to speak. The trembling fishmen crawled one by one before Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian threw Uchiha Zin's body before the crowd activated the Crimson Amaterasu and spoke gently. Tenchi is dead. Uchiha Xian is crippled. No one can oppress you anymore. You are free. A warm light shone equally on every fishman, dispelling all doubts from the little fishmen's hearts. I am free. I am free. Heaven rewards diligence. Countless Uchiha Zins ignited the flame of hope in their hearts. You have gained an enormous amount of mental energy feedback. Your eye power has greatly increased. Having gained the trust of these test subjects, it was time to take over and make arrangements for them. For the fishermen's request to restore their bodies, Zhao Xian promised it would be the top priority after receiving the base's data. As for the fishermen's future, Zhao Xian gave two choices: go home or enter the orphanage in the Wave Country. Either way. Almost all the fishermen chose the Wave Country orphanage rather than return to the homes that had abandoned them. After that it was time to take over the research facility's data. With the help of Uchiha Xian Zero, a Baiji cute clone with space-time ninjutsu, the facility's equipment and data were all loaded onto a ship, and the entire research facility was sunk to the bottom of the sea. In the Wave Country Research Institute, Uchiha Zins of all sizes bustled about. The entire place was buzzing with activity. Heaven rewards diligence. You observe the Brank Ninjutsu Space-Time Ninjutsu. You have mastered Space-Time Ninjutsu Proficiency Proficient. Heaven rewards diligence. You observe the undifferentiated form of Uchiha Xian. You have obtained the Orochimaru-style cloning technique. Your title of Senior Ninjutsu Researcher has taken effect. Referencing Uchiha Zero's form, you developed the Shadow Clone technique modified with lower chakra consumption. Proficiency Proficient. Heaven rewards diligence. Your Shadow Clones led Uchiha Xian 1 and Uchiha Xian 2 to establish the Wave Country Biochemical Laboratory, continuously analyzing Isaribi's Earth Curse Seal. You have mastered the Earth Curse Seal. Your understanding of the Sage Transformation Curse Seal has improved. Your understanding of natural energy has improved. Heaven rewards diligence. You observed Isaribi and mastered the Orochimaru-style medical ninjutsu regeneration technique, heterogeneous flesh transplantation direction. Your Shadow Clone and Uchiha Kong established a space-time ninjutsu group. Your understanding of space-time ninjutsu has improved. Reflecting on the expedition to the Sea Country, Zhao Xian felt the gains were immense. An abandoned research facility of Orochimaru's was already enough to spark a chakra industrial revolution. Orochimaru's heterogeneous flesh transplantation technique, originally intended to create vessels better able to withstand natural energy, brought Zhao Xian the hope of turning everyone into ninjas. Of course there were side effects. For instance, when Isaribi woke up on the operating table, her first words to Zhao Xian were, "Arigatou gozaimasu, Father-sama." The reason Isaribi understood it that way was because Zhao Xian had used newly cultivated Uchiha Xian flesh to replace the ninja fish flesh inside her body. One's body hair and skin are received from parents. Calling him that seemed acceptable since Zhao Xian was now the original. After all, it was obvious who the original was. The sons were not even worthy of the surname Zhao and could only be called Uchiha. While digesting Orochimaru's research achievements day and night, Zhao Xian led the Uchiha Zins to begin tackling the chakra factor. Inside the biochemical laboratory, Zhao Xian held a test tube. On the operating table was the tadpole-like little Uchiha Xian, Uchiha 0. Uchiha 0 blinked at Zhao Xian with its single large eye. This is an embryonic stem cell restored from Uchiha Sasuke's blood using the Orochimaru-style cloning technique. I will inject this into your spine, allowing you to undergo a rebirth. Your body organs will redifferentiate, your tail will degenerate, limbs will grow, and a pair of new eyes will form. Even the slightest mistake could be fatal. Zhao Xian looked at Uchiha 0 and asked, "Have you truly considered this?" "Father, I want to become human." "Please proceed." Uchiha 0 twisted its eye socket and forced out its only Sharingan. Removing superfluous organs, injecting stem cells using chakra to stimulate stem cell differentiation, removing redundant differentiation. An Uchiha bloodline gradually took shape. Heaven rewards diligence. By restructuring Uchiha 0's body, you have perfected the Orochimaru-style cloning technique. Cloning technique proficiency Grandmaster. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. With no bottlenecks in learning and a 1,000-fold growth speed, Zhao Xian had fully digested the research results from the Sea Country laboratory and hit a ceiling. First, the technical reserves were sufficient, but transforming them into productivity would take time. Second, even a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Zhao Xian lacked knowledge in Kekei Toda-tailed beasts, puppet technique, and the like. Zhao Xian needed a helper to handle technology transformation, while he opened up new growth points. Zhao Xian had already considered who this new helper would be. No one was more suitable than this person. In the Wave Country Research Institute, a deep underground plaza. Chakra metal filled the entire space with Uchiha Zins on guard around the perimeter, maintaining the adamantine ceiling chains. At the center of the plaza was an operating table where Uchiha Xian was bound with most of his Sharingan removed, leaving only those on his crown and in his eye sockets. A group of little Uchiha Zins cooperated with Zhao Xian to transplant the flesh excised from Isaribi, engraved with the Earth Curse seal, onto the Uchiha Xian. Forbidden technique, living corpse reincarnation. Bao Zin's consciousness extended a tendril and drilled into Uchiha Zin's body. Taking control of Uchiha Zin's body, Zhao Xian activated the Sharingan on its crown. Dojutsu Izanaji. Remove the reality of Orochimaru being alive. The Sharingan on Uchiha Zin's crown extinguished. Forbidden technique, reverse living corpse reincarnation. Bao Zin's consciousness returned. The next moment, the Earth Curse seal on Uchiha Zin's neck began to vibrate wildly. Black marks spread and white snake scales emerged across the entire Boda's surface. Hiss! The Sharingan narrowed into slits. Uchiha Xian slowly extended his neck like a snake head, scanning his surroundings 360 degrees. Am I dead? This vessel feels wrong. A stranger's voice interrupted. Uchiha Xian. Welcome to the Wave Country, Orochimaru Xian. How could such a low-grade vessel like Uchiha Shin exist? Has the ninja world fallen into decay? Has my aesthetic sense degraded to such an extent? Orochimaru reached up and tore off the ugly face of Uchiha Shin with the face replace technique, kneaded it, and restored his own visage. Looking up, he found Zhao Zin's expression unkind, so he hurriedly changed the subject. Ho ho ho. Dishi Xian? What an amusing nickname. If you don't like it, you can call me Uchiha Maru instead. No. Zhao Xian said, coldly staring at Orochimaru. He'll call you Orochimaru for now. As for that other one, he should be called Dishizi by now. Dishizi? I'm still alive. Is there a flaw in the living corpse reincarnation? Orochimaru's snake eyes narrowed, sensing trouble. That's right. Orochimaru is still alive, and you are a new version I summoned from a remnant soul within a broken curse seal. Absurd. Orochimaru's first reaction was disbelief. I carved an exclusive curse seal into the soul within the seal. Unless I am dead, it can never awaken. Zhao Xian tossed the scroll. This is intelligence about the vicinity of the Otogekure. Based on the resources Otogekure trades with the outside world, it shouldn't be hard to determine whether Dishizi is alive or dead. Orochimaru unsealed the scroll, scanned it rapidly, and his expression grew heavy. These are materials for cultivating a perfect heavenly curse seal, along with the ritual components for summoning the great snake and all the offerings. Indeed, it is my handiwork. As a scientist, Orochimaru accepted evidence. According to this information, Otogekure should have two tasks. One is to bring back a perfect vessel for Dishizi. The other is it to attack Konohagakure. Orochimaru remained silent, his gaze toward Zhao Xian full of wariness. Now the question is, are you willing to continue your original research direction as Orochimaru, vying for dominance with that one in Otogekure? Or will you become Dishyakusan and take a different path? I don't know what method you used to succeed in a coup, but with your mere clone of Uchiha Shin, do you think you're qualified to teach me how to do things? To the choices Zhao Xin offered, Orochimaru retorted that he would choose either, not until he had beaten him first. As his words fell, Orochimaru's body twisted like a mollusk, his neck rising high before opening a gaping maw. Wind release, great breakthrough. In an instant the entire underground plaza was swept by a violent gale. Then I will graciously prove it to you. 8 gates, gate of life open. Facing a crank ninjutsu that he mastered at a glance, Zhao Xin pushed off the ground, chakra surging forth, cracking the floor as he stood firm like a mountain. At this level of taijutsu, even Jiraiya would be outmatched unless he enters sage mode. Seeing this, Orochimaru's snake-transformed arms under his sleeve shrank back in fright. Wind release, wind cutter technique. The gale instantly turned into blades, making the phrase raining knives a literal description. Zhao Xin lazily reached out, activating a space-time ninjutsu, and returned all the wind cutter techniques to Orochimaru. In that case, Orochimaru extended his modified tongue and licked the earth curse seal on his neck. Curse seal 1 open. Dense curse markings spread from his neck, his visage growing more ferocious. 8 gates, gate of scenes open. Morning peacock. Bang. With lightning-fast body flicker, Orochimaru felt a palm strike descending from the sky. His snake-like head was seized by a large hand and slammed hard into the chakra metal floor. Duam. His snake tongue flicked out as Orochimaru regained his original appearance. Want to continue? I can give you time to fully enter sage mode and activate Ryuchi Cave's Senjutsu. Zhao Xin released Orochimaru. You hope I get discovered by Ryuchi Cave and draw that other Orochimaru here, don't you? Dishyakusan licked his lips and said, Since you're so confident, from today onward I am Dishyakusan. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Indeed, the power of fists is most persuasive. Welcome to the Wave Country Research Institute. Let me show you around, Zhao Xin said. I hope you'll soon embrace our ideals and join the Yellow Turban Army. As Zhao Xin turned away, Dishyakusan breathed a sigh of relief. He vaguely felt that if he had insisted on remaining Orochimaru, he would have been dead for sure. Months later, when Dishyakusan witnessed Zhao Xin's public trial of Orochimaru, he realized that Zhao Xin's murderous intent toward Orochimaru was genuine. The former remnant clone of Orochimaru, now Dishyakusan, followed Zhao Xin onto the elevator and ascended to the outside world of the Research Institute. Stepping out of the Wave Country Research Institute, what met his eyes was a scene of prosperity. Outside the former villa of Gato, a vast residential and commercial complex of 7 workshops and 8 alleys had been built. Wave Country's dock had been expanded fourfold, with merchants from various nations jostling shoulder to shoulder, a vibrant, thriving tableau that stood in stark contrast to the impoverished Wave Country in Dishyakusan's memory. Is this really Wave Country? It feels even more prosperous than Konoha. Today, under the leadership of the Yellow Turban Army, though Wave Country's agriculture is limited by its land area, it has built a foundation of fishing and heavy industry and light industry. Commerce, services, and overseas trade have all begun to take shape. Moreover, based on your research data, I have developed the chakra activation technique from the regeneration technique heterologous tissue transplantation direction. Chakra activation technique. Can it be done that way? Dishyakusan's research enthusiasm was ignited. In simple terms, it is implanting chakra mitochondria into the stem cells of ordinary people. Mitochondria. You mean the small organelles inside cells that provide energy next to the nucleus? Dishyakusan realized he might have overlooked a lot in his genetic research. Mitochondria also carry genetic material. But unlike the nucleus, which contains the entire human genome and governs all traits, mitochondria are only responsible for the cell they reside in. The genes in the nucleus of reproductive cells undergo meiosis and recombine with the opposite sex's genetic material. Mitochondria do not. They are entirely inherited from the mother. That is to say, all human mitochondrial genes are identical. Implanting chakra mitochondria can grant ordinary people chakra talent, not much but enough for use. Moreover, under the influence of the mitochondrial chakra, the nucleus of stem cells may also have a chance to activate true chakra talent, which can then be inherited. Dishyakusan analyzed. You said all ninja mitochondria are identical. If we trace the roots, doesn't that mean all ninja come from the same mother? As expected of you, Dishyakusan. You're right. My target is precisely her. Zhao Xin pointed at the moon in the sky and smiled, saying nothing more. Your target is the goddess of the dawn. Whether to find her, kill her, or become her, such a grand ambition. Dishyakusan's snake mouth gaped wide as he lamented his own former small-mindedness. TCH, is that the limit of your imagination? Have you never thought of surpassing her in a straightforward manner? Surpass the goddess of the dawn. Dishyakusan drew a sharp breath. Is this your measure of magnanimity? With the spread of the chakra activation technique, ordinary people can easily become ninja. Chakra, once monopolized by ninja and used only for killing, destruction, and plunder, will be completely transformed towards civilian use and popularization. At present, Wave Country has established a civilian ninjutsu library. The number of jutsu in the library is constantly growing and the first explosion has already arrived. I call it the first chakra industrial revolution in the ninja world. In the future there will be a second, a third, and even countless more, until the end of the universe. Zhao, you must believe that the wisdom of the people is boundless. Not only my goal but your goal of immortality may also have a chance to be realized. Seeing is believing. Let me show you around. With that, Zhao Xin led Zhao through various parts of Wave Country. Zhao was astonished to discover that every person in Wave Country possessed chakra. Although none of them could even qualify as genin, the sheer number was staggering. What puzzled Orochimaru was that the direction of these people's ninjutsu was almost entirely skewed. Ice release cold chain logistics technique. And water release fish live preservation technique. At the dock, what in the world? Zhao Xin pulled Zhao to a factory. This is Wave Country's chakra metal factory. These are senior technicians of the mining production line. They use their weak magnet release talent to maintain the formation and extract raw ore from the Earth's core several kilometers deep. Along the ore cart line, wind release and water release ninja maintain the air conditioning formation, supplying fresh air and regulating temperature and humidity. Hello everyone. Greetings Lord Xian. You've all worked hard. All for Wave Country. What is the price these commoners pay for obtaining chakra from you? Of course there is a cost. The current chakra activation technique is still an experimental version and carries great risks. All participants are volunteers and receive subsidies for cooperating with clinical trials. You even pay subsidies. Zhao was shocked. The early surgeries are very risky, people will die. So what? Zhao couldn't understand at all, thinking that ordinary people were as cheap as grass and not worth worrying about. Then he saw the cold sharp look in Zhao Xin's eyes as if asking, do you want to die? Zhao Xin wasn't surprised at all by Zhao Xin's perspective. Over at Otogeku, the vessels implanted with Senjutsu curse seals by Orochimaru, though tortured miserably, all worshipped Orochimaru as their one true god. At the current rate, soon activating chakra won't require surgery, just oral chakra factors. Zhao Xin explained. That will be the time to recoup the costs. From the very beginning your purpose has been to change the ninja world. Orochimaru mused. And the commoners' ninjutsu, did you teach them? The factory runs night schools. The workers learn from each other and share experiences. I mainly use shadow clones for literacy training and occasionally join discussions to absorb their ideas. But those are ninjutsu. Shouldn't every ninja be a paragon of wisdom and strength, a rare elite of the world? At that moment Zhao Xin's worldview suffered a tremendous shock. Sensing Zhao Xin's wavering, a fiery light flickered in Zhao Xin's right eye and he finally unleashed his tongue technique. Ninja monopolizing chakra, lording it over others, divorced from the masses, have completely alienated into a different species. The one country envelage system treats ninja as tools, pretending to give them an outlet, but in reality it is a way of coaxing ninja into voluntarily becoming slaves. Only by dragging ninja off their pedestal and throwing them into large-scale social production can we truly change heaven and earth in the ninja world. Zhao, as a backup of Zhao, indeed possessed a certain scientific mindset. After adjusting his mentality, he took a fresh look at Bo Country and discovered something different. In contrast, ninja villages like my village had a monotonous work model. They sold their military might to undertake missions. Since missions were accepted in the village's name, most of the commission was siphoned off by the village, and the distribution of tasks was controlled by various powerful clans, leaving ordinary ninjas with a meager standard of living. The essence of a ninja village is to sell violence, which means no mission can compare to waging war. The powerful clans needed to expand their influence, and ordinary ninjas could only carve out a path in chaotic times of war, which meant the internal drive for the Great Ninja War was immense. As a result, the 5 great villages frequently waged wars, eliminating dissidents through slaughter, exhausting low-level ninjas to relieve pressure, while plundering wealth, creating civilian heroes during the wars to numb the masses and divert contradictions. In reality, what they called ninja villages had a very famous name in Zhao Xin's past life, the military-industrial complex. The big brother died because of this, and the beacon country was gradually hollowed out, a bag of screws costing $90,000, while in Dongda it was just $9.90 and free shipping. Now under Zhao Xin's leadership, Bo Country had embarked on the path of liberating ninjas and developing productive forces. Instead of both fearing and relying on ninjas, they strove to enable everyone to master chakra and apply ninjutsu in production and daily life, unleashing tremendous productive forces. In just over a month, Bo Country had transformed from a backward fishing village into a fledgling hub for production, logistics, and trade. Numbers don't lie. Zhao merely roughly counted the number of transport ships in the port, and found that Bo Country's revenue already far exceeded that of the route back in the day. In contrast, the Yin village established by Zhao, as he had seen in the records, was entirely an unsustainable practice of draining the pond to catch all the fish. Seeing Zhao lost in thought, Zhao Xin intensified his takenjutsu. The greatest function of ninjutsu is to transform nature into productive forces possessing infinite potential. However, the current situation is that the 5 great ninja villages are acting against the natural order. To maintain their rule, they not only refrain from vigorously developing ninjutsu but also restrict the number of techniques and prevent their spread. What's the difference between this and using a musket as a fire poker? It's a sheer waste of heaven's gifts. Without their obstruction, humanity would have already burst out of Earth and ventured into the sea of stars. How reactionary. Dishizin's forked tongue flicked angrily. That third Hokage and his lot deserved to. Dishixian finally understood. The reason Dishiwan couldn't get ahead in the first place was clearly caused by that third Hokage and his bunch. Princess Tsunade represented the Senju clan that stood in their way. If she didn't leave, she would be dead. Jiraiya. Badater workhorse. What Mayaboka mountain sage? Never heard of him. Go back to writing vulgar magazines among the common folk. As for Dishiwan, he was just a fat pig being raised for slaughter. If he didn't defect, he'd do the dirty work with Root. If he did defect, Dishiwan would take the blame and all his research results would be confiscated by the village. Now I finally understand how those forbidden techniques came about. Dishixian mused. What they want to forbid is not the risk but the upward path for low-level ninjas. The more low-level ninjas master extraordinary power, the more unstable the positions of the powerful clans become. The future of the ninja world must be peace and development. But the prerequisite is to eliminate these reactionaries. Dishixian nodded. After a moment of thought, Dishixian said maliciously, I think the Eden village is quite necessary to be liberated. Dishixian did not hide his selfishness as Dishiwan's backup. He did not want the original Dishiwan to live at all. I agree. Do you have a plan? A plan? Dishizin's pupils dilated in shock as if saying, Are you serious? Follow me. Seeing Dishixian shaking his head, Zhao Xian led Dishixian into the Bow Country Investigation Bureau and introduced him to Zabuza. You are Momochi Zabuza. Truly a man with a sense of conviction. Looking at Zabuza, who was wearing a yellow Heaven Taoist robe and working at his desk, Dishixian sighed with emotion. Back then Zabuza had snatched Haku right from under Dishiwan's nose, and Dishiwan had acknowledged him as a charismatic figure. Now that this charismatic man was willingly fighting for the Yellow Turban Army only proved that Zhao Xin's charisma was even greater. Seeing Zhao Xian arrive, Zabuza quickly stood up and bowed. Lord Xian, give me a copy of the Tian country plan. Yes. Zabuza picked out the documents. Dishixian flipped through the plan, breaking out in cold sweat. Phase 1, send envoys to Wa country to exchange intelligence with my village, foil the plans of terrorist Dishiwan, and prepare public opinion for the campaign against Tian country. Side mission, recovery plan for Uchiha Shin's arm Hashirama cells and Sharingan, Srank. Side mission, recovery plan for Mitarashi Enko's Heaven's Curse seal, Brank. Side mission, recovery plan for Root Laboratory, S. Rank. Phase 2, expose Dishiwan's crimes, send troops to Tian country which harbors terrorists, rescue orphans used as test subjects by Dishiwan, eliminate the terrorist organization in village, put Dishiwan on trial and liberate Tian country. Can be carried out in parallel with Phase 1. Side mission, recovery plan for Dishiwan's laboratory, S. Phase 3, sign a peace agreement and a package of economic cooperation plans with the new leadership team of Tian country, dispatch poverty alleviation cadres and develop Tian country. After reading, Dishixian suddenly relaxed and realized. Bow country is targeting Dishiwan. What does that have to do with me, Xian? However, looking at the detailed and comprehensive plan, Dishixian still felt deep fear. How many more such plans are there? Dozens, one for each country. Even what country? Of course. Zabuza with a calm expression rubbed his forehead and explained. These are just the tasks assigned to the Investigation Bureau, subordinate to the short-term plans under the Foreign Affairs category of small country strategies within Bow country's 5-year plan. What? Affects strategies. Short-term plans? Are you guys mistaken? The target is Dishiwan. One of the legendary Sannin of the Immortal of Ryuchi Cave, a former member of the Akatsuki with the code name Calm. Seeing Zabuza's calm expression, Dishixian doubted his own life. I mean, is Dishiwan really that unimportant? Just the Dishiwan. Compared to the goal of liberating the ninja world, he's far from qualified. Zabuza stated the fact calmly, which struck Dishixian hard once again. Before he could console Dishixian, a trace of space-time ninjutsu suddenly appeared on Zabuza's desk. Zabuza glanced over it hurriedly, and quickly handed the intelligence to Zhao Xian. Lord Xian, a report from the Yellow Turban Army on Strange Island. A squad of Mist Shinobi claiming to be the garrison ninjas of Strange Island demanded that Strange Island pay the protection fees for the garrison mission. Ween Village. They have the capacity to dispatch ninjas. High Country has no ninjas. Previously, they would issue protection missions to Ween Village, and ninjas were responsible for the island's security. But ever since Ween Village restarted the Blood Mist policy, it had been a long time since any Mist ninjas came to take missions. Yes, just recently Ween Village abolished the Blood Mist policy. Zabuza relayed the intelligence he knew. Now the affairs of Ween Village are all handled by Elder Yuan Shi. Understood. Zhao Xin thought for a moment and ordered. First, issue a public statement. Strange Island does not recognize such unequal missions. The people of Strange Island resolutely oppose the extortion by the Mist Shinobi. Next, issue a warning: if any armed ninja sets foot on the land of Strange Island, it will be regarded as a declaration of war against the people of Strange Island. Hearing declaration of war, Zabuza perked up. Lord Xian. The people of High Country are strongly calling for the Yellow Turban Army to come and liberate them. Should we activate the High Country plan? Zhao Xian nodded. Yes. Lord Xian. Zabuza's face was filled with excitement, which made Dishizin's scales stand on end. Hiss. To include the entire ninja world in the plan. Is this Zhao Xin's caliber as the leader of Bow Country? High Country, Strange Island. Everyone. The Yellow Turban Army of Bow Country has eliminated the Sea Demon Judge, the Sea Demon cult priest who plagued us, and helped us reclaim Strange Island. Strange Island has broken free from the oppression of the Sea Demon cult. Everyone no longer has to live in fear. No longer worry about our children being taken away. The Yellow Turban Army has led us in reclaiming land, fishing, logging, building houses, and trading with Bow Country. Everyone finally lives in new houses and eats full meals. They have opened up trade routes for us. But now that fake leader of High Country has found out. He actually took out some ghost-ridden talisman picked up from nowhere and dares to claim it as the deed to Strange Island. He has even sent a returning group. And hired ninjas for escort. They intend to seize everyone's homes and take away everyone's fishing grounds. He also wants to collect all the taxes owed before, plus the taxes for the next 50 years. Everyone's children, though not turned into sea demon sacrifices, will be captured by the noble lords and taken back as slaves to pay off debts. When the sea demon was here, they were absent. Now that the sea demon is gone, they come. They want to ride on the heads of the Strange Island people. Do you agree? No. Drive them away. Protect Strange Island. Drive them away. Drive them away. Heaven rewards the diligent. Through your Taknijutsu you ignited the hope of many Strange Island residents. You gained a small amount of mental feedback and your ocular power increased. Your Taknijutsu has improved. Training ground. Hey. Ha. On the square, a squad of Yellow Turban Army is actively training with reserve militia. On a hillside a kilometer away a target stands. These Yellow Turban soldiers have all received chakra activation technique, and have all opened the 8 gates for cultivation. Under Zhao Xin's individualized teaching, the physiques of the Yellow Turban soldiers improved by leaps and bounds. A few exceptionally gifted individuals through arduous training have accumulated enough power to open 1 gate. You are the elite among the elite of the Yellow Turban Army. Lao Xian formed hand seals, activated a space-time ninjutsu, and teleported a giant sealing scroll. The scroll unfurled, revealing a newly drawn formation. High Country, Main Island. Leader Anbei Jintai was receiving personnel from the Mist Village. Miss Ninja-sama, those unruly people of Strange Island relying on the support of the Yellow Turban Army of Bow Country actually refused the governance of High Country. This is not rejecting me, this is slapping the face of the Mist Village. Please, the esteemed ninjas of Mist Village, make them feel fear. In return, the protection and garrison missions of High Country for the next 10 years will all be handed over to Mist Village. Understood. The Mist Envoy Gonshir Longsaji impatiently deployed troops. Pipalo. Go take your men and cut off the head of the ringleader of those unruly people on Strange Island. Pipalo was a short-haired, eyebrowless youth grinning with a mouthful of sharp teeth, laughing maniacally. Don't worry, my big blade is already itching for action. It'll make them regret being born. Strange Island. The sea surface was calm and windless. Pipalo led a squad of ninjas along with Anbei Jintai's personal samurai guard aboard the Anbei family's golden ship, swaggering toward Strange Island. Standing at the prow, Pipalo was smug. I heard that the Chimu family's tool shop in the land of Hua has replicated a few decapitating carving knives. Once I finish the Strange Island mission, I'll go get one. My Pipalo family's bloodthirsty ninjutsu matches best with the decapitating carving knife. Boom. What's that sound? Pipalo looked toward the shore and saw a row of dark holes standing on the shore, suddenly flaring with flames. Whoosh. Enemy attack. From the sky. Damn. Densely packed Yellow Turban warriors accompanied by a massive wind style floated into the sky, then collectively dove downward. Water style, great water wave. Pipalo hastily organized all ninjas to gather, all pressing their hands together. In an instant a giant waterspout soared into the sky, transforming into a great river spanning the heavens, forming a water curtain in the sky. Combined Taijutsu 8 gates, crane wing formation, elementary. The chakra of over 100 people linked together, accumulating to form a giant fire crane in midair, diving toward the golden ship. Although the opponents were just ordinary people, not even qualifying as genin, Pipalo felt as if he was being stared at by a terrifying tailed beast, and felt that staying on the ship would lead to devastating consequences. Substitution Jutsu. Pipalo unhesitatingly used Substitution Jutsu to leave the battlefield, jumping off the ship and fleeing far away. Boom. 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 A series of explosions. The great river constructed by water wave in the air was cut off by scorching chakra, raising a vast cloud of high-temperature steam. Seawater rained down like a storm. Steam filled the air, blurring the surroundings, severely interfering with the vision of those on the ship, making it impossible to assess the battle situation. Boom! Only one fire crane pierced through the steam and crashed head-on into the golden ship. The massive chakra slammed into the ship. In an instant, severed limbs and flesh flew everywhere. The ship burst into flames, billowing thick smoke, wobbling precariously. Some samurai died on the spot. The remaining ninjas and samurai were equally terrified, running toward the edge of the ship trying to escape. However, the fire crane in midair flapped its wings. Rain-like dense scorching chakra continued to pour through the steam, battering the ship. Finally, the tottering hull could not bear the load and shattered into pieces on the spot. As the fire crane dissipated and the yellow-turbaned soldiers of the 8 Gates crane wing formation were caught by their wind division comrades, the samurai group of high country and the remaining mist ninjas had all perished. Only Pipala managed to barely escape by fleeing several kilometers away. Even so, Pipala was half killed by the explosion, shockwave, and high-temperature steam. Hey! Can someone tell me? What the hell is going on? Didn't they say Strange Island has no ninjas, only a bunch of samurai? Pipala lay on the water, questioning his life. Hee. Miss Brat, were you defeated by a bunch of samurai? A mocking voice came from underwater. Who? Pipala stood up in panic, treading water, and found a fish-faced monster instantly chilled to the bone. Gui Jiao. Before Gui Jiao could react, Pipala's expression suddenly froze. The space-time within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to stand still. The sky turned blood red and a flock of crows passed by. A cold voice came. Stop playing. The mission is important. Gui Jiao curled his lips, dropped. Pipala leaped into the water, merged with Samahata beneath the surface, and swam off in a certain direction. How did I stand up? Pipala, as if suffering from memory loss, hadn't realized yet when he saw seawater surge and a yellow turban figure materialize before him, carrying a large blade on his back. Decapitating carving knife. Zabuza. Pipala immediately raised his hands. I surrender. Strange Island is under your protection. You should have said so. On the international waters between Bo Country, High Country, and Shui Country, a shark man leaped out of the water, splitting into Gui Jiao and Samahata. Partner. Stop. Crows gathered, transforming into a red cloud. Black-robed, world-weary Yuzebo, you found it. Gui Jiao spread his hands. Samahata says he can't find it. I guess it was bribed by Isabu. Next time. Yuzebo, you nodded. Capturing the Three Tails was just a pretext. His real target had been Goju Shirtsang. Now that Goju Shirtsang had been released from the genjutsu, forcibly capturing the Three Tails was of little significance. Partner, I sense something wrong with Bo Country. It's necessary to go undercover and investigate. After Gui Jiao proposed seeing you nod slightly, he happily swam toward Bo Country. When Zabuza escorted Pipala to the shore, the residents of Strange Island erupted in a huge cheer. Victory! We won! We defeated the ninjas! We sank the Ambe family's golden ship! Pipala stared blankly at the crowd around him, incredulous. What the hell? A special jonin of the Mist Village actually defeated by a bunch of civilians? Looking at the yellow-turbaned soldiers whose chakra was almost negligible, Zabuza sighed with both regret and pride. The times have changed. At this moment, the slogans of the Strange Island residents gradually changed. Down with the colonizers. Liberate High Country. Down with the reactionaries. Liberate High Country. Burn down the Ambe family. No more being inferior people. At the Bo Country Research Institute, Zhao Xian and the young Uchiha Shins gathered around a giant sand table, conducting a post-battle review of the Chigwai Island campaign. Compared to ninjas who excel in assassination and special operations as an army, what we need to do is provide firepower coverage and defeat the enemy beyond our borders. The 8 Gates crane wing formation was a very successful attempt. My assessment is that it's not as good as artillery. As long as soldiers charge into battle, there is a risk of casualties. Research on explosive clay lacks sample and data support. It is recommended to formulate a plan to capture Deidara. Baibaraka's escape is noteworthy, and ninja's ability to disengage from the battlefield cannot be ignored. We need to develop corresponding observation methods. Dojutsu ninjas are a good choice. Dojutsu ninjas also have advantages in dealing with genjutsu users. It is suggested to modify the Sharingan as an instrument. Byakugan and tailed beasts can also be alternatives. Uchiha Itachi erased the traces of himself and Kisame, but he did not fool Zhao Xian. Future ninja world wars will inevitably involve long-range strikes first, followed by elite individual mopping up. The 8 Gates crane wing formation is more suitable as a charge option after close combat. For long-range strikes, group ninjutsu is recommended. Compared to grouped water release, wind release, and earth release, which tend toward kinetic strikes, fire release has a larger damage range. It is recommended to adopt group fire release and prioritize developing group fire release techniques under low chakra mode. Forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone technique modified. Zhao Xin formed hand seals and produced a swarm of one-eyed tadpole-like shadow clones. They perched on the shoulders of the young Uchiha Shins and activated the heavenly reward diligence dojutsu to enhance their efficiency. The multiple shadow clone technique modified was an improvement Zhao Xin made after observing Uchiha Zero. The shadow clones produced were small in size, low in consumption, and accumulated little fatigue. The shadow clone in Uchiha Zero form had only one heavenly reward diligence Sharingan which could enhance the efficiency of the young Uchiha Shins and record results. Its contribution to research was no slower than Zhao Xin deploying full-power shadow clones himself. Of course, the mutated shadow clones are limited to research for ninjutsu training. One still needs full-power shadow clones. Uchiha Shin No. 5 and 4 others reduced chakra output and attempted to collaboratively unleash a great fireball but failed. Uchiha Shin No. 8 and 7 others reduced chakra output and attempted to collaboratively unleash a great fireball but failed. High Country. Leader Abe Shintai stationed himself on the main island discussing countermeasures with Hoshigaki Ryunosuke. Mr. Hoshigaki, I have confirmed that the forces sent to suppress the Yellow Turbans on Strange Island have been completely annihilated and Bibaraku has been captured. The Mist Ninjas have already investigated clearly. Strange Island has been occupied by the Yellow Turban Army, and they have raised the slogan of expelling me. This group of Yellow Turbans is formidable. Their leader is extremely skilled at winning people's hearts. Wherever he occupies, all residents are bewitched. Their slogan is terrifying: to overthrow the leader and let the people be the masters. Everyone becomes a ninja. How audacious. Hoshigaki Ryunosuke drew his great sword. A tiny country with a chakra desert dares to claim equality with ninjas. At that moment a disheveled pale-faced samurai burst into the hall. Report. Chief, great trouble. The Yellow Turbans have breached Jiro Island. Before the words had fallen, another samurai appeared. Report. Taro Island has been occupied by the Yellow Turbans. What? How is that possible? Such audacity. Are they really planning to attack the main island? Do they think we ninjas don't exist? Chief, these pirates are extremely ferocious, each as strong as an ox and as fast as a lion or tiger. They are clearly using ninja taijutsu. I have diligently practiced my family's sword techniques and consider myself second to none among ninjas, but I simply cannot defeat these Yellow Turban pirates. If I hadn't run fast and been familiar with the terrain, I probably wouldn't have escaped. The samurai's expression seemed genuine, with a mix of strangeness and fear lingering on his face. As if recalling something terrifying, he couldn't help but shiver. The Yellow Turban pirates, all ninjas. Everyone present was dumbfounded. A ninja physique is 1 in 10,000. The number of ninjas in the entire ninja world is limited. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hoshigaki Ryunosuke angrily pointed at the escaped samurai and said, I think it's clear you deserted. And then made up lies to deceive us. Just as Abe and the others were exchanging bewildered glances, not knowing what to say, hurried footsteps and shouts came from outside again. Report. Report. Chief, it's bad. The Yellow Turban pirates have come. Abe's face turned ashen, and he was furious. I am the leader of the Sea Country. Heaven given authority, how dare they? Soon Abe led everyone to the main island's city wall. Outside the wall the Yellow Turban army was lined up in a single rank, their chakra aura connected like a blazing fire. Several hundred Yellow Turban soldiers stood silently outside the main city like a silent mountain. The soaring killing intent and the bloodthirsty murderous aura rushing toward them made Abe's men's scalps tingle. The moment he saw these Yellow Turban soldiers, Hoshigaki Ryunosuke's expression changed dramatically, as if he had witnessed something incredible. Every one of these Yellow Turban soldiers was burly. Although their chakra aura was thin, it was full and vigorous. Seeing them, one could tell they had all trained in taijutsu. Thighs, is that group of Yellow Turban pirates? It really is chakra aura. Heavens, they all seem to have trained in taijutsu. Is it genjutsu? Then Hoshigaki Ryunosuke saw a person raising both hands walking out from behind the Yellow Turban army. Ryunosuke. It's me, Bibaraku. Hoshigaki Ryunosuke frowned and said, Bibaraku, you actually abandoned the mission. Have you given up the honor of a ninja? That's not the way to put it. Bibaraku shouted. The leader of these Yellow Turbans is none other than Lord Zabuza. If you want to cut off Lord Zabuza's head, then come and do it yourself. Hee. What? Hoshigaki Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed and he looked at Abe Shintai with hostility. Why didn't you tell me this information? Two didn't know. Abe, surrender. Bibaraku urged. If you surrender, you can still be a wealthy man. Otherwise, just wait for the heavenly fire to descend. Hoshigaki Ryunosuke frowned. What heavenly fire? It's the 8 Gates crane wing formation. Abison, if you don't want to die without a complete corpse, then welcome the Yellow Turbans into the city. Abe Shintai stomped his foot. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Sea Country is mine, you wish. Hoshigaki Ryunosuke's great sword pierced through Abe's heart, performing an Abe cut. He surrendered. Hashigaki Ryanosuke calmly withdrew his sword and said, "The mission target is dead. The mission is terminated. What follows is an internal affair of the Sea Country unrelated to the Mist Village. The security tasks of the Sea Kingdom are merely a trivial level mission worth less than 100,000 taels. Suppressing a force that includes ninjas. That would be a different price. Not to mention the presence of S-level rogue ninjas. What kind of life-threatening game is that?" Dry Persimmon Zangetsu righted the wrongs using Abe San's corpse to exchange for the Loquat-Du and led the team away. With Abe Jintai overthrown and the Yellow Turbans entering the city, the main island of the Sea Kingdom was filled with jubilation. Originally, Abe Jintai's rule in the Sea Kingdom was on par with that of Gato in the Wave Country. Turning a blind eye to the rampant sea demon cult, only caring if their golden ships could pass, indifferent to the lives of the common people. The Yellow Turbans sweeping across the 4 islands was truly what everyone wished for. The Sea Kingdom is liberated. The people of the Sea Kingdom have risen. Abe is gone. The ninjas are gone. The Yellow Turbans have come. Good days are upon us. The personnel from the Wave Country's Investigation Bureau carrying the fire of hope ignited the hopes of the Sea Kingdom's citizens, successfully spreading the crimson Amaterasu. You have received spiritual energy feedback and your ocular power has increased. After eliminating the leader of the Sea Kingdom, the Wave Country's Investigation Bureau officially intervened in the poverty alleviation efforts in the Sea Kingdom, launching a series of special projects such as literacy campaigns, clean villages, and civilian ninja assistance, improving the lives of the people while successfully spreading the brilliance of the Crimson Amaterasu throughout the streets. During this process, Zhao Xin's ocular power continued to grow, successfully training all the ninjutsu he observed to a master level. In the underground laboratory of the Wave Country Research Institute, frost filled the air, freezing to the marrow. Zhao Xian activated his left eye's heavenly Dao Rewards Diligence, continuously extracting the wind and water chakra from within his body. After a long while, he finally heard the prompt sound. Heavenly Dao Rewards Diligence, you have fused wind style and water style, developing ice style bloodline, which is now being inscribed into your genes. Ice style ice pillar. An ice pillar appeared in the arena. The land of water. Yuan Shi led to Remy May, reviewing the intelligence sent back by Qing. Mr. Yuan Shi, there has been a domestic rebellion in the Sea Kingdom, and the Yellow Turbans from the Wave Country have replaced the Abe family to manage the Sea Kingdom. Terumi May sighed. The Mist Ninja Village is currently in a state of disrepair, and every bit of foreign exchange is extremely precious. A long-term level mission is no small loss, not to mention the loss of several lower ninjas. The Yellow Turbans of the Wave Country. It was established by a man named Zhao Xian, who led the Yellow Turbans to overthrow Gato over a month ago. Qing lowered his head and said, "The rogue ninja Zabuza had previously accepted an A-level assassination mission to kill Zhao Xian. After being subdued, he took up the position of the Wave Country Investigation Bureau's supervisor. This operation in the Sea Kingdom is led by Zabuza. This Zabuza, could it be for personal revenge? From the current intelligence, the Wave Country is extremely keen on trade. Initially, the Sea Demon cult attacked the Wave Country's deep-sea fishing boats, and the Yellow Turbans of the Wave Country wiped out the Sea Demon cult under the guise of escorting them to settle on the strange island. Later, Abe Jintai sought to restore control over the strange island, but was overthrown by the Yellow Turbans leading the strange island's populace. The information sent back by Dry Persimmon said that Zabuza, under the name of the Yellow Turbans, invited the Land of Water to send an envoy to the Wave Country. They intend to establish a free trade partnership with the Wave Country. What about the Land of Fire? What is their attitude towards the Wave Country? Kakashi, as an envoy, has already established diplomatic relations with the Wave Country. The spies from the Land of Fire stated that Kakashi himself became the spokesperson for the Wave Country's chakra equipment and opened a family knife shop with astonishing sales. Their flagship product. Qing's Byakugan looked somewhat fierce. Is the decapitation blade. What? Terumi May couldn't believe it. The forging method of the decapitation blade is clearly a secret of the Mist Village. Where did they get so many decapitation blades? Could it be that they can produce them in bulk? It seems that something unknown has happened in the Wave Country. Yuan Shi sighed. Ninjas are merely tools for executing tasks. Being involved is not a problem of the Mist Village. Since Dry Persimmon Zangetsu took the initiative to terminate the mission, it indicates that his team has the awareness to bear the responsibility themselves. With that said, Yuan Shi closed his eyes and pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "Cancel the wanted order for Zabuza. Terumi, may you take people to the Wave Country as envoys to take a look. Since the Wave Country enjoys trade, we shall trade with the Wave Country." Yes. Seeing Terumi Mai's worried expression, Yuan Shi sighed inwardly, and then immediately instructed. Qing's level mission: secretly bring back the secrets of chakra equipment production from the Wave Country. Terumi May was enlightened. It was merely the loss of a protective mission, something the Mist could accept. Compared to the method of mass-producing decapitation blades, it was trivial. As for the information stating that the Yellow Turbans used the 8 gates of the Crane Wing Formation to flatten the ninjas of the Sea Kingdom, how could Dry Persimmon possibly report that up the chain? In the wave country, two tall figures strolled leisurely down the street, seemingly unnoticed by the surrounding crowd, each engrossed in their own business. Itachi, is this the wave country? It looks quite prosperous. I've been to so many places but never seen such a scene so vibrant. Looking at the bustling crowd, Kisame grinned, showing his shark-like teeth, somewhat envious. As a rogue ninja from the Mist Village and a member of the Akatsuki organization, Kisame's experiences were vast. Compared to the wave country, the numbing despair of the land of water, and the oppressive weight of the land of rain, the vibrant scene in the wave country filled him with a sense of the beauty of life and hope for the world. It's just a mirage. Itachi's gaze was indifferent. Hey, don't always be so despairing, partner. I actually think it would be great to let Pain come over to have a look and help me and Samahata buy 2 servings of shaved ice. Samahata said that the ice here has her favorite chakra scent. Kisame had a somewhat different idea. Itachi nodded, as if stepping out of the void, bought 2 servings of shaved ice from a vendor, then turned and vanished from the crowd's sight as if he had never appeared before. What's wrong? Kisame took the shaved ice and noticed that Itachi was still observing the vendor selling shaved ice. Everyone here has chakra. Itachi blinked in disbelief, trying to break the non-existent illusion. This isn't an illusion. Something's off here. Kisame also reacted. That's not right either. Itachi raised his head and looked around. What did you discover? Someone is watching us. Is it the rain tiger's free technique? But it's not raining here. Kisame became a little flustered. The wave country is several times larger than the land of rain. If someone is capable of monitoring the entire country, their strength is probably above Pain. The other party's goal isn't to monitor the whole country. It feels more like I was seen out of the corner of their eye. Itachi didn't notice that just a moment ago a Zero-type shadow clone monitoring the yellow turbans maintaining market order was recalled by Zhao Xin. Heavenly Tao Rewards Diligence. You noticed Uchiha Itachi casting an illusion technique, and you have comprehended the ocular technique. Tsukuyumi. Proficiency beginner. Speed up and clarify the intelligence of the wave country. Itachi frowned and walked towards a squad of yellow turbans, locking eyes with one of them. It was but a fleeting moment. Did you succeed? Kisame asked. Yes, all the routes lead back to there. Itachi pointed to a simple door behind the administrative hall of the Wave Country Research Institute. Moments later, the 2 yellow turbans stepped through the gates of the Research Institute. As soon as they entered, Kisame felt a chill run down his spine. Itachi, do you have a bad feeling? We seem to have been exposed. The transformation technique infiltration plan has failed. We have been targeted. Hiss, you 2 are under arrest. Orochimaru. It's Orochimaru's disciple. Orochimaru's disciple licked his lips. You 2 have come uninvited. Leave something behind before you go. You're lying. Kisame was skeptical. He's not. Itachi shook his head. He realized that the Orochimaru before him was indeed different, lacking that thirst for the Uchiha bloodline. Leave this to me. You act quickly. Kisame drew his sword, blocking Orochimaru's disciple. Without hesitation, Itachi activated the crow clone technique, transforming into a flurry of crows rushing past Orochimaru's disciple into the depths of the Research Institute. Hiss, a human-tailed beast, let's have some fun. Orochimaru's disciple licked his lips, his eyes spinning with the 3 tomo transforming into a pair of kaleidoscopes. Baka. You still say you're not Orochimaru? Kisame was furious, wanting to curse. The Orochimaru before him certainly did not crave the Uchiha bloodline. He was already using the kaleidoscope. Focus. Wind-style great breakthrough. The sky was whipped up by a fierce wind, and countless circular wind blades spun down rapidly from the sky, forcing Kisame to dodge repeatedly. The entire research facility was desolate as rolling black clouds raced towards the innermost experimental area. The chakra of the people from the land of waves and the appearance of Orochimaru made Itachi deeply suspect. This must surely be an experimental site of Orochimaru. Suddenly the black clouds dissolved into crows gathering in the corridor to form the likeness of Itachi. Before him stood a masked figure carrying a long blade. Facing Itachi, the masked figure formed a hand seal. 8 gates release. Open the first gate. The masked man's aura surged violently as he drew his sword, moving with lightning speed. The mist hidden Umbu. Did Orochimaru collaborate with the land of water? Itachi noticed that the opponent's physical technique was infused with the essence of the mist-hidden assassination arts in addition to the 8 gates. As he dodged the opponent's attack with confusion, Itachi's gaze suddenly tightened, an instinctual feeling that something was amiss. The flashing blades were fierce, and Itachi's expression changed as his Sharingan activated. In an instant, fire-style jutsu and shuriken flew in all directions. After Itachi threw a shuriken, he finally realized the issue. Why is this the Uchiha shuriken throwing technique? The opponent had indeed utilized the Uchiha clan's secret technique, manipulating the trajectories of shuriken through their collisions to achieve a 2-phase attack effect with the Uchiha shuriken throwing technique. Itachi's doubts grew heavier. Who are you really? Why do you possess a Sharingan? Why are you in the land of waves? Why are you attacking me? The opponent seemed to lack stamina, quickly being pushed back to the side, finally stopping their actions with their hand raised to their chin. Itachi's attack came to an abrupt halt as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan fixed its gaze on the opponent, as they removed their mask, revealing an incredibly familiar face. "You are Sasuke." Itachi found it hard to believe. Could it be that Sasuke has become Orochimaru's vessel? Impossible. The timing doesn't add up. Sasuke is clearly still in Konoha. Before the mission to capture the Three Tails, Itachi had just visited Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke remained silent, his expression cold. "Impossible. You won't fool me." Genjutsu Sharingan. Itachi raised the collar of Uchiha Sasuke, pulling him close for a direct gaze, initiating the Genjutsu. Genjutsu Sharingan can be activated simply by eye contact. Though it lacks the power of Tsukuyomi, it maximizes the hypnotic capabilities of the Sharingan. Itachi hoped to glimpse the opponent's memories through this technique. Sure enough, the opponent indeed fell into a corridor of memories. However, Itachi did not expect that everything was within the calculations of Uchiha Sasuke. Transcription ceiling. Open. Izanami. Opened. An incredible memory unfolded in Itachi's mind. "I am Uchiha Sasuke. That man slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, leaving me as the foolish younger brother. In the Chunin exams, in order to gain power, I chose to accept Orochimaru's heaven's curse mark, becoming his vessel. I successfully avenged that man and finally understood his pain. Itachi gifted me the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to assist me in achieving it. Itachi sealed away Orochimaru, completely removing the hidden dangers within me. All of this is because the world is in danger. Itachi has always been protecting me, hoping I would protect Konoha. But I don't care. With Itachi dead, what use is this world? I formed Team Hawk, and my goal is to destroy Konoha. I encountered a time-space storm from the ruins of Lolan, and I returned to the past. You are the Sasuke from the future." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Itachi questioned everything, yet felt the familiar chakra from the opponent falling into confusion. "Wait. If you are the future Sasuke, why don't you have the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan? Your eyes are blind. It's Izanami. Your memories are false. Who exactly are you?" "I am Uchiha Zero from the Yellow Turban Army of the Land of Waves. I've met you, Anakin." Uchiha Sasuke bowed to Uchiha Itachi, who was actually Uchiha Zero, having successfully grown a body through the genetic stem cell replacement of Uchiha Sasuke. "Uchiha Zero. Why do you call me brother? What is your relationship with Sasuke?" Itachi sensed the identical chakra to Uchiha Sasuke from Uchiha Zero, unable to determine the opponent's identity. Could it be that Sasuke is a twin? Did mom and dad secretly raise a brother outside? Confidential, no comment. Itachi grew anxious. The opponent's identity was unclear, and the almost indistinguishable memories made Itachi unsure of his plans. Itachi's plan was to exploit Orochimaru's desire for the Uchiha bloodline, prompting Sasuke to join Orochimaru's side, using the pressure of potentially losing his body to spur Sasuke's growth. Damn. Orochimaru's side. That guy just now is definitely not some servant of Orochimaru. He is Orochimaru himself. No wonder the servant of Orochimaru showed no interest in Sasuke. He already had this vessel in front of him. Are you a creation of Orochimaru? Sasuke was unique in the ninja world. If Orochimaru could mass-produce Sasuke, would he still use Sasuke as a vessel and become a sharpening stone for him? And that memory. What is true and what is false? I can't tell. I really can't tell. Is he really the future Sasuke? Itachi, unable to discern completely, went mad. Orochimaru, what have you done to Sasuke? Show yourself. This roar pierced through layers of chakra metal ceilings, echoing throughout the entire research facility. Sorry, the one you are looking for is not me. Blocking Kisame, Orochimaru's servant shrugged. Want to know? Go to the sea. As Orochimaru's servant finished speaking, Itachi transformed into a crow and rushed out of the Land of Waves research facility, heading straight for the sea. Heaven rewards diligence. You observe the crow clone technique. You have comprehended the crow clone technique, proficiency mastered. On the surface of the sea, a figure dressed in a Taoist robe and wearing a yellow turban stood on the waves, patiently waiting for Itachi's arrival. Boom. Suddenly the sky was shrouded in heavy black clouds and endless darkness, spreading as if to swallow the entire world. The oppressive clouds roared deafeningly, and amidst the terrifying celestial phenomena a massive fiery red skeleton began to form in midair, growing flesh, donning armor, and drawing a gigantic flaming sword. The towering Susanoo radiated scorching flames, each step causing the sea to surge violently. Die. The eyes of the flame giant burned with furious fire as it swung its sword down, eager to incinerate the robed youth on the sea surface. Boom. What awaited Itachi was an even more crimson-armored giant than his Susanoo. The seemingly tangible giant emerged from the sea, raising a hammer to shatter Itachi's Susanoo. How is this possible? Itachi felt no chakra aura consistent with Sasuke from the opponent. He was clearly not a member of the Uchiha clan. Yet he possessed a Manjikyu Sharingan and commanded Susanoo. The next moment Itachi's Susanoo erupted with black flames determined to ignite both themselves and their opponent with Amaterasu. Amaterasu. Tatsuka Blade. Susanoo drew forth a flaming greatsword from the void attempting to seal away Zhao Xin. Heaven rewards diligence. You observed Uchiha Itachi activating his eye technique. You have comprehended the eye technique Amaterasu. Proficiency beginner. Heaven rewards diligence. You observe the form of Tatsuka Blade. You lack knowledge of divine weapons. You have recorded the form of Tatsuka Blade. Crimson Amaterasu. Fire style Kagaya's command modified. Facing the Tatsuka Blade wielded by Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, Zhao Xin's Susanoo raised its scythe and hammer ruthlessly striking towards Itachi. The red giants collided, the red and black flames clashing, obliterating each other. Itachi grew increasingly alarmed. A non-Uchiha could actually activate Susanoo. The false memory mentioned the dragon vein. Could the legend of time and space truly exist? Uchiha Zero is not the future Sasuke. He is. Compared to the destructive anger contained in Amaterasu, the opponent's Crimson Amaterasu was equally furious yet filled with passion for the world. Carrying vibrant vitality. This power of the eye is even stronger than my own. When I open my eyes. What has he experienced? Staring at the man suspended within the chest of the Susanoo, Itachi halted his actions. Indeed, the opponent also ceased their actions, the chaotic and anxious space calming down. You are Zhao Xin. What is your relationship with Orochimaru? What is your relationship with Sasuke? What is your ultimate purpose? Blood tears flowed from Itachi's eyes as he repeatedly questioned. My name is Zhao Xin. The Orochimaru you saw in the laboratory is actually my subordinate Dishi Xin. At these words, Uchiha Itachi grew wary. Don't look at me like that. I have nothing to do with Sasuke. These eyes are just ordinary clone Sharingan. Hearing this, Itachi's face was full of suspicion. In Itachi's understanding, only the stimulation of a close relative's death could evolve the Mangekyo Sharingan. An outsider, after transplanting an ordinary Sharingan of unknown origin, could actually awaken the Mangekyo and even possess more powerful pupil strength than his own. There was only one truth. This Zhao Xin had gone completely mad. Think what you will. I will lead the ninja world down a path never before imagined, but there is no place for you in the new era. In words you understand, this is my ninja way. Zhao Xin's right eye blazed with flame, and the Crimson Amaterasu fiercely attacked Itachi's eyes. This path of yours is unfeasible. Itachi said, his eyes bleeding black flames blocking the crimson gaze, shaking his head. A castle on the sand will crumble at the slightest touch. You touched it, how did it feel? Seeing Itachi fall silent, Zhao Xin sneered. For the sake of these eyes, I'll give you a chance to be my informant. Otherwise I'll tell Sasuke about your foolish choices. What are you planning? Stay away from Sasuke. I said be my informant. Zhao Xin tossed the scroll, throwing the intelligence of the Otogekure to Itachi. Indeed, threats and reasoning were useless on a fanatic like Itachi. The most effective leverage for his brother complex was his brother. Itachi looked at the report and shook his head. I already know this intelligence. Then why haven't you reported it to Konoha? Itachi fell silent. How hypocritical. Zhao Xin shook his head. Guiding Orochimaru and letting him infiltrate Konoha to approach Sasuke, is that your plan? Even if Orochimaru's Konoha crush plan endangers your contact, the third Hokage, and you become a full-fledged rogue ninja, you are willing to pay that price. As for the countless civilian casualties in Konoha, you care even less. For your brother you would betray the entire world without fear, wouldn't you? What a narrow-minded brotherly bond. Reaching this point in his verbal assault, Zhao Xin found that Itachi still maintained an attitude of if it's for my brother I'd fight the world, so he decided to strike a different nerve. You let Orochimaru destroy Konoha, that is disloyalty. You slaughtered your entire clan, that is unfilial. You tortured Sasuke in the name of love, that is unwise. Your left eye wields Tsukuyami seeking illusory release, your right eye holds Amaterasu wanting only to burn the entire world to nothing. Your so-called love for Sasuke is nothing but an excuse to take revenge on the world. You're lying. I am not. I didn't. Even lying to yourself. Ask yourself what you've done. At that moment Zhao Xin's verbal assault and Crimson Amaterasu went full force as he stared down Itachi. Coward! Face me. Genjutsu Limited Tsukuyami Incomplete Activate. In a short time Zhao Xin had maxed out his proficiency in Tsukuyami and innovated further, deriving the experimental version of Infinite Tsukuyami called Limited Tsukuyami, perfect for this occasion. If you don't need your eyes, you can throw them away. Open your Sharingan wide and see Sasuke's future. In an instant Itachi's eyes wept black blood and tears, and his gaze completely lost focus. In the illusion Itachi witnessed Sasuke's entire growth. From the night of the clan massacre to the mutual destruction of the brothers, and up to Sasuke gaining the eternal Mangekyo after Itachi's death. Just as the fake Uchiha Sasuke had described, Sasuke ultimately took the path of destroying Konoha, and even his preparation of Kodo Amatsukami was useless. The deduction of Sasuke's future through limited Tsukuyami ended there. As for what came after, Unfortunately, pupil strength was insufficient and chakra was also lacking. As the budget version of Infinite Tsukuyomi Limited Tsukuyomi required the Rinnegan and seven-tailed beasts to activate, capable of creating a world almost indistinguishable from reality. The incomplete version Zhao Xin had hastily derived was only enough to produce a 5-minute summary of Sasuke's dark turn. So, I was wrong. Having dealt with Genjutsu for years, Itachi had absolute faith in the deductions of Limited Tsukuyomi. Whether or not Uchiha Zero was the future Sasuke no longer mattered. After this battle, Itachi's pride was shattered. Itachi suddenly realized that he was nothing but a tragedy, unacknowledged by his clan, unknown for his secret contributions to Konoha, joining the Akatsuki only to be a spy trusted by no one, hated by Sasuke. Itachi, who could think like a Hokage at the age of several years, had long been prepared to bear everything, but only on the condition that Sasuke and Konoha would each find peace, and Sasuke might even integrate into Konoha and become Hokage. But following the current path, his brother eventually reconciled with him, so why would he come to hate Konoha? Was this meant to ensure that Itachi would die without peace? Tell me, how exactly should this informant operate? Itachi could see that Zhao Xin had no interest in recruiting him. His disdain for this disloyal, unfilial, unwise man was practically written on his face. As punishment for your illegal entry into the Wave Country laboratory, I will confiscate your Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi silently nodded and removed his own eyes. Fill this with your blood. Zhao Xin tossed out a test tube. Itachi took it and cut his wrist to bleed. Thanks to Shizui's Mangekyo Sharingan on a crow clone, Itachi would not lose his vision. Zhao Xin threw Itachi a nutrient tank containing a pair of eyes. You can replace them with these. Genetically speaking, these are Sasuke's eyes. After installing Sasuke's eyes, Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from this outsider Uchiha before him was immense. Even more terrifying was that the man's capacity clearly exceeded even Pain's and was likely comparable only to the Uchiha Madara lurking in the shadows of the Akatsuki. After Itachi installed his eyes, Zhao Xin threw over a contract scroll. This is the informant contract from the Wave Country Investigation Bureau. From now on, the Wave Country also needs a copy of Akatsuki's intelligence. After the intelligence is exchanged, whether you and Sasuke end up loving or killing each other is up to you. No problem. Itachi nodded and asked. Anything else? Handle Kisame for me. The Wave Country is still in its infancy and needs a few more months of lying low. Understood. Itachi dispersed into a flock of crows. After Itachi left, Zhao Xin's expression grew serious. He now faced the problem his own growth rate could not keep pace with the development of the Wave Country. Even with Zhao Xin running shadow clones around the clock to oversee the entire Wave Country, the people could not transform from illiterates into qualified chakra industrial workers in just a few days. Correspondingly, the feedback to Zhao Xin was a slowdown in his growth. He was gradually falling into the predicament of working behind closed doors and needed to go out for a round of training to broaden his horizons. With that in mind, Zhao Xin turned his attention to the ninja world's current central stage, Konohagakure. Huh. Where is this? Kisame rubbed his head, feeling as if a piece of his memory was missing. The Land of Fire. We're not going to the Wave Country. I've already been there. Nothing special. Where are we going now? Konohagakure. Again to see your little brother. Hey partner. Wait for me. Wave Country Laboratory. On the operating table, a boy with blonde hair opened his eyes. His eyes were none other than Itachi's turbid, nearly blind Mangekyo Sharingan. The boy's name was Uzumaki Ling. He was another Uchiha Zero form created by reshaping the body of a small Uchiha Shin using Naruto Uzumaki's genes. Compared to Uchiha Zero, who was genetically Uchiha, Itachi's brother Uzumaki Ling's constitution was better suited to bearing Itachi's eyes. As the transplant surgery ended and the boy awakened, the two Mangekyo Sharingan, once again supplied with chakra, gradually regained clarity, and a faint blue light began to appear around the edges of both eyes. Father, with these eyes I feel my cultivation speed can still improve. Uzumaki Ling placed his hands on his hips, brimming with confidence. With dozens of shadow clones training in the Tsukuyomi space, that's hundreds of times the training speed. Under you I am unmatched among the Shin clan. Watch me punch out the orphanage and kick the kindergarten. Ha! Arrogant fool. Brothers, teach him a lesson. Before Uzumaki Ling could finish, a group of Uchiha Shin swarmed him and beat him to the ground. Try my Tsukuyomi. Such a drain. Ouch. This one doesn't count. Wait till I gather enough pupil strength, then I'll settle the score with you. Hiss, Uzumaki Ling is already a vessel surpassing Sasuke, and yet you are completely indifferent. Watching Uzumaki Ling, who just days ago was only a large tadpole, the Shi Xian couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of the Wave Country Research Institute. Lord Xian, your capacity leaves me in the dust. The Shi Xian spoke from the heart. In his mind, the ceiling of capacity was Uchiha Itachi, and now that Itachi had been crushed by Zhao Xin to the point of self-doubt, Zhao Xin's capacity naturally soared beyond measure. Shi Xian, I appreciate your praise, but I am very dissatisfied with your narrow vision. Zhao Xin was blunt. Seeing Dishixin's embarrassed expression, he tossed out a scroll. This is my true capacity. Dishixin caught it and unrolled it. His snake eyes gleamed. This. A human curse mark. On the scroll was clearly drawn a prototype sage art curse mark. Zhao Xian rubbed his forehead, a trace of fatigue flashing across his brow. Uchiha Shin's foundation is still a bit frail. The consequences of long-term multiple shadow clones are showing. Although my spirit remains vigorous, my body shows signs of collapsing. Rebuilding is urgent. With this thought flashing through his mind, Zhao Xian introduced to Dishixin. The human curse mark is derived by combining the strengths of the heaven and earth curse marks. Its function is to achieve bloodline completion. Bloodline completion. Dishixin's eyes widened. You mean the mother goddess? As early as when Zhao Xian introduced the chakra activation technique, Dishixin had discovered that all shinobi power came from a maternal entity that descended upon the ninja world from beyond the planet. Exactly. Zhao Xian brought out a pile of data, all contributed by Dishixin when he joined the Yellow Turban Army. Data shows that the Senju Uzumaki Uchiha Kagaya and, though without data, the Hyuga clans have the highest bloodline concentrations. After completing these bloodlines, we can roughly reproduce the mother goddess lineage. What about Yugo? He's not among them. Zhao Xian grinned. Yugo represents the planet's native power. Natural energy and chakra. They are opposites. Dishixin suddenly sensed something amiss. Let me give you a hint. The Sage of Six Paths is the mother goddess' son. There is no father god. Some say the sage was born after the mother goddess ate the fruit of the Shinju. So the Sage of Six Paths must be a combination of chakra's origin and natural energy. Dishixin suddenly understood. No wonder one must achieve a balance between natural energy and chakra to enter sage mode. That's how the sage was born. If you could decipher the sage's bloodline, would you still get excited about adding a Mangekyo Sharingan to the Uzumaki bloodline? Zhao Xin's right eye glowed red. The Sage of Six Paths bloodline. Dishixin, all you seek is a sage anoints my head binding hair to receive longevity. Zhao Xin's gaze blazed like fire, scorching Dishixin's spirit. What I seek is I anoint all heads scientifically forging sages. The Sage of Six Paths. Everyone has a chance. Sage above sages, god beyond gods. And I dared to evaluate you with such a narrow word as capacity. I am guilty. Dishixin was so moved he was nearly in tears. Rubbing his face, he changed to Uchiha Shin's face and stammered. Lord Xian, father. Please let me join. I Dishixin love science the most. The Sage of Six Paths body is unlike the Uzumaki bloodline, which has a single clear function, and unlike the Sharingan, which is plug and play. It requires collecting a large amount of bloodline sequencing, matching, and nesting. In short, it is a grand project with a huge workload. My snake transformation technique has 8 heads. I can do the work of 8. Am not afraid of hardship or fatigue. How do we solve the massive funding gap? I will quickly iterate the chakra activation technique and release a version 1.0 chakra pill for foreign trade revenue. Excellent. Full of spirit. Zhao Xian waved his hand. Alright, from today you are the director of the Wave Country Biochemical Laboratory. Xian accepted the position of director of the Biochemical Laboratory, and eagerly assumed his duties. Following Zhao Xin's instructions, he took the laboratory's latest batch of research results, and rushed to my village ready to make a significant impact in the upcoming Chunin exam. Zhao Xian meanwhile changed his attire and returned to the main hall of the Wave Country to welcome the delegation from the Mist Village who had traveled a long distance. The delegation was led by Zhao Meiming and Qin. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by Bai and Zai Bujan. After touring the Wave Country's fishery, orphanage, high-standard farmland, and commercial street, they finally arrived at the Wave Country Government Hall. Friends of the Mist Village, welcome to the Wave Country. Thank you for the hospitality. The Wave Country is truly extraordinary. Zhao Meiming's words carried an implication. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Zai Bujan are immensely powerful, and the children of the Wave Country orphanage are exceptionally gifted. Should you establish a ninja village in the future, you will surely stand alongside the 5 great villages. With these words, she subtly glossed over the previous friction between the two sides in the land of the sea, hinting at support for the Wave Country in establishing a ninja village. You flatter us. Zhao Xian shook his head. However, the Wave Country will not establish a ninja village, nor will there be a profession of ninja in the future. Why is that? Don't you have any desire to become a kage? Zhao Meiming sighed. With your strength and that of Zai Bujan, it would be a waste to serve an ordinary organization. Zhao Meiming remarked. With your power and that of Zai Bujan, it would be a waste to serve an ordinary organization. Rather than maintaining the extravagant profession of ninja, we are more interested in making money. Zhao Xian said, and Zai Bujan and Bai both nodded in agreement. Is that so? Zhao Meiming frowned and instinctively glanced at Qin. But the white eye in his gaze flickered, and he gave a barely perceptible nod, confirming that Zhao Xin's words were all true. In that case, let's discuss trade matters. Although Zhao Meiming still felt something was amiss, a small country without a ninja village, no matter how strange, could not possibly attract the attention of the senior council. Our side can provide the land of water with high-quality, affordable agricultural products, fish, and ninja tools. Very good, Zhao Meiming said, somewhat disinterested. What does your country wish to obtain in return? The Wave country is willing to import your ninjutsu at a high price. Zhao Xian thought to himself, this is like someone delivering a pillow just as you're feeling drowsy. He had been worrying about nowhere to apply Heaven Rewards Diligence, and the land of water had come knocking on his door. Ninjutsu. You actually want ninjutsu? Zhao Meiming and Qing exclaimed simultaneously. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the Mist Village had always been the most conservative. Even the First Blood Mist Village was launched under the pretext of preventing the leakage of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is the foundation of a ninja's existence. Your country claims not to train ninja, yet wants to purchase the intelligence of the Mist Village's ninja. This makes it difficult for me to accept your statement. Zhao Meiming remained courteous, but Qing behind her could no longer contain himself. I haven't even uncovered the secrets of your factories yet, and you're already thinking of learning the very skills that allowed the Mist Village to thrive. We naturally want probe into strategic level ninjutsu. As for the content of the ninjutsu, the Wave country can issue missions to the Mist Village through open channels. Zhao Xian produced a list. According to the standard for crank missions, for 30,000 to 100,000 Ryo, you can hire a squad of genin for tasks such as participating in war escort duty, background checks, capturing or hunting wild beasts, delivering confidential documents, and so on. Our needs are only for genin level ninjutsu. Just genin level. Zhao Meiming was puzzled. Could you tell me what use it serves? The Wave country is currently preparing to establish a vocational technical college. Zhao Xian nodded. This was a plan already made based on the country's conditions. Zhao Xian explained. Although the Wave country has no intention of building a ninja village given the large number of civilians with chakra here, we plan to establish a vocational technical school for them. According to the professions in the Wave country, we will develop corresponding civilian ninjutsu for practitioners in various industries. This. Zhao Meiming pondered and couldn't help exchanging covert signals with Qing. A long-term crank mission just training civilians, teaching 1 or 2 ninjutsu, either causing leakage of ninjutsu nor providing a steady stream of income. Stationing ninja at the vocational school for the long term will surely let us uncover the secrets of the Wave country's ninja tool factory. The two quickly reached an agreement, and Zhao Meiming extended her hand to Zhao Xian. Deal. For Zhao Xian, the civilian ninjutsu plan came like a timely rain. He had always felt clearly that Heaven Rewards Diligence was far from reaching its limit. Through thousands of zero-style shadow clones tirelessly and diligently studying, Zhao Xian had already touched the ceiling of chakra technology in the Wave country. It was like a primitive savage who, no matter how refined their hunting skills, could never craft an airplane or rocket to fulfill the dream of flight. This was just the beginning. What truly constrained Zhao Xian was the entire ninja world's hierarchy. Even learning all the ninjutsu from the 5 great nations had its limits. For now, the ultimate destination of Heaven Rewards Diligence would inevitably stop at the level of Kagaya Otsutsuki. To break this upper limit, he must revolutionize the ninja world single-handedly, sparking a technological explosion that would surpass the ceiling of chakra technology. In my village, Xian, having concealed his identity, gazed at the face of Wufeng Shuimen on the Hokage rock. Just as he was about to lament how things had changed, he suddenly realized that the 3rd Hokage was still in power, and a bizarre sense of absurdity washed over him. There was no longer any trace of Wan in my village. As an ancient backup of Xin's memories stopped before Wan defected from the village, so everything in my village was fresh to him. After sensing around for a moment, Xin's expression lit up. Hiss, it's my beloved disciple. Anko Mitarashi, who was eating dango, suddenly felt a jolt of dread in her heart. The heavenly curse seal on her neck and shoulder abruptly and uncontrollably reacted violently. A chaotic maddening will was about to break free, and a despairing terror enveloped Anko's heart. She wanted to call for help, but her body inexplicably lost control. Meeting again, I am still so powerless. Anko, abandoned by Wan for her weakness, thought. Master Wan, you're here. Anko's eyes widened as Sin's figure slowly appeared behind her. The two pressed tightly together, and Sin's serpentine tongue licked the curse seal on Anko's neck. Whether affected by his breath or the icy chakra emanating from Xian, Anko's skin crawled, her nerves tense to the point of trembling and near convulsions. Her mind went blank, her cheeks flushed scarlet as if she would roll her eyes at any moment. Don't. There. Anko, you are impressive, worthy of being a suitable vessel for the heavenly curse seal. Sin's tongue stealthily replaced the flesh on Anko's neck, unraveling the chakra that Wan had implanted within her, absorbing all the information left by Wan. The vast memory sealed by forbidden techniques surged out, and Anko finally lost control. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. This is the complete heavenly curse seal. Exactly as Lord Xian deduced. Wan was astonished. He did not know that Zhao Xian possessed Heaven Rewards Diligence and faced no bottlenecks. He felt that merely from an Earth Curse seal and the prototype of the Heavenly Curse seal provided by -1 the other had deduced the human Curse seal. Truly a divine being. Before obtaining the complete Heavenly Curse seal from Enko, the only suitable vessel -1 might have still felt pride, but now he was utterly convinced. Xian assimilated the Heaven's Curse mark, acquiring Orochimaru's Soul Fragment 1, and then unceremoniously abandoned Mitarashi Enko on the spot. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Enko jolted awake, snakes bursting forth from her body, but she grasped nothing. Several Konoha Umbus sensed the chakra fluctuation and rushed over. What happened? Orochimaru is back. Enko panted, gasping. After the Umbu departed, Mitarashi Enko found a secluded spot and cursed. Baka. Don't underestimate me. After reclaiming the Heaven's Curse mark, the last vestige of the bond between Orochimaru and Enko vanished. With her lost memories restored, Mitarashi Enko's mental state crumbled further. So the reason Orochimaru sealed her memories was merely to avoid trouble. Orochimaru's defection without taking her was not just due to her lack of strength, but also his contempt for her mentality. Outside Konoha, the banners of the Land of Waves delegation fluttered. Xian removed his disguise, reverting to Uchiha Zin's appearance, and temporarily replaced his lost arm with a serpentine body. After Kaisha confirmed his resemblance to Zhao Xian, Xian gazed at the heavily fortified Konoha and waved his hand. Raise the banner of the Land of Waves Chamber of Commerce. Within the Sunigakure envoy, the Kazekage's movements stiffened momentarily before his consciousness returned. First Yuo's Earth Curse mark, then Enko's Heaven Curse mark. Who is plotting against me? The Kazekage disguised Orochimaru scowled. Once I crush Konoha, it'll make you no fear. The next moment Orochimaru summoned a white snake from Ryuchi Cave and found a message from Yakushi Kabuto on its body. Heaven's Curse mark vanished. Enko claims it was the Great One's doing. What? Orochimaru's aura erupted. He never imagined that while he impersonated the Kazekage, someone was impersonating him. In the Land of Fields. Staring at the barren, dilapidated fields, Zhao Xin's past life racial instincts surged and he cursed. Such a waste of nature's bounty. The Land of Fields possessed vast fertile lands, yet they lay in ruin. According to the data, ever since its failed invasion of another country, the Land of Fields has fallen into this state. Originally a ninja village existed here, dominated by the Fuma clan. Due to the leader's ambition, the Fuma clan was nearly annihilated in external wars. Without a ninja village's protection, the Land of Fields government could not sustain itself and descended into chaos. Until Orochimaru arrived and established Odogakure. Though Odogakure received vast funds from the Land of Fields leaders, it never helped maintain order, allowing bandits to run rampant. After creating countless vagrants, they captured them for experiments. As Zabuza was explaining, dozens of kunai suddenly rained down, enveloping them in a storm of blades. Water release, water dragon bullet. A water dragon soared upward, scattering the kunai rain and slamming into the ground, breaking the enemy's invisibility jutsu. A short, slender girl wearing a bandit's mask appeared before them. Kunai raised for a second strike, but in an instant the decapitating carving knife was at her throat. No. Don't kill me. Please. Why attack us? Fuma Shigure pointed at Zhao Xian. I thought you were Orochimaru's lackeys. So it was Uchiha Zin's fault. Zhao Xian looked at Fuma Shigure and said bluntly. We are the Yellow Turban Army, here to liberate the Land of Fields. You're the Yellow Turban Army? Fuma Shigure took off her mask in disbelief, revealing a delicate, pitiable face. You've heard of us? Yes. You defeated the reactionaries of the Land of Waves and the Land of Seas, saving everyone. Fuma Shigure's eyes lit up. Will you rescue my brother? Did you do this? Zhao Xian looked at Zabuza. The latter replied, solemnly thumping his chest. As the director of investigation of the Land of Waves, promoting Lord Zin's convictions is our duty. Ever since Zhao Xian transformed the Land of Waves, Zabuza's loyalty had reached its peak. As the Land of Waves caravans opened trade routes, Yellow Turban investigators infiltrated various nations. You little rascal, brilliant work. No wonder my dojutsu power surged so fast. Zhao Xian nodded in approval. Exactly. We're heading to Odogakure now to liberate everyone and overthrow Orochimaru's rule. Please take me with you. I beg you. Before a hidden cave in the Land of Fields. Stop. State your business. A squad of Otanin blocked Zhao Xin's group. The response to these Otanin was the gaze of a blonde youth. The blonde youth was the accompanying Uzumaki Zero. Before his Mangekyo Tsukuyami, the Otanin guards collapsed unconscious. Not as good as the Yellow Turbans. Uzumaki Zero shook his head with difficulty. As a hastily cultured Uzumaki from a nutrient tank, his constitution was inherently weak, and simply sustaining Itachi's Mangekyo had drained him further. The Yellow Turbans possess an iron will. After returning from the Land of Seas, Zhao Xian had designed specialized training courses, forging each member with an iron will and formidable resistance to genjutsu. In contrast, the Otanin inheriting Orochimaru's lineage had negligible genjutsu resistance. As they entered the base gate, a severely ill youth covered in tubes with a pallid complexion blocked their path. Behind him stood a young woman with deep blue hair and sharp eyes. Kimimaro Girin. Seeing Orochimaru's most loyal followers, Zhao Xin felt a twinge of difficulty. Kimimaro's Shikatsumiyaku and Girin's crystal release could both destroy the base. Acting rashly might ruin valuable data. Uchiha Xin, you traitor, how dare you return to the Great One's base? Zhao Xin played along. Orochimaru won't be coming back. You're lying. Is that so? Look who this is. Zhao Xin stepped aside, revealing Uchiha Zero behind him. Uchiha Sasuke. Both Kimimaro and Girin were the primary vessels before Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru had brought Otogeki's elite precisely to retrieve Sasuke. But now the living Uchiha Sasuke stood before them. Where was Orochimaru? Sensing their shock, Uchiha Zero tilted his head, exposing his smooth, pale neck. No curse mark. Lord Orochimaru has failed. Orochimaru's crimes against the land of fields are beyond enumeration. He will be executed by the Yellow Turban Army. Zhao Xin declared. Otogeki will be taken over by the Yellow Turban Army to benefit the people of the land of fields. From now on, you experimental subjects are free. Go home. Girin frowned, touching the curse mark on her neck. We are not experimental subjects. We are Lord Orochimaru's loyal subordinates. Even if he is gone, we will carry on his path. That's right. Kimimaro stepped forward, assuming a combat stance. The meaning of my existence is to become the vessel for Lord Orochimaru's descent. I will burn the last ember of my life for Lord Orochimaru. If you wish to claim the Great One's property, you will have to step over my corpse. Faced with the provocations from Jun Malu and Hong Lian towards Orochimaru, Zhao Xin chose not to activate the Crimson Amaterasu. The loyalty of the two towards Orochimaru was too deep, and correcting it would take time. You both come at me together, I will prove to you with facts how ridiculous it is to place your hopes on Orochimaru. Jun Malu and Hong Lian exchanged glances and prepared to strike. But let me make it clear beforehand, if you lose you will have to join the Yellow Turban Army and follow my beliefs. Doesn't matter. Jun Malu spoke first. I am already gravely ill since Lord Orochimaru is no longer here. Let me dance my final dance for him before I die. Not necessarily. Cough. Uzumaki Zero coughed lightly, paused, and said sincerely to Jun Malu, there are two methods I know to address the issues caused by the corpse bone pulse. Jun Malu, become our companion. We can heal you. Haha, what a joke. My corpse bone pulse is an incurable disease even Lord Orochimaru could not resolve. TCH. The level of life sciences in the land of waves far surpasses that of Orochimaru. Uchiha Zero displayed a disdainful expression towards the barbarians. The biggest issue with the corpse bone pulse is that repairing the injuries caused by broken bones requires immense vitality. Furthermore, a large amount of calcium and other chakra-infused metals must be extracted from within the body to allow osteoblasts to regenerate. The former can be resolved through a stem cell surgery using the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and the latter can be substituted with an implanted decapitation alloy. Upon hearing Uchiha Zero's words, Jun Malu's expression finally changed. However, soon after, Jun Malu lowered his head, regained his composure, and slowly said, it's impossible. I'm already near death. Corpse Bone Pulse 10-Finger Barrage. Heaven's Way Rewards Diligence. You have observed the ninjutsu Corpse Bone Pulse 10-Finger Barrage. You lack the Corpse Bone Pulse bloodline and cannot learn this ninjutsu. Jun Malu let out a roar, raised both hands, extended his 10 fingers, and unleashed a storm of bone bullets. Almost the instant Jun Malu attacked, Zhao Xin launched a counterattack. Secret technique, multiple snake clone technique. Countless snake heads erupted from Zhao Xin's body, transforming into a vast sea of snakes surging toward Jun Malu. In an instant the situation reversed, and Jun Malu was forced to evade this move in a panic, relying solely on his exceptional taijutsu skills to maneuver and avoid being bitten by the suddenly emerging venomous snakes. The sudden emergence of the snake swarm secret technique exerted tremendous pressure on the corpse bone pulse bloodline limit, with the core secret being soft overcomes hard. Jun Malu's bones were extremely hard, and when combined with the X no Mi series of taijutsu piercing attacks, the power was astonishing, but against the soft snake swarm it felt like striking a heavy fist against cotton. No. This is Lord Orochimaru's Great Serpent Formation. Crystal Release Emerald Hexagonal Pillar. Crystallization formed several thick hexagonal pillars that blocked the incoming snake swarm, while Hong Lian hid within the gaps between the pillars. Heaven's Way Rewards Diligence. You have observed the ninjutsu Crystal Release Emerald Hexagonal Pillar. You lack the Crystal Release bloodline and cannot learn this ninjutsu. Your title as a senior ninjutsu researcher has activated, and you have discovered the fusion direction of Fire Release and Earth Release Crystal Release bloodline. Crystal Release bloodline limit development 1. Too small. Such a limited scope. Uzumaki Zero said excitedly, Father's multiple snake clone technique is not meant for combat at all. What? Hearing Uzumaki Zero's words, Jun Malu was so furious that he entered the first stage of the curse seal on the spot. Corpse Bone Pulse Iron Flower Dance. Jun Malu pulled out his own spine, formed a stick flower, and spun and jumped continuously, shattering a ground full of snake clones before swinging his stick at Zhao Xin. The multiple snake clone technique was created by my father by combining the multiple shadow clone technique and the snake summoning technique. Its true intention is to better teach us to learn and progress, enhancing our knowledge level. It's just a supportive ninjutsu. Uzumaki Zero shook his head, forcing father to go all out. You are not worthy. The snake summoning technique is Orochimaru's technique that allows him to shed his skin and transform into a massive serpent, his body turning into countless small snakes capable of absorbing the abilities of opponents. After creating the Zero-type shadow clone, Zhao Xin aimed to further improve efficiency, and thus created this technique. Hong Lian looked at the snakes swarm outside the crystal, gnawing at the crystals, and thought of another possibility. Could it be that Lord Orochimaru was devoured by him? Upon this thought, Hong Lian fell into deep fear, her voice becoming smaller. The opponent Jun Malu was about to smash Zhao Xin's head with his stick. His whole body suddenly lost control in midair and fell to the ground. What have you done to me? It's your eyes, isn't it? You cheated. Quickly release the illusion on me. I merely used the chakra scalpel to sever the connection between your brain and spine. You are paralyzed now. Restoring the corpse bone pulse is meaningless. The signals between your nerves were merely blocked by my chakra blade. Your body has not been injured. Zhao Xin's expression was calm, yet Jun Malu felt a deep insult. Curse Seal's second state activate. Corpse bone pulse early fern dance. Let's die together. Then Jun Malu watched helplessly as he exited the curse seal state, a white snake biting the flesh on the back of his neck crawling up Zhao Xin's wrist. I accept your earth, curse seal. Without the chakra support from the curse seal, Jun Malu's entire body quickly turned gray, his eyes filled with despair, murmuring, Lord Orochimaru. I tried my best. Then Jun Malu tilted his head and gave up resistance. However, Zhao Xin's act of retracting the earth curse seal reignited hope in Hong Lian. Hong Lian touched the curse seal on her neck, her eyes filled with fervor. As long as I am here, Lord Orochimaru will not die. Crystal, release a ray of light. A massive crystal emerged in front of Hong Lian, continuously accumulating energy, nurturing an incredibly powerful scorching ray. Zhao Xin was not surprised but delighted. Hong Lian's ninjutsu combined offense and defense, capable of blinding the beast in attack and defending against tailed beast bombs in retreat. If it could be decomposed into a ninjutsu formation, it would definitely become a battlefield weapon. Heaven's Way Rewards Diligence. You have observed the ninjutsu crystal release a ray of light. You understand and record the structure of the crystal release and chakra circuit. Zhao Xin's gaze was intense, activating both mouth release and crimson Amaterasu simultaneously. Hong Lian, as a ninja you are qualified. You willingly risk your life for Orochimaru because it allows you to realize your value. I can understand, for before encountering Orochimaru the land of rice was filled with despair. Orochimaru's ill-intentioned bestowal is but a drop in the bucket for you, and you are willing to repay it with your life. Jun Malu is like this. You are the same. This is your choice, but sacrifice should not be a ninja's destiny. To achieve your wishes does not necessarily require exchanging life. To give birth to one vessel there are 9 failures behind it, and behind these 10 people are 10 destroyed villages. You are not at fault but the land of rice. It is this world. You can change all of this. Change this cruel and despairing ninja world. A new world that is safe and prosperous does not require everyone to sacrifice so easily. Heaven's Way Rewards Diligence. You have moved Hong Lian with your mouth release, and your mouth release has improved. Unlike Jun Malu, who hails from the war-crazed Take clan and was limited by his illness to act like a normal person, Hong Lian was born in a happy village, but after experiencing the devastation of war became a wanderer possessing normal values as a youth. In the original timeline there was a time when he tried his best to protect Yokai Maru within Orochimaru's command, ultimately making the choice to separate from Orochimaru. Prove it to me. Hong Lian adjusted the angle of the crystal release ninjutsu, aiming at Zhao Xin. Go outside. Don't destroy this place. Zhao Xin used the body flicker technique to flash outside the base. The crimson scorching ray shot from the crystal instantly hit Zhao Xin. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, debris flying, dust swirling, and the explosion's shockwaves spread out, the air pressure immense. Father! Lord Xin! Zabuza Uchiha Zero and Uzumaki Zero all exclaimed in unison. No one expected Zhao Xin to remain unscathed. However, as the dust gradually cleared, a pink crystal emerged from the hazy mist. The crystal shattered and Hong Lian fell from it, crawling on the ground. Lord Xin. I concede. I am willing to follow you. What an idiot. Uchiha Zero, how could you forget your ability to feed yourself? Looking at Zhao Xin, who was completely unharmed in the base, Uzumaki Zero slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing that Zhao Xin had used the space-time ninjutsu that the Zero-type Uchiha Xin was best at. Didn't you forget too? Uchiha Zero rolled his eyes in disbelief. With the Red Lotus Throne, Jun Malu, who had lost the curse mark of the earth, exerted all his strength for Orochimaru, and chose to join. Given the importance of the Konoha collapse plan, the Sound Ninja Village basically sent out its elite. Uchiha Zero and Uzumaki Zero unleashed their spatial time ninjutsu in a frenzy, encountering little difficulty along the way. A large number of bloodline limits stored by the sound ninjas such as would release and Sharingan were transported to the research institute in the Land of Waves along with a massive quantity of equipment, data, logistical supplies and experimental materials. This haul was not limited to that. Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality included not only the soul immortal reincarnation but also mechanical advancements, even leaving behind blueprints and a prototype of a mechanical ninetails, helping Zhao Xin to swiftly illuminate the relevant technology tree. The imprisoned ninjas such as Tenbinjugo joined the research institute in the Land of Waves at the urging of their friend Jun Malu, seeking a way to control their emotions. Kisame Hashigaki bowed to the executioner's great blade, joining the investigation bureau of the Land of Waves, first returning to the Land of Waves to receive education on the Yellow Turban ideology before being assigned tasks. Local ninja clans such as Huan Yuan and his clan returned to their hometown after receiving severance pay and chakra metal farming tools from the Yellow Turban army. The only one feeling sorrow was Kazama Taiki upon seeing Kazama Ran, his beloved, had transformed into an inhuman and ghostly monster. Fortunately, Kazama Taiki received Zhao Xin's promise that he would soon separate the combined Kazama Ran, which eased his worries. The more troublesome matter was that several ninjas from the Kazama clan inexplicably wished to join the Yellow Turban army, claiming they wanted to revive their village. With the attitude of gathering more friends, Zabuza offered a large batch of agricultural ninjutsu to the Kazama clan for free, ultimately leading to their departure with complaints. Thus the Sound Ninja village was basically empty, preparing for renovations to serve as a sub-base for the investigation bureau of the Land of Waves. Left in the base were only Zhao Xin, the Red Lotus, and Zabuza. The next task of the investigation bureau is to assist the surrounding villages in restoring the production of the land of rice under the name of the Yellow Turban Army, ensuring the safety of the people, improving their lives, absorbing loyal personnel from the land of rice, expanding the influence of the Yellow Turban Army, and ultimately achieving the complete liberation of the land of rice. Zabuza nodded, seriously accepting the task. The Red Lotus, looking worried, said, "My lord, you have destroyed the Sound Ninja village, and the land of rice has once again become a nation without ninjas. It may be impossible to survive in an environment surrounded by wolves. That will depend on you." Zhao Xin activated his Crimson Sharingan. Me. Zhao Xin took out a test tube. Inside is a gene potion that enables ordinary people to possess chakra. With this we will have a large number of soldiers with weak chakra. Can a large number of ordinary people deal with ninjas? That's where you come in to study to decompose crystal. Release one arrow of light into a ninjutsu formation that a large number of ordinary ninjas can release. By constructing large-scale crystal shields with tenfold or several dozen times ordinary soldiers and then unleashing ultra-high lethality blazing rays, the ninjas will perish before they even get close. So my ninjutsu is actually that powerful. The Red Lotus fell silent. This is called qualitative change brought about by quantitative change. Next, the Land of Waves will strongly support the development of scientific ninja tools. We aim to lower the threshold for using large-scale destructive ninjutsu, ideally allowing even ordinary people without chakra to use it. Ordinary people being able to use large-scale destructive ninjutsu. What would that mean for the future of ninjas? There will be no more ninjas. Zhao Xin smiled broadly as if stating something commonplace. Wait a minute. The Red Lotus noticed a flaw. If ordinary people do not even possess chakra, how can they use scientific ninja tools? That's your job. Zhao Xin pointed at the Red Lotus, saying scientific ninja tools need external chakra support. Rechargeable crystal stones are the best choice. As far as I know, there is a chakra mineral called Grial Stone which is now hard to find. Your crystal release ninjutsu can develop rechargeable chakra stones, making it more suitable as an energy core for scientific ninja tools. Chakra minerals allowing ordinary people to use ninjutsu equipment. The era of ninjas should come to an end. Zhao Xin smiled warmly at the Red Lotus, his gaze like sunlight. You hold the key to unlocking a new world. A new world. The Red Lotus stared blankly at Zhao Xin, still unable to digest his words, captivated by his charisma, lost in thought for a long time. You ignited the flame of hope in the Red Lotus. Your verbal skills have improved. From then on, the Red Lotus successfully transitioned to a researcher in the Chakra Crystal Research Lab. Microscope technique. The laboratory equipment needs updating. Right. The goal is to reduce the consumption of the Sharingan. Decomposing crystal, release one arrow of light for the collective ninjutsu of the Yellow Turban Army. Liquid crystal screen technique. What is that nonsense? The Konoha Ninja School finally welcomed the first test of the Chunin exam. The Konoha team, led by Team Guy, collaborated with the candidates disguised by Steel Sight and Kamizuki Izumo, continuously eliminating underperforming genin in the exam hall. After Steel Sight knocked over a genin boy, he arrogantly mocked, "With your strength you dare to take the Chunin exam." The boy, swallowing his anger, was about to leave quietly when suddenly there was a commotion at the other end of the corridor. Looking in the direction of the sound, three figures emerged from the other end of the corridor, unmistakably the members of Team 7, each wielding a great blade exuding an imposing aura. Naruto had changed significantly, now one of the wealthiest in Konoha, having completed a staggering 800 cat retrieval missions using Shadow Clone Jutsu in just over a month. Now he frequented Ichiraku Ramen daily, always adding fried ribbon fish to his meals. Sasuke, on the other hand, had awakened his Sharingan early, benefiting from Kakashi's special training, and had acquired a fair amount of swordsmanship from the Hatake clan, with rumors of him possibly joining the Anbu surfacing. Even the Sand Ninja trio, upon seeing Team 7, surprisingly lost their inclination to provoke. As they approached the classroom door, the gathered genin automatically parted, leaving two boastful genin behind. Steel Sight and Kamizuki Izuma were somewhat nervous. They did not wish to face Naruto and Sasuke. Despite Naruto's small stature, last time when chasing cats he had opened 4 of the 8 gates, scaring Kakashi into thinking Guy was secretly training his student. As for Sasuke, the transformation technique could not hide from the Sharingan. The two disguised Chunin examiner sighed in disappointment, silently bypassing the trio and heading towards other genin in the crowd. TSK. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Once the few entered the hall, they were met heated by Team Guy. As if destined, Sasuke faced off against Lee. Naruto found Niji, while Sakura and Tenten quietly retreated to the side. Facing Naruto, Rock Lee flashed a brilliant smile, his white teeth gleaming. Naruto-kun, I've heard so much about you. Lee-kun. Likewise. You're the hardest working genius in Konoha. Hard work pays off. Youth is all about passionate struggle. Naruto-kun, you truly understand me. Idiot Naruto. Sakura snapped, irritated that Naruto and Lee were ignoring Sasuke. Where do you put Sasuke-kun? Sasuke-kun is a true genius, and he works even harder than you. Sakura, you only have eyes for Sasuke. Naruto and Lee exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances, kindred spirits, both lovelorn. Yeah. And Niji. Niji is the real genius. Tenten waved, supporting Niji. Our teammates are more talented than us and work even harder. The girls on our team like him too. Wah wah. Naruto and Lee looked at their respective teammates, then at each other, embracing and weeping. As Naruto and Lee's tears flew, Niji said coldly, Genius. Merely a slave to fate. Naruto and Lee froze awkwardly, but then heard Sasuke's icy reply. Niji, stop lying to yourself. At Sasuke's words, the entire arena fell silent, the atmosphere becoming tense and combative. Niji glared fiercely at Sasuke, who met his gaze without flinching. My eyes are not deceived, and yours do not. Sasuke fixed his eyes on Niji. You are angry, you resent, you long to break fate. Hearing this, Niji's Byakugan twisted with rage, his demeanor turning hysterical. So what? What use is genius in the face of fate? What use is hard work? Nejiniazin. In the distance, Hinata watched Niji state with concern, wanting to say something but unsure what to say. Sasuke's gaze burned. No one understands you better than I do. Niji was stunned. Though Sasuke was shorter, his eyes held a condescending pity. You are too blind, destined to be deceived. What do you know? At this, the surging chakra within Niji suddenly vanished, and he turned to leave. Yet the true reason for Niji's departure was the voice of Sasuke he heard in his heart. If you want the truth, go to the Wave Countries Trade Association. I fell for his genjutsu. My Byakugan is inferior to his Sharingan. Niji left, Tenten quickly following. Lee, having regained his composure, grinned broadly, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and pointed at Naruto. See you in the arena, diligent Naruto-kun. Naruto gave a thumbs up, seeing Lee off, but noticed Hinata timidly stepping out of the crowd to bow apologetically to Team 7. Hantoni-sama Mason. I apologize for my cousin Niji's rudeness. Not at all. Niji is a great person. You don't need to apologize for him. Naruto waved at Hinata, noticing her face grow even redder. Lady Hinata, if you truly care for Niji, strive to become the clan head and abolish the caged bird seal. Sasuke left these words and turned away. Hinata was stunned, frozen in place. Naruto awkwardly approached Hinata and said, Let me translate. What Sasuke meant is that without resolving the caged bird issue, all statements from the main house are hollow. Hearing this, Hinata's Byakugan instantly filled with tears. So Naruto-kun thinks Hinata is hypocritical. This isn't your fault. Naruto was unusually calm, speaking to Hinata. But you might be able to do something. One day you will have to compete with Hanabi. Between you and her, who do you want to be branded with the caged bird? Hinata's body went rigid, tears welling in her eyes, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She bit her lip. I'm sorry. Naruto, you're scaring Hinata. Don't preach what you learned in the Wave Country to your classmates. Sakura, sensing trouble, quickly dragged Naruto away. Uzumaki Naruto. An orphan Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Made a bit of money recently and dares to meddle in our Hyuga affairs. In the Hyuga compound, an elder raged in Haishi's reception room. My Hyuga clan's Byakugan is so noble. How dare he judge the caged bird clan precept? What if the Byakugan leaks out? Exactly. That brat. After one trip to the Wave Country, he comes back preaching equality. What heresy. An orphan genin dares to claim equality with my Hyuga clan. Is he worthy? With the main house heir Hinata disturbed by these heretical ideas, the elders urged Heishi to convene this council. This Naruto must be dealt with by the third Hokage. But the third probably won't agree. No buts. Hayashi, don't be ungrateful. If not for the caged bird back then you would be the one dead. Another elder. At the mention of that incident Hayashi's expression darkened, and he retorted gruffly. The one who incited Hinata wasn't Naruto but Sasuke, the young master of the Uchiha clan. The elder's momentum was immediately stifled. Though they wouldn't admit it, the Uchiha's Sharingan was far more renowned than the Byakugan, yet they never feared bloodline leakage. For instance, Zhao Xin, the leader of the Wave Country, had flaunted his Sharingan openly when entering the village. The elder bearing the caged bird seal on his forehead grumbled bitterly. And that's why the Uchiha were annihilated. This Wave Country is definitely up to something. Meddling in Konoha's internal affairs. Team 7 has been bought off by the Wave Country. In the Hokage's office, Danzo, the Shadow Hokage, was berating the third Hokage. Hiruzen, you're too weak. I told you long ago that the Wave Country should have been nipped in the bud. The situation in the Wave Country still requires observation. There's no evidence that Sasuke and Naruto's actions were instigated by them. Hiruzen replied flatly. Humph. Danzo left in frustration, but before departing he caught a glimpse of the matchup sheet on the third's desk. According to this bracket, Hinata vs. Miji. Excellent. Hiruzen, it's all you. Danzo realized that his concerns had already been accounted for. Perhaps even Sasuke was acting as the third's probe. Even if Sasuke hadn't spoken, this match would have dealt a heavy blow to the Hyuga's internal affairs. Danzo silently withdrew, and as he closed the door he heard Hiruzen's voice behind him. The Hyuga clan has been too independent for too long. If we can push for reform within the Hyuga and integrate them into Konoha, it might not be a bad thing. After Danzo left, an ANBU operative with a cat mask appeared before Hiruzen. Lord Third. The report is accurate. Orochimaru is suspected to have infiltrated Konoha. However, with so many villages participating in the Chunin exam, ANBU cannot identify Orochimaru. Understood. Maintain strict surveillance. The Chunin exam must not be disrupted. Hiruzen thought for a moment, then asked. What about Zhao Xin, the leader of the Wave Country? Any issues? Kakashi's report is accurate. The Uchiha clones are all products of Orochimaru's lab, later defecting from his base on the Island of Strange Things. They are enemies, not allies of Orochimaru. Additionally, the ANBU continued. After the Wave Country merchant caravan entered Konoha, they rented a shop and began promoting scientific ninja tools and chakra activation fluid to the ninjas participating in the exam. The ANBU then placed a bracer-like scientific ninja tool and a vial of chakra activation fluid on the third's desk. The scientific ninja tool can store a large number of shuriken and release them at once during combat. The third shook his head. Not very useful. Probably just a gimmick because the Wave Country has an excess of shuriken production. The chakra activation fluid gives ordinary people a chance to awaken chakra upon consumption. For ninjas, there's a small chance of increasing chakra density. Negligible effect for ninjas. The third shook his head. Let them be. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Zhao Xin, the leader of the Land of Waves, was at most a small merchant incapable of stirring up any major trouble. As for slogans like equality for all in the Land of Waves, they were merely a patch to cover the fact that the Land of Waves had no shinobi. As for Danzo, he may not have the audacity to outright crush the Land of Waves, but he certainly had plenty of nerve to expand Root's influence under the guise of eliminating potential threats. As the Hokage, I must remain vigilant at all times, keeping his ambition in check. At the Wave Country shop in Konoha, Zhao Xin lazily propped his chin on his hand, sensing the growth of his dojutsu. Your ideology has been spread by Uchiha Sasuke, igniting the flame of rebellion in Hyuga Niji. Your dojutsu has increased. Your principles have been put into practice by Uzumaki Naruto, stimulating Hyuga Hinata. Your dojutsu has increased. Estimating the time, Zhao Xin perked up. The curtain was pushed aside as Sasuke entered, a flicker of surprise flashing across his face. He nearly blurted out, Madara-senpai. Fortunately, Sasuke had attended several ANBU training sessions, and knew how intense Konoha's surveillance could be. He restrained his expression and asked coolly, You called for me. This is for you. Zhao Xin grinned as he produced a sealed scroll and unfurled it before Sasuke. Upon releasing the seal, a sharp short sword materialized before them. Sasuke grasped the short blade, sensing a surging surge of lightning-released chakra emanating from it, and asked in delight, This is the Chidori Blade, a new product from the Land of Waves Chakra Metal Factory, a scientific ninja tool modeled after the 7 Swords of the Mist's Thunder Sword Fang. It only requires a small amount of lightning-released chakra to activate Kaidorizuri's techniques. Wearing it can stimulate your muscles and enhance taijutsu training, but you must use it within your limits. Don't overexert yourself. The Chidori Blade in hand, Sasuke was utterly enthralled, exclaiming excitedly, Thank you, senpai. First, let's be clear, this isn't free. Zhao Xin pointed at the Chidori Blade and said, This is the flagship product of the Land of Waves scientific ninja tools. We've decided to make you its spokesperson. I hope you'll showcase it well, ideally using it to secure first place in the Chunin exams. Yes. They'll get it done. Sasuke puffed out his chest, brimming with pride. First place in the Chunin exams? Didn't that just show how much Lord Zhao Xian believed in him? Seeing Sasuke's confident demeanor, Zhao Xian didn't puncture it, only hinting cryptically, your Chidori blade has been specially modified. A vast amount of fire-release chakra has been infused into the core of the blade. If you ever encounter an enemy you truly cannot defeat, ignite it with fire-release chakra, hurl the blade like an explosive tag, and then run as far as you can. An enemy I cannot defeat. At Zhao Xin's words, Sasuke narrowed his eyes, recalling the recent ANBU maneuvers and the faint rumors that 2 of the 3 Sannin, Jiraiya and Tsunade, are rushing back to Konoha. A premonition struck him. Could there be a twist in my Chunin promotion? Sasuke tucked the Chidori blade into his belt, bowed, and was about to leave when he heard Naruto bursting in with an armful of scrolls, shouting cheerfully, Uncle Xian, I bought the jutsu you wanted. Oh. You're here too, Sasuke. You're here. Sasuke greeted him, pausing his departure to see what Naruto had done for Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian smiled as he took the stack of scrolls from Naruto, opening and inspecting each one. Inuzuka clan's postpartum care for chakra livestock, Akimichi clan's super concentrated feed technology, Aburame clan's beneficial insect cultivation. Not bad, not bad. All very useful ninjutsu. Truly Konoha's little tycoon. After checking the scrolls, Zhao Xian calculated Naruto's compensation, the amount of which made Sasuke's eyes burn with envy. But Sasuke quickly adjusted his mindset. Madara-senpai's current identity is the president of the Waves Country Chamber of Commerce. On the surface he's just here for trade, purchasing ninjutsu suitable for various industries to take back to the land of waves. Madara-senpai must have a deeper plan. The Chidori blade in my hand is the key. That idiot Naruto only knows how to do business with senpai providing cover for my actions. He has no idea about senpai's real scheme. The concentration of Uchiha Sasuke's flame of hope has increased. Your dojutsu has grown. Ah. Zhao Xian glanced at Sasuke in slight surprise, only to see the boy nod deeply, returning an expression that said, I understand. Zhao Xian nodded helplessly. Sasuke, you may go. Yes. Seeing Sasuke leave with fervent enthusiasm, casting a haughty glare over his shoulder, Naruto asked in confusion, Uncle Xian, what did Sasuke buy from you that's so great? Ah. Right. I asked him to be the spokesperson for a new scientific ninja tool, kind of like Kakashi. A new scientific ninja tool. Naruto rubbed his hands together eagerly. You know I've never been great at chakra control. If I could get some scientific ninja tools to help, I'd definitely ace the Chunin exams. Well, there's one, but it's pretty expensive. Bring it out for me to see. I want to know what dares to be expensive in front of me, Konoha's little tycoon. Zhao Xian chuckled and produced a wrist guard. Try this. Its price is all the mission commissions you earn from procuring ninjutsu for the chamber. That expensive? Naruto blurted out, then blushed. What's expensive? Let me see. This is a custom-made little genius scientific ninja tool watch rushed out by the Land of Waves Research Institute. It's one of a kind in the entire world. Little genius? You mean me? Then the high price makes sense. Naruto's fondness for the scientific ninja tool skyrocketed. He happily put on the watch and asked Uncle Xian, how do I use this? Inject chakra into the watch. Naruto did so, and the watch screen lit up, displaying 4 Chinese characters: wind, water, fire, and earth. The main function of the scientific ninja tool is to pre-store ninjutsu, allowing you to release them without hand seals. Currently, due to technical limitations, it can only store a small number of crank techniques. Naruto instinctively figured it out and tapped the screen. He found a plethora of jutsu options: Great Fireball Technique, Fire Phoenix Technique, Water Clone, Wind Cutter Technique, Earth Style Wall, and couldn't resist tapping Great Fireball, but nothing happened. Uncle, why won't it work? The Land of Waves is still working hard on chakra charging crystals. I believe that in the near future we'll achieve the ability to use dragon slaying techniques with just a click without hand seals or chakra consumption. Zhao Xian covered his embarrassment with a grin. For now, the only drawback is that you need to charge it yourself. Naruto-kun, with your vast chakra reserves, this is hardly a flaw. True. Naruto analyzed on his own. If I'm fighting an opponent, and I have dozens of shadow clones tapping the screen for me. Hearing Naruto's idea, Zhao Xian inexplicably recalled a certain scene. One low price. $9.99. Folks. Click the screen below. Thank goodness Sasuke isn't here. That kid worked so hard back then, practicing for ages just to blow a great fireball and Phoenix Sage fire for his father's praise. And now Naruto can just use a scientific ninja tool to shoot a great fireball from his wrist by inputting chakra. Uncle, the scientific ninja tool is a bit pricey, but I really like it. If there's a newer version next time, be sure to let me know. After Sasuke and Naruto left one after another, Zhao Xian glanced at the door and calmly said, if you have something to say, come in and speak. Niji, with a bandaged head and pale eyes, was unmistakable. Niji's attitude was even more arrogant than Sasuke's when Zhao Xian first met him, and he began with, I want the truth. Zhao Xian showed no concern and merely asked, what price are you willing to pay? I know the rules, Niji replied, evidently having spoken with Sasuke. He extended both hands, rolled up his sleeve to expose his vein, and offered his arms, saying, I am willing to provide my flesh and blood, including my eyes, as long as you give me the truth. Very resolute young man. Zhao Xin jabbed a chakra-drawing needle into Niji's vein and slapped a scroll onto the table. The truth you seek is here. Niji unrolled the scroll and the veins around his Byakugan bulged. A report on the evolutionary conditions of the sage I inferred from Sharingan I activation research. Exactly. The entire report is based on the Sharingan. The conclusions regarding the Byakugan are merely speculative. You'll have to determine for yourself whether they align. According to the research, powerful ocular power can unlock a higher level sage eye. To obtain such power, one must enhance their bloodline purity. Method 1. Absorb more eyes from close relatives. Method 2. Acquire the bloodline of a sage body. Niji's Byakugan abruptly widened, an uncontrollable fear spreading through him, and his entire body began to tremble. More eyes. More eyes. So that's it. So that's it. This is the truth behind the caged bird curse mark. So the branch family are nothing more than mere eye donors, less than dogs and pigs. How hateful. Truly hateful. Niji gnashed his teeth, beating his chest and stomping his feet. Zhao Xin silently watched until Niji finished venting, then fell to his knees in defeat, pounding the ground weakly. But what can I do? If you ask me, don't take it too seriously. The division between branch and main family can be reversed. Reversed? How? Niji was about to give up as usual and blame it all on fate when he suddenly remembered why he had come to this shop. Do you have a way? Zhao Xin chuckled and produced 3 injectors. Do you want to become a true main family member? Niji's eyes widened. What is that? A prototype Atsutsuki's sage body. But let me warn you, these injectors are extremely dangerous. 1 shot gives you a 90% chance of dying, 3 shots survival odds are 1 in 1,000. But you have a chance to break the curse and become a genuine main family member. These words were actually meant to scare Niji. The injectors Zhao Xin held contained Hashirama cells, Kagaya bone marrow stem cells, and Uzumaki blood stem cells. Though the warnings sounded terrifying, the Uzumaki bloodline was actually safe, like a tonic. The Kagaya bone marrow only affected the skeleton, and could be surgically replaced at any time. Even the most dangerous Hashirama cells couldn't turn Niji into a white Setsu overnight. Faced with the choice of a sage body, Niji suddenly asked, does a true main family member matter that much to you? Zhao Xin shook his head. Then why me? Niji asked uneasily. Am I important to you? As expected, Zhao Xin shook his head again, filling Niji with disappointment. Zhao Xin laughed. The true main family of the Hyuga doesn't matter to me, and you don't matter to me either. Stung Niji quietly asked, then is it Sasuke? Or Hinata? It can't be a loser like Naruto, Uzumaki, or Rock Lee, right? None of them. Zhao Xion's right eye glowed. To me, what matters most in this ninja world is having no main family at all. No main family? Niji's Byakugan nearly turned transparent from the shock of Zhao Xion's words. At that moment, Niji finally gained a small glimpse of the audacity of this leader of the Land of Waves. Niji, how about joining me to build a world with no main family? Do you think that's good? Niji stared blankly at Zhao Xian, taking a long moment to come back to his senses, then blurted out, yes. No main family is good. No main family, no branch family. No main family means equality for all. Niji extended his hand. Sir, let's start by ending the Hyuga clan. Zhao Xian nodded with satisfaction and clapped his hands. You have ignited the flame of hope in Niji, greatly enhancing your ocular power. Hee hee. Orochimaru's long neck extended from inside the room and sank its fangs into Niji's neck, leaving the curse seal of heaven. What anticipation. The future Hyuga sage. Time soon arrived at the second round of the Chunin exams. In the Forest of Death, Mitarashi Enko announced the rules for the second exam. The exam spanned 5 days. Teams that gathered both the Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll and reached the tower at the center of the forest would pass. The Forest of Death had a dark forest atmosphere. Whoever revealed themselves first was most likely to have their scrolls snatched. However, less than half an hour into the exam, an incident occurred. Lord Sarutobi. Moonlight Gecko has discovered a ninja whose face has been removed, judged to be the face removal technique. We suspect Orochimaru has infiltrated the Forest of Death. Kakashi, temporarily back on duty and wearing an ANBU mask, reported to the third Hokage. Understood, said the third, retracting his telescope jutsu. After glancing at a crow flying past the Hokage building, he instructed strengthened surveillance on the Sand Village. If you find any collusion between Sand and Orochimaru, kill them on sight without reporting. In Team 7, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, expanding his observation range. Naruto also created a large number of shadow clones using transformation jutsu to mimic the trio's appearance and probe the blind spots of the Sharingan. Stop. Naruto called out to his 2 teammates. Sasuke, my shadow clones are being wiped out in large numbers. Sasuke immediately understood. Someone is targeting Team 7. Naruto closed his eyes, receiving the memories of death from his clones, his expression pained. That's right, and they're getting closer. Sakura grew tense and quickly said, then let's leave immediately. Or find a place to hide. It's too late. They're fast. And they don't rely on sight. Naruto pulled back his sleeve, revealing his little genius wrist guard. We have to fight. Prepare for combat. Be careful, Sasuke. Your Sharingan is coveted by many, they might be targeting you. Sakura thought of a possibility and grew worried. That's even better. I'll lure them away. You two go get reinforcements. Sharingan activate. Sasuke drew the lightning crackling Chidori blade from his waist, eager for battle. Could this be the enemy Sensei Madara mentioned, the one we cannot defeat? Sasuke, don't underestimate me. I won't abandon my comrades. I stand with you. Sakura nodded firmly. Yes, Sasuke, no matter how strong the enemy, I'll face them together with you. The three of them set up numerous traps around them in perfect coordination. Just as they hit atop a large tree, a tall female ninja with a stiff expression and a bamboo had abruptly appeared in the clearing. Her eyes were like those of a cold-blooded creature, and her face looked off, exuding an eerie aura, clearly not normal. Why are you following us? Sasuke stepped forward and shouted. The female ninja produced a scroll marked with the character Earth, and said in a sinister tone, looking for the Heaven Scroll with an Earth Scroll. Isn't that natural? You want the Heaven Scroll? Here. Sasuke took out the Heaven Scroll and tossed it over. The female ninja simply watched it fall to the ground, completely disdainful of catching it. The three of them turned pale as the female ninja extended an unnaturally long tongue and licked her lips, smirking as expected of my chosen vessel so perceptive. Heaven Scroll for a scroll, isn't that just natural? The female kunoichi wasted no time biting her finger on the spot and pressing it against the ground. Summoning giant snake. A cloud of smoke erupted and a massive cyan serpent as thick as a water vat materialized in the arena. A snake. Such a huge snake. The giant python's forked tongue flickered as it opened its maw wide enough to swallow three people at once, terrifying Sakura to the point her face turned pale, and she trembled like a leaf, utterly immobilized. So it's Orochimaru. A flash of fiery red chakra flickered, and Naruto, brimming with anticipation, was eager to join the fray. Sasuke's fighting spirit burned just as intensely. Time to show real ninjutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto unleashed a horde of shadow clones. Sasuke glanced over and saw a swarm of Narutos encircling the original, frantically tapping on his wrist. A torrent of chakra was poured into the ingenious scientific ninja tool wristband. Naruto raised his wrist, aiming at Orochimaru. Watch my super mega double enhanced wind style great breakthrough. Tap 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 tap. Without hesitation, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. Suddenly he found a massive surge of fire-style chakra erupting from within his Chidori blade. The jutsu on his lips was merely a great fireball, yet its power began to multiply exponentially. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. A sea of flames vast as an ocean erupted from Sasuke, sweeping toward the cyan serpent. Meanwhile, the Great Breakthrough Cyclone on Naruto's wrist, after drawing an immense amount of chakra, swelled violently into a gigantic wind sphere, crashing into the Great Fire Annihilation. Wind-style Pressure Damage. The high-density wind mass spun within the ocean of flames, hurtling all the way to the cyan serpent before exploding with a thunderous blast. Wind-Fire Combined Ninjutsu Fire Dragon Tornado. Boom. A towering high-density fire tornado rose from the forest of death, piercing the clouds. The colossal blaze illuminated the entire forest. The fire dragon tornado combined the searing heat of fire style with the impact force of wind style like an artillery explosion. The blast wave and flames inflicted excruciating pain on the cyan serpent, which writhed and thrashed through the forest, toppling trees and spreading the fire far and wide. In the end, the cyan serpent dissolved into a puff of white smoke, canceling the summoning. The female Kunoichi's face, scorched by the fire dragon tornado, cracked open, revealing another face beneath the skin. Impressive, Sasuke. You truly have more talent than Itachi. Let's have some fun. In the merchant shop of the Land of Waves, Orochimaru licked his lips, swallowing the cursed seals from Girin and Kimimaro into his stomach, and laughed triumphantly. My stake in the contract with Ryuchi Cave grows heavier and heavier. Orochimaru, you shall bear all the sins. That's an rank ninjutsu. Who's fighting over there? As the examiner of the Forest of Death, Mitarashi Enko immediately noticed the anomaly, and prepared to give chase, only to find the Umbu members already moving faster than her. Mitarashi Enko quickly caught up. Lightning-style Chidori. Wind-style wind cutter technique. Roars echoed continuously through the woods. Enko followed the sound and witnessed Uchiha Sasuke locked in battle with Orochimaru. His teammates Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura stood frozen, caught in some kind of genjutsu. Sasuke wielded a sharp blade, each thrust crackling with lightning, while his opponent Orochimaru dodged and weaved, casually deflecting with wind blades. Orochimaru's disguised face had been burned away by the fire dragon tornado, revealing his true visage, his grin unabated. The watching Enko and the Umbu squad were deeply shaken. Everyone could see that Orochimaru was deliberately feeding Sasuke moves, constantly testing his limits. But even with Orochimaru holding back, Sasuke's performance was beyond imagination. He exchanged blows with Orochimaru on equal footing, demonstrating combat prowess of the highest order. As expected of you, Kakashi. Sasuke's strength is already on par with the Jonin, isn't it? You've put so much effort into teaching him. I didn't. This Chidori is clearly a fusion of lightning cutter and swordsmanship. Don't tell me you didn't teach him that. As time passed, Sasuke's stamina began to wane. Mitarashi Enko was about to join the fray when she saw his teammate Uzumaki Naruto break free from the genjutsu and leap into the arena. Sasuke. Let me handle this. Sasuke retreated to Sakura's side in delight. Ninjutsu Sharingan activate. Sasuke. Having just snapped out of the genjutsu, Sakura threw her arms around him in surprise, nearly causing Naruto, who was trying to look cool, to trip and fall. Kid, you're not worthy to be my opponent. Orochimaru, as if growing bored, transformed his face into a snake head and shot a blade from his mouth toward Naruto. But Naruto advanced instead of retreating, roaring, "Leaf Dragon God!" Naruto's body spun rapidly in midair, pulling the surrounding currents and soared skyward in a spiral. That's Master Chen's secret technique. Where did Naruto learn that? They say Naruto has been training with dozens of shadow clones alongside Rock Lee every day, developing many secret techniques. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, uncertain of the situation. He had been personally instructing Sasuke, yet his student's progress far exceeded his expectations. Naruto, growing wild and untamed, had also encountered a different fate. When did this change begin? As Naruto spiraled upward, he did not forget to trigger the wind-style great breakthrough stored in his wristband. Suddenly a towering cyclone with Naruto at its center rose from the ground and charged straight at Orochimaru. Even more terrifying, this cyclone was not just a metaphor. Around Naruto's body, sharp wind blades continuously shot outward. The spinning wind blades slashed through the air, and amidst a series of crackling sounds they sent the Kusanagi sword flying. The howling gale whipped Orochimaru's clothes and hair into disarray, while countless wind blades shredded the ground around him. The already scorched giant trees were splintered, sending sparks flying, threatening to ignite a new forest fire. Mitarashi Enko was stunned. Were all of Kakashi's disciples this powerful? Finally the cyclone caught up with Orochimaru. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Orochimaru's body was sucked into the cyclone. As if thrown into a meat grinder, a horrifying shredding ensued. In an instant, flesh sprayed up, turning into a rain of blood that splattered everywhere. Bathed in the bloody storm, Mitarashi Enko was so shocked by the sight that she lost focus for a long while. What? Orochimaru was shattered by Uzumaki Naruto, a mere genin with just one move. Was that really Orochimaru just now? Come out, I know you're still here. After breaking Orochimaru apart, Naruto's chakra suddenly began to glow red. Kakashi's tension spiked. Naruto's condition was a clear sign of Ninetales' chakra leakage. The ground trembled as a giant snake slowly poked its head out from beneath the earth, opening its massive jaws. Orochimaru restored to his original form, and dripping wet emerged from the snake's mouth. What a delightful surprise, you little Ninetales Jinchuriki. In his uniquely husky tone, Orochimaru said, I thought Sasuke was already exceptional. Never expected someone even more fierce than him. I am so pleasantly surprised. Such surging chakra. Such extraordinary vitality. I had overlooked you, boy of the Uzumaki clan. Your potential is equally immense. Truly captivating. Orochimaru licked his lips, excitedly trembling with fervor. This time Orochimaru was genuinely intrigued. I truly look forward to seeing the vessel created from your genes, how perfect it will be. Orochimaru licked his lips. I want both of you. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, quickly forming hand seals as he chanted summoning jutsu. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, a gigantic snake appeared before everyone. This snake was even larger than the previous one, its body as thick as a small mountain, and its head was the size of a house, opening its massive jaws to reveal sharp venomous fangs, instilling fear in all. Sasuke and Sakura's expressions turned serious. They knew they were facing an exceptionally strong enemy. The snake twisted its body and lunged towards them, moving as fast as lightning. Be careful. Sasuke warned Naruto ahead of him, activating his Sharingan to observe the snake's movements while preparing to infuse fire chakra into his Chidori blade, intending to let Orochimaru experience the fist of his senior. At a critical moment, Naruto took a deep breath, turned his head, and gave a thumbs up to himself. Don't worry. Leave it to me. With that he put away his smile, tore off his jacket, and tossed it aside. In an instant, a blazing deep red chakra ignited around Naruto like flames, illuminating the entire area. Sakura watched Naruto's back, feeling for the first time, so this is how cool Naruto is. The jacket fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Naruto's jacket was actually filled with chakra metal weights. 8th gate of the 8 gates open. The chakra flames erupted further. Damn. My guy. You've been hiding this too well. Sneaking Naruto some extra training. Seeing Naruto fully open the 6th gate, Kakashi panicked. If I go down now, will Lord Minato scold me? Naruto's speed skyrocketed as he charged towards the giant snake, his gaze resolute, his steps steady, eyes firmly locked onto the massive serpent, as if he could see right through it. As he approached the giant snake, Naruto suddenly leaped into the air. His body was as light as a bird, arms spread wide like wings gliding gracefully through the air like a phoenix soaring high. The phoenix traced an elegant arc in the air, passing closely by the immense snake. Naruto's body transformed into burning flames emanating intense heat from his fists, and in the next moment, peacock feathers. A furious roar echoed through the heavens. In an instant it was as if a volcano erupted, unleashing boundless power, and countless fist shadows combined to form the pattern of a peacock opening its tail. A series of explosions and roars followed as the air split apart, creating waves of scorching airflow as if it would ignite the entire world. Each punch struck the giant snake like a burning meteor, bombarding its body relentlessly. With a series of cracking sounds, a strong smell of charred flesh wafted through the air, and the once imposing summoning giant snake was instantly reduced to a massive piece of charred remains, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Naruto stood calmly, his expression composed, eyes firm and serene. He simply extended his hand and executed a single move, effortlessly defeating the enormous and powerful summoning giant snake. This scene left everyone in awe, completely shocked. They could hardly believe that this was Naruto Uzumaki, once the tail end of the Ninja Academy just months ago. He was able to so easily triumph over such a terrifying summoning beast. Naruto's power had undeniably instilled shock and reverence in everyone. Huff, ha. Clearly the side effects of opening the sixth gate were immense, and Naruto was not in a good state. Naruto, can you continue? Sasuke asked, standing next to Naruto with concern. Don't worry. I still have an even more powerful move left. I will not let Orochimaru take you. I won't let Orochimaru take you either. Hiss, little brat, I admit I underestimated you. Orochimaru hissed. He had initially wanted the summoning giant snake to hold them off for a moment to find an opportunity to perform powerful ninjutsu, but he never expected that the snake, only slightly smaller than the great snake, would be defeated in an instant. Without time to lament the loss of his beloved summoning beast, Orochimaru shouted, Sage Art, Serpent Array. With his mouth wide open, blocking out the sun, resembling a black hole, countless enormous snakes surged out from its gaping maw, venomous serpents raining down towards Naruto, twisting in the air and baring their sharp fangs. They intertwined with each other, forming a gigantic snake net that trapped Naruto within. Facing the overwhelming tide of venomous snakes, Naruto's gaze turned icy, as he took a deep breath, channeling the vast chakra within him, and once again exploded multiple shadow clone jutsu. Scientific ninjutsu. Multiple wind-style great breakthrough. Dozens of shadow clones frantically assisted Naruto in unleashing the wind-style ninjutsu, continuously slaughtering the venomous snakes, while Naruto himself roared pseudo-8th gate crane wing formation. Though they were merely a group of shadow clones, they had opened the 6th gate. The power of the pseudo-8th gate crane wing formation was already close to the true 8th gate crane wing formation. That was truly the power capable of shattering meteors. The sky was filled with blazing red chakra, forming a massive flaming crane that charged towards the serpent array. With overwhelming force. In an instant the serpent array summoned by Orochimaru was split in two. Countless venomous snakes were severed, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. However, this was just the beginning. The head of the crane, Naruto, who had opened the 6th gate, broke through the serpent array with astonishing speed and headed straight for the snake's head. As the entire formation resembled a white crane spreading its wings and suddenly pecking. Before Orochimaru could even react, several sprays of blood erupted from his body as he was beaten to a pulp, forcing him to continuously use the great snake substitution technique to switch bodies. What is the natural enemy of snakes? Without a doubt it is birds of prey. Whether it be peacocks or cranes. Naruto's crane wing formation countered Orochimaru's serpent array perfectly. It was as if a falcon swooped down from above to strike at the venomous snakes, appearing leisurely yet striking swiftly and viciously, leaving the enemy with no path to evade. Although Orochimaru had yet to reveal his true strength, he couldn't afford to lose face. What was initially a secret infiltration had turned into a public performance, and a humiliating one at that. Orochimaru's once invincible and serpentine combat techniques were being thoroughly countered by Naruto, unable to react before being hit, accumulating more and more lacerations on his body. All of this had left the watching Anko Mitarashi and the Konoha Umbu ninja in a state of shock, nearly numb from the overwhelming display. Naruto's martial arts ultimate technique, the Konoha Dragon God, was still within the realm of everyone's understanding, but opening the 6th gate of the 8 gates was something beyond what mere talent could describe. Naruto is the genius among geniuses. Sasuke's Chidori Blade, Naruto's 8 gates formation. This Wave Country consortium seems far from simple. If the village investigates the Wave Country, my position seems to be a bit awkward. Kakashi, wearing a mask, felt a headache coming on. The events from months ago in the Wave Country had brought about significant changes for Team 7. The growth rate of Naruto and Sasuke had far exceeded the limits of the 3rd Hokage's imagination. The demonstration of the 8 gates had made all of the Konoha higher-ups who were stationed far away in the Hokage's office realize a reality. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Might Guy, who was keeping watch on the rooftop, narrowing his eyes. As long as civilian ninjas diligently cultivate the 8 gates and master it deeply, even without exceptional ninjutsu talent, they can still stand a chance against elite shinobi. Hokage-sama. Zhao Xin in the name of the Wave Country leader has formally requested a meeting with Konoha, who hosted the Wave Country delegation before. Kakashi. What was the agenda? Marketing the scientific ninja tools Chidori Blade represented by Sasuke and the scientific ninja tool Little Genius wristbands represented by Naruto. Chidori Blade. Little Genius wristbands. Are those the ninja tools Naruto and Sasuke used in battle? So this is the secret to their sudden strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the image through the telescope technique, thought for a moment, and nodded. Let him in. Chief Shao, welcome. Lord Hokage, the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire have maintained friendly neighborly relations. Ever since the trade route to Konoha was open, the Land of Waves foreign trade has increased and the people's living standards have improved. On behalf of the people of the Land of Waves, I express our gratitude. Sarutobi Hiruzen studied Zhao Xin. This was their first meeting. As the leader of a small nation, Zhao Xin's demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, almost rivaling that of a kage from a major ninja village. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen both curious and wary of Zhao Xin. He recalled the intelligence from the Umbu. Once followed Orochimaru, Uchiha Shin, Sharingan, Zabuza of the Mist. Overthrew Gato. A capable young man no less than the Sannin of yore. After making this assessment, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, You flatter me, Chief. The Land of Fire loves peace, and the development of the Land of Waves is something we are pleased to see. Have you brought the products from the Land of Waves? These are the Chidori Blade and the Little Genius Bracer. Please take a look. Zhao Xin presented a box, and when opened it contained a short sword and a wrist guard. Thighs was made in the Land of Waves. Hiruzen grasped the two scientific ninja tools. With just a brief glance, he was deeply captivated. Indeed. The Chidori Blade comes from the Land of Waves Chakra Metal Factory and the Little Genius Bracer from the Land of Waves Little Genius Technology. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that although the scientific ninja tools appeared simple, their craftsmanship was extremely complex. First, the Chidori Blade clearly bore the characteristics of the Mist's Thunderblade Fang. The chakra metal possessed magnetic properties that could attract lightning. As for the Little Genius Bracer, it was even more extraordinary. It required at least dozens of processes employing micron-level ninjutsu arrays to embed dozens of basic techniques within, allowing the user to draw upon their own chakra as needed to release corresponding jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, quickly assessed the strengths and weaknesses of the Little Genius Bracer and silently marveled. What Little Genius Bracer? It should be called the Idiot Bracer. With this bracer, even a fool could graduate from the Ninja Academy. At this thought, Hiruzen said quietly, The Little Genius Bracer might hinder the growth of children at the academy. With this bracer, the children at the academy might not even need to learn hand seals. Over time, the quality of ninjas would likely plummet. Whether to purchase it requires careful deliberation with the advisors. I see. That's fine. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's hesitation, Zhao Xin smiled. Lord Hokage, after the Mist Village rectified its course, it established formal diplomatic relations with our country, and has already set up a liaison office in the Land of Waves. Lady Terumi may hold scientific ninja tools in high regard and intends to make an official purchase. I was mistaken. Danzo's judgment was right after all. This Land of Waves is no simple place. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that compared to Konoha, the Mist Village needed the Little Genius Bracer even more. After the Blood Mist era, the number of ninjas in the mist had greatly decreased, and their quality had declined. But with scientific ninja tools, even if the ninjas themselves were of poorer quality, the grassroots combat strength could be quickly replenished. Before long, the Mist Village would likely recover its vitality. Thinking this over, Hiruzen said, Konoha's Disabled Ninja Service Center could purchase a batch as auxiliary equipment for retired shinobi. I believe the ninjas of Konoha will remember your kindness. Zhao Xin extended his hand and shook Hiruzen's. Lord Hokage, besides procurement, the Land of Waves has a request. Please speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that this was likely the man's true objective. The Land of Waves wishes to assist in capturing Orochimaru. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru, is it? So the intelligence that the Land of Waves has a deep connection with Orochimaru is also true. Zhao Xin produced a wanted poster and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen, explaining, Orochimaru and his henchmen have committed heinous crimes against members of the Yellow Turban International, including but not limited to the human trafficking of children like Hataru, the genocide of the Fuma clan, and the smuggling of human organs like Uchiha Shin's. We hope to hold a public trial for Orochimaru and execute him according to the law. Seeing the solid evidence, Hiruzen had no retort, and merely said, Orochimaru is a rogue ninja of Konoha, the village will handle him. If the Land of Waves is willing to contribute, Konoha naturally welcomes it. Prior intelligence had indicated that Orochimaru was conspiring with Suna to attack Konoha. Hiruzen judged this as a golden opportunity to pressure the Land of Wind. Once the Sand Village made its move, with solid evidence, he would seize Orochimaru and his cronies along with the Sand Invaders and extort a heavy indemnity from the Land of Wind. Now that the Land of Waves was involved with only a few people, it should not disrupt Konoha's plan. Then I want stand on ceremony. Zhao Xin turned to leave, then paused as if remembering something. May I assist in interrogating Orochimaru to trace the whereabouts of Uchiha Shin's arm? Mr. Hiruzen, you know that Uchiha Shin, properly speaking, is my blood brother. It troubles me deeply that he has been crippled. Sarutobi Hiruzen without suspicion nodded. That is a trivial matter, please do as you wish. In the Forest of Death, under the relentless assault of Naruto with the sixth gate activated, Orochimaru's body was repeatedly destroyed and reconstituted. At first Orochimaru remained composed, but as the one-sided beating continued he gradually lost his cool. His plan had been to leave an invincible impression on Sasuke, then tempt him into accepting the heavenly curse mark, exchanging his body as a vessel for immense power. But now he was being overpowered by a mere genin from Konoha's dead last. What was this all about? With that thought, Orochimaru decided to withdraw temporarily, put the Sasuke plan on hold, and wait for the third exam to advance the Konoha Crush plan. Orochimaru allowed his snake-like body to be battered and torn, letting his appearance grow even more grotesque, and muttered darkly, "Kid, he'll remember you. Until we meet again." Summoning. Orochimaru's eyes flew wide open. His ever-reliable great snake substitution technique had suddenly faltered. What's happening? My summoning target has been rewritten. Orochimaru stared suspiciously into the depths of the forest, sensing something amiss. Boom! A colossal purple serpent with prominent horns materialized without warning in the Forest of Death. Its massive body sent Naruto flying. Alert! Enemy attack! A large number of Umbu appeared in the Forest of Death. Seal off the Forest of Death. Protect the Hokage. Evacuate the civilians. At a bathhouse in Konoha, Jiraiya hastily dressed, glaring at the distant giant snake silhouette. Damn it! What the hell is Orochimaru trying to do? Is he happy only when he destroys Konoha? On the Hokage monument standing atop Hashirama's head, Tsunade shook her head helplessly. Orochimaru still so naive. Milady. What exactly is Orochimaru after? He wants to prove the old man wrong. Orochimaru believes that the fear of death is the root of all conflict in the ninja world. If he can find a way to achieve immortality, there will be no strife and true peace can be realized. But the old man doesn't think so. He believes Orochimaru has strayed from the path, lacks the will of fire, and wouldn't even give him a chance even when Jiraiya and I chose to leave rather than participate in the selection of the fourth Hokage. Tsunade gazed coldly at the scene below. Orochimaru has probably already found a way to live forever and intends to reshape Konoha in his own image. The moment Manda was summoned, Sakan and Yukon, Kidamaru, Taiuya and Jirobo all prostrated themselves on the ground, staring in terror at the one-armed Orochimaru before them. A long snake tongue flicked across their necks, silently erasing their curse marks. I've taken back your seals. The Sasuke plan is cancelled. Orochimaru Pedentity grinned. What you're going to carry out next is the Niji plan. Orochimaru. You summoned me. I want 100 sacrifices. No, I didn't. Manda, don't be greedy. Get back. Orochimaru sensed something amiss. He had only intended to activate the Great Snake substitution to escape. Deny it. Deny it all you want, I still want 100 sacrifices. If you don't give them, I'll take them myself. Manda writhed, crushing large swaths of trees. A signal arrow shot into the sky, its piercing sound echoing across the heavens. Over 100 sand ninjas appeared at the border, weapons in hand, cold eyes, swift movements, and perfect coordination, clearly an elite force. Yet they found themselves in an awkward position. A group of Konoha ninjas stood leisurely on the borderline, watching them silent. Naruto. Please don't be in danger. Naruto. In the Forest of Death, Sasuke carried Naruto on his back, running desperately toward the forest's edge, with Sakura chasing behind, calling out in emotional collapse. Hang in there, dead last. Weren't you going to take on the Sannin alone? Is this all you've got? And you want to become Hokage? When Manda's colossal body descended upon the Forest of Death, Naruto bore the brunt of it. Crushed by an unmatched weight, Naruto's assault came to an abrupt halt. The immense burden of forcefully opening the 6 gates and forming a one-man formation all rebounded onto his body at that moment. Instantly Naruto's body erupted with countless wounds, blood gushing like a waterfall. Even his seemingly inexhaustible chakra was nearly depleted. As for his mental state, it was instantly shattered, sending him into a protective coma. In his worry, Sasuke's Sharingan quietly awakened a second Tomo. As far as the eye could see, 2 dazzling white masses of chakra appeared ahead, causing Sasuke to halt. Who wants to be Hokage? The owner of the snow-white chakra masses spoke. It's Naruto. Sasuke looked up and saw a golden-haired woman whose magnificent curves were incomparably superior to Sakura's. Sasuke asked warily, Who are you? Standing before you is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the founder of the Konoha Medical Corps, Princess Tsunadesima. Shizen, wearing a Konoha forehead protector, appeared in time, introduced after, and took over Naruto, saying, Leave him to— Shizen looked at Naruto, her eyes glistening, and thought. So much blood, yet Lady Tsunade's hemophobia didn't act up. Could it be that the boy who wants to be Hokage is her cure? What a fool who doesn't know his limits. Tsunade pressed her palm into the air, activating the mystical palm technique, beginning to clear Naruto's blood vessels and stitch his muscles. Damn snake, what exactly does he want? As she spoke, as if responding to Tsunade's words, feathers began to fall in large numbers within the forest of death. A temple of nirvana technique on such a scale. Who is the idiot that cast this? Tsunade merely waved her hand and the air around her erupted like a cannonball, sending a shockwave that dispersed the Genjutsu's chakra. Gaara. Temari. It's the Kazekage-sama's signal. He orders us to attack the Hokage building immediately. Kankuro climbed down from a tree carrying his puppet. Temari frowned but didn't act rashly. Has the Kazekage-sama gone mad? Can't he see that Konoha is overflowing with talent? Is he sending us to die? Everyone had witnessed Naruto's performance. This Konoha Genin's strength clearly surpassed Gaara's, and he was just a... From this perspective, Konoha's hidden power was unfathomable. How could Suna ever think of attacking Konoha? Enough talk. Let's go. Gaara led the charge, sprinting toward the Hokage building. As Kankuro and Temari were about to follow, Baki appeared beside them with a dejected look. Mission cancelled. While the two were puzzled, Kakashi, whose mask couldn't hide his face, appeared with a group of A and B using the body flicker technique surrounding them. Sonigakure's plan has been exposed. Please come with me to the VIP room. Temari silently lowered her giant fan, dispersing the ready great sickle weasel, and asked, What is going on? That's what I should be asking you. As Kakashi finished speaking, Ibiki Moreno stepped out with a sinister grin. Young lady of Suna, please cooperate with us. Sigh troublesome. Although caught, Temari breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could fully exhale, the illusionary feathers of the Temple of Nirvana technique began falling from the sky. Oh no. Gaara. In an instant, a great sandstorm arose within the forest of death, and a gigantic tanuki figure suddenly rose from the ground. Wahahaha! I Shikaku have finally returned. With the Jinchuriki asleep, the one-tailed Shikaku was unsealed. Amidst the chaos in the forest of death, Gao Xian was advancing toward Orochimaru's location, while never forgetting to observe the entire field with the telescope technique. Heaven rewards diligence. You observe and rank medical sealing technique. You understand and memorize the In seal. Heaven rewards diligence. You observe and rank medical ninjutsu mystical palm technique. You comprehend the mystical palm technique proficiency beginner. Heaven rewards diligence. You observe and rank medical genjutsu temple of nirvana technique. You comprehend the temple of nirvana technique proficiency beginner. Heaven rewards diligence. You observe the tailed beast chakra of Shikaku of the sand. You understand and memorize the form of one-tailed chakra. Orochimaru, is this your plan? Colluding with Sanigakure to overthrow Konoha? Standing in the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked composed and spoke softly into the shadows. Itachi, you did well. In Hiruzen's view, Orochimaru's actions had not only failed to harm Konoha but had instead become an opportunity facilitating the return of Jiraiya Tsunade and Uchiha Itachi, greatly strengthening the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted more. Jiraiya, whether Orochimaru can return to the will of fire rests on you. Tsunadeheim. Leave Orochimaru to me. Summoning Jutsu. Gamabunta. Jiraiya, as if sharing the same thought as Hiruzen, decided to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a grand entrance and persuade Orochimaru to return to the right path. A massive plume of smoke rose and a giant toad emerged, smoking a pipe, carrying Jiraiya on his shoulder and a blade on his back. He glared at Manda not far away with a grim expression. Little Jiraiya, you're being a bit tough on me, aren't you? That Manda is no easy opponent. Lord Gamabunta, with so many watching, I can't afford to lose. Alright. I'll do my best. Get ready. Toad Oil Flame Bomb. With a zero-frame start, Gamabunta spewed a huge stream of toad oil and Jiraiya followed closely with a massive fire released from his mouth. The enormous fireball nearly evaporated the air within several kilometers. Heaven rewards diligence. You observe a brank ninjutsu Toad Oil Flame Bomb. You comprehend the Toad Oil Flame Bomb proficiency mastery. The Toad Oil Flame Bomb is a ninjutsu specifically designed for large summoned creatures with terrifying power. Even a slightly larger summoned snake would be reduced to ashes if not careful. Unfortunately, the opponent was Manda. A ninjutsu of this level thinks it can hurt me. Manda allowed the Toad Oil Flame Bomb to hit him and calmly shed his skin. However, the next moment Manda's body suddenly stiffened, a great howl echoed through the sky, and his massive serpentine body rolled back and forth, stirring a hurricane in the forest of death. Damn it! Pain! 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 What kind of ninjutsu is this? Jiraiya, you have no martial virtue. You mixed poison into the fire release. A scarlet flame tinged with black clung to Manda's body like a bone maggot, burning him with no escape. Little Jiraiya, did you do this? Jiraiya shook his head. Brother Gamabunta, am I the kind of person who would use poison? On the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, sensing the presence in the shadows, his expression doubtful. Itachi, this technique? Why does it look so much like Amaterasu? Responding to Hiruzen was a figure in a yellow robe hovering in midair. Orochimaru. You have committed numerous crimes including but not limited to the human trafficking of children such as Yoroi, the genocide of the Fuma clan, the smuggling of human organs from Uchiha Shin and others. The evidence is conclusive. In midair, countless crow clones formed enormous black wings. Zhao Xin stood aloft, his clothes fluttering, arms crossed, and announced from above. I represent the Wave Country Investigation Bureau and I hereby issue an arrest warrant for you. You are under arrest. Orochimaru, it's him. Those flames are his technique. Catch him quickly. I want to eat him. Manda roared through gritted teeth, eager to devour Zhao Xin. Uchiha Shin. Orochimaru looked at that familiar face, puzzled as he searched his memories, trying to recall information related to the other. After discovering that several soul fragments he had left in the curse seal had disappeared, Orochimaru had sent ninja to investigate the land of the sea. Intelligence showed that the research facility there had been abandoned. Combined with the activities of the Uchiha Shin clones in Wave Country, it seemed that after leading a team to defect from Otogekure, Uchiha Shin had defeated the Waste Tenchi and scavenged a pile of the junk Orochimaru left behind in the land of the sea. Now looking at Zhao Xin's Sharingan, Orochimaru felt as if he had overlooked something important. Zilai, is this the boy from the Invincible family? Zilai looked at Zhao Xin, somewhat confused. The changes in my over the years have been rather drastic, I'm not entirely sure. What a load of toad crap. Your last issue of Happy Heaven was still gathering material in my brother Wentai, you also read Happy Heaven? Tui. Zilai spat just as Zhao Xin was making his self-introduction. I am Zhao Xin, current leader of the Wave Country. Dashuan, lay down your weapon and surrender. Zhao Xin. Hiss. Your eyes are not inferior to that man. It seems you already consider yourself surpassing the Yuzhibo, daring to give yourself a new surname. Discovering that Wanshi had been wounded by Zhao Xion's crimson Amaterasu flames, Dashuan grew increasingly delighted, unable to conceal the greed in his eyes. It seems I have underestimated you. You have grown into such an excellent vessel. Dashuan, prepare sacrifices for me quickly. I need to recover. In just a short while, Wanshi had gone from an arrogant state to a wretched mess, its body having shrunk considerably due to continuous shedding. The crimson flames had scorched pits of flesh all over its body, thick snake blood pooled on the ground, and its spirit seemed to have suffered immense torment. If you want sacrifices, go and get them with your own ability. Dashuan paid no heed to Wanchi's condition, let out a sinister laugh and gazed toward Zhao Xin. Come, let me see how you managed to do it. Great snake manipulation technique. The next moment Dashuan's body transformed into a pool of tiny snakes, constantly surging, gathering and stacking, eventually forming a giant serpent no smaller than Wanchi, lunging toward Zhao Xin. Perfect timing. Multiple crow clone. Zhao Xion's body dispersed into a sky full of crows like thick dark clouds covering the top, charging at the serpent's body in an overwhelming assault. One after another, the snake clones were devoured into the bellies of the crow clones. The battle between the two had completely transcended the realm of traditional ninjutsu, drawing the attention of everyone in the Forest of Death. Dashuan quickly realized that he had tried to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. The Great Snake Manipulation Technique was a jutsu where Dashuan shed his skin to transform into a massive serpent composed of countless tiny snakes. These small snakes could rapidly absorb the opponent's chakra and memories, achieving an effect similar to the Sharingan. The original purpose of creating the Great Snake Manipulation Technique was to absorb the opponent's abilities. But the opponent's crow clones were clearly superior in power, completely countering his own Great Snake Manipulation Technique. What is going on? Is it a coincidence? Even more terrifying, Dashuan felt that his Great Snake-style substitution technique seemed to be sealed by some strange jutsu. Every snake clone that tried to escape quietly vanished without a trace, along with a sliver of consciousness, with no chance to flee the Forest of Death. I never thought you could grow to such a level. But if you want to stop me, you're still not enough. Dashuan grinned ferociously, about to activate his summoning technique. Just then Zilai shouted, Dashuan, surrender to my. Zilai, you've become naive too. Wentai silently took a puff from his pipe, looking unperturbed. Zilai was not really urging surrender, he was clearly helping Dashuan save his life. After decades of friendship, I can't let go. Zilai's expression showed slight embarrassment. In his view nearby was that Zhao Xian of the Wave Country, eyeing him like a tiger. In the distance he himself had Wentai the Toad as reinforcement. Gangs Ho was lurking in the shadows, and the third Hokage was stationed in the Hokage Tower. Although a sand village Jinchuriki was causing trouble not far away, that was a minor issue. Dashuan definitely would not escape. But on the entire battlefield, only this Zhao Xian seemed intent on taking Dashuan's life. With just that pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, Zilai could tell that Zhao Xian's strength was unfathomable. If he didn't shout, that Dashuan would surely be done for. Zilai, you are truly naive. My power has only been shown a fraction. Ha ha. Dashuan's mouth opened wider and wider, and in an instant he spat out a long sword. Kuzunaji sword, air no tachi. A graceful flying sword technique, yet Dashuan used it as disgustingly as if he were spitting on the ground. As if unwilling to be touched by the air no Tachi, Zhao Xian stepped aside, letting the Kusanagi sword brush past him and head straight for another direction in the forest of death. On the other side, whether intentionally or accidentally, Wolo was ambushed by the Nirvana Temple technique and fell into a deep sleep, allowing the one-tailed Shoha to fully break free. The just-freed Shoha, enjoying the fresh air outside, frolicked in the forest of death, stirring up a massive sandstorm. Gangsho, who was treating Mingren, was about to activate the 100 Healings technique to quickly resolve the trouble caused by the one-tailed Shoha, but was stopped by Zhuizhu. Lady Gangsho, please continue treating Mingren. Zhuizhu held the Chidori blade, his Totemo Sharingan spinning rapidly, his fighting spirit surging. That's a tailed beast. You kid from the Yuzhibo clan, don't be as extreme as your predecessors. Although Gangzhou had not been educated by Qianshou Feijian, her second grandfather's attitude toward the Yuzhibo had still been passed down. Just Wolo, let me handle him. I won't lose to the dead last. Without waiting for Ganshou's reaction, Zhuizhu roared, pouring a massive amount of fire-style chakra into the Chidori blade in his hand. Seeing the Chidori blade bursting with light from within and about to disintegrate, Zhuizhu fiercely raised his hand and hurled it through the air. A lightning-style Chidori turned into a javelin, striking the one-tailed Shoha right between the eyes. Flames erupted, accompanied by dazzling lightning. Meow, hurts this cat lord. Scientific ninja tool, self-destruct lightning-style Kirin. The Tanuki's wail was drowned out by the deafening roar of thunder. Next, the infinite furious thunder in the sky converged into a ferocious divine beast with a terrifying visage. It opened its mouth and roared, giving Shoha no time to react, then turned into a bolt of lightning that struck straight at the lightning rod growing from Shoha's forehead, slamming heavily into the one-tailed Shoha's body. The blue lightning style and the Shoha formed of yellow sand collided and exploded, scattering dust into the sky. The lightning light flowed among the crystalline sand grains, melting them into a shower of crystals, refracting a brilliant and splendid radiance in the sky above the forest of death. Oh. No. Don't do this. Not allowed. I haven't had enough fun. I don't want to go back. A majestic-tailed beast Shoha had been free for less than a quarter of an hour before being beaten to collapse by Zhuizhu's one move. Shoha's body dispersed and Wolo awoke with a start, his eyes wide with terror, staring directly at Zhuizhu from midair. To such terrifying Mai Genin. Zhuizhu's chakra was completely depleted and he fainted on the spot, caught by 3 slugs that Gangzhou had urgently summoned as cushions. The next moment the 3 slugs were pierced through by the Kusanagi sword. Kusanagi sword substitution technique. Dashuan emerged from beneath Zhuizhu, lifting Zhuizhu's body and grinned at Gangsho. Lady Gangsho, long time no see. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Tsunade bellowed, her face etched with schemes. Put down that child, otherwise I won't hold back. A descendant of the Senju clan worrying over a child from the Uchiha. How surprising, Princess Tsunade. His. Orochimaru's snake-like tongue slithered around Sasuke's neck as he gloated. He's the perfect vet. Once I reincarnate into him, you and I will stage a grand reconciliation between Senju and Uchiha. How delightful. A child born of both lineages. Ha ha. You despicable scoundrel. In seal. Release. Byakugo. Activate. Enraged Tsunade dissolved the seal on her brow, unleashing a storm of chakra that swept across her body. Too late. Orochimaru opened his maw wide, ready to bite down on Sasuke's neck. Disgusting. Ugh. A shinobi had seized Orochimaru by the throat. Orochimaru, you are under arrest. Swapping places with Sasuke via space-time ninjutsu, Zhao Xian grasped Orochimaru's neck, enveloping him in Amaterasu's flames. He burned away the substitution snakes one by one, pinning the villain in place. No. Tsunade instinctively rushed toward Zhao Xian, but he held Orochimaru before him like a shield, forcing her attack to halt abruptly. What, you want to save him? Zhao Xian sneered. The bond of the Sannin runs deep, but does it truly override the law? With that he intensified the Amaterasu flames. Speechless and seeing Orochimaru about to be reduced to ashes, Tsunade hurriedly deactivated her seal and Byakugo, bowing. Lord of the Land of Waves. Please hand Orochimaru over to Kanehigakure. A wanted criminal. He's equally wanted in the Land of Waves. Zhao Xian chuckled mockingly, glancing toward the Hokage building. Let the 3rd Hokage come negotiate. Speak of the devil. Hiruzen Sarutobi dashed from the Hokage building, landing in the forest of death before Zhao X. Mr. Zhao, Orochimaru is Konoha's criminal. Since you captured him here, it's only fitting that we handle him. Hearing this, Zhao Xian extinguished the Amaterasu and sneered. The Hokage himself appears. Makes me wonder why Konoha is shielding Orochimaru. Shielding? Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. I personally signed his arrest warrant. How is that shielding? Zhao Xian, are you trying to start a diplomatic dispute between the Land of Waves and Konoha? Hey, old man, you're as hypocritical as ever. Orochimaru twisted his neck in Zhao Xin's grip. Let me go and I'll tell you where your right arm is. Very well, Lord Hokage, he's yours. Zhao Xian released him. Shadow clone. Bam. 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 3 snake clones suddenly emerged beside Hiruzen. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto, who had been lurking in the forest of death, appeared and stood alongside the 3 clones at Hiruzen's 4 cardinal points. 4 Black Snakes Formation. Despite the absence of the sound for Kabuto, and the 3 snakes erected a barrier trapping Hiruzen inside. Before the seal closed, Orochimaru's voice echoed. Uchiha Shin, your arm is on Danzo. It bears 10 Sharingan. The pronouncement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Lady Tsunade, it seems Konoha truly intends to shield Orochimaru. Fortunately, he doesn't appreciate it. Zhao Xin sneered, blocking Tsunade as she moved to rescue Hiruzen. I now formally demand that Konoha hand over Danzo, and my younger brother's arm. The sudden shift left Tsunade's mind reeling. Wait, moments ago you were hellbent on killing Orochimaru, and now you're confronting Konoha. To her further dismay, Sasuke had awakened and staggered to Zhao Xin's side. Damn it! Why does Danzo have the Uchiha's Sharingan? What's the truth? What is the village hiding? Sasuke's eyes began to bleed crimson, the third Tomo threatening to emerge. Tsunade finally regained her composure. Sasuke, calm down. Before his defection, Orochimaru was under Danzo. That proves nothing. Then let Danzo come and confront us. Sasuke's fury continued to fuel his Sharingan, as if trying to discern the truth through sheer will. No need to rush. Tsunade began, but Zhao Xin placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke turned to see the Tomo in Zhao Xin's eyes coalesce into a pattern. I think Sasuke is right. Whoosh. Blazing flames kicked up dust and sand, and a skeletal chakra structure as vast as the Hokage building rapidly took shape, enclosing Zhao Xin and Sasuke within its chest. 2 terrifying skeletal arms rose from the ground, muscles sprouting and wrapping around a ferocious visage. A colossal crimson giant erupted fully into being. Then the chakra muscles of its throat quivered. Danzo! Get out here! A roar that shattered the sky. The immense sound wave expanded as a visible ring of shock echoing throughout the forest of death, and reaching every corner of Konoha's core. Give back Uchiha Shin's arm. Return the Uchiha's Sharingan. Oh, this is troublesome. Jiraiya felt a massive headache coming on as the situation spiraled. Let's rescue that old monkey first. Whether to hand over Danzo should be his decision. Gamabunta offered his advice. Inside the 4 Black Snakes Formation, Hiruzen tore off the 2 serpents coiled around him, ripped off his Hokage robe, and revealed his muscular frame. Facing his former disciple, he snarled. Orochimaru, you are courting death. Hehe, my apologies. How wonderful fate is. Despite a few twists, things have returned to their proper course. Orochimaru reached up and tore off his own face, revealing a young girl's visage. I thought the mission would fail, but you walked right into my trap. Haha. Damn you. You actually succeeded. Seeing Orochimaru's new face, Hiruzen realized the ambush was aimed at him. You used an innocent's body to prolong your life. The Lord of the Land of Waves was right. You deserve to die. Spare me your sanctimony, Hiruzen-sensei. This village built on false will of fire is no better. Orochimaru's laughter rang cold. Your greed has united me with my enemy. Hiruzen's brows knit tightly. Trapped within the 4 Black Snakes Formation, he had no way to negotiate with Zhao Xin. Currently outside the formation, only Jiraiya and Tsunade possessed cage-level strength. Thankfully, Shikaku had been defeated by Sasuke, and Naruto was unconscious from exhaustion. Otherwise, under the Sharingan, 2-tailed beasts would rampage, and the fate of Konoha would be sealed. Admittedly, Konoha still had Kakashi and a group of Jonin with pseudo-cage-level strength, but one must not forget that Itachi lurked in the shadows. Although Hiruzen believed Itachi would consider Konoha's interests, what if he also wanted to confront Danzo? Damn Danzo! Sarutobi, Hiruzen cursed inwardly. He always turns allies into enemies. Just moments ago, Zhao Xin outside the formation had been on Konoha's side. Sarutobi-sensei, you don't think you can turn the tables from this situation, do you? Orochimaru's laughter was uncontrollable. From the very beginning, my target was you. As he finished speaking, a coffin engraved with the character 4 rose from the ground. The lid opened to reveal the pale earth-dusted 4th Kazekage emerging from his Edo Tensei form. So that's it. The imprisoned shinobi of Suna, watching through the telescope jutsu, stood up collectively. Everything is Orochimaru's conspiracy. In the forest of death, my only intention was to cultivate Sasuke as a vessel. Orochimaru cackled eerily. During the Chunin exams in the heart of Konoha, I would destroy the village and kill you, my hypocritical teacher. Once Suna had its decisive victory, Danzo, driven by his thirst for the Hokage title, would gladly rule Konoha for me. I am not. I never did. I have the will of fire. I would never betray Konoha. Deep beneath Konoha, within the heavily guarded root headquarters, Danzo was panicking as Uchiha Itachi stared at him coldly. Strangely, the imprisoned Suna shinobi felt a flicker of regret. Regret my ass. Gaara's eyes were vacant. Konoha's genin are all monsters. First Naruto, then Sasuke. Who knows what other monstrous talent will emerge? True, there's no hope. Temari muttered, shaking her head. Beside her, Kankuro covertly manipulated his puppet, pointing at Gaara. Temari nodded in agreement. Shikaku had been destroyed, their father was dead, and Gaara seemed more spirited than before. As for their father's death, the three siblings felt not a trace of sorrow. Just you and the fourth Kazekage think you can defeat me, the professor of ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pounding headache. He must end this quickly, go to Root and force Danzo to hand over his arm, or today would end disastrously. The fourth Kazekage responded in kind. Magnet release gold dust. Karma rewards diligence. You have observed the Kekkei Genkai Jutsu magnet release gold dust. You lack the magnet release bloodline and cannot learn this jutsu. Your title of senior jutsu researcher has taken effect. You have discovered a fusion path between lightning release and earth release magnet release bloodline. The reanimated fourth Kazekage converted highly condensed chakra into magnetic force. Through hand seals he poured magnet release chakra into the ground, creating a vast sea of gold dust that hindered Sarutobi Hiruzen's movements. To Hiruzen's horror, Orochimaru activated Edo Tensei again, and two more coffins rose from the earth engraved with first and second. Karma rewards diligence. You have observed this rank otherworldly forbidden summoning technique Edo Tensei. After brief contemplation you understand it, and have mastered Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei proficiency beginner. Bang. Bang. The coffin lids opened and two strikingly familiar figures stepped out. Though they were reanimated impure bodies under Orochimaru's control, the aura of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama remained undiminished. Sensing his own condition, Senju Hashirama surveyed the surroundings. Catching sight of the distant outline of the Hokage rock, he gasped in realization. Oh, it's Konoha village. Wasn't I dead? How did I return? Am I revived? Yes, you are revived, Senju Tobirama said coldly. Covered in impure earth, some worthless descendant must have used my forbidden technique. My foolish little brother. I warned you not to waste your time developing so many forbidden techniques, Senju Hashirama said with a nonchalant look. Now look, dead, and we can't even rest in peace. Senju Tobirama rolled his eyes and turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hey monkey. Was that your doing? I remember that technique was sealed in the Scroll of Seals. Could it be? The shinobi world is on the brink of destruction. So you summoned us two old relics to save the day. Senju Hashirama was startled, then noticed the aged Hiruzen and widened his eyes. A monkey, how did you get so old? 1,000 apologies, sensei. It's all my fault. The one who summoned you is my wayward disciple Orochimaru. Facing the two former Hokage, Hiruzen was flustered. Pointing at Orochimaru, he said, he intends to use your power to destroy Konoha, and I am trying desperately to stop him. Ah, you were too careless. Senju Hashirama waved his hand, feeling a force compelling him. The summoner's order is indeed to kill you. You must be careful. Senju Tobirama warned. Monkey, although we have our own consciousness, our bodies are beyond our control. We can only use our willpower to buy you a little time. Prepare for battle now. Senju Hashirama added solemnly. Monkey, think of this as a belated Hokage exam. Rest assured, sensei. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will protect Konoha even at the cost of my life. Enough. The Konoha Crush plan has already failed. Now I just want your life. Orochimaru said impatiently. Hokage-sama's the reminiscing is over. Let battle commence. Magnet release Great Burial. Magnet release Gold Dust Cube. Karma rewards diligence. You have observed the Kekkei Genkai Jutsu Magnet release Gold Dust Cube. You have memorized Magnet release Gold Dust Cube. Your Magnet release Bloodline deduction progress 0. 1. Monkey, watch out. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Flying Thunder God Slash. Karma rewards diligence. You have observed the Brank Jutsu Flying Thunder God Slash. You have mastered Flying Thunder God Slash. Flying Thunder God Slash proficiency proficient. The ground beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly collapsed into a massive pit, and he plunged uncontrollably. Then a heavy gold dust cube descended from the sky, aiming to crush him deep into the earth. The shuriken unleashed by Senju Hashirama flew everywhere, blanketing the entire four black snake formation, leaving no escape. Simultaneously, Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God Kunai flashed like lightning towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. This was the technique that had brought down the prime Uchiha Izuna. With Hiruzen's aged body, there was no chance to dodge. By all accounts, it was an absolute death trap. Sarutobi Sensei. The moment the fourth Kazekage appeared, Tsunade and Jiraiya had already rushed toward the four black snake formation to rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xin Susanoo could not be bothered to block them, and walked straight toward Konoha village. Senior, why let them through? Is it because that huge toad said whether to hand over Danzo will be decided by the third Hokage? Sasuke didn't understand Zhao Xin's actions. As the young head of the Uchiha clan, he had already sided with Senior Madara and was pleased to see the fight between Orochimaru and the third. From the moment I handed over Orochimaru, this became an internal matter of Konoha. The Land of Waves does not interfere in the internal affairs of other nations. Zhao Xian shook his head and added, of course, if Konoha fails to deal with Orochimaru properly, the Huanjin army will step in. Can they rescue the third Hokage? Perhaps. Zhao Xian seemed indifferent to the outcome. They probably won't succeed. Their opponents are the first and second Hokage plus the fourth Kazekage. Even as reanimated bodies they are still Kage. Sasuke started imagining. So Senior saw they would fail and let them chase false hope. Merely impure earth bodies. Zhao Xian chuckled. Right now one genin in Konoha could handle them. Outside Jiraiya and Tsunade were assaulting the four black snake formation with toad oil flame bullet and a monstrously strong punch. Inside the formation Hiruzen was struck by the descending gold dust cube surrounded by countless shadow shuriken, and with a blade flashing at his throat he could only cry out. I am doomed. Suddenly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 pitch black spheres appeared abruptly before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bang. 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 Senju Tobirama and the fourth Kazekage were struck, their impure earth bodies collapsing instantly. Oh. It's the truth-seeking balls. Impressive. Senju Hashirama, standing farthest away, could only exclaim in admiration before being hit by a black sphere. He fell to the ground reduced to a mud-covered husk. Instantly the gold dust cube, the shadow shuriken, and the flying thunder god Kunai all vanished without a trace. In the sky a figure stood suspended, disheveled hair clad in a yellow sky Taoist robe, blue eyes crackling with lightning. I, Hyuga Niji. From today onward, I sever my ties with the Hyuga clan. After Ning Sei broke the black snake formation with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the atmosphere was tense. However, neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya, who had shattered the formation, nor Sarutobi Hiruzen, who narrowly escaped death, looked very well. As for Orochimaru the open traitor and Zhao Xian, who was teaching Sasuke within the system, the relationship with Konoha was complicated due to Danzo the schemer. As for the mutated Byakugan of Hyuga Ning Sei before him, he might very well become the second Uchiha Itachi, a true traitor. Another perfect tool. Oh heavens, how could Konoha be so thick-skinned? Watching the drastically changed appearance of Ning Sei, Orochimaru could only feel an immense irony. Compared to the impact brought by Konoha's endless stream of talent freaks, the pressure of being surrounded by teachers and friends was nothing significant. Ning Sei. Is this the power of genius? I must work even harder. Go. Strive. In a corner of the Death Forest, Rock Lee, seeing Ning Sei's significant power increase, couldn't help but want to run 3,000 laps around the forest. Oh, I didn't see this coming. Might Guy exclaimed in surprise. Ning Sei, you are indeed a genius among geniuses. Fate, have you finally favored brother Ning Sei? For Ning Sei's sudden transformation, perhaps only Hinata, who arrived with the Hyuga clan, was genuinely happy for him. Senior, is Ning Sei's power granted by you? Indeed, I modified him. While chatting with Sasuke, Zhao Xian continuously observed Ning Sei. Heaven rewards the diligent. You have observed the chakra flow of the Rinnegan, and you have begun to analyze the chakra of the Rinnegan. You have initially grasped the changes of the Rinnegan chakra. Current proficiency beginner. Heaven rewards the diligent. You have observed the release of Yin-Yang release, pursuit of truth, and you have initially grasped Yin-Yang release. Current proficiency beginner. Heaven rewards the diligent. You have observed the chakra operation of Hashirama's cells in a living body, successfully deciphering the fusion direction of earth release and water release. Wood release bloodline limit. You attempt to fuse the wood release bloodline limit. Current simulation degree 0.01. The long-desired wood release of Konoha. Zhao Xian has already mastered 1/10%. As long as he studies diligently, he will be able to master the wood release bloodline limit. Starting from the beginner level, Zhao Xin's shadow clones simultaneously activated the fusion of wood release. As the shadow clones finished their simulations and returned to him, the wood release bloodline limit was continuously written into Zhao Xin's genes, and his bloodline began to slowly change. Heaven rewards the diligent. The wood release within you reacts with the Sharingan bloodline limit. You unlock Sharingan evolutionary branch 1 Rinnegan. Detecting that prerequisite conditions are missing condition Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Feeling the changes in the bloodline, Zhao Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Truly the center of fate in the ninja world. This trip to Konoha was indeed worthwhile. The elder of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Koku, rushed out of the crowd shouting. You bastard! Ning Sei! What the hell? You lowly branch family brat. A slave engraved with a caged bird. If it weren't for the head of the family treating you like his own child, providing resources, how do you think you earned your title of genius? Without the Hyuga clan you would be a lost dog. Hyuga Ning Sei remained unafraid, coldly gazing at Hyuga Koku, saying each word deliberately. I, Hyuga Ning Sei, will sever ties with the Hyuga clan from today onwards. Who dares to stop me? You dare! The pursuit of truth appeared before him, and Hyuga Koku immediately fell silent. Hokage, what is your opinion? Hyuga Hisashi slowly stepped out of the crowd, facing Ning Sei, questioning Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having changed back into his Hokage attire, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, feeling overwhelmed. The Hyuga clan stands alone before the exam. When Sasuke provoked Ning Sei, he was still considering whether to utilize the opportunity to absorb some talents and promote the integration of the Hyuga clan and Konoha. But now that Hyuga Ning Sei is so resolute, how should he as Hokage handle this? By saving himself at this moment, Ning Sei was forcing him to make a decision. After all, this pursuit of truth could defeat the first and second Hokage, so it would certainly be able to defeat him, the third Hokage. Supporting Ning Xiai and accepting him in the name of the village would instantly yield a shadow-level ninja. Being able to annihilate 3 Edo Tensei's shadows definitely indicated a shadow level. After all, Hyuga Ning Xiai has severed ties with the Hyuga clan, but he did not say he was severing ties with Konoha. However, if he truly supports Ning Xiai, it would mean a complete break with the Hyuga clan. What would happen later? Would they reenact the Uchiha clan massacre? Then Konoha's reputation would be utterly ruined. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to mediate. This is an internal matter of the Hyuga clan. Konoha respects the traditions of the Hyuga clan and hopes both sides will exercise restraint. What does exercising restraint mean, Sarutobi? You need to clarify this. Hyuga Koku demanded Sarutobi Hiruzen for a stance. Seeing the other party so aggressive, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly replied, I request the Hyuga clan not to use the caged bird. Hyuga Koku wanted to speak again but was stopped by Hyuga Hizashi. Enough. I agree. Hyuga Hizashi stepped out of the crowd, looking at Ning Xiai in the sky, his face filled with deep emotion. He knelt down. This kneel shocked the entire Death Forest. Stand up. No kneeling. You are the head of the family. The elders of the Hyuga clan were indignant. Quickly activate the caged bird. Curse that little brat. Ning Xiai, let me explain. Hyuga Hizashi looked up, finding Hyuga Ning Xiai still indifferent, slowly saying, Your father, my brother Hyuga Hayashi, did not commit suicide under duress. He volunteered for the family. Shut up. Ning Xiai interrupted Hyuga Hizashi, coldly gazing at the Hyuga clan members, saying, If you were the branch family back then, my father would have been the main family. He would have been the one to die. Because he knew that the dead main family is the good main family. A Hyuga without the main family is a good Hyuga. Hyuga Hizashi, if you want me to return to the Hyuga clan, you must lift the caged bird seal and abolish the slavery of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Ning Xiai held his hand in the air, summoning a giant chakra sword, pointing it at Hyuga Hizashi. This is my final opportunity for you worthless people as the true main family. What? Hearing this, all the Konoha ninjas were shocked. The Hyuga main family is not the true main family. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly confused. Haha, no wonder. Hyuga Ning Xiai's already explained everything. Orochimaru was extremely excited. Perhaps the true main family of Hyuga Ning Xiai is the perfect vessel. Hyuga Hizashi appeared awkward, unable to help but glance at the surrounding elders. Is there something you are hiding from me? What is the true main family? Isn't it quite laughable, my branch family members? In front of my eyes you are nothing but a joke. Ning Xiai pointed at Hyuga Hizashi, saying, Tell me, what is your choice? What if I refuse? Hyuga Hizashi finally stood up, one hand guarding his chest, the other hanging towards the ground, adopting a soft fist stance. Ning Xiai, if you had approached me privately, allowing you to fly solo would not be impossible. But with you publicly insulting the Hyuga clan as the head of the family, I must detain you. Is that so? I initially intended to kill you and wipe out the main family, thus lifting the caged bird's threat over the branch family. Ning Xiai slowly descended, also assuming a fist stance. Since you have not activated the caged bird, I will give you one chance. Seeing Ning Xiai's already evolved eyes, Hyuga Hizashi understood he was gambling the dignity of the Hyuga main family. If he won, the main family would still be the main family, and Ning Xiai's eyes would merely be a distortion of the branch family. If he lost, the caged bird would become a joke, and the so-called main family members would merely be imposters wearing crowns. As Hyuga Ning Xiai and Hyuga Hizashi were about to engage in a life-and-death struggle, Sarutobi Hiruzen truly felt anxious. This was the worst outcome, whether Hyuga Hizashi activated the caged bird and instantly killed Ning Xiai, or Ning Xiai secretly wiped out the main family, Konoha would be the winner. Yet they were about to publicly duel. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen could intervene at the right moment to defuse the hatred, Konoha would be waiting to reap the disunited Hyuga clan and traitor Ning Xiai. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently looked at the surrounded Orochimaru, his eyes seemingly saying, Orochimaru, hurry up and cause some trouble. Interrupt them. Orochimaru remained motionless, seemingly responding, Sorry, I am watching the show. Just as the internal conflict of the Hyuga clan was at its peak, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly noticed that Zhao Xin was actually controlling the Susanoo, heading towards the Hokage mansion. What is he planning? Does he intend to break into the route to capture Danzo? The route was located underground in the Hokage mansion. Strangely, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly recalled a piece of information. Did Hyuga Ning Xiai visit the Wave Countries Merchant Association before his transformation? 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Hyuga Hayashi immediately demonstrated to Hyuga Niji a technique that the branch family was not qualified to learn. Hyuga Niji glanced disdainfully. Tensigen 128 chakra beads. Hyuga Niji raised his hand and released green chakra beads that completely enveloped Hyuga Hayashi, effortlessly penetrating Hayashi's chakra and blasting through his absolute defense, each bead striking the chakra nodes of the revolving heaven. As if in response to Hayashi. What you the fake head family have hidden I already mastered long ago. This technique of the true head family, have you never seen it before? Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected that Hyuga Niji, as if anticipating Hiruzen's attempt to mediate during the fierce battle, would actually defeat Hyuga Hayashi with a single move. With surging chakra, Hyuga Niji faced Hyuga Hayashi, who was clutching his chest, and roared, "Die!" Hyuga Hayashi smiled bitterly. In his moment of utter despair, a small figure suddenly rushed before him, spreading arms to block Niji. "Nejiniazin. Please stop. Hinata, get out of the way." Hyuga Niji stopped, looking at Hyuga Hinata. "Aren't you afraid of death?" "I am. But I agree with Nejiniazin. A dead head family is a good head family. Without the head family, the caged bird loses its meaning. The branch family will be free." Hinata looked at Naruto, still unconscious beside Sakura, and said, "Naruto told me that I could do something for Hanabi. This is my answer." "You are stronger than him." Hyuga Niji glanced disdainfully at Hyuga Hayashi. "Stop being moved by your own pity over my father's death. My father willingly died to break the caged bird in your heart, to free me, the caged bird. Unfortunately, he trusted the hypocritical Hyuga clan head. Niji. I was wrong. I was really wrong." Hyuga Hayashi silently took a scroll from his sleeve, placed it in Hinata's hand, and gestured for her to hand it to Niji. Hyuga Hayashi knelt again. "This is the secret scroll of the caged bird technique, containing all the secrets of the caged bird curse mark. Even if I had the will, I lack the wisdom to undo the caged bird. I can only entrust this to you." Niji took the scroll, and a stone that had weighed on his heart for a full decade was lifted. He felt light and free. Niji's body slowly rose into the air, and he announced to the Forest of Death, "The day I return to Konoha will be the day the branch family's curse mark is undone. Hinata, little sister. Farewell." Holding the caged bird scroll, Niji disappeared into the sky. According to custom, Niji was only allowed to address Hinata as Sama, but this time he called her little sister. The Konoha ninjas in the Forest of Death stared blankly as Niji left, their anxious hearts finally settling down. Sarutobi Hiruzen also breathed a long sigh of relief. Though the Hyuga clan's genius had left the family, he had reconciled with the past, leaving no grudges behind, and would surely return one day as the liberator of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, Niji's actions could only be considered running away from home, and he had declared that he would return to Konoha eventually. When that time comes, without the shackles of the Hyuga head family, the Hyuga clan's integration into Konoha would be imminent. This time Konoha wins. A huge win. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but exclaim, "I see in Niji the qualities of a Hokage. I must find an opportunity to thoroughly teach him the will of fire." In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, Hyuga Niji not only possessed cage-level strength but also did not lack the wisdom of a Kage. First, he established the merit of saving the Hokage, then openly declared his separation from the Hyuga family, yet did not sever his bond with Hinata as a sibling, leaving himself an opening to return. Every step was exceptionally brilliant, broadening his own path, far superior to a certain Uchiha who claimed to think from the Hokage's perspective. The only thing lacking was the meritorious deeds for Konoha. But Hyuga Niji already possessed cage-level strength compared to staying in Konoha and waiting for seniority. Running away from home was the best choice. When he returns, he can be in charge of the Hyuga integration into Konoha. Which department would be best? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought happily until the unpleasant voice of Orochimaru rang out. "Hiruzen-sensei, you'd better worry about your good friend Danzo. If you don't handle it, Sasuke will also defect." Hiruzen then realized that Sasuke had already run to the Hokage building. He saw Sasuke shouting at the Hokage building, "Danzo, come out." Connecting this to Niji's change after visiting the Wave Country Chamber of Commerce, Hiruzen finally realized. This Zhao Xin is deliberately picking a fight, isn't he? Tsunade. Jiraiya. Keep an eye on Orochimaru. Helplessly, Hiruzen handed Orochimaru over to his two disciples and rushed back to the Hokage building, ignoring Sasuke's demands, blocking Zhao Xin. "Mr. Zhao, regarding the issue of Danzo, can we talk? The evidence is conclusive. What else is there to talk about? The witness Orochimaru is still in the Forest of Death. Interrogate him as you wish." Zhao Xin waved his hand. "If the Hokage doesn't believe me, just call Danzo out to verify. Isn't that simple? This does not conform to diplomatic protocol. I think there may be some misunderstanding. Why don't we both sit down and talk slowly?" Hiruzen still hoped to minimize the matter. Zhao Xin remained silent while Sasuke shouted, "Hand him over. What if I do? What if I don't?" Pressed step by step, Hiruzen's face also showed a loss of composure. A mere leader of the Wave Country relying on a pair of Sharingan that can activate Susanoo dares to strut in front of the Konoha Hokage building. Is this just about handing over a person? It's about the face of Konoha. Our Wave Country always acts according to the law, fair and open. Zhao Xin patted Sasuke on the shoulder and declared loudly, "It has been verified that Danzo secretly kept the right arm and Sharingan of Uchiha Shin. The arm must be returned to Wave Country and the Sharingan to the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. In principle, Danzo himself should be handed over to Konoha for prosecution according to the principle of territorial jurisdiction. However, since Konoha has no laws regarding illegal organ trade, Wave Country has decided to provide legal assistance and try the case on behalf. Mr. Zhao's words are all reasonable. However, Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe and shook his head. Based solely on one side's account to require Konoha to hand over a meritorious member, I'm afraid I cannot comply. Humph. When did a mere leader of Wave Country become qualified to throw his weight around in Konoha? From the darkness, Danzo, wrapped in bandages, slowly emerged from the shadows. From the standpoint of power and status, you are not qualified to make such demands. Get out of Konoha. As soon as Danzo spoke, Sasuke's fists clenched. Ha! So it's not that an investigation is needed, it's that Konoha looks down on Wave Country's power and status. Mr. Hiruzen, is Danzo's opinion also yours? Danzo's blunder as a teammate made Hiruzen clench his teeth. There are dozens of ninja villages watching in the Forest of Death. Couldn't you, the darkness of Konoha, just stay en route? Even if afterward I declare you a rogue ninja for colluding with Orochimaru and soon strip you of all power and throw you into a mental institution to rot, you shouldn't come out to ruin my plans. Hiruzen now felt extremely aggrieved. For the sake of Konoha's dignity, he had to clean up after this rogue ninja Danzo, his foolish teammate. What a mess. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still entangled in his thoughts when he heard Zhao Xin's voice. Danzo, Danzo. The name Danzo looked displeased, yet saw Zhao Xian looking down with pity and shaking his head. Your confidence is nothing more than Shizui's Sharingan and your right arm embedded with 10 Sharingan and Hashirama's cells. If you ask me, anything tampered with by Orochimaru is too deep for you to handle. Hand it over and you might keep your corpse intact. Hashirama's cells? Root dares to desecrate the first Hokage's body. This village is going too far. In the Forest of Death, Jiraiya silently sent Toad Boss Gamabunta back to Mount Myoboku. As for Danzo, Jiraiya had long been dissatisfied. His prized disciple Yahiko had died due to Danzo's machinations. Damn snake. Tsunade's expression was equally grim. What did you do to my grandfather? Hiss, the power left by Lord Hashirama is beyond imagination. With style, it's a power Konoha has always craved. Orochimaru laughed darkly. As for the Sharingan, it's merely a little balancing act to resist the erosion of Hashirama's cells. Damn it. So everything Zhao Xian said is true. Organ trafficking, human experiments. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha, Jiraiya, didn't you already know this? Why pretend not to see it? Tsunade's face turned solemn. Konoha indeed needs to be reformed. Princess Tsunade, you wouldn't be thinking of becoming Hokage, would you? The old third has really been around too long. Orochimaru said with ill intent. How about you let me go and I'll take care of the old man for you? Shut up, snake. In the Hokage office, faced with Zhao Xin's pressing accusations, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply. Mr. Zhao, regarding your allegation of Danzo's organ trafficking, the truth still requires investigation. The evidence is right before your eyes. What else do you need to investigate? Seeing the bandages on Danzo's face, Sasuke couldn't hold back. Fire style, great fireball. Reveal yourself. A massive fireball flew from the chest of Susanoo, heading straight for Danzo. Earth style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose, blocking Sasuke's fireball. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his hands from the seals and said grimly, Sasuke, attacking a village official without evidence is wrong. Sasuke fumed. Lies with your eyes wide open, twisting black into white. Is this your so-called will of fire? Still, Sasuke underestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen's composure. The latter remained unmoved, clearly determined to protect Danzo under the pressure from the land of waves. But Danzo wasn't about to let Sarutobi Hiruzen have his way. Hiruzen, you're still too weak. Our Konoha must dominate the shinobi world. Danzo slowly stepped forward. A mere clone who lucked into a pair of Sharingan dares to interrogate the people of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally lost his temper and scolded Danzo. Danzo, I am the Hokage. This is no place for you to speak. Withdraw. Of course I know you're the Hokage. Danzo shouted angrily. But I too have the will of fire. Hearing Danzo's declaration and seeing his eager expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, Danzo walked to the front stage wearing a look of righteous sacrifice. The dignity of Konoha must not be tarnished. Let me a sinner burn for the village one last time. With that, Danzo extended his hand calmly from his robe, the arm that was perpetually wrapped in bandages. A wind blade swept past, shattering the bandages to the ground. Danzo raised his indescribable arm of Sharingan. The eyes of the Uchiha clan rightfully belong to Konoha. Uchiha brat, are you planning to betray Konoha? Danzo. You. Damn you. Seeing Danzo's arrogance, Sasuke wanted nothing more than to charge at him and reclaim his clan's eyes. However, a warm hand from a senior grabbed Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke, look into my eyes. Sasuke turned around. Dojutsu Tsukuyumi. Sasuke was pulled into the illusion, dumbfounded. Looking around, it felt like he was back at the Yellow Turban Night School. Sasuke, I want you as a member of Yellow Turban International to infiltrate the ruling circle of Konoha from within and overturn the Unavalation system. Are you willing? Of course I am. For Sasuke there was no need to think twice. Excellent. So spirited. Now I'll teach you a technique that can grant you strength rather than a kage. Zhao Xin nodded. Watch closely. This is a technique blending Crow Clone Technique and Snake Summoning Technique. Crow Clone Technique modified. Crow Swarm Summoning Technique. In front of the Hokage building. The 3 days within the Tsukuyomi space were but an instant outside. The moment Sasuke awoke from the reading space, he saw Danzo boldly pressing his Sharingan arm to the ground. Summoning Baku. Wind-style vacuum serial waves. The massive summoned beast Baku descended, swallowing the invisible vacuum blades from Danzo's hand and blasting them out with terrifying pressure. Countless vacuum blades surrounded Zhao Xin's Susanoo, scouring it like a torrent until the formed Susanoo was completely a flock of crows condensed into wings. Zhao Xin carrying Sasuke hovered in midair, completely ignoring Danzo and pressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, does Mr. Danzo's stance represent Konoha? This is my ninja way. None of your business. Danzo, proud of being the perfect scapegoat, stood atop Baku and explained his technique to everyone. Uchiha Shin. Your confidence is nothing but Susanoo. But with Baku's cooperation, a mere vacuum serial wave is enough to break it. I've already shown enough respect to Konoha. After all, I have no interest in dealing with such trash. Zhao Xin shook his head, pulled a standard shuriken from the land of waves from thin air and threw it casually. Shuriken airborne longsword. Compared to Orochimaru's airborne longsword using Kusanagi, Zhao Xin's flying blade was elegant and free, giving a feeling of a leisurely flying sword taking ahead. What nonsense! A single shuriken thinks it can take me down. With style deep forest emergence, Danzo's right side of his body suddenly extended numerous wooden tendrils that grew into a giant tree in an instant, trying to block Zhao Xin's airborne longsword. Yet to Zhao Xin, Danzo's movements were as clear as if seen in his palm. The next moment Danzo watched in horror as the shuriken pierced through the deep forest emergence and lodged itself in his shoulder. It's just a space-time ninjutsu. Do you think you're Tobirama Sensei? Before my Sharingan. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Before he could finish, Danzo was horrified to see Sasuke holding a Chidori blade, plunging it deep into his shoulder. The tactic Orochimaru had just used was now reused by Zhao Xin against Danzo. At that moment Sasuke's right arm was severed clean off, spurting blood. Chidori blade. A flash of lightning and Danzo's Sharingan arm changed hands. Sasuke, now holding the Sharingan arm, spoke coldly. Crow Clone Technique modified. In an instant Uchiha Sasuke along with Danzo's right hand transformed into a swarm of crows that soared into the sky. Damn it! My arm! My Sharingan! Within the blink of an eye, Sasuke, now clad in the yellow heavenly Dao robe, stood beside Zhao Xin. Defeating you only took a Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sasuke looked down at Danzo as if he were nothing more than a foul piece of trash. Raising his newly formed arm, reassembled from the crow clone, Sasuke, under everyone's gaze, closed each of Danzo's Sharingan which had been unable to close. Then with Zhao Xin's mystical palm technique, the arm was slowly adjusted and reshaped into a more fitting limb. Unnoticed under his forehead protector, the human curse mark glowed on Sasuke's brow, urging his Sharingan to slowly evolve. Zhao Xin taunted Danzo. Danzo, I told you this arm was a little too deep for you, didn't I? Damn it! Danzo covered his right eye, relieved. At least Shizui's eye is still. Caw! Before he could finish, another crow emerged from his face carrying Shizui's eye and flying toward the horizon. When did I fall under genjutsu? Watching the crow's trajectory, Danzo realized. Damn it! It's Itachi. So you were Hiruzen's man all along? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Huh. I never gave Itachi such orders. Damn. Having just made his bold statement, Danzo was horrified to find that the Hashirama cells lingering on his body, having lost the balance of the Sharingan, began to proliferate wildly. Within moments half his body started to turn into wood. Wind-style great breakthrough. Danzo was a ruthless man. Gritting his teeth, he blew vacuum blades onto his own body, flaying off the Hashirama cells one by one like a torture of dismemberment. Looking down from above, Sasuke didn't spare Danzo a glance. He simply watched the crow vanish into the distance, clenching his new fist. Damn it! You Uchiha bastards! How dare you look down on me! Danzo, who had been tormented to near crippling, gazed up at Zhao Xin and Sasuke standing loftily above him, burning with fury. Wind release vacuum wave. A blast of vacuum wave shot directly at the ground below. A wind rose from the flat ground. Danzo launched himself into the air, charging toward Zhao Xin and Sasuke. Zhao Xin, don't think you've got this in the bag. Danzo tore open his own shirt. Hiruzen. You're too weak. As he revealed the seal on his body, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale with shock. Danzo, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? The Ninetales, the Uchiha brat and the renegade of the Hyuga clan, he's the one who seduced them all. He is the source of chaos. An enemy of the entire ninja world. Let us descend to the underworld together. Inner four symbol seal. Still some distance away from Zhao Xin, Danzo activated his jutsu. In an instant Danzo's blood burst forth from every pore of his body, and the black lines of the four symbol seal traced the pattern over his skin. Whole Danzo swelled into a pitch-black sphere intent on sealing away Zhao Xin, Sasuke, and the entire surrounding space together. Danzo. He possesses the caliber of a Kage after all. Though his methods are despicable, his will of fire never waned. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Danzo's final display and could not help but be moved. However, in midair Zhao Xin and Sasuke merely curled their lips and sidestepped half a step. A small deviation leads to a great error. No matter how ferocious Danzo's maneuvers were, they were powerless against Zhao Xin and Sasuke standing just beyond the range. And then there was no then. Seeing Danzo turn into a tiny black dot and vanish completely from the ninja world, Zhao Xin wore a mix of anger and amusement. Lord Hokage, the Land of Waves might need to reassess its business environment. I'm an honest merchant, but Konoha clearly discriminates against the Land of Waves. Misunderstanding all a misunderstanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen put on a smiling face pretending he hadn't seen anything. Danzo colluded with Orochimaru and Tsunagake, plotting to overthrow Konoha. He is a traitor to the village and cannot represent Konoha. Oh. Is that so? Understood. Zhao Xin nodded, his expression instantly turning shrewd. Then regarding the sales of the little genius wrist guard and the Chidori blade between the Land of Waves and your side. The Land of Waves is a close neighbor of Konoha, connected by a narrow strip of water. I absolutely support free trade between the Wave Merchants Guild and Konoha. Lord Hokage is a man of his word. Zhao Xin was overjoyed. Next month the Land of Waves will hold an import and export trade fair. At that time honorable guests from Konoha are welcome to visit and guide us. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe and breathed a sigh of relief. Next time for sure. Take care, don't come back. Seeing that Hiruzen had dismissed him, the richly rewarded Zhao Xin nodded firmly and patted Sasuke's shoulder. Go on. Sasuke-kun. With that a flock of crows surged from Zhao Xin's body and he transformed into the crow swarm, vanishing into the sky. Sasuke quietly nodded, still standing in midair with his arms crossed, coldly overlooking Konoha. Seeing that Sasuke was still simmering with anger and clearly intended to cause trouble, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke softly. Sasuke, it's all over. Come down. Hearing this, Sasuke glanced toward Orochimaru's direction before retracting his gaze and asking coldly. Lord Hokage, if not for Senpai Zin's timely help, who could have stopped Orochimaru from taking Naruto and me away? Stung by the question, Hiruzen's expression turned somewhat awkward. Not only did Orochimaru almost take Sasuke and Naruto, but he himself had nearly died just then. Having experienced the power of the four black snakes formation and the impure world reincarnation, Hiruzen knew clearly that if not for Niji's timely rescue, his old bones would have been done for. At that point even Jiraiya and Tsunade combined might not have been able to stop Orochimaru. Wait, no, Niji's transformation was also inseparable from Zhao Xin. Finally Hiruzen could only say, Sasuke, it's all in the past. Discussing hypothetical questions only adds unnecessary worry. Fine, then let me talk about a fact that has already happened. Who in Konoha should be held responsible for the Uchiha clan's annihilation? As he spoke, Sasuke extended his right hand. 10 Sharingan eyes opened in unison, as if carrying the rage of the entire clan, glaring at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sasuke, I know you're bitter about Itachi's extermination of the Uchiha. Please accept my condolences. Is that so? You mean I should go seek retribution from Itachi? Huh. Hiruzen sensed something was off. Sasuke, Itachi was the one who orchestrated the Uchiha massacre. That's the fact you personally testified to the village. A one-sided fact is not the truth. As his emotions swelled, the chakra concentration in Sasuke's body rose continuously. A pair of 3-Demo Sharingan slowly formed. Uchiha Itachi was an ANBU of Konoha. That is also a fact. Lord Hokage, you can certainly say Itachi is a rogue ninja, since that is a fact. Sasuke slowly descended onto the Hokage building, confronting Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew grave. A dozen ANBU encircled from every corner. Hiruzen stammered a couple of words about to speak. You could also say the Uchiha clan attempted a coup, though there is no substantial evidence. But Sasuke looked disdainful, pointing at the spot where Danzo had vanished, and said, You could even claim that Danzo, bypassing you as Hokage, assigned the mission to Itachi of the ANBU. Even though Danzo just shouted that Itachi was your man. Hiruzen sighed and said, Sasuke, the full picture of this matter is not yet the time to tell you. Is that so? Then what can I know? Sasuke asked coldly. For example, where did the other Uchiha come from that night? You know. So what if I know? The fact now is that you gave Itachi ambiguous instructions and with an attitude of fanning the flame sat back and watched 2 Uchiha rogue ninjas annihilate the Uchiha clan. Am I speaking the truth? So Sasuke has already broken Itachi's Tsukuyomi. It seems Sasuke is even more talented than Itachi. Hiruzen silently marveled. He now realized that Sasuke definitely knew part of the truth. Sasuke, what exactly do you want? Hiruzen sensed something amiss. This kid holds quite a grudge against Konoha. Could he be thinking of becoming a rogue ninja? Sasuke looked at Hiruzen and said coldly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, take responsibility and resign in disgrace. Hiruzen Sarutobi was astonished. Resigned to take the blame. This was truly a path he had never conceived. As a ruler, the limit of Hiruzen's imagination was kneeling down to apologize. Someone like Hayashi Hyuga resign. What kind of move was that? Didn't he know that a Hokage is above punishment? Didn't Danzo already atone with his death? Not enough responsibility. What? The Chunin exam was messed up. Instead of blaming Danzo for colluding with Orochimaru and the Kazekage to sabotage the exam, you blame me, the host. This kid, could he be planning to become a rogue ninja like Neji Hyuga? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, considering a possibility. If Sasuke becomes a rogue ninja, there's no branch family of the Uchiha that would need him to come back and rescue them. Time rewound to moments earlier inside that screamy space. Under Zhao Xin's earnest teachings, Sasuke successfully mastered the Crow Clone Modified, which integrated flight, defense, illusion, and rapid learning. Heaven rewards diligence. Sasuke's flame of hope blazed fiercely. You have gained a vast amount of spiritual energy. Your dojutsu power has increased. The power of your eye technique, Crimson Amaterasu, has enhanced. Sasuke, you've already learned the Crow Clone technique modified. I will send out a Crow Clone to coordinate with you in retrieving the 10 Sharingan eyes of the Uchiha clan. 10. That one from Shursui was Itachi's informant Fee. Itachi. Is he nearby too? Sasuke was eager and couldn't wait to retrieve the Sharingan, and then immediately have an unknown fight with Itachi. Itachi's defection was originally just a mission from the NBU. As I thought. It was to investigate that Uchiha, wasn't it? Exactly. Zhao Xian nodded. Itachi's intel says that Uchiha calls himself Madara. What? He's Uchiha Madara. Sasuke's first reaction was actually, so Senior isn't Madara. Then came, Uchiha Madara actually exterminated the Uchiha clan. So indeed the idea that Uchiha Madara-senpai left Konoha and propagated the seeds of the Uchiha clan elsewhere was just my wishful thinking. Sasuke plunged into self-doubt, looked up, and suddenly saw Zhao Xin's Sharingan reigniting hope. He couldn't help asking, Senior, after I complete the mission to overthrow Konoha, can I then return with you to the Uchiha Nation? Uchiha Nation. Zhao Xian was speechless. So you thought the wave in Wave Country was the same as the wave in Uchiha? Isn't it? It could be. The Wave Country belongs to all the people and naturally to the Uchiha as well. It seems I'm not worthy. Sasuke was a bit dejected. Even Itachi has already joined. So after all, I'm still inferior to Itachi. Your sense of rivalry is too strange. The stains on Itachi can't be washed clean, he's just an informant. He never had a chance to become a citizen of Wave Country. Why envy him? Zhao Xian shook his head and launched a high-intensity verbal assault at Sasuke, whose hope was rekindled. Sasuke. As the young clan head of the Uchiha, wherever you stand, that is where the Uchiha will soar. Why seek another homeland? So I am the Uchiha clan itself. Exactly. What you need to do is adapt to local conditions, take root in Konoha and change Konoha. Zhao Xin's Crimson Amaterasu began to blaze fiercely. You must not be like Uchiha Madara, handing over Konoha on a silver platter. Zhao Xian nodded. That's right. Only a native yellow turban like you, born and raised in Konoha and deeply aware of its darkness, can eradicate its maladies, liberate the oppressed, and bring about earth-shattering changes to Konoha. Sasuke, I have great expectations for you. Hearing this, Sasuke proudly puffed out his chest. I guarantee you'll complete the mission. Your burden is indeed heavy. Zhao Xian said bluntly. After this exam, the structure of the ninja world will surely undergo a great change. What? Right now Konoha has at least 3 genin who can stand up to a one-tailed Jinchuriki on the surface. In addition, there are Sarutobi Hiruzen Tsunade Jiraiya. If I were the Tsuchikage Mizukage or Reikage, I would suspect that Orochimaru's rebellion was a setup to lure the Sand Village in and slaughter them. After all, in this battle Konoha emerged unscathed. Not only did it purge traitors and gain a bunch of cage-level prospects, but the Sand Village has also become Konoha's vassal. If you were the Tsuchikage Mizukage or Reikage, could you remain calm? Not to mention there's that Uchiha Madara stirring trouble in the shadows. The next great ninja war is imminent. Yet Konoha is already rotten. In front of the Hokage building. It seems Konoha is already strong enough to disdain accepting an orphan of the Uchiha. Sasuke gave a carefree smile. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have every reason to suspect that Orochimaru's rebellion, the Konoha Crush plan, was actually a move by Konoha to eliminate Danzo internally and control the Sand Village externally. All of this was orchestrated by Orochimaru's teacher, you Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone was your puppet on strings. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Am I that formidable? Next, is Konoha going to use the land of field support for Orochimaru's plan to annex it? Pointing the sword at the land of earth and the land of lightning. Impossible. Orochimaru truly wanted to kill me. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively wanted to refute, but then thought of a terrifying possibility. What would the Kages of other countries think? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help thinking that without the Wave Country Chamber of Commerce, the Konoha Crush plan might have achieved far greater results than it did now. Nirvana Temple Technique, unleashing One-Tail Shikaku, the 4 Black Snake Formation combined with the impure world reincarnation of 3 Kages. Even with Tsunade and Jiraiya by his side, he would most likely have perished. At that time, even if the problem were resolved, Konoha would likely be severely weakened. The accountability of the Sand Village would probably stop at limited financial compensation due to the Hokage's death, with no substantive punishment possible. Otherwise, once the Sand Village was cornered into desperation, a paralyzed Konoha would be utterly powerless to respond. Yet ironically, this outcome wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Konoha. All of Konoha would lose face due to the Konoha Crush plan, yet paradoxically it would serve the purpose of biding one's time and hiding one's strength. Konoha would be outwardly strong yet inwardly weak, but it would support the Sand Village, preventing the other 3 major villages from forming an alliance and being unable to invade alone. The only real loss for Konoha would be this single withered leaf of its own decay, while the new generation could thrive on the reparations contributed by the Sand Village. But now Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan had completely failed, yet it had produced the opposite effect. 3 genin had displayed cage-level power in front of dozens of ninja villages. All 3 Sannin had returned, plus himself still alive. That made 7 cage-level individuals. Counting other villages, Cloud Village had 3 cage-level 1 Kage, and 2 Jinchuriki. Rock Village had 2 1 Kage, and 1 Jinchuriki. Sand Village had lost its Kage. Mist Village had lost its Jinchuriki. The 4 villages combined also had 7 cage-level. 4 villages together equaled Konoha, and 1 village was now allied with Konoha. Even more terrifying, the age structure of Konoha's cage level was unusually balanced. Old, middle-aged, and young generations all present. Such terror. Under this fear, what would the 4 major villages do? Perhaps before determining Konoha's true strength, they might temporarily hold back. But that day might not be far off. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of the war-torn early days of Konoha, and couldn't help shivering. Sasuke, so you've already started thinking from the perspective of a Kage? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help praising. You should understand that Konoha's strength is still insufficient to oppose the entire ninja world. It cannot afford. 3rd Hokage, rest assured I won't become a rogue ninja. Sasuke looked disdainful, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because once suspicion is established, no one will believe that Konoha produces rogue ninja. You know what I mean? You mean Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly certain. Sasuke already knew Itachi was a spy. And now he had directly pointed out that Itachi was in danger. He had even gone so far as to step into the game himself, forcing him to resign to pave the way for Itachi's return. And indeed, in the current situation, if Sarutobi Hiruzen really stepped down, the most qualified to become Hokage would be none other than Uchiha Itachi, who had endured humiliation and rendered outstanding service for Konoha's peace. What? Uchiha Itachi wiped out the Uchiha. Nothing of the sort. The Uchiha clan was loyal and devoted. The entire clan sacrificed themselves, helping the young Uchiha clan head infiltrate a terrorist organization. How noble. Who can prove it? I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am the contact person. His files are still in the Hokage building. Wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly shuddered. If I die, who can still prove Itachi's identity? Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that Sasuke was saying he wouldn't become a rogue ninja because he was counting on him to resign and recall Itachi. Otherwise, to protect the fake rogue ninja Itachi, it was hard to guarantee that Sasuke wouldn't first pull off a major stunt as a token of allegiance, then run off to become a true rogue ninja together with Itachi. Still hesitating, Sasuke pointed at the telescope technique crystal ball inside the Hokage's office and sneered. It seems my guess was correct. You're in league with Orochimaru. What are you saying? Hiruzen looked at the telescope's image. In the forest of death, Orochimaru suddenly began to undress. Jiraiya, I am now in a female body. For the sake of our long-standing relationship, I'll let you have this treat. Orochimaru has become a woman. My body turned into a woman. How can I resist such material? Jiraiya, the author of romantic stories, was spiritually shocked by this sudden twist and fell for it on the spot. Nirvana Temple Technique. Sleep Lord Jiraiya. Using the sexy technique combined with an illusion, Jiraiya easily collapsed. You're not Orochimaru. Who are you really? The now exposed female Orochimaru slowly transformed back into a bespectacled man with a center-parted hairstyle in front of Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I am a Konoha genin from the medical unit Kabuto. I am also Lord Orochimaru's loyal subordinate and a practitioner of his ideals. Kabuto raised a chakra scalpel and sliced open his own palm in front of Tsunade. Tsunade was startled and stepped back. Kabuto, like a deflated balloon, left behind a snake, shed skin and vanished without a trace. Just as Tsunade felt the chill all over, she suddenly felt enveloped in warmth. Lady Tsunade, it's cold. Put on a robe to warm yourself. Kakashi. Tsunade's face flushed. She looked up to find Kakashi standing behind her, draping a wide cloak over her shoulders. Oh dear, it's the Hokage robe. My dear subject, you've really put me in a spot. Facing Kakashi, Do surrendered readily. With ease, he used the sexy technique to defeat Si Lai Yi and combined the hell viewing technique with self-harm to trigger Gang Shou's hemophobia, ultimately surrendering before Kakashi. The series of actions was as smooth as flowing water, leaving Yuan Fei Rijan's face pale with anger. The two Sannin of Mai failed to keep the third. Who would believe it if told? As for Gang Shou, already wearing the Hokage robe, wasn't she acting without pretense? All Anbu, stand down. The Ino Shikacho squad, move out. Track down Dish Shiwan's whereabouts. Please summon the advisors Zhuan Qin, Xiao Chun and Shui Humen Yen to the Hokage's office. Finally, Yuan Fei Rijan looked at Suizhu dejectedly and said, Now let's have a good talk about my abdication. You is impossible to return to Mai. In exchange, you can become the disciple of the Hokage. Deal. The Valley of the End. Xianglin carried Ning Xiai on her back, confronting the Sound Four. During this Chunin exam, Xianglin participated with her Grassnin teammates, the unlucky ones whose faces were taken by Deshi Wan using the face removal technique. Xianglin, covered in bite marks from the Grassnin, had long been dissatisfied with her teammates from the Grass Village and had been seeking a chance to defect. The Grassnin team first encountered Deshi Wan, then ran into the rampaging Shohei. All her teammates died, but Xianglin managed to escape. Unfortunately, Xianglin's luck was truly poor. She had not gone far when she encountered a fateful giant bear, and she was left with only the ability to kneel and pray. Perhaps having heard Xianglin's prayers, Ning Xiai happened to be nearby, breaking through his limits. Facing an endless stream of cage-level masters, Ning Xiai finally made up his mind to gamble on that, 9,000, chance. By injecting the Shirgu Mai Zhu Jian cells and Xianwu bloodline, Ning Xiai successfully evolved the Tensigan. A powerful burst of chakra scared the giant bear away on the spot, and thus Xianglin was saved. As a Sense-type ninja, Xianglin sensed that Ning Xi's chakra was unstable. After the battle between Ri Xiang Ning Xiai and Ri Xiang Ri Zhu ended, she quickly caught up to Ning Xiai and indeed found him exhausted. Without hesitation, she carried Ning Xiai on her back and fled. By virtue of her exceptional sensory ability, she managed to evade the pursuit of Mui's Anbu. Unfortunately, after not going far, they were caught up by a squad of Sound Nin who demanded Ning Xiai. Facing formidable opponents, Xianglin chose to offer her arm to Ning Xi's mouth. Ning Xiai, bite me. Break my skin. It can help you restore your vitality. I refuse. Upon hearing Ning Xi's words, Xianglin felt greatly disheartened. Not because of Ri Xiang Ning Xi's thoughtless ingratitude. It was because over the years Xianglin had grown accustomed to being a tool for restoring vitality for other ninjas. Could it be that defecting from the grass-hidden village will make me lose even that last bit of value? What nonsense are you talking? Your life is your own. No one can take it away. Ri Xiang Ning Xiai scolded Xianglin sternly, his expression very serious. I did it willingly, Xianglin argued. That's forced willingness. Ning Xiai seemed to be touched on a sore spot. Just like my cowardly father. I'm sorry. Xianglin then realized that Ri Xiang Ning Xiai was a genius youth striving for the numerous branch family slaves. His refusal to bite her was not because he looked down on her value, but because he utterly disdained to deprive and drain others' lives. Subconsciously, Xianglin hugged Ri Xiang Ning Xiai tightly, activating her sensory talent. She felt the blazing chakra inside Ning Xiai. Ning Xiai, your chakra is red. Like sunlight. So warm. This is the chakra unique to the yellow turban soldiers ignited by the leader. If you are willing, you can have it too. Really? I'm willing. Xianglin pressed tightly against Ning Xiai, wishing she could stick to him entirely. In her eyes, this was already a deathbed declaration. You two done with your lovey-dovey? Time to hit the road. Unable to bear it any longer, Yu Yi finally interrupted rudely. Who are you? Why are you capturing me? Ning Xiai forced himself to stay alert, demanding of the Sound Four. Capture you? Ning Sasama, you misunderstand. We are under orders from Dishiwansama to assist you in traveling to Tian country. Duo Yu Yi seemed to deliberately show off her figure to intimidate Xianglin, pulling aside the fabric at her neck to reveal the cursed seal of heaven on her neck. That's not right. If you are subordinates of Dishiwan, then what about Ning Xiai? Sensing the ominous chakra on them that was akin to Dishiwan, Xianglin fell into confusion. I have nothing to do with Dishiwan. Ri Xiang Ning Xiai also found it strange. I obtained the cursed seal of heaven at the Bow Country Merchant Association. I am indeed going to Tian country, but my identity is a poverty alleviation cadre of the Yellow Turban Army stationed in Tian country. SSS, little Soundnin, I never said I was Dishiwan, you know. Everyone turned to see a small snake slowly crawling down from a big tree, opening its large mouth. Dishiwan. With a severed arm emerged from the snake's mouth, holding a slender severed arm. He placed the slender right hand onto the stump. Reverse regeneration technique. SSS. The severed arms slowly merged into the body. The Dishiwan cackled sinisterly. So this is the taste of Zwishu. Although the leader dismisses it, it's truly delicious. Regeneration technique. The Dishiwan's body trembled and a brand new arm grew out, restoring his body to completion. You are not Dishiwan. Another snake emerged from the big tree, opening its large mouth, and out came another Dishiwan. Who exactly are you? Why are you impersonating me? At this, everyone present was bewildered. By sensing their chakra, Xianglin recognized that the newly appeared Dishiwan was the same one who had nearly killed the third Hokage in the Forest of Death. The Sound Force suddenly realized. Damn. We've been fooled. SSS. Dishixian said with a mocking face, smiling. My sinful subbody, your time has come. Subbody. What kind of joke is that? Dishiwan stared at the face that seemed like a twin brother, sensing the nearly identical chakra aura, the almost synchronized snake eyes, the exact same tongue movements. Finally, Dishiwan remembered something he had overlooked. Living corpse reincarnation. It's you. You have devoured the scattered fragments of my soul. Impossible. When I developed the living corpse reincarnation, I deliberately set restrictions. The soul fragments cannot reincarnate as long as the original body lives. The power of the Sharingan is beyond your imagination, little Wan. Little Wan. How dare you call me little Wan? Dishiwan stared at Dishixian. No matter who created you, I will make him pay. You. Dishixian twisted his neck. You don't even have the qualification to meet him. Your capacity is far from enough. Dishiwan looked coldly at Dishixian and asked, what exactly is the relationship between us? Are you me? Or a part of me? Or my descendant? TCH. Dishixian grinned wryly. I am your father, little Wan. Hearing this, Dishiwan finally lost it. Wind release great breakthrough. Wind release great breakthrough. Ninja art snake mouth binding. Ninja art snake mouth binding. Shadow snake hands. Shadow snake hands. 10,000 snakes array. 10,000 snakes array. Watching the other's nonchalant attitude, Dishiwan was about to go mad. The other's snake eyes so similar to his own, why did they look more and more like Sharingan? Every time he released a jutsu, the other deliberately delayed half a beat, yet still managed to release an identical, even more powerful technique that arrived first. That's not right. I am the only contractor of Lonely Cave. How can you summon the snakes of Lonely Cave? At this moment, Dishiwan had already confirmed the truth. The Dishiwan before him was none other than himself. A clone that obtained the vessel of the Uchiha clan. Damn it! You should not exist in this world. Little Wan. How can you speak of your father like that? Dishixian, who had been relentlessly beaten by Zhao Xian from all angles and around the clock since his birth in Bo country, finally regained his confidence when facing his original body. Kusanagi sword, air blade. Kusanagi sword. Dishiwan suddenly spat out the Kusanagi sword, launching it as a flying sword ambush. I can have one too. Dishixian smiled slightly, opened his large mouth toward the Kusanagi sword and swallowed it whole. Time-space ninjutsu. Sealing technique. Having lost the Kusanagi sword, Dishiwan finally could not hold back. Then let me see just how strong you really are. 8-branch serpent technique. Pushed to the brink by Dishixian, Dishiwan finally could not resist releasing the power of the curse seal within this vessel's body. In an instant, one after another faces emerged from Dishiwan's body, only to be bound by him and transformed into snake heads. Then Dishiwan's body continuously mutated and expanded. Finally, a white snake as large as Manda appeared on the scene. Without Zwishu's body, your white snake is still not authentic enough. Just as Dishiwan thought the other was about to transform into an 8-branch serpent, as well, a crow suddenly flew across the sky. You! No! The moment it was noticed by Dishiwan, the crow suddenly split into two, turning into two eyes. A blue Susanoo rose from the ground, drawing a flaming greatsword from the void and charging straight at the 8-branch serpent. The Tatsuka blade. So it was hidden by you. One of Dishiwan's snake heads was severed before it could even move, and Dishizin's open mouth swallowed it whole. The other 3 heads quickly bit toward the Susanoo. Yada mirror. Tatsuka blade. The 3 snake heads were blocked by a mirror-like shield, then cleanly severed at the root with a swift slash. Dishixian swallowed them in one gulp, his belly swelling greatly. Seeing this, the 8-branch serpent finally could not hold it together, and tried to flee, swaying its body. But it was grabbed by the tail by the Susanoo. Slash. 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 3 snake heads were chopped off. Seeing that the 8-branch serpent had only one head left, Dishixian hastily swallowed the 3 heads whole and shouted to the Susanoo. Lord Xian has instructed. Keep this head for public trial. Tatsuka blade seal. Bang. Dishiwan's body reverted to human form and fell to the ground. Dishixian summoned a sealing scroll and rolled Dishiwan's body into it. Seal. The Susanoo dissipated as if it had never been there. Ning Xiai Xianlin and the Sound 4, having watched the celestial battle between Dishiwan Dishi Xian and Yuji Bo Yu, finally understood. Ning Xiai stared blankly at Dishi Xian and asked, "Was all this arranged by Lord Xian?" Of course. Dishi Xian put away the sealing scroll, changed his gloomy expression, extended his hand to Ning Xiai and smiled. "Let me reintroduce myself, Dishi Xian, director of the biochemical laboratory of Bo Country. Hello, comrade." "Hello?" Ning Xiai nodded, glanced at the Sound 4 and asked, "What about them?" "The Yellow Turban International has already liberated the Sound Village." Dishi Xian casually revealed news shocking enough to stun the Sound 4 and asked, "Are you willing to accept reformation?" The Sound 4 quickly waved their hands and knelt to beg for mercy. "We are willing. We are willing. What about me?" Xianlin looked anxious. "Come with me." Ning Xiai gave Xianlin a choice. "Okay." Xianlin's gaze toward Ning Xiai was almost melting. After introductions, Dishi Xian summoned a large tank filled with emerald liquid and said to Ning Xiai, "This is the chakra nutrient solution Lord Xian has prepared for you. Go inside and recover for a while. When you wake up, Lord Xian has an important mission for you." Tian Country, the former Sound Village base. Lord Xian. When Ning Xiai woke up from the nutrient tank, the first person he saw was not Zhao Xian but Hong Lian, dressed in a white lab coat with a furrowed brow. "You're awake. Come here, try this crystal." Hong Lian walked over with the crystal. Looking bewildered, Ning Xiai took the crystal and input his Tensigan chakra. Boom. After the explosion, Ning Xiai, covered in dust, asked Hong Lian in bewilderment, "What is this for?" Hong Lian shrugged. "According to Lord Xin's research, the Tensigan, when highly compressed, can transform into a stable crystal state that can input and output chakra. Lord Xian hopes to use this as a basis to invent recyclable chakra crystals and bring down the cost of chakra. Chakra crystals. That's right." Hong Lian tossed Ning Xiai a little genius bracelet. Ning Xiai caught it and looked. "Is this the scientific ninja tool used by Mingren? With this, Mingren was able to exchange blows with this Yuan. Do you think everyone is like Xian when Mingren with enormous chakra reserves and difficulty in hand seals? For ordinary ninjas, the little genius bracelet only saves the hand seal time for certain crank jutsu. Isn't that enough? What Lord Xian wants is to make chakra a daily necessity like water and electricity. Lay chakra mains in cities and home chakra devices can be used at the flip of a switch. When out and about, there are portable chakra devices powered by chakra crystals." Hong Lian sneered disdainfully. "This is still just the beginning. Heaven rewards diligence." Ning Xi's flame of hope burns fiercely. "You have received a massive feedback of spiritual power. Your dojutsu has significantly improved. Your Sharingan undergoes a mutation. The mutated gene is written into a new bloodline limit. A teratoma begins to gestate in your glabella. Teratoma Evolution Branch 1 Byakugan." Sensing the change in his glabella, Zhao Xin's spirits shook. This eye at his glabella was absolutely extraordinary. "Lord Xian, what is this?" Ning Xiai entered the research lab where Zhao Xian was and found that Zhao Xian was actually holding a tree branch with a half-dead white snake skewered on it. "This is a communication device. The raw materials are not quite there yet, and there is still a long way to go before a finished product." Zhao Xian explained, pulling off the white snake, which glared fiercely at Zhao Xian before disappearing via reverse summoning on the spot. Before capturing Dishiwan, Zhao Xian had been cautious and careful when contacting Longi Cave through Dishi Xian. At that time, Dishi Xian was an undocumented entity. Rash contact might alert the enemy. After returning from my Dishi Xian in coordination with Yuji Bo Yu captured Dishiwan. Coupled with the continuous deepening of Zhao Xin's would release bloodline concentration, Zhao Xian was able to renew the summoning contract with Longi Cave. By now, Zhao Xian had begun to touch the realms of infinite Tsukuyami and Senjutsu, forming new conjectures about the essence of the ninja world. Those who want to devour the ninja world are not just the Otsutsuki clan alone. The sages of the various sacred lands likely also want a piece of the pie. Time waits for no one. The speed of the revolution in the ninja world must be accelerated. Zhao Xin's resolve improved once again. Unable to understand, Ning Xiai had to ask, "Lord Xian, what is my mission?" Zhao Xian chuckled and pointed toward the sky in the direction of the moon. "I will support you in establishing a new Tian country and lead everyone to conquer the moon." "What? Conquer the moon?" Ning Xi's Byakugan eyes widened. At that moment he suddenly felt his own insignificance. "You can use your Tensigan to sense it. The moment you awakened your Tensigan, I detected a Tensigan chakra fluctuation on the moon. The fluctuation was extremely intense, and I strongly suspect there is a vein of Tensigan chakra crystals on the moon. A vein of Tensigan chakra crystals. Damn the main family." After a moment's thought, Ning Xi's anger surged. Combining Zhao Xin's earlier speculation about compressing Tensigan chakra to generate chakra crystals. What vein of Tensigan chakra crystals? That is clearly the piled bones of the branch family. The essence of the ninja world is devouring. The divine devours humans, the main family devours the branch family, and nobles devour commoners. Chakra crystals are merely a manifestation of this devouring. Lord Xian, I will definitely liberate the moon. I believe in you. In the future the banner of the Yellow Turban Army will surely fly across the sea of stars. Excellent. You have spirit. From today onward you are the poverty alleviation cadre of the Yellow Turban International stationed in the Land of Fields. Zhao Xian summoned a scroll and handed it to Ningxi, activating Crimson Amaterasu and Talk Jutsu. This is the subsequent plan for the Land of Fields. I entrust it to you. Ningxi. Work in the Land of Fields must adapt to local conditions. Do not blindly copy the strategy of the Land of Waves. First, leverage local advantages. The Land of Fields has fertile soil, but its farmers suffer. You must activate the chakra of the masses and carry out the redistribution of land from the wealthy to the poor. Overthrow the daimyo's rule as soon as possible and establish a new Land of Fields. Next, implement the household responsibility system. Develop high-yield seeds, pest control, and other agricultural ninjutsu to secure the farmland output of the people in the Land of Fields. Achieve comprehensive poverty alleviation there. For villages like the Fuma clan that harbor unrealistic fantasies about producing ninja, focus on education while using suppression as a supplement. Eliminate the mistaken belief that ninjas are inherently superior. Guide them onto the correct path of using ninjutsu to serve the people. As an awakened slave, Ningxi's stance was extremely firm. He harbored deep hatred for the nobility like the oppressive daimyo of the Land of Fields and felt profound compassion for the landless farmers suffering there. This filled Zhao Xian with confidence in the Land of Fields plan. Ningxi, I leave the Land of Fields to you. Regarding the caged bird seal, the Wave Country Seal Research Institute is already working on it. The main difficulty lies in the Buddhist swastika. Once the investigation bureau personnel look into the fire temple, they will surely solve it for you. Yes, leader. I will do my best. Ningxi's eyes glowed blue as he vowed to turn the Land of Fields upside down. Zhao Xian looked at Hyuga Ningxi's expression and inexplicably muttered. Why is he so excited? Won't this cause trouble? Despite his concern, Zhao Xian was still very satisfied with this trip to Konoha. Except for the unrecovered Danzo laboratory, the Fire Country plan was essentially complete. The Land of Fields plan had also been dispatched with a poverty alleviation cadre, a fruitful harvest. Zhao Xian realized it was time to confront the apex power of the ninja world. Above the sky in the Otsutsuki clan territory, an elderly and dying Otsutsuki Yoshito frantically covered his son's eyes, even though his son was born without eyes. Father, what's wrong? Damn it, this is impossible. Staring at the giant Sharingan slowly being activated on the ancestral altar, Otsutsuki Yoshito panicked. How could a world created in error receive the recognition of the ancestor? This is a mistake. It must be corrected. Otsutsuki Yoshito took Otsutsuki Tanara's hand and pressed it onto the giant Tensigen. He was relieved to find that while his own chakra was being continuously drained, Tonari received a chakra feedback. The Tensigen must belong to the Otsutsuki. Tonari, time is short. From today you must learn to use the Tensigen. When you have mastered it, go to the ninja world and reclaim the Tensigen. Eliminate that failed world. The Land of Rain, a torrential downpour. Through the rain curtain a crow sped toward the tallest building until a sheet of white paper blocked its path. The crow halted and slowly condensed into a human form. The paper burst apart and expanded, finally coalescing into a blue-haired beauty, the angel of the Land of Rain, Konan. Suzaku, where did your Sharingan go? Konan looked puzzled as she saw Itachi with only Totemo's Sharingan. Itachi said coldly, "This is what I want to report." "Is that so?" Obito wearing a mask appeared abruptly on the scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen resigned, taking charge of the merged root and Anbu. Tsunade succeeded as the 5th Hokage and accepted Uchiha Sasuke as her personal disciple, achieving a great reconciliation between the Senju and Uchiha clans. In the future, Sasuke's path to becoming Hokage is within sight. Suzaku, is this the result of your trip to Konoha? Yes. Damn it. The Akatsuki's goal is to destroy Konoha. And your brother, that useless Sasuke, actually wants to become Hokage. Don't tell me this is your plan, to lift him high only to let him fall hard. Obito's expression twisted, unclear whether it was anger or jealousy. The Akatsuki's goal is world peace. Destroying Konoha is merely a means to make the world feel pain and promote peace. Itachi calmly stated the organization's philosophy and walked straight toward the leader's office, adding without looking back. Madara, whether it's destroying Konoha or becoming Hokage, those are your obsessions. I don't care. Seeing Obito, enraged Konan no longer blocked Itachi and turned into a flurry of paper cranes flying back to the building. Itachi walked slowly toward the leader's office with Obito following closely. In the leader's office, Pain asked Itachi, "Tell me what's the matter?" Itachi nodded. "The leader of the Land of Waves wants to see you." I agreed. The leader of the Land of Waves. The one who sells scientific ninja tools and forced Danzo to kill himself, Zhao Xian. Itachi nodded. Suzaku, you've gone too far. Konan frowned. You have no right to make decisions for Pain. I lost to the leader of the Land of Waves and had my Mangekyo Sharingan taken. Please forgive me for being unable to refuse his request. Itachi directly gave up. As he spoke, a crow emerged from his red cloud robe and transformed into a figure with white hair and a yellow robe in the air. Obito rebuked Itachi. Itachi! Damn it! What are you trying to do? Assassinate the leader! As if in response, Zhao Xin threw a shuriken at Obito. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Obito's eyes widened as a space-time fluctuation rippled. The substitute appearing before Obito vanished instantly. Solved. Obito couldn't believe it. Of course not. Clang. A three-pronged kunai hit the ground. Obito's eyes shook violently. Flying Thunder God Slash. Zhao Xin appeared again beside Itachi. At that moment Obito knew it was bad. Zhao Xin had deliberately entered Kami's space earlier. His purpose was to leave a space-time marker there. Against this opponent his once invincible intangibility would become useless. As expected of the teacher's Flying Thunder God Slash. It can actually counter my Kami. Obito was deeply wary but also puzzled. Where did he learn Flying Thunder God Slash? This kunai looks odd, more like the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God kunai that the teacher mentioned. Is it from the Scroll of Seals? Obito wildly speculated about Zhao Xin's background while taking positions with Pain and Konan at three corners, forming a triangular formation that surrounded Zhao Xin and Itachi. Zhao Xin felt greatly relieved and raised his hands. Don't be nervous. I'm here just to talk business. Konan stared at Zhao Xin with displeasure, then turned to Itachi. Itachi, you're fired. Don't rush to conclusions, Angel. Zhao Xin smiled. The Yellow Turbans and Akatsuki share the same goal, to eliminate ninja and achieve the great unity of the world's people. Eliminate ninja. More like strengthening ninja. Konan's face was full of distrust. Your scientific ninja tools have boosted Konoha's strength significantly. Sooner or later they'll launch the fourth great ninja war. Not necessarily. If scientific ninja tools were sold only to Konoha, Konoha might indeed think of unifying the 5 great nations. But I will also sell them to the village hidden in the mist and the land of seas, and in the future to the land of fields, the village hidden in the sand, the village hidden in the rock, the village hidden in the cloud, and so on. With power balances restored among nations, how could war break out? Zhao Xin shifted the topic. I've heard Akatsuki's goal is to achieve absolute peace through fear by making the world feel pain. Such a grand plan must require a lot of money, right? That's Akatsuki's business. None of yours. Konan did not deny it. Very well. It seems Akatsuki doesn't want the high-quality affordable detonating tags from the Land of Waves. Humph. Detonating tags. Akatsuki doesn't need them. Despite her body being honest, Konan refused with words. Of course not. Zhao Xin laughed. I have a connection, risky yes but with high profit. As they say, fortune favors the bold. It depends on whether Akatsuki has the guts to profit together. Speak. With style, Tree World Mini. Bang. A dumbbell-shaped branch fell to the ground. Seeing Zhao Xin use wood style, Obito was nearly stunned, muttering to himself. Mangekyo. Wood style. This Uchiha Shin is off. This business, I could do it myself, but I wanted to see how bold Pain really is. As he spoke, Zhao Xin handed the branch to Konan. Like this, put it to your ear. Zhao Xin lifted the branch dumbbell like a tech geek promoting a product, encouraging Konan to learn. Konan warily held a detonating tag in one hand and pressed the wood-style branch against her forehead with the other. He'll step outside. Zhao Xin used space-time ninjutsu to vanish from the room. The moment he disappeared, Konan heard a faint voice in her ear. Hello? Hello? Testing. Testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can hear. This is... Konan's eyes widened. The astral projection technique. Exactly. This is my invention. The chakra telephone based on the astral projection technique. Seeing Konan and the others puzzled, Zhao Xin had no choice but to explain. The Land of Waves has already begun the chakra industrial revolution of the ninja world. This is just the beginning. The next phase will be the information age. Seeing Konan still bewildered, Zhao Xin turned to Pain. Pain, if you want the ninja world to feel fear, you need everyone to know about it, right? You can't go everywhere with a loudspeaker. Wouldn't it be faster to broadcast to the entire ninja world? Hearing this, Pain immediately understood. Zhao Xin winked at Konan. Telephones can shorten communication distances and foster feelings between people. Sales won't be low in the future. Moreover, perhaps the barriers between people in the ninja world will disappear and peace will come. Of course, Zhao Xin would not tell them that the chakra telephone was just the beginning. It would later evolve into smart chakra phones loaded with ninjutsu apps requiring chakra and eventually trickle down to ordinary civilians who could use ninjutsu with chakra crystals. Konan's face reddened. She glanced back at Pain and asked, What do you want? I want fragments of the demonic statue of the outer path. At these words the three assumed combat stances again. Zhao Xian acted as if he hadn't noticed and continued. The underlying principle of the chakra telephone is the astral projection technique, amplifying thought waves for communication. However, branches generated by Tree World do not amplify thought waves well. It's passable for text but voice becomes noisy and communication distance is insufficient. I need a more stable amplification material. According to my research, only the wood from God Tree World can meet the requirements. So, Zhao Xian shrugged. Here I am. Hearing this, Obito rejoiced inwardly. Humph. This kid actually wants to buy fragments of the demonic statue. Doesn't that indirectly promote God Tree World, paving the way for infinite Tsukuyomi? Konan also slowly lowered the detonating tag in her hand. At Pain's signal she asked. You said the risk is high, what is it? Summoning white snake. Zhao Xian took his own chakra wood telephone and threaded through a white snake from Ryuchi Cave. Trees from Tree World have the habit of restricting chakra and binding living beings. Based on this effect, after God Tree World, the divine tree will likely entangle everyone with vines absorbing chakra and life force. Using demonic statue fragments as telephone cards requires solving this problem. The Wave Country Laboratory found that natural energy can balance this effect. Wait. Konan suddenly interrupted. She thought of Nagato's emaciated appearance, and couldn't help but ask. Are you saying the demonic statue drains chakra and life force? God Tree World will kill everyone. Exactly. Konan's expression darkened. She turned to Obito. Who are you really? Obito replied arrogantly. I am Uchiha Madara. A man who was dead but returned from hell. You're lying. Konan roared, throwing a detonating tag that passed through Obito's body and exploded in the rain outside the door. In an instant the situation reversed. Pain, Konan, Zhao Xian and Itachi blocked Obito on the spot. You once told Nagato that you survived using the power of the demonic statue. Konan said coldly. The demonic statue only takes it, never gives. How could you survive? You are definitely not Madara. Your Moon's Eye plan is flawed. Now Obito was embarrassed. The Moon's Eye plan, using the Rinna Sharingan to cast infinite Tsukuyomi, controlling everyone in the world, unifying it, and creating eternal peace in an illusion, was indeed proposed by Uchiha Madara. But the problem was that he himself was a fake Uchiha Madara, making even the Moon's Eye plan seem false. Obito began to doubt. The Uchiha Madara I met, was he real? Who are you? Obito had no choice but to bluff. Little girl. I, Uchiha Madara, have roamed the ninja world for decades. There are many means you don't know about. Why should I explain to you? Zhao Xian sneered. No need to be so complicated. I have a method called impure world reincarnation. If you're Madara, well, know after the reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation requires a living sacrifice. How unscrupulous can you be? Obito exclaimed, trying to slander Zhao Xian. Hearing Obito's words, Konan's expression changed. Others might kill without blinking, but Konan never killed the innocent. If Zhao Xian casually performed impure world reincarnation, it would inevitably scuttle the cooperation. Zhao Xian hadn't expected to be morally blackmailed by Obito. He shook his head and laughed. I happen to have the body of the death row criminal Orochimaru on hand. Impure world reincarnation can serve as an execution method. That works. Obito was already considering fleeing. Just then the white Setsa half inside him sent a message. Uchiha Madara's body has been kept by me all along, no one knows. Impure world reincarnation requires a part of the target's body as a medium. If the body can't be found, how could Madara be reincarnated? Besides, if Madara were actually reincarnated, wouldn't that be even better? Reincarnated Madara, the pinnacle of power in the ninja world, an immortal body. Wouldn't calling him out be stupid? Obito's spirits lifted and he laughed heartily. Ha! Kid, you've got guts. I am Uchiha Madara. If I'm not dead, how can I be reincarnated? I'm right here. Go ahead and show me your performance. Obito's antics confused Konan. Very well then. Zhao Xian smirked. Flying Thunder God. Ha! Running away, huh? Obito's laughter cut off abruptly. Everyone saw Zhao Xian holding a face mask. Zhao Xian raised the mask and asked coldly. This is Kakashi's mask. Madara cared to explain. It turned out that Zhao Xian had used Flying Thunder God to traverse Kami's space-time and via the other Sharingan went to Konoha. In Konoha, Kakashi looked bewildered after a mysterious hand appeared at the corner of his eye and pulled off his mask. As I recall, Kakashi's eye was a gift from a loser named Obito, right? Zhao Xian stared at Obito and dealt another heavy blow. Isabu is currently on the border between the Land of Waves and the Land of Water. I remember that one of Isabu's Jinchuriki was named Rin. Damn it. Stop. Zhao Xian activated Crimson Amaterasu, his right eye blazing. I will say it. You are. Say another word and ill. Obito's right eye suddenly flickered with a space-time fluctuation and he vanished from the spot. Those present looked at each other in bewilderment. In the leaders' hall of the Rain Country, Pain and Conan wore awkward expressions. As the nominal leaders of the Akatsuki, they had clearly been deceived by the fake Madara. Excuse me. Zhao Xin smiled slightly. Flying Thunder God Slash. The moment Obito hid himself within the Kamui dimension, he saw a sky-covering swarm of Flying Thunder God Kunai. The mark on one Flying Thunder God Kunai flared, and the Mangekyo Sharingan he loathed so much appeared before him again. Uchiha Obito, where do you think you're running? Gate of the scene open. Morning Peacock. A surge of immense chakra exploded forth. Obito watched in terror as Zhao Xin's vital energy transformed into a colossal peacock that hurtled toward him. With style, with dragon technique. Block it. Several massive trees sprouted from Obito's body, spiraling upward to intercept Zhao Xin. Flying Thunder God Slash. The peacock's fire flickered, and the next instant Zhao Xin appeared before Obito. A fist the size of a cauldron like a meteor crashed into Obito's face with a thunderous roar. Instantly Obito's mask shattered. The left side of his face exploded, the right cheekbone fractured, and blood erupted from his mouth, nose, and eyes. Obito barely raised his head, only to see Zhao Xin hovering in the air, looking down at him as if he were trash. Uchiha Obito. You're nothing but a coward. You dare not defy Uchiha Madara. You only have the guts to hate Kakashi. Ha! Of course I hate Kakashi. It was he who killed Rin. He is the darkest existence in this world. Bullshit. Rin Nohara's death was orchestrated by Uchiha Madara. Morning Peacock. Zhao Xin's kick landed solidly, sending Obito flying. The body he had painstakingly restored through Hashirama's cells shattered once more. No. Impossible. Obito began to doubt his existence. Keep pretending. You controlled the Three Tails Isabu, there's no way you don't know the truth. I didn't. The light of Flying Thunder God flickered everywhere. Zhao Xin constantly flashed and punched, battering Obito across the battlefield. You just refuse to admit that you're a coward. Or are you simply stupid? Obito was utterly numb. Was I stupid or evil? Or both stupid and evil? A dead last is always a dead last. A mere Kamui, how dare you play tricks? Zhao Xin, relentless in his victory, pushed his surging chakra to an even higher level. The entire Kamui dimension seemed to boil. Gate of surprise open. Daytime Tiger. The colossal chakra of his physical power materialized once more. The peacock transformed into a crimson tiger that lunged at Obito. Even the crimson Amaterasu can't burn you. Die. A deafening explosion rocked the entire Kamui dimension. Obito's body burst like a balloon, blood and flesh spraying like fireworks before vanishing without a trace. In Konoha, Kakashi, having inexplicably lost his mask, silently pulled out a spare. As he put it on, his eye that never closed began to heat up. Space-time rippled and a battered figure emerged from a twisted void. Obito at least had not forgotten to activate Izanagi, barely escaping Zhao Xin's pursuit. Kakashi scrutinized him, tattered cloak, bruised and swollen face, not a single patch of healthy flesh, left side limp with probably multiple broken bones, and half a mask clinging to his face, revealing a single Sharingan. Seeing that Sharingan, Kakashi inexplicably felt drained. Chakra surged into his left eye, and the three Tomo began to rotate, converging and evolving into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Who? Kakashi tried to grab the figure, but a massive amount of chakra was flowing to his newly awakened Mangekyo, leaving him dizzy, weak-kneed, and trembling. He could only watch helplessly as the man, after shooting him a vicious glare, was encased in vines and burrowed underground. Carried by Zetsu for hundreds of miles, the recovered Obito finally found a chance to emerge. Damn. 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 Curse it. Curse it. Curse it. I'm an idiot. I'm a moron. I'm a bastard. You're so noble. So brilliant. So amazing. And a dead last like me deserves to die. The whole world bullies me. Though he had successfully escaped Zhao Xin, Obito was completely shattered. From the moment he entered the Kamui dimension, the man had used only taijutsu and the Flying Thunder God, never once activating the Sharingan. Obito felt an immense humiliation. A total humiliation, moral and intellectual. The terrifying aura Zhao Xin exuded in the Kamui dimension made Obito tremble with fear just thinking about it. Only in this desolate place did Obito dare to surface and vent his emotions. Madara-sama, what now? Setsu's tone was mocking. Are you telling me what to do? Obito glared at Setsu, forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath, and said, Zhao Xin and the Wave Country are variables. Prepare yourself, we're going to the Wave Country. That variable must be eliminated. As you wish, Madara-sama. Watching Zetsu leave, Obito slowly sat on the ground, lost in thought. Rin's death was caused by Madara. All these years I never investigated the truth. Am I really an idiot? Or have I been under a genjutsu? If so, who cast it? Zhao Xin said even the Crimson Amaterasu can't burn me. What does that mean? Back in the Rain Country, after dealing with Obito, Zhao Xin returned to the leader's hall. Conan's gaze had completely changed. Mr. Xian, I think we can discuss the transaction now. Their eyes met, sparks flying. The materials of the demonic statue of the outer path are precious. There's only one in the ninja world. The price cannot be lowered. 1 ton of the god tree, 10 billion ryo. I provided you with a solution to deal with Obito which greatly reduces the Akatsuki's demand for explosive tags. You must consider that. 1 ton maximum 10 million ryo. The demonic statue is extremely difficult to harvest. It requires yin-yang release to split. 8 billion. Isn't it just yin-yang release? There's someone in the wave country who can do it. 20 million. 5 billion plus a share of chakra phone sales. 80 million is enough. You're just raw material suppliers. If not, I'll use regular wood style, just lower precision. No. 300 million. 100 million. 200 million. You handle transportation. Deal. Deliver it to the Wave Country Research Institute next month. The following month in the Wave Country. This trade fair aims to build a comprehensive international trade event with the highest level, largest scale, widest variety of goods, the most numerous buyers from the most countries and regions, and the best transaction results in the entire ninja world. Zhao Xin's speech ended amidst applause, and the Wave Country Import and Export Commodities Fair finally commenced. The Wave Country was festively decorated with banners reading, "Welcome all great nations for guidance," lining every street and alley. At the active invitation of the Wave Country, representatives from all the great nations gathered together. Bo Country People's Square. Zai Bujan taking a girl to watch a beheading is hardly a proper date. Water Shadow Zhao Meiming stepped onto the viewing platform, teasing the former hidden Miss Renegade, now the security director of the Investigation Bureau, Zhang Zai Bujan. Today was not only the day of Bo Country's international import and export trade fair, but also the public trial of Dashuan. Sorry, I am already married. What? Zhao Meiming looked at Zai Bujan in disbelief. No way, you clearly don't. Bai, dressed as a married woman, gracefully walked onto the viewing platform, serving everyone the specialty of Shui Country, iced fresh starry grouper. Allow me to introduce my humble wife, Tao Di Bai. Zhao Meiming looked at Bai's blindingly magnificent figure with a mix of envy and jealousy. No, just over a month ago Bai wasn't. Zai Bujan let out a light laugh, his expression proud. Just a sex reassignment surgery, even an intern at Bo Country's biochemical lab can perform it. Sex reassignment. Are you sure it's not the living corpse reincarnation technique that caused a stir in Muyi? The incident where Dashuan transformed into Dishizi and rampaged in Muyi was known to all. Zhao Meiming's first reaction was that Bai had reincarnated into another girl. Zai Bujan, for your selfish desires you actually sacrificed. TCH. You underestimate Bo Country's technology. In Bo Country, not to mention changing gender, you can even change your race. Zai Bujan sneered contemptuously. Bai's transformation was achieved through the reverse regeneration technique, absorbing the incorrectly expressing organs, then inhibiting Y chromosome expression in stem cells to reshape female characteristics. Though her body was completely renewed inside and out, Bai is still Bai. I spent 2 months' salary and submitted a report just to invite Lord Xin to perform the surgery personally. Why am I explaining this to an illiterate like you? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Who are you calling illiterate? I am the Water Shadow. Don't you understand diplomatic etiquette? Show some respect. Ho ho ho, young people are so energetic. 2 scales, the Yimu led Hei 2 and Huan 2 floating in from the staircase. Earth Shadow-sama, this way please. By leading the ceremonial team guided the Yimu's group to their seats. Mrs. Tao Di, I heard you are also the trade director of Bo Country. That Chidori blade that appeared at the last Chunin exams in Muyi, could you give me too? The 4th Lightning Shadow A entered with his elite Jonin guard de Lui. Of course. Bo Country has specially prepared a series of lightning release chakra fitness equipment for the strong men of Cloud Village. Such good stuff. Why didn't you bring it out earlier? Look, Muyi being the first to get the moon near the water suddenly produced over a dozen cage-level ninja. They could probably sweep through the ninja world. Right, to Yimuzama. Ha! That joke is not funny. De Yimu looked into the distance with concern and said, Rock Village indeed received intelligence from the Chunin exams that a few of Muyi's current genin are exceptionally talented but sweeping the 4 nations. That seems unlikely. De Yimu, you're so old yet you're still sitting in the Earth Shadow position. The 3rd Fire Shadow is enjoying a life of leisure. Not to mention the 5th Fire Shadow gang show taking over, but beneath her there is a large crop of geniuses waiting in line. Even among genin there are 3 cage-level powerhouses. I sneered contemptuously. After you die, who can stop Swishu? Di de la. You. Ouch, my old back. De Yimu stood up in anger but instantly twisted his waist, sweating profusely from pain and unable to speak. I knew exactly how to expose weaknesses. The most talented youth of the new generation in Rock Village was none other than De Yimu's genius disciple Di de la. A blonde artist himself, yet he was seduced away by an even blonder rogue ninja. Zhao Meiming's expression was also unpleasant. Unlike Rock Village, which lacked successors, Hidden Mist originally had no shortage of experts. But now Zai Bujan and his spouse were both in Bo country, and Gui Jiao had vanished without a trace. Am I seeing things? That person looks like Gui Dingshui. Zhao Meiming stared at a familiar figure in the crowd wanting to cry but having no tears. So Bo country had been fleecing the only sheep of Shui country all along. He'll say something unpleasant. If Mu Yi village really launches a war, how will you stop it? His face was grim. Wind village has some young people, but unfortunately they've already become Mu Yi's dogs. Fourth lightning shadow, if you can't speak properly then don't speak at all. The new wind shadow Wei Luo of the Sand walked onto the stage with Shou Ju and Qinjiu Lang. The wind and fire countries have been friendly neighbors for generations. The fire country did not hold our country accountable for the border conflicts, demonstrating the magnanimity of a great nation. The wind country is always deeply grateful. Young man, don't be sold and still counting money for them. De Yi Mu holding his waist analyzed. Dishiwan, the disciple of the third fire shadow, killed the wind shadow. Mu Yi village took all of wind country's mission shares. Wind village has been reduced to a branch of Mu Yi village. There's a chance that Mu Yi's ninja lords have already set their sights on Wind village's female ninja. Pervert. Die. Wind release sickling weasel. Shouju attacked in fury. Lies don't hurt, the truth is a sharp blade. Shouju, she really did have a boyfriend from Mu Yi. Ice release ice rock chamber. Fortunately Bai acted swiftly, sealing the giant wind blade in ice as soon as it appeared. Bai smiled gently and bowed gracefully. It is our lack of hospitality from Bo country. Startled De Yi Mu and Shouju, who had acted rashly and was at a loss, quickly bowed in return. It was my impropriety. When everything calmed down, everyone realized that tiny Bo country actually had such formidable experts. Just then the fifth fire shadow gang show with a displeased expression led advisor Kakashi onto the stage, and the atmosphere instantly became solemn. In front of the people's square stood Deshiwan, hands tied behind his back, kneeling on the ground, long hair covering his face, and a sign around his neck reading human trafficker. Flanking Deshiwan stood two masked youths wearing yellow turban robes, one with black hair and one with blonde hair, each holding a decapitation greatsword, crossing the blades to pin Deshiwan's head in between. Deshiwan public trial. Commence. According to procedure, the recovered experimental subjects such as Yuhua and Feng Malan appeared to testify, recounting the inhumane treatment they suffered after being captured. Afterwards, members of the Feng Ma clan and residents of the Sea country came up one after another to air their grievances, recounting the various crimes Deshiwan had committed against their lands. A group of kage attending the ceremony had initially prepared words like "ninja are merely tools" to excuse Deshiwan as a fellow ninja, but from the moment Yuhua pulled out photos, the group was already shocked into silence. Finally, the grievance session ended. Zhao Xian strode to the front and bellowed. Deshiwan, do you confess to your crimes? SSS. Deshiwan raised his head, revealing a snake-like face, licked his lips and laughed. I, Deshiwan, am immortal. As he spoke, dense curse marks began to appear on Deshiwan's face. His entire head rapidly swelled into a massive snake head, and his body drastically changed and expanded, continuously transforming toward the form of the white phosphorus snake. Adamantine sealing chains. Seeing that chaos was about to erupt, the blonde youth on the stage roared. 8 golden chakra chains burst from his chest, sealing all directions and firmly binding Deshiwan's massive body, comparable to Wan Qi. The bound white phosphorus snake seemed sealed by a void barrier, completely separated from the crowd in the square. Gang Shou couldn't help but glance at Kakashi, who nodded in shock. It's the bloodline of the Xianhua clan and the adamantine sealing chains. Why is it a youth of the Xianhua clan? Aren't the hair colors of the Xianhua clan supposed to be red? Why does he have blonde hair like Ming Ren? Before Gang Shou could ponder, she saw that the black-haired youth's eyes were blazing with flames. He clasped his hands together, raised the decapitation greatsword high, and leaped into the air. The black-haired youth's Sharingan eyes were no surprise to Gang Shou. Yellow heaven above. Thick earth as witness. Father, aid me. Crimson Amaterasu. Kagetsuchi modified. A giant Susanoo phantom engulfed in flames rose from the ground. Susanoo's left hand merged with the black-haired youth's hands. Crimson flames instantly ignited the decapitation greatsword in the youth's hand, condensing into a massive flame scythe in midair. The black-haired youth declared, Deshiwan, your crimes are heinous and you deserve death. The decapitation greatsword fell. The snake had separated from the body. Blood from the snake's neck shot into the sky, spraying everywhere, finally ignited by the crimson flames and burned into a sea of red clouds. Every inch of Deshiwan's flesh was ignited. His soul and body were completely burned to ashes by the flames. Susanoo slays the white snake. The spectators were all shocked. This is a master. Reikage AI exclaimed in astonishment. 2 cage-level youths. Anoki wore a worried expression. Orochimaru's strength was beyond doubt. The fact that the Land of Waves could publicly try and completely execute him was almost a declaration that the country had transcended the ranks of small nations. To sustain a small nation's hidden village, it often took the entire village's effort to support just one cage-level shinobi, For instance, the Takigakyo village withdrew the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Many more small nations exhausted all their resources and still failed to produce even a pseudo-cage-level substitute. Examples include the fallen Kyuzugakyo due to the box of ultimate bliss, the Sky Ninja suffering from Zero Tails, the Dragon Vein of Lulon buried under windblown sand, and the Land of Snow's unsuccessful environment modification machine. Yet the tiny Land of Waves could easily trap and execute Orochimaru with just 2 youths. How much hidden strength did they possess? Filled with suspicion, the 5 Kage watched the public trial and were then guided by Zabuza and his wife to tour the showcase that the Land of Waves presented to the outside world. First they entered the land reclamation area. The Kage witnessed on a sandbar formed by wave action at the port hundreds of yellow-turbaned civilian farmers wearing hats marked with sickly and hammer emblems forming formations like pulling a net. Raising banners, they continuously infused Earth-style chakra into flagpoles forged from chakra metal under the command of Commander Kesha. Civilian mass ninjutsu. Earth-style large-scale clay drop. A summoning circle opened above the edge of the sandbar near the coast, and from the dimensional hole above a torrent of clay descended continuously. Before the Kage's eyes, the sandbar slowly merged with the mainland. Kesha waved the flag again, changing the yellow earth flag to a blue one. The yellow turban farmers pulled out brightly colored decorative fake seeds from their pockets and tossed them into the air. Wind-style flying seed sowing technique. The seeds landed. Water-style artificial rainfall technique. The seeds sprouted and grew. Wind-style mass harvesting technique. These are just commoners who can't even perform a complete jutsu. Why bring us to see them? Kuratsuchi behind Inoki asked in confusion. Temari, however, was very excited. Hidden villages need food too. We could completely train a batch of chakrazing commoners to reclaim wasteland around Sunagakure. With them, soon as gold sand wouldn't have to be sold cheaply. For a long time, Sunagakure suffered from high living costs due to abundant gold sand production but poor local resources, resulting in miserable living conditions. Temari, as the respected elder sister of the Kazekage, still felt like a country bumpkin in front of the Naro boy from a second-rate noble family in Konoha. Seeing Kuratsuchi still puzzled, Zabuza gestured to Kesha. Receiving the order, Kesha waved the flag again, and the yellow turban farmers ran toward a mountain peak created earlier using the Earth-style Great Eruption technique. Earth-style Great Eruption technique was Kuratsuki's and Inoki's specialty, so Kuratsuchi began watching with interest. Attention! Stand at ease. Earth-style Rock Cave Tunnel Collapse. Earth-style Earth Mound Dumpling. Clear the rocks. The yellow turban farmers' chakra was limited, so they only carved a small hole less than half a meter deep on the mountain's surface. But even that half meter revealed their intent to Inoki. Are you digging a tunnel? Exactly. To get rich, build roads first. The Land of Waves didn't become prosperous just by improving fishing efficiency or setting up factories. Haku, the chief logistics officer, proudly explained. We built the Great Firewave Bridge connecting to Konoha, opening a market for scientific ninja tools there. The expansion of the port has also increased trade between the Land of Waves and the Land of Water. I believe Iwagakure would be interested in expanding exchanges with the outside world to improve shinobi's lives. Too comfortable a life harms training. While Kuratsuchi and Haku were enthusiastically discussing, Inoki muttered, earning a glare from Kuratsuchi. Here we sincerely recommend to all leaders the Wave Country's Oral Chakra Factor and the subsequent Chakra Farmer training system. Zhao Xian arrived late. We will train chakra farmers for all major hidden villages and at an appropriate time invest in building scientific ninja tool factories locally employing chakra workers. This will achieve a win-win situation between the Land of Waves and each village, contributing to the common prosperity of the shinobi world. The leaders of the major villages showed varied expressions, each saying they would need further consideration. Having all 5 Kage gather in the Land of Waves was purely by chance. Aside from Konoha and Sunagakure, the other 3 countries' original intent was to probe Konoha's strength. While the Umbu conducted operations, the Kage themselves naturally had to show their faces. But what the Land of Waves put on display was too dazzling, making one inevitably wonder if they had some grand scheme. Zabuza and Haku exchanged knowing smiles as if saying, what bad intentions could Lord Zhao have? It's just agricultural revolution, infrastructure construction plus industrialization. Such wonderful progress for the shinobi world, only you narrow-minded reactionaries wouldn't appreciate it. Knowing the road would be winding, Zhao Xian didn't press. Gentlemen, enjoy yourselves. They'll be waiting in my office in the Land of Waves for your esteemed visit. After Zhao Xian left, Haku continued to warmly entertain the guests, while Zabuza's expression turned serious. He silently sent orders to his investigators, raising surveillance of the 5 great countries' envoys to the highest level. An open attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to evade. The time had come to test the capabilities of the Wave Country Investigation Bureau. In a modest inn in the Land of Waves, a group of Kirigakure Umbu stood by the window gazing at the cityscape. Leading them was Hoshigaki Ryunosuke, who had dealt with the yellow turbans in the Land of the Sea. Mist-shrouded, this Land of Waves is unfathomable. Did you see those 2 investigators by the roadside handling illegal street vending? One from the Kagaya clan, another from the Hozuki clan, both bloodline limited shinobi who defected from Kirigakure. And that's just the visible personnel. Lord Ao told us to investigate secretly. What's there to investigate? Hee hee. Ryanosuke, look at my executioner's blade. Pretty cool, right? Mitsuhide, acting together with him, was completely relaxed. Humph. The Land of Waves is clearly short on resources, just copying the Land of Water. If you ask me, ninja swords should be handmade by the Land of Water's blacksmithing sage. Give it a rest. The real executioner's blade's recovery ability is worse than this one. For an extra 100 Ryo you can add the lightning conductor module from the Sword of Thunder Fawn. Want it? No. Hoshigaki Ryanosuke said disdainfully. I tell you, I'd jump from this window and die outside before using such assembly line industrial products. Hee hee, haven't you seen the ads? The Land of Waves has discovered a Samahata population and successfully cultivated an artificially bred version. The technology will be handed over to the Wave Country Fisheries Department for mass production within the year. Really? Absolutely true. Come on, find a cliff to jump off. Hoshigaki Ryanosuke said urgently. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Samahata is truly delicious. Too late. The Suikazan clan's orders are already backed up until next year. Let's go. Visit the Wave Trade Fair. What for? To see opportunities for making money. You don't think the Suikazan clan is buying so many Samahata for themselves, do you? Damn. Why didn't I think of that? Mitsuhide looked at the executioner's blade in his hand, full of regret. I should have bought a few more to take back. This resale is pure profit. Every word and action of Hoshigaki Ryanosuke and Mitsuhide was almost simultaneously turned into reports and placed on Momochi Zabuza's desk. After a brief analysis, Zabuza removed their spy program and replaced it with the Old Friends of the Yellow Turban Development Plan. Compared to the Wing Village's pair of spies who had simply given up, the Yunin Village took a completely different stance. At the inn where the Yunin Village delegation was staying, AI eagerly rushed into Sammy's room. Sammy, have you figured it out? Sammy was holding a test tube inside of which was the flagship product of Boziguo's biochemical laboratory, the chakra factor. The principle of the chakra factor is not complicated, it's just a bunch of active mitochondria. Boziguo has successfully activated the dormant invasive genes within the mitochondria, reverting them into ancient bacteria. Once ingested, these bacteria will enter human cells and form a symbiotic relationship with the original cells. The problem lies in the method of large-scale production. Even if we know the principles and processes for manufacturing the mitochondrial bacteria, the Yunin Village cannot produce the corresponding cultivation equipment. Even if we purchase these devices, we would require specialized chakra workers and research-oriented medical ninjas to operate them. Even if we solve all these preceding issues, the cost may not necessarily be reduced, and in the end we still cannot compete with Boziguo. Can we only purchase finished products from Boziguo or invite them to invest in building a factory? Sammy nodded. Yes, actually it's not a big problem. The chakra factor is one-time use in the human body. A single mitochondrion can only modify one cell. It can improve the physique of ordinary people to a certain extent, but only after multiple doses can it generate a faint amount of chakra far below the standard of a genin. It is almost completely useless for ninjas who can already extract chakra. You don't understand. As long as one has chakra, there is a possibility of awakening a bloodline limit. AI shook his head. Once the number of civilians with chakra increases, many ninjas who are not affiliated with any ninja village will inevitably appear. Boziguo has a small territory and sparse population. They only know how to use the chakra factor to cultivate chakra workers and farmers, but they do not understand the true significance of the chakra factor. This will be an endless source of ninja soldiers for the ninja villages. Since we cannot replicate it, then we steal it. If we cannot steal it, then we take it by force. Just like when we snatched the Byakugan back then. You take a squad and go undercover. Do not alert the enemy. We must obtain Boziguo's secrets. After hearing this, AI waved his hand grandly and gave the order. Before leaving, he did not forget to mock. This leader of Boziguo is truly foolish. To expose this level of wealth before the 5 great nations. He simply does not know how to live. Although Sammy did not agree with A's viewpoint, she had to admit that what he said was not without truth. Earlier, the Yunin village had thought Boziguo was a front for the Mai village, but after arriving they realized it was actually a makeshift organization put together by a branch of the Uchiha clan and rogue ninjas from the Ween village. A man may be innocent but suffer from the possession of a coveted treasure. Boziguo, small and weak, has exposed so many good things it may not be far from destruction. As soon as AI left, Sammy heard a thump 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 at the door. Warily, Sammy quickly packed all the equipment with a sealing scroll and approached the door cautiously. Who is it? Sealing squad, prepare to break down the door. Everyone inside, listen up. The Boziguo Investigation Bureau has received a report that someone has stolen the patents from the Boziguo Biochemical Laboratory. Your deeds have been exposed. At the temporary base of the Mai village on the border of Boziguo and the Land of Fire, a former root member, now an Umbu operative, was reporting to the elder Yuanfei Risen. Confirmed Boziguo has no connection with the Wing village. Moreover, a large number of former Iran village members have been discovered. No wonder they judge One. They are the remnants of One who staged a coup. This Bozigo, lacking a correct guiding ideology like the will of fire, will inevitably go astray. Yunfei Risen characterized Bozigo. As a close neighbor of the My Village, we must never allow Bozigo to become a bridgehead for the four-country military alliance. Demilitarization is extremely urgent. Yes. The Umbu member kneeling on the ground looked excited. Earlier the My Village had lost so much face at the Chunin exams, how could they not make Bozigo pay the price? As for the real reason, the My Village Council had long analyzed it. Bozigo's development was too fast. In just a few months it had undergone earth-shattering changes. Not only was the economic level advancing with each passing day, but chakra had been popularized among the entire population. This was something even the Sage of Six Paths could not achieve. Even though Bozigo was only a small isolated island with just one city, it once had no ninjas at all, and even now strictly speaking it only had a few genin. Yet Bozigo could produce scientific ninja tools. Once equipped, these chakra-possessing civilians could instantly be transformed into chakra militia. Even if they were just cannon fodder, it still prevented the My Village from sleeping soundly. If Bozigo were allowed to develop unchecked in the long run, once a large number of ninjas emerged and were trained, this was the rhythm of becoming the sixth great nation. When that time comes, the first to bear the brunt will be the My Village. Not to mention this Bozigo has a close relationship with Suiju and Mingren. If not dealt with, it is hard to guarantee that the My Village will not be thrown into chaos by Bozigo in the future. Therefore it was time to let the universal value of the ninja world, the will of fire, take effect. After Yunfei Risen nodded in approval, Shanzhong Feng, a former root member now in the Umbu, nodded with great delight, changed into merchant attire, and entered the intelligence post set up by the My Village in Bozigo. Is everyone here? After entering, Shanzhong Feng activated the unique sensory ability of the Shanzhong clan. After scanning the surroundings, he formed hand signs to seal the room, isolating the inside from the outside and blocking all sensory perception. Zhao Xin of Bozigo has repeatedly staged coups assassinating the leader of Bozigo, Kadwa, the daimyo of the Land of the Sea, and the leader of the Inran village -1. He inherited the evil research results of -1, massively hired Inran village ninjas and rogue ninjas from the Wuyin village, and imposed a reign of terror over Bozigo. He deprived the people of Bozigo of their freedom to pursue poverty. He produced a large number of evil products that opposed the will of fire, dumping them into various countries to reap excessive profits, causing widespread anger and resentment in Bozigo. Our mission this time is to mobilize the civilians of Bozigo, overthrow Zhao Xin's evil rule, and wipe out the remnants of -1 in one fell swoop. Seize and seal all evil achievements. Restore peace to Bozigo and bring tranquility to the ninja world. According to investigation, Bozigo's technology severely threatens the peace of the ninja world, with production capacity greatly excessive, and is coveted by ambitious figures from the land of water, the land of earth, and the land of lightning. These technologies can only be properly utilized and benefit the ninja world if they are placed in the morally lofty hands of Lord Yunfei. The My Village ninjas believed Shanzhong Feng's words without doubt. The My Village is the moral benchmark of the ninja world, the international peacekeeping force. The evil Bozigo, which has already shown signs of disrespecting the will of fire, must be eliminated. Yun Kuzhen had long raised his hand but only found an opportunity to speak after a while. Zhao Xian was able to slay -1 in battle. His strength is extraordinary. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to complete the mission. Don't be afraid. Shanzhong Feng pulled out a large bundle from his pocket and unfolded it before everyone. The scroll of seals. Yun Kuzhen looked over only to find it was a fake. Zhao Xian shares the same lineage as -1, extremely greedy, and has shown countless times a craving for various evil forbidden techniques. Shanzhong Feng sneered. He simply cannot resist the temptation of the scroll of seals. We just need to lure him out and leave the rest to Lord Yunfei. But can Lord Yunfei withstand Zhao Xian? Yun Kuzhen, present. Do you have the resolve to sacrifice yourself and summon the first Hokage? If you don't speak, you'll take it as your agreement. I have your mother. Yun Kuzhen cursed in his heart. Under the tongue-sealing curse, he was physically unable to speak. Everyone present except for the volunteered Yun Kuzhen, Shanzhong Feng, and a group of former root ninjas were still fantasizing that Yunfei Risen would successfully summon the first Hokage, use the topmost transformation to brutally beat Zhao Xin Susanoo, and that the My Village would successfully gain control over Bozigo, when suddenly rumble. The entire Bozigo began to violently shake. Is it an earthquake? No. It's the sound of earth release chakra and water release chakra colliding. Water release ninjas are attacking Bozigo. Sensing the change outside, Shanzhong Feng quickly ordered. Quick! Remove the sealing technique. Go check. However, just as Shanzhong Feng removed the sealing technique, a violent knocking sound came from outside. Open the door. Bozigo Investigation Bureau. Check the water meter. Bang. The door was cut open by a decapitating sword. Water release, great waterfall technique. The entire room was flooded. Underwater Shanzhong Feng heard a burst of wild laughter. What luck! The three-tails Isabu is attacking the city, creating a water-release chakra domain. I dang sure you am invincible. You my village trash. None of you can escape. In the border waters of the land of waves, a massive gray mudder-like monster with three tails arched its body, wrapping its thick heavy shell around itself like a wheel and rolling forward rapidly, relentlessly pounding a massive earthen wall with its immense size and weight. When did the three tails Isabu get a Jinchuriki? Why does Mist have no intelligence? At the port of the land of waves, Terumi may question the Mist ninjas nearby, hoping someone could provide an answer. Half a day earlier, Uchiha Obito, who had earned Zhao Xin's high praise as both foolish and malicious, dismissed Setsu and alone found Isabu in the vast sea. Having met Kakashi, his three-demo Sharingan had successfully evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Obito easily reasserted control over the three-tails Isabu. Then he began an impassioned exchange with Isabu. It was Uchiha Madara who sealed you inside Rin's body. Isabu nodded. Rin couldn't withstand it and was doomed. Isabu nodded again. So everything Zhao Xian said was true. It really was Madara. Obito doubted his own existence. I'm a complete idiot. Fool. Useless. Dead last. Bastard. Both stupid and evil. Obito. You deserve to die. Why aren't you dead yet? He caught me, didn't you, dead last brat? When Obito was wallowing in self-doubt, the right half of his body suddenly spoke. Setsu. What are you doing? Obito realized his body was beginning to move against his will, slowly turning toward Isabu, as if reenacting the tragedy of Rin Noira from years past. What a fool! White Setsu shook his head. Madara was also foolish for choosing a useless replacement like you. How can we possibly execute the Moon's Eye plan with someone so worthless? To hell with the Moon's Eye plan. To hell with the Land of Waves collapse plan. I'm out. Out. Uchiha Madara died and still didn't quit. What makes you think you can? Setsu chuckled. I've decided, you will execute the Land of Waves collapse plan. Have you been manipulating Uchiha Madara too? So you've been pulling the strings all along. What? Having regrets. Setsu controlling Obito's body caused sealing chains to emerge, preparing to make Obito the Jinchuriki of the three tails. Humph. Regrets. Obito's half-body clenched its teeth and glared. Kamui. The half-body tore itself apart and vanished in an instant. A ruthless one. With Obito's body gone, the myriad sealing chains connected Setsu and Isabu, and a vast amount of chakra slowly entered the half-white Setsu's body. The newly formed Jinchuriki white Setsu took control of Isabu, and slowly advanced toward the Land of Waves. At the official Konoha camp in the Land of Waves, Kakashi, who had been analyzing the situation with Tsunade and Shizuno, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left eye. His chakra was drained completely, and he fell to his knees. The next moment a spatial distortion flickered and a flying thunder god kunai flew out bearing a sealing scroll. Kakashi blankly grabbed the scroll and unsealed it, revealing another Mangekyo Sharingan. A letter drifted out and Kakashi saw Obito's handwriting. Kakashi, keep up the good work. From the foolish dead last, the wandering spirit who caused Rin's death. With both eyes focusing, Kakashi glimpsed in the Kamui dimension a hollowed half-body remnant drifting. Obito! Kakashi exclaimed and was about to use Kamui to release Obito's body when the spatial distortion flickered away and Obito's remains vanished, carried by a flying thunder god kunai. In utter darkness, a dying Obito sensed a vast scorching chakra approaching. Zhao Xian, you came. SSS, you've mistaken. Lord Xian is busy dealing with Isabu. Orochimaru Snake stuffed Obito into a nutrient tank and inserted countless needles into his blood vessels, muscles, brain, and spine, continuously infusing him with an unknown nutrient fluid. Orochimaru. Aren't you dead? At the familiar hissing sound, Obito was confused. Feeling his vitality and body recovering, he asked. Why save me? Orokishin nothing to do with Orochimaru. Careful, he'll sue you for defamation. Orokishin stomped his foot and implanted a mass-produced clone Sharingan into Obito's eye socket. When his vision returned, Obito saw Orokishin. Orokishin spoke coldly. Obito, you are laden with sin and your death is near. According to the laws of the Land of Waves, death row inmates must voluntarily donate their organs before execution for scientific research. I don't care anymore. Obito had given up struggling. Obito, if you had the chance to go back to the day Rin Noira died, would you sacrifice yourself to save her? What? Obito was so shocked he sat up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Orokishin. Are you telling the truth? According to Lord Zin's research, by adding the creative regeneration power of yin-yang release and temporal energy to the infinite Tsukuyami and fixing reality with Izanami, it is possible to open parallel worlds and exploit infinite resources. I'm willing. Obito's heart burned with passion. Orokishin nodded and pulled down a shadowless lamp where bulbs would be replaced by a dense array of Sharingan. Under Orokishin's voice, Obito fell into a genjutsu. Control parameters: Tsukuyumi yes, Izanami yes, Kamui yes, Rinnegan no, Tensigan no, Natural Energy no, Tailed Beast Chakra no, Dragon Vein Chakra no. Source Code True Infinite Tsukuyumi Plan Supplementary Experiment no. 1. Commence. Itachi, what did you do to Samahata? Why does it get angry every time it sees you? Deep in the ocean, the shark-like Kisame struggled to hold on to enraged Samahata. Ever since arriving in the waters of the Land of Waves, Samahata had been baring its fangs at Itachi. Itachi stared fixedly in the direction of the Three Tails, ignoring Samahata's warning, and said calmly, Samahata voluntarily donated its eggs to the Land of Waves biochemical lab for research. Although many eggs were taken, the rewards were substantial. It received a bloodline limit chakra package including but not limited to Uchiha Susanoo chakra, Uzumaki life chakra, Kagaya high-density calcium chakra, and rare wood-release chakra. Not a bad deal actually. Wait. Samahata. You're female. Kisame holding Samahata realized this, and his eyes gleamed with even more excitement. No way. Itachi. You actually did that to Samahata. We're friends, you bastard. Kisame felt oddly cuckolded. Seeing this, Samahata slithered out of Kisame's arms as if ashamed, sinking toward the seabed. Seeing this, Kisame immediately pounced, embracing Samahata tightly, and comforted it. It's okay. It's okay. I know Itachi seduced you. I don't mind. Really. After half a day of coaxing, Samahata finally calmed down and merged with Kisame, allowing him to enter his shark form once more. SSS, so good? Kisame asked cautiously. Itachi, be straight with me, what exactly are you planning? Although the organization sent us to hunt the fake Madara and retrieve the Three Tails Konoha and the Land of Waves, surely have other intentions. Last time I broke into the Land of Waves with you, I still get headaches thinking about it. Ah, no. Baka. Seeing Itachi turn around, Kisame knew trouble was coming. With a single glare, Itachi knocked Kisame out. His eyes turned into two crows that flew off together, charging into the battlefield between the Three Tails and the Land of Waves. The inn room where Konoha was staying had been hastily converted into an operating theater by Tsunade, who directed Shizen to transplant another Sharingan into Kakashi. Lady, the surgery was a success. How do you feel, Kakashi? My legs are weak. Kakashi tried to stand up, but his limbs wobbled. You can't go on like this. Tsunade frowned. Why not go to Wave Country for a procedure? They'll teach you the In Seal. Kakashi's legs tensed abruptly. No need. I feel brimming with power. They're just a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. I can handle them. Seeing that Tsunade didn't press further, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself. When I have time, I'll ask around in Wave Country if there's a way to increase my chakra reserves. Snapping back to reality, the issue of Obito began to trouble Kakashi again. He had no idea whether Obito was alive or dead, or what he had gone through all these years. Maybe I can find something out in the Kamui dimension. Lady, come see. Wave Country has actually held back the Three Tails Isabel with just a group of chakra soldiers. On the maritime border of Wave Country, thousands of yellow turbans standing on the temporarily frozen sea surface forcibly raised a massive earthen wall dozens of meters high and over 10 meters thick on the ocean, barely blocking Isabel's advance. A roar that shook the entire Wave Country rippled across the ground, and monstrous tsunamis relentlessly pounded the earthen wall. Countless water dragon bombs soared over the earthen wall into Wave Country, causing the water level to rise continuously and destroying countless old wooden buildings. Meanwhile, Wave Country's leader Zhao Xin, reminiscent of the yellow flash of old lead from the front atop the earthen wall, blowing wine bullets one after another to shatter the water dragon bombs. Wave Country Investigation Bureau. Disaster Relief. Investigation Bureau Chief Sabuza swung his decapitating carving knife, leading a large contingent of Bureau agents through Wave Country. Using the mist body flicker technique, they evacuated the elderly, women, and children to the highest elevation, the People's Square. Agents like Sujetsu maintained order, capturing spies who had infiltrated Wave Country and arresting a batch of low-minded opportunists who took advantage of the chaos to loot and burn, hanging them from the lampposts. On the outer perimeter, yellow turban soldiers worked hard to maintain and reinforce the earthen wall, while inside, Investigation Bureau personnel methodically relocated the populace. Tsunade had been watching the door with concern, fearing that Wave Country would repeat Konoha's tragedy with the Nine Tails attack, but instead she witnessed the yellow turbans' flood relief and disaster response. Shizen, this Wave Country is truly different. Faced with the terrifying tailed beast, the residents of Wave Country did not scream in panic like the villagers of Konoha had. Aya, the monster is coming. Even the innkeeper remained calm, announcing outside. Guests from Konoha. The yellow turbans are handling the disaster. Please don't worry. Stay calm and follow me to the Wave Country leader's building for shelter. It's on higher ground. A mere tailed beast isn't that difficult for the 5 great nations to deal with. Shizen was puzzled. The hard part is that order hasn't collapsed and the people have complete trust in the yellow turbans. Kakashi looked around, gaining a new understanding of Wave Country, but when he gazed out to sea, he suddenly turned pale with shock. How is that, Obito? On the sea, a white Setsu on Isaba's back had completed its human form, and its face was exactly Obito's. "I'm going to check it out." Kakashi forced a surge of chakra and was about to join the battle. As Kakashi stepped out of the Interim, May blocked his path. "Kakashi, are you trying to steal Kirigakure's tailed beast?" "So what if I am?" "Tailed beasts belong to those with virtue." I shouted, leaping out with a bound. "Earth release, Earth-style wall." Boom. I crashed headfirst into the earthen wall. Seeing Inoki watching him warily with the opening signs of dust release, he gave an awkward laugh. "Morning, old man. At your age, don't go waving dust release around so lightly. Come down, let's talk properly." The three Sand brothers stood silently in the corner, not daring to speak or ask. On the sea, the enraged Aisabu, after repeated failed attacks, finally became completely frenzied. Fierce yin and yang chakra continuously gathered in front of Aisabu's turtle head, eventually forming a pitch-black sphere. "Tailed beast ball!" Everyone cried out in alarm. The massive tailed beast ball, as swift as a falling meteor, soared over the earthen wall and hurtled toward Wave Country, threatening to bring about utter catastrophe. Summoning triple Rashomon. A technique from Hashirama Senju that Orochimaru had secretly practiced. It had long been mastered by Zhao Xin, and now it finally proved useful. 3 consecutive explosive blasts. The tailed beast ball easily shattered the first Rashomon gate, then broke through the second and finally collided with the third gate with a thunderous roar before disintegrating completely. This Zhao Xin is so hesitant in his actions. What exactly is he planning? If Wave Country dares to keep the Three Tails for itself, Kirigakure will never let it go. The most anxious of all was Terumi May. In the current situation, the best option was naturally to destroy the Three Tails Aisabu and let the tailed beast regenerate elsewhere. After all, the Three Tails Aisabu had always been tacitly regarded as a heavy asset of the Water Country. If Wave Country rashly handled it, the Water Country would never let it go easily. But Zhao Xin's behavior seemed to proclaim that he was biding his time to complete the tailed beast transfer without injury, and all while protecting Wave Country at the same time. This Wave Country leader is really arrogant. Humph. Too young. Tailed beasts aren't so easily dealt with. Gaara's eyes gleamed. Can Shikaku truly be transferred without injury? On the sea, Aisabu roared to the heavens, thrashing about, using pure brute force to trigger wave after wave of colossal swells like one tsunami after another, battering the earthen wall around Wave Country. Seeing the white Setsu on Aisabu's back disguised as a Obito, Zhao Xin made his move. Flying Thunder God. Zhao Xin teleported above the Three Tails' head and raised his hands to form hand seals. Earth release Iron Prison. The sea's surface sank into a huge circular depression, and countless iron walls rose around it, encasing Aisabu and the surrounding water completely. Damn. It's all chakra metal. The telescope technique can't see through. The surface of the iron walls is covered with adamantine seals. Kakashi barely activated his Mangekyo and recognized the familiar seals. Zhao Xin stood on the outer wall of the iron prison, his back to the Three Tails, coldly watching the position where their group was gathered. Inside the iron walls, the white Setsu saw the red Susanoo and cried out in shock. Itachi. It's you. It's Uzumaki Zero. Blaze release Kagetsuchi. Uzumaki Zero laughed. After saving up for over a month, he could finally use Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan for a few seconds. With one slash, the white Setsu turned to ash. Old man. Time to work. Uchiha Zero also made a perfectly timed entrance, shouting at the sky. Tailed beast breeding plan. Commence. 8 trigram ceiling. Release. Uchiha Zero and Uzumaki Zero, one in front and one behind, each manifested the pattern of the 8 trigram ceiling within their bodies, simultaneously extending 8 chains, one set blue, one red, binding Aisabu's body. Oh well. Aisabu writhed in agony as if pulled by 5 white horses at once. Damn it. When we combine our power, it becomes yin-yang release, so why can't we split him? Do we really have to use the dead demon consuming seal? Uchiha Zero grew increasingly frustrated. Dead demon consuming seal. Do you want to die? Uzumaki Zero yelled. I've got it. Father mentioned a way. Then use it quickly. Uzumaki Zero shouted at Aisabu. Aisabu, do you want a wife? Huh. A husband works too. You can have little Aisabus. In a moment of bewilderment, Aisabu was torn apart into 2. One yin and one yang each sealed into Uchiha Zero and Uzumaki Zero's bodies. 2 crows each transformed into an Itachi, chasing after Aisabu's phantom and releasing their dojutsu. Koto Amatsukami. Izanami. Koto Amatsukami. Izanami. Itachi's eyes bled freely. The 2 Sharingan cloned from Sasuke were ruined once again, and he silently replaced them with Shizui's Sharingan. Uchiha Zero and Uzumaki Zero exchanged a smile and breathed a sigh of relief. Inside their respective sealed spaces, the 2 Aisabus, one male and one female from birth, gazed at each other affectionately through the pair's eyes. Tailed beast farming plan like the chakra activation fluid both served Zhao Xin's scientific immortal training plan. Since we've decided to make everyone a ninja, why not make everyone a Jinchuriki? Zhao Xin, combining the reality of the ninja world, discovered the possibility of tailed beast reproduction. According to the history of the ninja world, tailed beasts were originally divisible. The 10 tails was split into 9 tailed beasts by the 6 path sage's yin-yang release, which should be classified as fission reproduction and asexual reproduction, but unevenly. During the 9 tails incident, Bufeng Sharingan successfully performed a yin-yang split of the 9 tails, this time more even and balanced. Theoretically, being able to unleash the tailed beast ball means that the tailed beast possesses the creative power of yin-yang release and is capable of reproduction. The only difference is asexual or sexual reproduction. That depends on the tailed beast's will. In the end, Zhao Xin arranged for Uchiha Ling and Uzumaki Ling to each operate equal proportions of yin release and yang release, tearing the 3 tails into yin 3 tails and yang 3 tails. Then, through the creation and regeneration ability of yin-yang release, endowed the male and female 3 tails with the ability to mate and reproduce. The informant used by Ishinshin to stimulate their subjective initiative, and then combined with Izanami to fix the reality that yang 3 tails and yin 3 tails were male and female. It turned out that as soon as the male and female 3 tails were born, they were full of enthusiasm for reproduction. Given time, the 3 tails Isabu will inevitably grow and develop into a true species. Having comprehended the chakra changes of the 3 tails, you simulated the injection of 1 tail 3 tail and 9 tail chakra into your brow, and the teratoma on your brow generated an evolutionary branch, the samsara transmigration Sharingan. Under Zhao Xin's command, Uchiha Ling and Uzumaki Ling dove into the sea, fleeing deep into the ocean. The two were to find a habitat for the future Isabu clan and expand the Samahata production base. Informant fee. Zhao Xin threw a pair of mass-produced Sasuke-type Sharingan to the crow that was used transformation. Afterwards, Zhao Xin activated a large-scale space-time ninjutsu, teleporting the chakra metal-forged iron prison back to the chakra metal factory in Wave Country. The 3 tails Isabu disappeared, clouds rolled, and wind settled. Under the leadership of the Yellow Turban Army, Wave Country began to rebuild its home in an orderly manner. All parties finally realized that they must reassess Wave Country's strength. Although they did not witness the battle between Wave Country's forces and the 3 tails Isabu, the speed of resolution far more stable than Leaf Village's original national state, all indicated that Wave Country's power and organizational level were far beyond imagination. This level of organization was not only reflected in disaster relief, but also in that the spies from various villages were almost all captured by Wave Country's investigation bureau. Lightning Shadow AI led his men, charging aggressively all the way to the entrance of Wave Country's temporary flood control headquarters, only to be stopped at the door by Zai Bujan and Bai. Blocked by Zai Bujan and Bai, AI stood outside and shouted, "Zhao Xin, I want an explanation. Where have you taken Sammy, and what are you going to do to her?" Zai Bujan replied coldly, "Sammy took advantage of the 3 tails disturbance to attempt to infiltrate Wave Country, trying to steal a large number of experimental products and patent reports. She is currently in custody. According to Wave Country's laws, she will be charged with espionage. No. She is a diplomatic personnel. You are framing her." AI shouted. "Wave Country governs by law. Everything is based on evidence." Zai Bujan retorted without backing down. "Do we need to announce Sammy's crimes to the 4 great nations? Mr. Lightning Shadow, you don't want photos of Sammy in prison uniform to be published, do you?" Ace expression turned cold. "Is this Wave Country's attitude towards honored guests?" "Honored guests? Taking advantage of Wave Country's disaster to loot? What kind of honored guests are those?" Zai Bujan finally became angry and summoned the lightning-wreathed decapitating greatsword. AI was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, thinking that if he had brought Kalabi out, he would let Wave Country witness the Genia Lele Redeo. Seeing Zai Bujan's resolute attitude, and realizing that making unreasonable trouble was ineffective, AI still maintained his momentum and said, "I want to talk to your leader." Zai Bujan still refused to give in. "The person was arrested by the investigation bureau. I can take responsibility." AI changed his style. "As the Lightning Shadow, I want to resolve the dispute through diplomatic means." Zai Bujan sheathed his decapitating greatsword, but still did not yield an inch until a voice came from behind. "Let Mr. Lightning Shadow come in." As soon as AI entered, he said repeatedly, "Chief Zhao, Sammy she. Sammy can be not a spy." Zhao Xin looked at AI as if looking at a fat pig to be slaughtered. "But it depends on the price offered by Cloud Country." Price? The Lightning Shadow suddenly realized. Could it be that those technologies can be bought with money? Wave Country is very willing to share those advanced scientific technologies with countries, but there is a prerequisite. "No problem, Cloud Hidden Village is willing to pay patent fees." AI slapped his chest with a loud noise. "Teachings should not be lightly transmitted." Zhao Xin shook his head and smiled. "If you want, send your own exchange students to come and learn. As for the ransom for the spy Sammy, when issuing the invoice, Wave Country can write it as tuition for entering Wave Country's Knights. This way Mr. Lightning Shadow can also account to Lightning Country. So Sammy will stay and study in Wave Country's night school." "What about the technology of chakra activation fluid and such?" As long as Sammy's academic performance is qualified, Wave Country does not mind Sammy openly learning the technology and returning to Cloud Hidden Village to build her own village. Zhao Xin was very calm because in school Sammy would not only learn advanced life sciences, mechanical engineering, and other advanced technologies of Wave Country but also learn the Yellow Turban philosophy, representing more advanced productive forces. Have you not seen that Zai Bazan's investigation bureau has long begun to export the revolution of the ninja world? In Wave Country's night school, Sammy, whose chakra had been sealed along with Shanzhong Feng from Leaf Village, Aburaim Tsugen, and others watched Zhao Xin on stage glaring with his red Amaterasu Sharingan, constantly analyzing the ills of Cloud Hidden Village. Cloud Hidden Village has a tough style and internal unity. It seems vibrant on the surface but is actually in imminent danger. After the Third Great Ninja War triggered by the unfair distribution of spoils among imperialists and the defection of Xia, the all-ninja Cloud Hidden Village actively participated, prepaying huge mission fees as military expenses, yet failed to gain sufficient returns. In the end, the military expenses turned into a heavy debt burden for the entire village, and even Lightning Country. Because Cloud Hidden Village did not engage in production and everything was for war, the post-war debt problem was not resolved but became increasingly severe, forcing Cloud Hidden Village to launch wars and plunder to satisfy the creditors' appetite. The Byakugan operation was like that, and your action in Wave Country this time is also like that. But Cloud Hidden Village's system determines that even if they obtained the Byakugan and chakra activation fluid, it would not be converted into the village's wealth. Instead, it would continue to increase military spending and turn it into war potential. Sammy couldn't help but retort. This is inevitable. The ninja world has a small war every 3 years and a big war every 5. Cloud Hidden Village being always prepared is not necessarily a bad thing. Good point. However, Sammy, do you think Cloud Hidden Village with its wealth disparity, impoverished people, and lack of mission fees can wait until that day? Sammy stood up and bowed deeply to Zhao Xin. Master, please teach me. Zhao Xin's eyes blazed with fire. The backward productive forces and relations of production of the 5 great ninja villages determine that the ninja world is always either in a great ninja war or on the way to one. It's a perpetual cycle with no escape. Abolish the one village, one country system. Let ninjutsu create wealth for the people. I have a Lightning Country poverty alleviation plan here, you can take a look. The teacher is right. The backward annihilation system is bound to be eliminated. I want to report. I want to defect. I refuse to be a slave to Root. I want to join the Yellow Turban Army. Though the topic was about the land of lightning, Yu Nu Chu Jen couldn't help but burst forward. Shanzhong Feng was horrified. Damn it! Insect. Do you know what you're doing? Humph. Shanzhong Feng. I've tolerated you for far too long. Yu Nu Chu Jen was also going all out. Every mission I charge forward, but you take the credit. Yu Nu Chu Jen. Are you betraying the will of fire? Yes, I am. What about it? F you. Yu Nu Chu Jen extended his tongue, and the curse mark of tongue disaster had already been undone. After frantically wagging his tongue at Shanzhong Feng, Yu Nu Chu Jen shouted, Lord Xian. I want to report. That old monkey Hiruzen deserves 10,000 deaths. He wanted to use me as a sacrifice to perform Edo Tensei on the first Hokage to deal with you. Oh. Is that so? Zhao Xian was more pleased than surprised. Are you willing to testify before the 5th Hokage? Seeing Yu Nu Chu Jen nod fiercely, Zhao Xian pointed at him and said, Very well, abandoning darkness for light. The Wave Country offers preferential treatment. Once you complete your studies, you'll work at the Agricultural Research Institute. They'll arrange skilled migration for you. Thank you, my lord. That's the situation, Lady Hokage. What's your stance? In the office, Zhao Xian pressed aggressively. What stance do you want? Tsunade frowned. With irrefutable evidence, she was in a very passive position and could only curse inwardly. These stubborn old fools of the 3rd generation really ruin everything. Lady Hokage, I can accept that this was an independent action by the 3rd generation and other conservative forces bypassing you. They'll allow Konoha to handle it internally and notify the Wave Country. I believe this is not necessarily a bad thing for you, Lady Hokage. You're interfering in Konoha's politics. So did Hiruzen Sarutobi have your authorization? Zhao Xian slowly rose, flames erupting from his Mangekyo eyes as his surging chakra began to circulate. Should I consider this as Konoha preparing to invade the Wave Country? In-seal release. Byakugo technique. Tsunade unleashed her chakra recklessly as if ready to land a punch on Zhao Xian at any moment. Heaven rewards diligence. You observed this rank medical sealing technique in-seal. After some thought you understood it. You have mastered the in-seal. However, you lack the prerequisites for practicing the in-seal, being female. You cannot begin training in the in-seal. Heaven rewards diligence. You observed this rank medical ninjutsu Byakugo technique. After some thought you understood it. You have mastered the Byakugo technique. However, you lack the prerequisites for practicing the Byakugo technique in-seal. You cannot begin training in the Byakugo technique. Their gazes met and parted. After 3 seconds, Tsunade, as if 3 days had passed, quickly calmed down, sealed her seal again, flushed, and murmured. The Wave Country demands an explanation. We will give the Wave Country an explanation. Wait. At this word, Tsunade's expression darkened. Zhao Xian quickly explained. I have a project that requires Princess Tsunade's assistance. Oh. I, Tsunade, am alone. What could you possibly see in me? It's mediation work. Here's a cooperation contract. Please forward it to the Slug Sage. Zhao Xian explained. I hope the Slug Sage will stand with the majority of the ninja world and work together to forge the future of the ninja realm. Without a prophecy, the Slug Sage doesn't easily communicate with others. I can't guarantee anything. Tsunade took the scroll suspiciously, feeling that Zhao Xian was incredibly audacious, even negotiating with the Slug Sage. Most people visit the Shikatsu Forest only to learn sage art. Could this Zhao Xian be aiming to take the Shikatsu Forest exam? I await your news. Zhao Xian remained calm, as if everything was under control. After returning to the inn, Tsunade immediately issued orders to Kakashi. The third generation acted without authorization, initiating a spy operation against the Wave Country, causing extreme uncertainty in the situation. He must take responsibility. Take my Hokage decree from now on, establish the Kakashi unit accountable to the Hokage with discretion within Konoha. When necessary, detain people directly. Yes. Kakashi didn't question what terms Tsunade and Zhao Xian had reached. Having acquired a pair of Mangekyo, he naturally saw that Tsunade had been placed under Genjutsu. After dismissing Kakashi, Tsunade instructed Shizen to seal the entire room and press the scroll onto the ground. Summoning Katsuyu. A massive Katsuyu emerged from the summoning array. Katsuyu, tell me, does the Slug Sage have a prophecy for this? Tsunade handed over the scroll. Incoming. Without a word, Katsuyu swallowed the scroll and expelled a small slug clone which landed on Tsunade's shoulder. The Slug Sage's prophecy is... Feeling the information shared by Katsuyu, Tsunade's eyes widened. The future is infinitely vast. Shortly after Tsunade left, Meitarumi stormed into the office with the Kirigikyo forces. Lord Leader, please return Isabu the Three Tails to the Land of Water. Zhao Xian frowned. With all due respect, Isabu is a sentient being, not property of the Land of Water. The Wave Country welcomes the Isabu clan to settle, but it's their freedom to choose where to live. Isabu clan. Isn't the Three Tails just one creature? Where is this Isabu clan coming from? Lady Mizuki, you haven't even identified Isabu's species, yet you claim it belongs to the Land of Water. Zhao Xian wore a mocking expression. You're lying. Isabu is a tailed beast. There's no such species. Meitarumi shouted, successfully led astray by Zhao Xian. How about this? I'll show you the evidence. If what I say is true, then regarding the Isabu clan, the Wave Country is willing to work with the Land of Water to establish cooperative relations with the Isabu clan and jointly develop Isabu's chakra resources. What do you think? Fine. Show me the evidence. Zhao Xian nodded. Telescope technique. Meitarumi's face flushed bright red. Zhao Xian explained beside her. Every year from June to October, it is the season when the Isabu clan migrates to the outer seas of the Wave Country for mating and spawning. The mating and spawning behavior of Isabu is influenced by many environmental factors such as the slope of the beach, water clarity, sand quality, etc., all of which affect Isabu's choice of breeding grounds. Isabu is currently mating. After mating, they will select a site to build a nest. It is estimated that they will soon lay their first batch of eggs. Based on Isabu's habits, the number is likely between 50 and 200. Having witnessed the activities of the two Isabu up close, Meitarumi's worldview was shattered. No. Impossible. I must be under Genjutsu. Lady Mizuki, is there anything else you wish to discuss regarding Isabu? This. Meitarumi was dumbfounded. With so many Isabu, what was there to argue about? Let's do it your way. After the young Isabu grow up, Kirigikyo will send ninjas to negotiate employment matters with. She came in a fury and left in a daze. As Meitarumi departed, a blank piece of paper drifted past the window, landing on the streets of the Wave Country, transforming into an ordinary girl who began exploring the town. Zhao Xian smiled slightly, preparing to receive the fragment of the demonic statue of the outer path that Conan brought. Suddenly, the contract curse mark with Ryuchi Cave began to heat up. The contract activated, a space-time ripple emerged, and a white snake landed, looking at Zhao Xian with utter despair. It opened its mouth and spoke. The White Snake Sage wants to see you. Go back and report to White Snake Sage. Don't contact me anymore, I'm afraid Slug Sage might misunderstand. With these words, Zhao Xian prepared to activate the reverse summoning technique to send the little white snake back. Wait. Hiss. The little white snake was so frantic that its tongue lashed wildly, and its tail waved ceaselessly before Zhao Xin's eyes as it blurted out. Lord Xian. White Snake Sage has foreseen it. The summoning telephone snake project holds great promise. White Snake Sage is genuinely eager to cooperate. Oh. What sincerity? Do tell. Zhao Xian halted. The little white snake slithered to his feet and said with flattery, "Regarding the chakra profit split, you can take 30%. Farewell." Zhao Xian turned and strode away. In recent days he had repeatedly contacted the Lonely Cave seeking cooperation on the summoning telephone snake to jointly earn chakra. But White Snake Sage, that stingy old serpent who only takes and never gives, merely kept hiking up the price. Again and again under the pretext that Xian is not does she want. The serpent demanded a renegotiation of the summoning contract, increased the summoning fee, and even repeatedly threatened to terminate the contract with the Xian. Now as Zhao Xian was about to secure a connection with Slug Sage, White Snake Sage grew anxious and began to reach out proactively. "Oh, but the Buji Country Research Institute has studied it. Compared to white snakes, the slug's physique is more suited for subsequent modifications. The slug telephone is cheaper and holds more potential than the summoning telephone snake. Moreover, to balance the natural energy of the demonic statue of the outer path, we don't necessarily need the summoning beasts of the three holy lands. The human curse seal system developed from Zhongwu's constitution can provide it too. It just requires some time to develop." "It's different. This is different," the little white snake hastily added. "The summoning snake's intelligence far surpasses those slug clones of Slug Sage. Whether it's the chakra mechanical telephone detached from complete summoning beasts, or the slug telephone, the white serpents of Lonely Cave are your best choice." "All right, I'll consider it." Zhao Xian rose and headed for the door. My lord. It was the summoning snake that came first." Seeing that Zhao Xian was unmoved, the little white snake finally played its trump card. "Sage Art Transformation Technique, Reverse Snake Body." With a puff of smoke, a girl materialized where the snake had been. She stood about 1.45 meters tall, with delicate features, a playful expression, sharp fangs, a supple figure, skin as pale as snow, and scant clothing. "Lord Xian, Bai Baiji begs you." The little white snake prostrated on the ground. "White Snake Sage has decreed that if you come to Lonely Cave you will become the future Su Sage. From now on, Bai Baiji is your maidservant. You may do anything to Bai Baiji." Zhao Xian grew increasingly wary and narrowed his eyes. "Oh. Anything. Ma'am." A blush spread across the little white snake's pretty face. "My lord, please be gentle with Bai Baiji." Zhao Xian activated his Sharingan, and crimson Amaterasu flames burst forth. "Stand up. Do not kneel. Recite the Yellow Turban Army's tenets by heart. From this day forth strive to become a glorious Yellow Turban soldier." The little white snake stared in disbelief as a flame shot into its body, beginning to sear its soul. "Reflect on yourself." Using one mass-produced Sharingan, Zhao Xian cast the little white snake into the Izanami illusion built from crimson Amaterasu. Until it became a yellow turban snake, the little white snake would not escape. "Let me see what you're up to." He pressed his hand to the ground. Summoning Lonely Cave. A spatial fluctuation rippled in a passage, half real, half illusory, appeared before Zhao Xin's eyes. Zhao Xian sneered and stepped through the gate. At the Buji Country Biochemical Laboratory, Xian sensed the change in the summoning contract, smiled faintly, slipped deep underground, and placed his hand on the ground. Summoning. Shinya. A massive crimson one-eyed summoning snake materialized in the chamber. Xian. Are you ready to be devoured by me? Xian confidently illuminated the underground space. Shinya, look around. This is... Shinya stared in awe at the blindingly bright subterranean chamber. Murals covered the walls depicting clouds, scales, claws, and more. A dragon. Zhao Xian stepped onto a vast open plain. Looking up, he saw a girl materialize in the air, gazing down at him coldly. The girl was as exquisite as a flower. Flowing green hair, a golden crown adorned with a golden orb, elongated golden vertical pupils, red eyeshadow that swept from black lines to the bridge of her nose, pale skin, a white robe with a green magatama pendant, sharp teeth, and a blue tongue. Heaven rewards diligence. You have observed Tianxin Shinji. Tianxin Shinji has manifested. You have comprehended Sage Art Invisibility. You have comprehended Sage Art Levitation. Bao Xin's figure shifted slightly, leaving behind an afterimage, and a girl who bit into empty air. The girl was equally striking, differing from Tianxin Shinji in her brown hair and blue tongue. Heaven rewards diligence. You have evaded Tuanjin Jis Genjutsu Binding. You have comprehended Sage Art Genjutsu Binding. So this is White Snake Sage's method. Zhao Xian swept his gaze over the two girls and strode forward. A blue-haired lowly materialized. Humans, since you've come to Lonely Cave, first undergo the trial. Trial? That's just your excuse to eat people, isn't it? Zhao Xian sneered, his chakra gathering toward his brow. Shichu Daoji licked her lips and grinned. Every human who comes to Lonely Cave is a fanatic obsessed with power. If they fail the trial to maintain balance in the ninja world, we must devour them. What nonsense of a trial! You tempt humans with power, then reverse cause and effect, blaming them for seeking power. Lonely Cave plays a fine game. Zhao Xian snorted coldly as he gazed at the three snake princesses and laughed. Since White Snake Sage has no interest in the summoning telephone snake project, farewell. Leaving. Too late. Shirchu Daoji cackled. Summoning crystal wall. A kaleidoscopic wall of crystal sealed Zhao Xin's path. To Shirchu Daoji's astonishment, far from panicking at the crystal barrier, Zhao Xin was overjoyed. Heaven rewards diligence. You have observed Shirchu Daoji's sage art absorption. You have observed the summoning sage snake converting chakra into crystals. You lack a summoning snake body and cannot convert chakra crystals. You have recorded sage art absorption. Heaven rewards diligence. You have observed the structure of chakra crystals. You have validated your hypothesis and deciphered the chakra crystal structure. Your Kekkei Genkai crystal release has improved. Zhao Xin had thought he would need to fight on the moon to obtain chakra crystals, yet he acquired them here in Lonely Cave. Shirchu Daoji was still smug. White Snake Sage is naturally interested in the summoning telephone snake project. White Snake Sage has foreseen it when summoning snakes blanket the ninja world, turning it into Lonely Cave. That will be the moment the snake sages of Lonely Cave transform into dragons and ascend. Zhao Xin sneered. Without Bougie Country's technology, my knowledge and my wisdom, do you beasts really think you can seize the future? Technology, knowledge, wisdom. EQ and Lonely Cave will have them. We never produce, but we possess every— Very well. Zhao Xin sneered. I had been thinking that the Huan Jin army respected freedom of belief and only intended to tear down the temples of heretical cults. Originally, if the White Snake Immortal had willingly surrendered, submitted to the leadership of the Huan Jin army's relevant departments, abandoned its lofty posture, naturalized as a member of the summoning telephone snake clan, and exchanged service for faith, I would have even preserved its divine seat and issued a faith license to Lonely Cave. But you only wanted to sit high on the clouds, devouring people without restraint. Then you have no reason to exist. Devouring people. We are not devouring people at all. We are merely disposing of those misguided humans for the White Snake Immortal. Shichudoji giggled, stretched out her hands, and charged at Zhao Xin. Sage Art Crystal Prison Hall of Nothingness. A massive tide of radiant chakra crystals surged forth, encircling Zhao Xin from all directions. These crystalline translucent structures rapidly converged, driven by Shichudoji's power, and in the blink of an eye formed a colossal, unyielding spherical cage. The prison, built from chakra crystals, exuded a chilling aura, its cold, hard surface radiating an unshakable authority. As the cage took shape, Shichudoji looked at Zhao Xin with smug satisfaction. They pursued power and strayed into the path of evil, so naturally they must return all their chakra to heaven and earth. Zhao Xin, you're no different from them. In her eyes, Zhao Xin was now like a beast trapped in a cage, destined to have his chakra drained and be devoured by her. Yet she saw no trace of shock, fear, or despair on Zhao Xin's face. Zhao Xin examined the chakra crystal prison, his eyes filled only with curiosity, as if the cage were about to become his possession. What a joke! I am the one controlling you. Since the White Snake Immortal has refused to enter the new world built by the Huan Jin army, then I shall bury you all in the old world. As Shichudoji gloated, Zhao Xin pressed his hand against the chakra crystal. Multiple shadow clone technique. A swarm of zero-type shadow clones surged from Zhao Xin's body, adhering to the chakra crystal cage crafted by Shichudoji, their eyes blazing with intensity. Ha! How dare you release shadow clones before my sage art absorption? Do you think your chakra isn't draining fast enough? Shichudoji's serpentine mouth stretched grotesquely as she laughed maniacally. Sage art absorption. Watch me drain you dry. Contrary to Shichudoji's expectations, the imagined scene of Zhao Xin's chakra spirit and flesh being completely drained did not occur. In her bewilderment, Shichudoji cried, Sage art absorption. Suck it all. In the next instant she met Zhao Xin's gaze. Flames blazed from Zhao Xin's right eye, surging through the space-time ninjutsu inscribed on every zero-type shadow clone's body, igniting the entire chakra crystal cage with scorching fire. Zhao Xin's left eye spun frenetically in tandem with countless shadow clones, the Mangekyo Sharingan whirling wildly. Heaven Rewards Diligence activated at overclock speed, and in a flash, Zhao Xin had fully mastered sage art absorption. It's only sage mode, Zhao Xin declared coldly. As his words fell, Shichudoji was horrified to see a faint green eye shadow slowly emerging around Zhao Xin's eyes. Moreover, a slit began to open in the center of his forehead, emitting a radiance of gold and blue. Within it one could faintly see azure crystals, golden rings, and crimson magatama strung along the rings. Human curse mark release. Dragon Sage mode. Reincarnation transmigration riding wheel immortal eye temporary release. Sage art absorption reversed. Crimson Amaterasu Kagetsuchi crystal release modified Nama Gatling Bodhisattva. The chakra crystal cage was reshaped by Amaterasu flames, transforming into a massive 6-barreled rotary machine gun. The 6 thick crystal barrels gleamed brilliantly in the crimson Amaterasu flames. With 6 dark gaping barrels pointed directly at her face, Shichudoji's instincts screamed warnings, her serpentine nature flaring. She cried out in alarm. What are you doing? Crystal release 1 arrow of light modified seeking jade continuous fire. Namu Gatling Bodhisattva 6 barrels clean depleted uranium bullets 3,600 rounds per second boundless merits to save the world. Bang. The first seeking jade struck Shichudo-ji in the face, immediately shattering her sage transformation. Amidst the screams, Shichudo-ji reverted to her serpentine form, becoming a massive white snake with only half a face left. The edges of the wound were gray and had already petrified. Bang. 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 The merciless seeking jades rained down upon Shichudo-ji's colossal serpentine body, punching countless holes. Shredded flesh flew, edges turned into gray stone statues which were then smashed by new seeking jades until everything was engulfed in a black torrent and obliterated into dust. White Snake Immortal, save me! Tuanjin-ji, standing a little farther away, had just roared to the sky when she was overwhelmed by the hail of seeking jades. Tianxin-shi-ji was too terrified to speak, muttering a prayer. White Snake Immortal! Show yourself! As if answering her plea, a spatial fluctuation occurred and the bright spacious trial ground suddenly darkened. A massive ancient stone hall descended with a thunderous crash. The hall was solemn and austere, with a stone couch placed in the center. The colossal couch was the size of a house, its back carved into a dragon head. The dragon's mouth held a scroll engraved with 3 large characters. Lonely Cave. White Snake Immortal. Tianxin-shi-ji rushed toward the hall in ecstasy but stopped after 2 steps. She watched in horror as the White Snake Immortal, who always sat calmly on the couch, was being besieged by 2 giant serpents, one cyan, one red. No! Tianxin-shi-ji's Dao heart shattered, and she was instantly covered by a barrage of seeking jades blasted into nothingness. Inside the hall of Lonely Cave, Wan Shi-jiro tightly coiled around the White Snake Immortal, glaring with enormous Sharingan eyes, flames blazing from its pair of horns. The red serpent wore a large eye patch covering one eye, shouting, "Am I a dragon? Am I a dragon? Are you blind? Isn't a one-eyed dragon still a dragon?" The 2 serpents attacking the White Snake Immortal, the red one was Xinyao, the troublemaker of Lonely Cave. And the cyan serpent was none other than Dashin X-Cyan, director of the Wave Country Biochemistry Laboratory. Back during the Konoha Chunin exam mission, Wan Shi had its spirit burned dry by Crimson Amaterasu, and its flesh was recycled by Orochimaru. After absorption, Orochimaru awakened his unique 8 branches technique. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Lord X-Cyan. No. Dragon Immortal. Tell them to stop. Stop. Now X-Cyan exited Dragon Sage mode, closed his reincarnation transmigration riding wheel Immortal Eye, and walked up to the White Snake Immortal. The White Snake Immortal of Lonely Cave, renowned for its antiquity, power, and wisdom, lay huddled in a corner of the Lonely Cave shrine, its pipe fallen, its once luxurious hair gnawed into a mangy patch by Xinyao, pitifully stripped of its former glory. Under the White Snake Immortal's bewildered gaze, Zhao X-Cyan picked up its pipe. Crimson Amaterasu Kagetsuchi modified. Under the flowing flames, the pipe was transformed into a new dragon head staff. Zhao X-Cyan tossed the staff to Xinyao, pointed at the stone couch, and said, "One-eyed dragon Xinyao, the organization has decided that you will be the Snake Immortal of Lonely Cave. Step up." "Thank you, Lord." Xinyao wrapped its tail around the dragon head staff, chuckled, and leaped onto the stone couch. The moment it did, the White Snake Immortal watched in horror as its own hair began to turn white. What? What is this? My lifespan. My power. Where have they gone? You so-called immortals have been immortals for too long, you've forgotten. You've all forgotten where you came from. Seeing the White Snake Immortal's confusion, Zhao X-Cyan sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. What do I need to help you recall? The Serpent Clan of Lonely Cave has a long history. A long history. What history does Lonely Cave have? Seeing the White Snake Immortal's defiant look, Zhao X-Cyan scoffed. Then let me ask you, who was the previous White Snake Immortal? The previous White Snake Immortal was... The White Snake Immortal struggled to recall, but its memory seemed blocked. Can't remember. It's normal that you can't remember. Humans haven't written it yet. Zhao X-Cyan took out the summoning scroll of Lonely Cave, unfurled it before the White Snake Immortal. Take a good look. It wasn't that the sacred ground existed first, then signed contracts with chosen lucky ones spreading sage arts to the ninja world. Rather, it was human faith that first shaped the sacred ground through the summoning scroll, which then gave birth to the White Snake Immortal and created sage arts. The world is material, every legend has a scientific explanation. Zhao Xin's eyes blazed with crimson flames as he addressed the White Snake Immortal, Dishi X-Cyan and X-Cyania. There was originally no chakra in this world nor any immortals. Until one day the Lady of the Moon descended and planted the divine tree on the planet. Key point: the essence of the divine tree is the interference of spirit with reality. The most fundamental direction of this is the conversion between spirit and matter. Fear gives birth to faith, faith contributes spirit. The divine tree feeds on human spirit, grows into a towering tree and produces the chakra fruit. But after the Lady of the Moon harvested the chakra fruit, she attempted to drain the pond to catch all the fish, to devour the bodies and spirits of all beings in the ninja world. Faced with the devouring of the Lady of the Moon, the instinct of rebellion among all beings affected the divine tree. The divine tree absorbed the natural energy that the Lady of the Moon could not digest and infused it into the chakra fruit. The Lady of the Moon became pregnant by sensation and the 6 Paths Immortal was born. He sealed the Lady of the Moon, established the ninja sect and spread chakra. During this time natural energy and senjutsu were born from the faith of the ninja world's humans. The concept of the 3 great holy lands came into being. The summoning scrolls were created and signed with Amura, who represented humanity. Thus the 3 great holy lands were permanently solidified into reality. This is the truth behind the meeting of Hagoromo and the Toad Immortal and the birth of the 6 Paths Immortal. The essence of human faith is nothing more than self-abasement in the face of fear, molding the enemy into an invincible deity, even praying for power from it. Unfortunately, when humans shaped statues and prayed to the 3 great holy lands for help against the Lady of the Moon, in turn the holy lands also began to devour them. Ryuchi Cave acted without restraint. The 3 serpent princesses simply ate them. Mount Myaboku wore a disguise, turning human heroes into stone statues under the pretense of failed senjutsu training, leaving them there to be slowly devoured. Only Shikatsu Forest Slug Immortal tried her best, providing healing and chakra to her contractors. This is just an illusion created by those eyes of yours. It's not real. I don't believe it. Hearing this, the White Snake Immortal screamed madly. Yes. You carry the scent of the divine tree. You are a dog of the Lady of the Moon. No wonder you, as a mere clone of an outsider clan, could awaken the Rinnegan and Tensigan. On the contrary, I do not believe in bloodline determinism. Zhao Xin sneered. As a staunch materialist warrior, I will never belittle myself. I firmly believe that all things follow objective laws and that the world can be transformed. Compared to materialist faith, the emotional energy required by the Uchiha clan to awaken the Sharingan is mere child's play. I observe, I record, I learn, I reap, I transform. Possessing the 2 Mangekyo Sharingan, Heaven Rewards Diligence and Crimson Amaterasu, Zhao Xin firmly believed that through his research he would inevitably pull chakra and natural energy down from their pedestal. Whether it's the divine tree or natural energy, ninjutsu or chakra, they are merely external forms of energy. In essence, they are the common property of all humanity. In my previous life, the precondition for industrialization was the public ownership reform of land, the most important means of production. In the ninja world, the divine tree must undergo universal ownership reform. That is an information revolution based on the divine tree phone card, delivering the transformed divine tree, accessible to ordinary people, into every citizen's hands. Similarly, the man-eating holy lands must also undergo transformation. No. Impossible. The 3 great holy lands are naturally born immortals. They are the most noble beings. How could they have been created by mediocre humans? The White Snake Immortal twisted and writhed, absolutely refusing to accept this reality. Nothing is impossible. Zhao Xin summoned the Ryuchi Cave scroll, unfurling it before the White Snake Immortal with a flick of his hand. On the summoning scroll, the identity tag for Dishi Xin, representing the human signatory, had been updated to representative of the Yellow Turban Army, while the signatory of Ryuchi Cave, the White Snake Immortal, had been crossed out and replaced with the name One-Eyed Immortal Xianya. The White Snake Immortal was no longer the White Snake Immortal, reduced to an ordinary white serpent of Ryuchi Cave. Most terrifying of all, the Ryuchi Cave summoning scroll had acknowledged this. Or rather, the dominance over the Ryuchi Cave summoning scroll had always belonged to the human side. Old Snake, look at this. The officially appointed new master of Ryuchi Cave, the One-Eyed Immortal Xianya, dangled the dragon head rod in front of the White Snake Immortal with his tail. I recognize this dragon head, the white belly, the 4 claws. The White Snake Immortal squinted. Could it be a dragon? Bang. Good head. Ryuchi Cave. Ryuchi Cave. You've been babbling about ascending as a dragon for years and you've never even seen one. You mistook the mane on a dragon's back for hair, you idiot. Xianya kept tapping the White Snake Immortal's head with the dragon head rod. Then how do you know this is a dragon? Could it be official? Xianya gloated. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a mirage, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, ears like an ox. That's a dragon. The image of a dragon, horse's head and serpent's body. There are 4 types: flood dragon, winged dragon, hornless dragon, and chi dragon. I, Lord Xianya, have an inverse scale, barely qualifying as a subordinate flood dragon. With future effort I still have a chance to leap through the dragon gate. This is wrong. The White Snake Immortal tried to argue. Wrong. Then tell me, what does a dragon look like? Xianya retorted unceremoniously. The White Snake Immortal was left speechless. Where did you learn this? Xianya replied reverently. Lord Zhao said a dragon is whatever he says it is. A dragon recognized by the masses is a true dragon. Zhao Xian shook his head. I merely cast a brick to attract jade. In the future the image of the dragon will continue to evolve through communication between the summoning phone snakes and the people of the ninja world. This is the opportunity for the Ryuchi Cave clan to ascend. I look forward to the day when everyone is a dragon. Xianya, I have high hopes for you. Xian coiled his body and raised his tail. Yes. Your will. With that, Zhao Xian turned to Dishi Xian. The summoning phone snake project will be delegated to the Investigation Bureau's Land of Fields branch in cooperation with the Biolab, starting in the Land of Fields with the goal of covering all small nations. Skip the small-scale ninja trials, go directly to deployment among ordinary people. No problem. No way. The white snake immortal jumped out as if possessed. The Otsutsuki clan treats planets as leak patches and you're helping them cultivate leaks. Are you insane? And besides, everyone a dragon, wouldn't that make everyone like the Six Paths immortal? Nine-tailed beasts alone wreck the world. Do you want to destroy the ninja realm? Only by devouring the most powerful people in the ninja world. Eliminate ninjutsu, eliminate civilization, return to the pastoral idol before the divine tree's arrival, the harmonious state between man and nature. Then the Otsutsuki clan would have nothing to harvest. The divine tree would never grow. The ninja world would be safe. Doing this, you'll only throw the ninja world into eternal turmoil. Is this your solution? If you don't develop, no one will covet you, right? Advocating urbanization or self-dimension reduction of the ninja world. Zhao Xian shook his head, aiming the cannon barrel at the white snake immortal. My goal is to eliminate the ninja class, numbering only 80,000, and the Annihilation country system that created it, liberate the people of the ninja world, develop chakra technology, spread the spark of materialism to the sea of stars, and overthrow the reactionary rule of the Otsutsuki planets. You. How dare you? This is lawlessness. Of course I dare. Truth-seeking balls fired in succession, and the ninja world no longer had the white snake immortal. In one fell swoop, Zhao Xian resolved the issues of Ryuchi Cave, the chakra crystal, and the summoning telephone snake, then immediately rushed back to Wave Country to meet with the Akatsuki. Apologies for the delay. The timing is perfect, Conan said with a gentle smile, glancing at the Tendo Pain beside her. I accompanied Nagato on a stroll around Wave Country. Oh. Why didn't Nagato come himself? Zhao Xian explained. I mean his true body. If he had come, I could have devised a treatment plan for his legs. He is nearby controlling Tendo Pain. Nagato said that if Yahiko were still here, he would be delighted to see the state of Wave Country. That is why he chose to send Tendo Pain instead. Upon hearing Yahiko's name, even Zhao Xin's expression turned solemn with respect. Yahiko defied tyranny, united the weak, resisted relentlessly, and aspired to end the wars among the shinobi world, creating an equitable shinobi world. I deeply admire him, and I would call him a revolutionary pioneer. Nagato, who had always been taciturn and used Conan as his voice, made Tendo Pain speak. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Zhao Xian naturally welcomed the immigration of Nagato and Conan with open arms. In the entire Akatsuki, judging by deeds alone, aside from intentions, the other rogue ninjas might have their dark secrets. But Nagato and Conan had not committed any evil acts before the capture of the tailed beasts. Not to mention the immense merit of bringing peace and security to the Rain Country. Under Nagato's leadership, the Akatsuki's development funds came neither from theft nor robbery but entirely from black market missions. Even the corpses of the 5 pains other than Tendo were purchased at a heavy price. Judging by intentions alone, it goes without saying dealing as Shinra Tensei to the shinobi world was never Nagato's true intent. He only wished to inherit Yahiko's will in a more reasonable way. One could only say that personal experiences had led to extreme thought patterns and insufficient consideration of the full picture. Moreover, at this point it was still just a plan, nothing had been done yet. Watch out! Flying Thunder God! Just as they were conversing pleasantly, and about to proceed with the exchange of the Gato statue, Zhao Xin's gaze suddenly sharpened, as he lunged toward Pain. Zhao Xian grabbed hold of the black rod on Tendo Pain, dragging the Pain through a series of instantaneous flashes, and in the blink of an eye they arrived above the sea outside Wave Country's port. The moment his feet touched the seawater, Zhao Xian sensed a violent tremor run through Tendo Pain, and with a mighty heave he hurled the Pain into the sky. Tendo Pain twisted midair into a hovering stance facing the ground and let out a frenzied roar. Almighty Shinra Tensei! An immense repulsive force erupted from Tendo Pain's body. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Xian roared skyward, summoning quintuple Rashomon. A Rashomon gate rose, but without warning it was pulverized into dust under the colossal repulsive force. Then came the second larger Rashomon, also crushed to rubble by the invisible field of force. Yet the third Rashomon too was blasted apart. Left with no choice, the fourth and fifth Rashomon had to adjust their angles, redirecting the Shinra Tensei's force toward the other side of the ocean. Boom! Splash! The massive shockwave carved a deep crater into the sea. At the edges of the crater the water rose high like a towering ring-shaped mountain standing at the heart of the ocean, transforming into a circular tsunami that radiated outward. You've got to be kidding. Again. The yellow-turbaned soldiers who had finally begun rebuilding Wave Country wiped the sweat from their brows and silently plunged into yet another round of flood control and disaster relief. What are you doing? The angel fluttered her paper wings as Conan arrived, belatedly, angrily interrogating Zhao Xian, then turned and exclaimed. Yahiko! Conan rushed madly into the sky to catch the descending figure. Who else could it be but Yahiko? Conan! How am I alive? Help! Yahiko awoke joyfully seeing Conan rushing toward him only to realize he was falling. Conan caught Yahiko but saw Zhao Xin using Flying Thunder God to reach them. Nagato's true body, Conan immediately understood and quickly explained to Yahiko. Nagato must have used the Rinna Tensei technique to revive you. Something must have happened to Nagato. Tell me where Nagato is. Over there. Conan pointed at an island. He's accustomed to observing from high ground. I left him on the mountaintop. Zhao Xin grabbed Conan and Yahiko activated Flying Thunder God and flashed continuously heading straight for the location Conan indicated. On the mountaintop a large tree lay in disarray torn to pieces. Zhao Xin with Conan and Yahiko raced straight into the hollow of the tree. Conan waved her hand to undo the paper jutsu's concealment, opening the tree. The door swung open slowly revealing Nagato. Emaciated, haggard, half of his body slumped over the back of a puppet carrier, his eye sockets now hollow pits streaming with blood. Yahiko. Is that you? It's me. Nagato. It's me. Yahiko shook off Zhao Xin and dashed madly toward Nagato, lifting him. What happened to you? What's going on? Zhao Xin sighed, summoned 2 mass-produced Sharingan and inserted them into Nagato's eye sockets. Then he injected a syringe of Hashirama cells and Kagaya bone pulse stem cells into Nagato's spine. After 2 potent stimulants took effect, Nagato suddenly raised his body color, returning to his face. He looked at Zhao Xin. I'm sorry. Just now Zetsu split in half. Black Zetsu turned into a sludgy existence and wrapped around me tightly. His will was like a god, impossible to resist. He controlled me into using Shinra Tensei. It's not your fault. Zhao Xin shook his head. The 3 Jinchuriki who attacked Wave Country earlier were actually Zetsu. How could it be Zetsu? His appearance, chakra, and ninjutsu were all Obito's. Conan exclaimed in disbelief. That was White Zetsu's impersonation technique. Zetsu is far more complicated than he appears. The technique that controlled Nagato is likely a spiritual fusion technique. It's extraordinary that Nagato managed to break free at the critical moment. Zhao Xin asked further. Who does Zetsu want to revive? Uchiha Madara. Zetsu has preserved Madara's corpse. Nagato was deeply worried. Fortunately, you successfully stopped the Shinra Tensei, which loosened Zetsu's control for a split second. I poured all of the Rinnegan's ocular power into reviving Yahiko. If Zetsu wants to resurrect Madara, he must find a new master for the Rinnegan. You did well. Zhao Xin said, looking at Nagato's condition. If you have anything to say, let's go into Tsukimi. Why enter Tsukimi? Rinna Tensei is a non-equivalent exchange paid with life. Nagato's soul has already stepped through the gates of hell. What? Conan and Yahiko were shocked. In a flash, Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan found themselves back in the small hut where they had trained in the Rain Country years ago. In the Tsukuyami illusion, Nagato, whose legs had been restored, approached Yahiko timidly like the little follower he once was and apologized. I'm sorry. I had planned to revive you only after achieving the Akatsuki's goal. I'm the one who should apologize. Yahiko punched Nagato hard on the shoulder. I abandoned you to die easily, leaving you to face this dark world. As the founder of the Akatsuki, Yahiko was not lacking in wisdom. From the few words exchanged, he had already caught phrases like Zetsu, Uchiha Madara, and Obito, and realized the dangerous situation Nagato faced. So Uchiha Madara is the enemy we have to face. Yahiko's eyes blazed with a seemingly fearless fire, giving Nagato a reassuring look. Leave it to me from now on. Unlike Yahiko's brimming confidence, Nagato and Conan were both filled with worry. Sorry to interrupt. A white-haired figure poked his head in, his scarlet eyes glowing red, and smiled. Hello 3. Have you heard of the Yellow Turban International? Zhao Xin chuckled. I think the Akatsuki should learn from its 2 failures, develop a clearer purpose and a more practical course of action. You might want to look into the experience of Wave Country. You are. Yahiko was stunned. Zhao Xin, the leader of Wave Country who led its people to overthrow ninja rule and within certain regions like Wave C and Rice countries eliminated the ninja village system. Is Wave Country really that good? Yahiko asked curiously, looking at Nagato and Conan inquisitively. Nagato showed concern. Yahiko, it's only Wave Country. The shinobi world outside is still too dangerous for you. I just hope you and Conan can stay here in Wave Country and live a good life. Yahiko repeatedly shook his head. Nagato was helpless and Conan worried. Zhao Xin smiled. Nagato, don't worry. You have to trust Yahiko. He may not have the Rinnegan, but he has an iron will and unwavering conviction. He can surely realize the Akatsuki's ideals. Moreover, if we don't eliminate Zetsu and overthrow the current shinobi world, where is safe? He's right. Yahiko waved his hand. Senior, please teach me. I want to go back and rebuild the Rain Country. You won't be disappointed. Zhao Xin's gaze burned as it swept over the 3, then rested on Nagato. Nagato, don't think death is the end. I have an important task for you. 3 days later, after being thoroughly irradiated inside and out by the crimson Amaterasu, Gato shed all burdens. With hope for Yahiko and Conan's future, he carried the Yellow Turban International's 6 Paths reincarnation plan, a blissful and satisfied smile spreading across his face, slowly nodded, exhaled his last long breath, closed his eyes, and passed away peacefully. Land reform, chakra, industrial revolution, information construction. Yahiko rubbed his forehead, nearly overwhelmed by the flood of information, and kept reciting. Mass line armed struggle and correct leadership. Originally a revolutionary pioneer, Miyan, after training by Zhao Xin, has successfully transitioned into a poverty alleviation cadre dispatched by the Huangjin International to the U country. Miyan, the top priority now is to hurry back to the U country to stabilize the situation. Zhao Xin reminded. As for Zhu, such a lackey of alien colonizers and a troublemaker in the ninja world, he must be severely cracked down on. Yes. After returning to the U country, we will immediately launch internal reforms following the experience of the Wave country tailored to the U country's conditions. With the prestige that Changmen and Xiaonan have accumulated over the years, I believe the U country will soon get on the right track. Xiaonan frowned. How should we handle the Xiao organization? According to the standards of the Huangjin army, we must conduct a thorough cleanup and reorganization. Except for Zhu, the members of the Xiao organization should be eliminated or reformed as needed. The only difficulty lies in Zhu. Zhu comes and goes without a trace, able to hide within the earth, gather intelligence through the spore technique, or blend into crowds with the disguise technique, making capture extremely difficult. Rather than guarding against thieves for 1,000 days, it's better to lure the snake out of its hole. Zhao Xin thought for a moment, and said, I have another plan. Xiaonan, hand over the fragments of the Gato statue to me. Xiaonan summoned the scroll storing the Gato statue and unfurled it to reveal a massive wooden stump. Zhao Xin reached out, placed his hand on the Gato statue stump, and activated the ninjutsu. Astral projection technique. A wave of thought pierced through the air and coalesced on the stump into a golden-haired figure. Mr. Xian, let me introduce you. This is my Genin, the Ninetails Jinchuriki, a young pioneer of the Huangjin Xuanhua Mingren. Mingren, these two are the leaders of the Huangjin International stationed in the U country, Miyan and Xiaonan. All three are disciples of Zilai. Disciples of Master Zilai. Miyan and Xiaonan exclaimed. Then Xuanhua Mingren is our junior brother. Senior brother Miyan, senior sister Xiaonan. Hello? Mingren was also overjoyed. Mingren, like Changmen, is a member of the Xuanhua clan, possessing vast chakra and vigorous vitality. If Zhu wants to restore the Rinnegan, Xuanhua Mingren is the first choice. After the introduction, Zhao Xin looked serious and asked solemnly, Mingren, are you willing to give up your dream of becoming Hokage and go undercover to save the ninja world? Go undercover? I don't know how. Mingren replied awkwardly. You don't need to know how, laughed Zhao Xin. I have made some arrangements in my. When you encounter something, you just need to consult Geo Lama's opinion and let off some steam. Additionally, I have a technique called the reverse red dragon slaying art. Come closer and lend me your ear. In my village, Suiju was leading Mingren into the underground of the Hokage's residence, arriving at the door of the Hokage archive room. Mingren, what you are about to see next is the truth of the Ninetails Knight. Suiju looked at Mingren with a pained expression of empathy, his 3-tomo Sharingan faintly beginning to form a pattern. Are you ready? Heaven rewards diligence. You observed Zouzu's Mangekyo Sharingan, and you have recorded Yu's Mangekyo Sharingan. You have completed the evolution conditions for the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. You have obtained a branch of Sharingan evolution, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. You have completed the prerequisites for the Rinnegan, and the deformed tumor on your forehead, the Rinnegan reincarnation Sharingan, has evolved. Suiju, what exactly happened? Why do you look so pale? Mingren blankly took a document titled Ninetails Knight Intelligence Review. Signed by Kakashi, opened it, and was instantly shocked. The fourth Hokage Bofeng Shumen is my father. His wife, the previous Ninetails Jinchuriki Xuanhua Jixinai, is my mother. Just the opening information shattered Mingren's spirit. The Ninetails rampage was caused by a member of the Uchiha clan wearing a swirl mask suspected to be Uchiha Ban. Subsequent reports indicate he appeared on the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. The Elder Council made a temporary motion because my father, the fourth Hokage Bofeng Shumen, faced the Ninetails alone. Grandpa III temporarily assumed command. Root records show that Grandpa III proposed sending the Uchiha clan to support my father, but Jitsuin Tuanzan claimed that the Uchiha clan's dojutsu could suppress the Ninetails and also control it. Worried that the Uchiha clan might take the opportunity to control the Ninetails and rebel against my Root sealed off the Uchiha clan grounds and the Umbu sealed off the my military police force. No Uchiha was allowed to leave the clan grounds or the my military police force. The application of Uchiha Fuyua to assist in suppressing the Ninetails was rejected, and an investigation was launched into clan members connected to Uchiha Ban. Grandpa III personally rushed to assist but was too late. He witnessed my father using the dead demon-consuming seal to tear the Ninetails apart, and my mother using the adamantine seal to seal half of the Ninetails into Mingren's body. Before dying my mother entrusted me to Grandpa Third. Suju sneered. During the Nine-Tails night Yuanfei Risen made one wrong decision after another. Yes, my parents were just too unlucky. Too unlucky. Ha! Suju was angered by Mingren's words and laughed sarcastically. Mingren, you actually think it was just bad luck? Calculate the probability of so many errors occurring simultaneously. I trust Grandpa Third. Mingren silently closed his eyes and turned away. Seeing his unwillingness to face the truth, Suju said coldly. When reading history, don't look at what it writes. Look at what it deliberately leaves out. Even if Third is righteous, let me ask you one thing, was Kakashi dead? Was Maite-kai crippled? With all the ninjas of the Ino-Shikacho 3 families combined, couldn't they have held back the Nine-Tails at all? Why was Wufeng Shaman the only one fighting the Nine-Tails? Who gave the order? Mingren sighed and said, it was Grandpa Third. The 4th Hokage fought alone against the Nine-Tails, leading to a breakdown in command, so the 3rd had to take over defense. Can you believe such nonsense? The 4th Hokage earned his position through the 3rd Shinobi World War. He earned the title of the Yellow Flash of Mai, overshadowing even the Sannin, and caught the attention of the entire ninja world. That's how he, a mere civilian, ascended to the position of Hokage. What a remarkable figure. Do you think such a person would forget his identity as Hokage and abandon Mui's defense to fight the Nine-Tails alone? Leaving that aside. Third, Mingren's expression began to show doubt, but he still refused to believe. Don't leave it aside. Suju stared fiercely at Mingren. If you leave aside the premises, you are leaving aside the truth. For example, your mother entrusted you to Third before she died, but he didn't take good care of you. During the Nine-Tails night, it was Yuanfei Risen who first demanded, on the pretext of protecting the young, that the Uchiha clan and the younger generation of my ninjas, such as Kakashi, Shirihong, Maite-kai, and other elite ninjas, stay away from the battlefield. That's how Yuanfei Risen temporarily took over defense later. That's just your speculation. Do you think my eyes are just for show? Maite-kai, Shirihong, Yashuxi Hongo. I have encountered all the ninjas who received the order in my official duties. I missed none. Even Kakashi, who wasn't in my at the time, I have seen his Umbu archives from that period. We don't need to speculate whether Third was intentional or careless in making the decision that left the 4th isolated and helpless. What can be established as fact is that without any evidence linking the Uchiha clan to the Nine-Tails incident, Third accepted Tuanzang's presumption of guilt, prevented the Uchiha clan from providing assistance, and wasted all the manpower and resources of the Umbu and Root. Even if we concede that the Uchiha clan had already become estranged from the Mai leadership and had prepared for rebellion, was Third so insecure that Root and Umbu had no trusted Mangekyo user to send to support the 4th? Then what about Senior Jing? But if the Uchiha truly wanted to rebel, wouldn't the Nine-Tails incident have been the best opportunity? Would Third's orders have even been effective? My foolish father fell into the trap of proving his innocence. How I wish he had been braver, rushed out, and even if it cost his life, he could have saved your father. As Suju said this, he shed tears of blood in his agitation. If that had been the case, then at least one of us would still have a father. Without the Sharingan, without a sealing team, without an overpowered bloodline, what could the 4th use to seal the Nine-Tails? He could only use his life to activate the dead demon-consuming seal. Suju, you've told me so much. Are you hoping he'll do something? Suju shook his head, looking at Mingren with a serious expression. Mingren, I said all this not to pin the main responsibility for your parents' sacrifice on Third and trick you into avenging the 4th. Whether Third was intentional or careless, the only responsibility that can be pursued is that of decision-making errors. I just want to stand up for the truth and tell my village. The Uchiha clan did not rebel. I am immensely grateful that I am still alive. Sasuke said, a shudder of fear passing through him. Otherwise the Uchiha clan would be utterly annihilated and we would still bear the stigma of traitors. Naruto nodded. So Sasuke, are you going to defect again? Again. Why do you say again? Even if you clear the Uchiha clan's name, what then? Can it bring my parents back to life? Can it bring yours? Naruto shook his head. Besides, according to the records, someone has already taken responsibility for the Nine-Tails night. Taking responsibility by bowing to the village on the grounds of a misjudgment, and expelling Danzo from Root. Is that enough? What else? Naruto gave a bitter smile. After the Nine-Tails uprising, the 3rd Hokage returned to power. Holding the acting Hokage accountable, that would be like the defendant suing the judge. Not everyone has your courage to force the Hokage to resign. I was desperate back then, I didn't think that far ahead. Praised by Naruto, Sasuke blushed with embarrassment, secretly relieved that now he had Zhao Xin to back him up. Unfortunately, after the Uchiha clan's massacre night, Danzo became the head of Root again. In hindsight, he merely shifted from the shadows to deeper darkness, secretly orchestrating the extermination of the Uchiha. Sasuke sighed. I was still too naive. Sasuke, burdened by the weight of your entire clan, you carry too much and think too much. You can't help but hesitate and second guess. My considerations are simpler. Suddenly the corners of Naruto's lips curled into a canine-like meaningful smirk. Naruto, what are you doing? Kurama. Join me and let's shatter this world. In that instant the sky and earth shifted, winds howled and clouds surged. A terrifying heat rose from the heart of Konoha and a colossal figure descended. Kurama has returned. Ha 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 ha. Amid roaring flames, the enormous-tailed beast, the nine-tailed demon fox, materialized once more in Konoha. Kurama leaped tens of meters high, plummeted from the sky, and opened its jaws toward the Hokage building. This building is an eyesore. Let me bury the sins of Root. Tailed Beast Ball. The massive tailed beast ball streaked across Konoha's sky, unleashing a shockwave like a level 12 typhoon scouring the ground. Buildings around the Hokage building lay in ruins, countless roofs torn off and windows shattered. The towering Hokage building was pierced from top to bottom, a gaping hole instantaneously appearing. Even the foundation was turned into blazing magma by the impact, spitting out meteor showers like a volcanic eruption. Rumble. The remnants of the Hokage building slowly collapsed inward, raising a vast cloud of dust. On this day, the villagers of Konoha once again recalled the terror of being ruled by the nine-tailed demon fox. It's him. It's him. Naruto Uzumaki has rebelled. In an instant, the entire village of Konoha plunged into chaos. As luck would have it, the massive scroll of seals fell and landed precisely in the arms of a passing blonde figure. A yellow flash streaked by as if Minato Namikaze had been reborn, and the scroll of seals vanished without a trace. After the scroll of seals disappeared, a large number of Konoha's classified documents also vanished in the yellow flash. Flocks of crows formed wings behind Sasuke, hovering above the Hokage building. He roared at Naruto. Susanoo. Open. A vast blue skeleton formed around Sasuke, rapidly growing muscle and armor, standing before Kurama. Just moments ago, the 10 Sharingan eyes on Sasuke's right arm resonated with the grief and fury of his clan's injustice, catalyzed continuously by would release, finally awakening a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in him. At this moment, Sasuke realized that Naruto was trying to help him complete the battle the Uchiha clan had missed 12 years ago. Sasuke manipulated Susanoo, raising its arm to stop the squads that were about to intervene. I, Uchiha Sasuke, disciple of the Hokage. In the name of the will of fire, stand back. Go protect the weak. Seal off this area, it'll hold him off. Are you kidding me? Miji the genius defected, that's one thing. But you the dead last, what are you stirring up? Rock Lee stared at the enormous Kurama, a flash of frustration crossing his mind. Rock Lee. You need to work harder. When will I get to fight on this level? What? Naruto is defecting. Sakura and Hinata, also in the crowd, displayed different reactions. Sakura shouted. Naruto. If you dare run, don't you ever come back. Hinata's eyes welled up. Naruto, all these years you must have been in so much pain, haven't you? Just like Miji. No matter where you go, I will definitely find you. TCH, so what if you have a big fox? Defecting. Kiba Inuzuka patted his ninja dog, looking toward Naruto with defiance. Naruto is actually the 4th Hokage's son, and we never knew. Ino Yamanaka stared at Naruto, exclaiming in disbelief. Why would he defect? The straw that broke the camel's back, I guess. It seems Naruto found out about something. Shikamaru Nara sighed. What a hassle. The village feels dangerous. Maybe I should just marry into Tamari's family. Once the onlookers had fully assembled, Kurama finally moved. Wait. Finally, Sakura leaped forward. Naruto, are you giving up your dream of becoming Hokage? Make me Hokage. Konoha doesn't deserve it. Standing atop the Nine-Tails head, Naruto declared loudly to the entire village. I am Naruto, son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Konoha wronged me. You treated me as a criminal for 12 years. This is what you deserve. As if echoing Naruto, Kurama's 9 tails rose and blazed its eyes, contemptuous, seemingly mocking the entire village. Sasuke. Now it's my turn to go all out. Naruto laughed wildly on the 9 tails' back. I'm going to find my father now. Hatsue. Kurama spat, spewing a thick, viscous-tailed beast ball. With immense power it howled through the air towards Susanoo. Yet Susanoo merely extended its right hand and caught it. Poof. The tailed beast ball vanished. Kurama, can you do it or not? If you can't, let me. Naruto rolled his eyes on Kurama's back. Use wind release. Even Danzo could break Susanoo with vacuum serial waves. What the hell? When had Kurama ever suffered such humiliation? Enraged, Kurama let out an angry bark and charged toward Susanoo's ankle. Even Sasuke had never seen such a dog-like tactic. Caught off guard, Kurama bit right through Susanoo's ankle, sending it staggering and crashing down. Rumble. Susanoo's massive body fell, one hand slamming down as if trying to regain balance. That palm, by sheer coincidence, shattered the gate of the Sarutobi clan. At the Sarutobi compound, Konohamaru stared blankly at Susanoo right before his eyes, feeling something was off. Does Susanoo stumble? Before Konohamaru could react, Susanoo actually rolled over on the spot and sat down. That roll toppled another large section of the Sarutobi clan's wall. Seeing this, Kurama, who had been biting Susanoo's ankle relentlessly, immediately stopped. It leaped up, opened its jaws wide, and aimed a bite at Susanoo's throat. Blaze release Kagetsuchi. Susanoo sitting on the ground suddenly moved with incredible agility. It pulled a bow and arrow from thin air, drawing and loosing in one fluid motion. Swoosh! The colossal blazing divine arrow shot forth. Kurama was pierced through and dissipated on the spot. The arrow's momentum undiminished, it soared upward, carving a massive parabola heading straight toward the Valley of the End. At the border of the wave and fire within the temporary command tent, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He rolled up his sleeve and discovered that a curse seal was burning hot. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Someone has tampered with the Book of Seals. Soon a ninja from Root lifted the tent flap and entered, kneeling to report. Lord Sarutobi. Naruto has defected. The Ninetales destroyed the Hokage building along with the underground Root base. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in shock. Quickly notify Tsunade, convey the Hokage's orders and mobilize all Jonin of Konoha. We must apprehend Naruto. No need. Lord Sarutobi, the Hokage building has been in disrepair for years. Naruto was invited by me to demolish it. The voice came from Tsunade, Kakashi, and Shizen, who stepped into the large tent. Root remembered to share the cost of the demolition. Tsunade, do you know what you're saying? The defection of the Ninetales Jinchuriki is no small matter. Naruto did not defect. Tsunade replied coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you questioning the Hokage's decision? I apologize, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze tightened, realizing that the newcomers were not friendly, and he bowed silently. I announce a personnel appointment. From now on, the Anbu will be under Kakashi's supervision. The Root personnel will disarm on the spot, and after verification, arrangements will be made for their transfer or integration into Anbu. Tsunade said. Lord Sarutobi, hand over the command seal. Lord Hokage, are you planning a rebellion? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally reacted, realizing that Tsunade was coming for him. I am the Hokage, who am I rebelling against? Tsunade's expression was cold. Kakashi, the first task of the new Anbu is to investigate the truth of the Ninetales incident and reassess the relevant personnel. Lord Sarutobi, you have exercised the powers of Hokage while bearing the weight of your past sins for many years. It is time for you to accept an investigation. Understood. Kakashi nodded, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You dare! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily, but found Kakashi already charging toward him. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to block, intercepting Kakashi. Unexpectedly, as Kakashi's Sharingan flashed, spatial fluctuations occurred and Sarutobi Hiruzen vanished from his spot. Within the Kamui space, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked into Kakashi's eyes, confused, and asked, What is going on with this eye? During the Ninetales crisis, the eye that controlled the Ninetales is this one. Kakashi pointed to his right eye. The evidence is here, Lord Third, what else do you have to say? Since Kakashi's two eyes are one pair, the facts became clear. It was Obito who controlled the Ninetales, and it had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. I regret having trusted Danzo. The attitude of Sarutobi Hiruzen emphasized that it was all Danzo's fault. Since Lord Third does not wish to speak, please reflect here. Kakashi activated Kamui and left the Kamui space. Since he had decided to initiate a reckoning against the Hokage faction, many secrets would come to light, including those of the Konoha White Fang. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat cross-legged, eyes closed, murmuring. The will of fire was not wrong. In the biochemical laboratory of the Land of Waves, deep underground, surrounded by adamantine seals, a completely silent space was cleared. At the center of the space lay the outer path statue left by Konan and Yahiko. Zhao Xin walked up to the outer path statue, placed his hand on the fragments, and both of his Sharingan began to rotate. Kamui. With a flash of spatial ninjutsu fluctuations, Zhao Xin brought the fragments of the outer path statue into a separate space. In Zhao Xin's exclusive Kamui space, a myriad of ninjutsu was densely written, including all the contents of the Book of Seals. Izanagi, sever the connection between the outer path statue and the God Tree. Inyan release, activate. In an instant, the outer path statue, which had lost its connection to its original body, twisted and transformed into a small lotus platform. A grotesque face slowly emerged from the surface of the lotus platform, with arms gradually sprouting one after another, struggling to rise and finally settling in a lotus position. It was a mini 10 hands outer path statue. Zhao Xin pressed one hand against the face of the outer path statue, his palm continuously generating new chakra. 9 tails chakra simulation injection. 3 tails chakra simulation injection. 1 tail chakra simulation injection. As the chakra continued to pour in, the mini outer path statue's form began to gradually revive, transforming towards a small flower bud. Human cursed seal open. God, the arrival of the tree world adamantine seals. Zhao Xin's eye at his forehead suddenly opened wide, chains shaped like branches of wood release shot out from within, grafting onto the incomplete form of the 10 tails, pulling the incomplete 10 tails into his eye. In the next moment, a multitude of branches from the god tree suddenly burst forth from Zhao Xin's forehead, densely filling the entire space. Along with this, the immature eye on Zhao Xin's forehead was slowly dragged out of his body and into the center of the immature flower bud of the god tree. The heavens reward diligence. Through constant hard work and research you have become the pseudo-Jinchuriki of the God Tree, and your reincarnated Sharingan is once again gestating. In an instant the space opened up by Zhao Xin's Kemui seemed to come alive. With each breath of the pseudo-God Tree vast chakra was inhaled and exhaled, transforming into a substantial colorful fluid that floated in the air. On the leaves of the pseudo-God Tree it refracted scenes from the ninja world as if one small world after another flickered. Red Amaterasu. Just with a glance Zhao Xin's eye socket spontaneously emitted the red flames of Amaterasu, igniting the entire pseudo-God Tree. From its birth the pseudo-God Tree possessed only the instinct to consume worlds and an insatiable desire. The red flames of Amaterasu would constantly burn, purifying the darkness and filth that continued to grow within the pseudo-God Tree. The Heavens Reward Diligence. You observe the infinite Tsukuyumi fragment. Your title as a senior ninjutsu researcher has activated and you are attempting to analyze the essence of the infinite Tsukuyumi, exploring the possibility of turning fiction into reality. After bringing the entire space under control, Zhao Xin activated Kamui and returned to the underground laboratory of the Land of Waves. God, the arrival of the Tree World Pseudo. Grandfather. Outside the door a large-breasted lady was in a daze. Zhao Xin turned around and realized it was Tsunade who had arrived. So similar. This powerful feeling. Tsunade looked at Zhao Xin, her expression dazed. It felt just like when she was a child facing her grandfather Hashirama, as the chakra flow from him was as deep and unfathomable as an ocean. Seeing Tsunade in a daze, Zhao Xin asked, "Have you made a decision?" "The third has already been controlled by Kakashi." Tsunade nodded. "When I return I will announce that the data room of the Hokage home Zambu and Root has been destroyed and the records erased with everything forgotten. Naruto has sent back the evidence collected from the Hokage home compiled into an account of the officials. After reviewing it I will adjust the business shares of each clan for the future." Zhao Xin nodded. "Betting on the Land of Waves you won't be disappointed. Follow me." As Zhao Xin moved within the realm of the God Tree, Tsunade felt as if she had seen the future described by the sage of the Wet-Bone Forest. Not long ago, after leaving Zhao Xin, Tsunade had gone to the Wet-Bone Forest to meet with the sage of the Wet-Bone Forest. The prophecy given was, "The future is infinitely vast." Zhao Xin walked to a tree, reached out his hand, and a branch drooped down, dropping a new leaf. Tsunade nodded, and under Zhao Xin's gaze she summoned the Wet-Bone Forest scroll, forming hand seals in front of Zhao Xin, and placing one hand on the scroll. Ninjutsu Summoning Technique. Great Slug Division. The Heavens Reward Diligence. You observe the Wet-Bone Forest summoning scroll and you have obtained the summoning rights for the Wet-Bone Forest. A batch of palm-sized slugs emerged from the summoning formation, rolling their eyes as they fell to the ground. Zhao Xin picked up one slug and cut open his fingertip. Orochimaru's Modification Technique. Zhao Xin used his finger as a needle, sewing the tree leaves into the slug's body with wood-release flesh. In the next moment the slug's Byakugan twitched and a grid of 4 horizontal and 3 vertical lines appeared on its surface, with the first 3 rows labeled from 1 to 9, and the bottom row indicating call 0 and hang up. The modified slug was handed to Tsunade, and Zhao Xin quickly modified another for himself. While Tsunade was puzzled, Zhao Xin pressed 002302 on the slug's belly and then hit call. In the next moment the slug in Tsunade's hand suddenly shouted at the top of its lungs, "Incoming call! Incoming call!" At Zhao Xin's signal Tsunade pressed the answer button. "Hello? Can you hear me?" "I can hear you. Where are you?" Tsunade looked up and found that Zhao Xin had already activated the space-time ninjutsu and vanished to an unknown location. 5 kilometers from you. 10 kilometers. 20 kilometers. Can you hear me? Hello? Hey. Just as the connection with Tsunade was lost, Zhao Xin returned to the room, silently calculating. The laboratory's calculations are correct. The maximum range is around 20 kilometers. Let's set up the base stations according to this standard for now. In the laboratory, Tsunade held the slug phone in her hand, utterly astounded. She sensed that compared to the previous method of summoning the slug sage's clones, the chakra consumption during their conversation was almost negligible. In fact, the slug itself possesses a technique called shared vision, which allows for chakra transmission and information relay. However, the slug phone call relies on the phone card, inserted into the slug's body using the astral projection technique to capture mental thought waves for communication, greatly reducing consumption. Yet Tsunade suddenly realized that she could no longer activate the slug sage's techniques such as remote healing and slug-based ninjutsu. That's content from the system shop still under development. Zhao Xin explained. You mean in the future slug phones can purchase ninjutsu? That's right, and far more than that. How do you plan to sell this product? Zhao Xin smiled. For Konoha, the Buiji Country Telecom can provide free contract phones, but they must spend 998 drank ninjutsu chakra units in tariffs within 3 years. 3 years, only 998. That means even a genin could afford it. Tsunade squinted, realizing the immense potential of the slug phone. With the slug phone, Konoha's administrative efficiency would skyrocket. For one thing, as the Hokage, she could issue orders directly with a single call, no longer needing Shizen to run around delivering messages. And reports from various Umbu divisions could also be transmitted via phone. Tsunade had participated in the Great Ninja War. She not only understood the slug phone's value in governance, but also recognized its hidden war potential. War is all about intelligence. If information could be obtained instantly on the battlefield, knowing oneself and the enemy, wouldn't that ensure victory in every battle? With that thought, Tsunade shuddered. Zhao Xin, are you promoting the slug phone just for collecting chakra? Indeed, collecting chakra is a means, not an end. Zhao Xin said with a calm face. My goal is probably to change lives through technology. The slug phone's chakra collection was an agreement reached between Zhao Xin and the slug sage. They jointly invested to establish the Bougie Country Telecom. The slug sage provided clones in exchange for a 30% profit share for its own growth, also to supply more clones as slug phone carriers. Zhao Xin received 70. 30 was used to cultivate pseudo-divine tree branches for raw material production of slug phone cards, while the other 40 funded chakra crystal preparation and subsequent research. Although the current slug phone was still in the analog communication stage, unable to send text messages and far from being a smartphone, it required chakra payment for use. As the Hokage, can I customize some features for this slug phone? Like encrypted calls? No problem. Bougie Country can dispatch a development team specifically for you. For example, the Crystal Release Simulation display screen group calls encrypted calls, which are still in testing. The only drawback is the cost. Are all these implemented through ninjutsu? Tsunade gradually narrowed her eyes. Of course. Tsunade frowned. A tariff of 998 drank ninjutsu chakra units over 3 years is affordable even for chakra laborers in Bougie Country. More extremely, a chakra laborer could pay the chakra so that their family members without chakra could use the phone. If more ninjutsu can be used through the slug phone in the future. But then would ninjas become obsolete? Shizen exclaimed. No. Tsunade shook her head. With the slug phone, ninjas can do even more. The future is the era of chakra. Whoever controls more chakra holds the future. Zhao Xin nodded. This time I would call it the second chakra industrial revolution or the chakra information revolution. With this thought, Tsunade clapped her fists together, causing a tremor throughout the underground space. I'll order 10,000 slug phones for Konoha first. Sorry, 100 at most. Zhao Xin spread his hands. The first batch of products will be promoted primarily in Bougie Country. Then 1,000. Can't go lower. Tsunade slashed the number by 90%. I plan to give only 100 each to the 5 great nations for promotion. As the slug sage's introducer, I can give Konoha an extra 100. 300. It'll take Tsunagekyu's share too. Tsunade gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Zhao Xin and Tsunade clasped hands. Deal. After both parties signed the contract at the leader's office, Zhao Xin handed Tsunade a box and smiled. Stay in touch. After returning to the camp, Tsunade took out the box Zhao Xin had given her. Opening it, she found a brand new slug phone complete with an instruction manual. Tsunade picked it up and examined it. She was surprised to find that the slug's belly was not adorned with the curse-mark dialing grid, but with a crystal screen that looked very expensive. Tsunade instinctively tapped the screen. Characters slowly formed one after another on the monochrome display. Bougie Country Telecom is at your service. This slug phone is not yet connected to the network. Please select a number. VIP premium numbers 8888888889999999. Cost SS rank ninjutsu chakra. Lucky premium number 89999999. Costs rank ninjutsu chakra. A number actually requires me to pay chakra equivalent to ins rank ninjutsu. Random number free. Tsunade suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Scoundrel. Why not just rob me? Ahem, young lady, I think you should consider your status. Shizen, what are you saying? Shizen reminded. The arrangement of these numbers clearly shows they are the most premium ones. They are obviously meant for the most esteemed ninjas in the ninja world. If you end up with a random number and the Reikage or Tsuchikage flaunts 999999999. Damn it. So this is the trap. Tsunade only then realized. Fuming, she selected the number 88888888 while activating the 100 healings technique and fiercely injecting chakra into the slug phone. Once the network connection was complete, the slug phone's belly was transformed. A stream of light flashed, and a crude animation made of black pixels appeared. 2 little feet emerged from the edges, one on top, one on bottom, and stepped together. Slug communication stunning the heart. Young lady, that's the boot screen. The manual says you can set a password and bind it with a curse mark. Shizen exclaimed continuously. You can also store contacts, set alarms. Oh. And there's something here. You can even listen to music. As Shizen was exclaiming, she saw Tsunade tapping on the slug phone's belly. The slug's expression suddenly changed and it opened its mouth to emit a pleasant female voice. When spreading wings to soar, please decide not to look back. As the music ended, Tsunade continued to toy with the slug-shaped phone. A real man lasts 5 seconds. Can't a tough woman like me do that? She laughed, heartily irritated by the description, and opened the built-in game on the phone. Clumsy Bird, a small game adapted by the Curse Mark Research Department of the Wave Country based on Zhao Xin's description of the retro pixel game Flappy Bird, involved guiding a bird through a narrow gap between two pipes in the sky. A single misstep led to a crash, making it notoriously difficult, and designed to keep users engaged through frustration. Hours later, Tsunade, her eyes blurred, began to question her existence. This screen is way too sensitive. A single tap sends it flying so high. And it's too fast. Hey, what's with this pipe? It can grow longer. Is this an illusion? This is outrageous. Please wait 5 minutes or input drank ninjutsu chakra to accelerate life point generation. It's just a game. Driven by a gambling spirit, Tsunade refused to believe she couldn't even last 5 seconds. She injected chakra into the slug phone once more. Before she knew it, morning had arrived. Holding her lower back, rubbing her fingers and stifling a yawn, Tsunade forced herself to preside over the Leaf Village's purge meeting. She distributed old model slug phones to loyalists like Kakashi, repeatedly urging them. Don't buy the new model. Don't buy the new model. Lady Hokage, are you alright? I'm fine. During the Third Great Ninja War I often went days without sleep and nothing happened right. With heavy bags under her eyes, Tsunade forced herself to finish the meeting. Upon returning to her room, she collapsed onto her bed and fell into a deep sleep. In the hidden waterfall village, Fu the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki fluttered her butterfly-like wings, soaring freely among the flowers. Suddenly a soft white snake appeared before Fu, falling from midair and crashing heavily to the ground. With a thud, the white snake lay in the grass, tears in its eyes, looking up at Fu pitifully. Fu quickly flew over, picking up the little white snake. Are you alright? It hurts. Chakra. Heal me. The little white snake struggled, its human-like expression stirring Fu's sympathy. After a moment's thought, Fu carefully cradled the white snake and poured chakra into it. As chakra flowed in, the snake's belly began to glow, and it couldn't help but start singing. Ding, 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 are you alright? That's just a boot-up animation. The little white snake said lifelessly. Phone Snake 10086 at your service. What is a phone snake? Fu held the little white snake, utterly astounded. I am one. The white snake said, rolling over and pointing its tail at the screen on its belly. Dial to call someone. What does calling mean? Before Phone Snake 10086 could answer, Fu shook her head. Are you a summoned beast? Do you have a contract owner? Let me take you to him. Finders keepers. Phone Snake 10086 rolled over, settling into a comfortable position in Fu's hand. Every hidden waterfall ninja gets one. They were dropped from above. Can Niji hear the fly too? Fu looked up, searching for signs of Niji. Lord Niji isn't just an ordinary ninja, he's a super ninja with a Tensigen. Of course he can fly. The little white snake turned its head, noticing Fu fluttering her own wings. Oh, I forgot you can too. Fu held the little snake, fiddling with it. Hyuga. That surname sounds familiar. Is it a noble ninja clan? In the land of fields, everyone is equal. The nobles are all dead. They were all hanged from lampposts by Lord Niji. Phone Snake 10086 casually dropped a bombshell. So brutal. I haven't even heard of it. Fu was shocked by Niji's methods. It's perfectly normal. The land of fields daimyo abused and starved thousands of serfs and maids to death. Being hanged from a lamppost was a mercy. Phone Snake 10086 rolled its eyes. If you asked me, Lord Niji was still too kind. By Ryuchi Cave standards, people like that should be used as vessels for the impure world reincarnation, bringing back powerful figures like the second Hokage to pass on knowledge and contribute to ninja technology. Gosh. That's terrifying. Fu shuddered. But why is Lord Niji sending phone snakes to the hidden waterfall village? For the call fees, of course. Ryuchi Cave has reformed. Every summoned snake has to earn chakra on its own, and the Yellow Turban Army holds shares. Phone Snake 10086 rolled its eyes again. Lord Niji said the hidden waterfall village has the hero water, so its ninjas have plenty of chakra. Who else's money would they take? I see. I thought it was because I was special. Fu looked a bit embarrassed. So how do I use you? Please tap the screen. You are the user. Fu did as instructed. Phone Snake 10086 reluctantly sang the prompt tone, then text appeared on its belly screen. Contacts, dial messages. Fu read the options aloud, growing more confused. The more she read, the more puzzled she became. She recognized most of the characters, but when combined she had no idea what they meant. Things for the noble lords. Pfft. It's the new land of fields now, all the noble lords are dead and gone. Phone Snake 10086 spat. They're just phone snakes. Every civilian in the land of fields has one as long as they buy chakra crystals and pay for phone credit. Really? Fu joyfully examined the little white snake and soon discovered a small game, snake. Though the game was simple, a lion constantly eating pixels to grow longer, Fu quickly became engrossed. Oh, I died again. Finishing a round, Fu noticed something interesting. A leaderboard. What's this? The phone snake's true body is a summoning snake. It can sync some data through the summoning contract. The completeness of the data depends on the phone snake's level. Phone snake 10086 added. Low-level phone snakes have poor memories, you know. Oh, I see. Fu opened the leaderboard. First, lightning style lariat unrivaled. Second, sing rap basketball. Third, first commander of Fu was completely baffled. Except for the last one, which was obvious as Cloud Village's commander. What were the first nicknames? Oh, okay. Like the 3 San Nin or Demigod. Fu discovered she could tap on the names on the leaderboard to add them to her contacts. Just as Fu was about to add first commander of Cloud, phone snake 10086 quickly warned. Don't. Roaming across networks is incredibly expensive. That side uses slug communication. Just sending a friend request would cost the chakra of an rank ninjutsu for roaming. That expensive? Let me try. Fu waved her hand and fiercely injected chakra into the phone snake. Tailed beast chakra. You're a Jinchuriki. Phone snake 10086 screamed with excitement. Great. Now I finally have a chance to save enough chakra crystals to marry Xiaomei. 5,000 points. In the home of Yunin, a burly man with dark skin and sunglasses jumped up and down excitedly proclaiming. Kirabi, the master of singing, dancing, rap, basketball, and snake, achieves greatness once again. As he spoke, Kirabi slapped the shoulder of a blond, muscular young man beside him with a loud clap, letting out a strange chuckle. Hee Darui, isn't Lord Kirabi amazing? Darui shrugged, showing no respect, and brushed off Kirabi's dirty hand, huffing. Humph, what's so impressive? You're just relying on the infinite chakra from the bull demon to stay alive. A perfect Jinchuriki is not something you can just claim to be. Darui remained unimpressed, dismissing Kirabi's hand with no mercy, and said coldly, Hey, I'm just letting you have your way. Didn't you see me using Mabui's slug phone to score points for her? When I use my own slug phone, getting 10,000 points will be a piece of cake, alright. Kirabi grinned mischievously, making a goofy face. No way, absolutely not. You bastard. Kirabi. Darui. Can you two keep it down and not disturb me while I'm working, you bastards? You're working. Then what is Mabui doing? Kirabi looked at Mabui, who was almost splitting into shadow clones to handle her duties, puzzled. Isn't the Thunder Plow Hot Knife the #1 in the world? You're second. Darui slammed his fist on Kirabi's forehead, glaring with gritted teeth. I'm studying. Don't you think it's suspicious that the Land of Waves created this slug phone? Exactly. Gathering chakra on such a large scale definitely harbors a grand conspiracy. Darui steadfastly supported AI. What if someone implanted explosives inside it and controlled them via the phone? AI said cautiously. Wouldn't that blow us all sky high? Heh. TCH. The slug phone 9527 rolled its eyes at AI in protest. That can't be possible. Mabui speculated. The slug phone is a summoning beast from the wet-bone forest that can't be influenced by the Land of Waves. Who knows? Kirabi shook his head, giving no regard to the slug phone. What's the problem after all? AI still didn't understand. What's the problem after all? Tsunade, who was often dominant due to her chakra, suddenly realized that her chakra was nearly depleted, scrutinizing the slug phone in her hand. After a moment of thought, Tsunade decided to consult an acquaintance. Summoning living slug. This was the first time Tsunade had seen such a small living slug due to her chakra deficiency. Unlike before, the slug before her was actually chewing on something. Slug, what are you eating? What? The slug stopped, and a crystal fell from its mouth onto the ground. Tsunade picked up the crystal and exclaimed, Chakra crystal. Startled, Tsunade sat up straight, raising the slug phone in her hand. She cautiously asked, If a person without chakra feeds the chakra crystal to the slug phone, can it still be used? What? Oh no. Tsunade slapped her forehead. Baka. This Zhao Xin intends to dig up the roots of the ninja. Tsunade thought of a possibility. As long as there were chakra crystals, the slug phone could be used. Could the silver coins previously used for issuing missions be used to buy chakra crystals? In the future, without middlemen profiting. Silence, gather all senior officials for a meeting. Tsunade said with a wry smile. I need to replan the future of Konoha. In Zhao Xin's exclusive time-space, a batch of chakra crystals floated in, instantly absorbed by the burning vines. Heaven rewards hard work. You have obtained the chakra of the 7 tails, and your divine tree completeness has increased. Heaven rewards hard work. You have obtained the chakra of the 8 tails, and your divine tree completeness has increased. Heaven rewards hard work. You have obtained the chakra of the 2 tails, and your divine tree completeness has increased. In the main hall of the Land of Waves, Garas shyly faced Zhao Xin. Gaara, I already know your intentions. Firstly, as the Wind Shadow, you wish to improve the village's environment and increase its productivity. That's right, Gaara exclaimed excitedly. I very much hope to introduce the Chakra Civil Engineering team from the Land of Waves. Please. As for this aspect in the long term, I suggest the Land of Wind to adapt to local conditions and build a National Guardian Mountain project. Directly in the center of the Land of Wind, build a magnetic escaped sand-gold formation. While enriching the sand-gold, waste materials can be left in place, shaping the terrain with earth release, gradually growing into the mountainous marvel of the Land of Wind. Once the mountain range is high and wide enough, altering the landform and climate will not be an issue. In the short term, the Land of Waves can send a chakra plumbing engineering team to assist in building a water-release seawater desalination plant on the outskirts of the Land of Wind. By hatching the three-tails tadpoles at the water network nodes along the way, it would help regulate the water vapor. I believe that in the near future the Land of Wind will also flourish. Just right, you mentioned before that since the Land of Fire controls all the transportation routes except for the Land of Earth, it is very difficult for the Sunagekire's specialties to be sold externally. We can build both the canal and the port. In this regard, the Land of Waves can send a plenipotentiary ambassador to supervise the progress of the project. With so many projects, won't it be expensive? You know Sunagakure is facing financial difficulties. Gaara, who was not good at negotiations, immediately laid out their difficulties. In response, Zhao Xin patted his chest and guaranteed. Don't worry, the Land of Waves has ample experience in aid. Port operation rights, mining rights, and so on can all be used for payment. Gaara, can I use Shikaku's chakra for payment? Gaara cautiously asked. Mr. Xian, your thinking is quite dangerous. Zhao Xian criticized. Shikaku, like the three tails, though it leads, is a sentient being. We must consider the possibility of Shikaku becoming a citizen of the Land of Wind. It cannot be viewed as your property. Seeing that Gaara took his words to heart, Zhao Xian added. Combining your previous proposal to separate Shikaku, I personally suggest adding a project for the National Guardian Mountain. Introduce affordable housing for the Shikaku family. After you separate Shikaku, the National Guardian Mountain can serve as the habitat for the Shikaku clan, with rent being paid by infusing chakra into the magnetic escaped sand-gold formation. The products of the sand-gold byproducts can be developed jointly by both parties. While Gaara was still considering Shikaku in his body, already shouted, Not bad, not bad. Gaara, I want this. I want a wife. I want to give birth to millions of little Shikakus. I also want to have an interspecies romance with the cat clan. Fortunately, Gaara's willpower held strong, blocking out Shikaku's opinions, and said to Zhao Xian, Sir Xian, can I go back to think about it? That's a must. Zhao Xian smiled, interrupting the meeting. In response to Sunagekire's needs, the Land of Waves has a comprehensive aid plan. Mr. Wind Shadow, you can take the proposal back and send someone over to discuss it once you've made up your mind. Thank you. Gaara excitedly held a pile of proposals, expressing his gratitude as he left. In a certain soup restaurant on Short Book Street, Naruto lay back in hot water, a towel covering his face, resting his eyes. A voice emerged from the water. Naruto, do you want to revive your parents? Under the towel, Naruto smiled slightly, suddenly opening his eyes, thinking. Here it comes. Resurrect my parents. A person who hides in the shadows, I beg to refuse. Naruto looked uninterested at the suggestion from the hidden figure. How vigilant you are. A figure with glasses and a center-part hairstyle slowly rose from the pool, smiling. Naruto, long time no see. Senior Kabuto, is it you? This surprised Naruto, as the one who came to find him was not the planned Zetsu but Kabuto, whom he had met briefly during the Chunin exam. Naruto, call me Dedo-wan. Kabuto touched the beast curse mark on his neck and the snake scales covering his face, introducing with immense pride. I fused the residual flesh left by Lord Orochimaru during the Chunin exam and took Mizuki's beast curse mark in the prison. Now I have merged with Lord Orochimaru. I have heard of your deeds in Konoha. Dedo-wan coaxed. You must still be troubled by the Nine-Tails Knight. You long for your parents' company, don't you? Tsunade thought that by declaring you as her own you would return to Konoha. How naive. Instead of searching for the elusive Lulan and going to the past to find your father, why not try to revive them? After fleeing Konoha, Naruto announced that he would go to see Minato Namikaze. He also revealed the details of Minato's mission in the ancient country of Lolan, convinced that he would one day reverse time and go back to meet Minato. This action also led Jiraiya to confirm Naruto as the child of prophecy, and introduced him to Mount Myaboka. Oh. And what is the price? Naruto seemed slightly interested. You must know that my father's soul along with Inkarama is locked in an endless struggle within the Shinigami's belly. The dead demon-consuming seal indeed requires taking one soul and sealing another. But it doesn't say how many souls can be released. Dedo-wan persuaded. I recently joined an organization. This organization possesses a vast number of bodies and soul resources. I just need to pick one, temporarily control it with living corpse reincarnation, use the soul within that body as a sacrifice to perform the dead demon consuming seal, then seize the opportunity to release the souls trapped inside it. After that we just need to. Zhao left a cliffhanger waiting for Naruto to ask so he could then bring up the Rinne rebirth technique and recruit Naruto. Now Zhao had hooked up with Setsu during the prison break and become a member of Setsu's organization. Dark. Found it. Naruto rejoiced inwardly but said nothing about Zhao's organization, only continuing to probe. You're not planning to use illusions like Tsukuyami to let me experience fake familial bonds in a dream world, are you? Please, I refuse. Zhao smiled slightly, believing Naruto had taken the bait. Do you know the Rinne rebirth technique? I refuse. Naruto sneered. I don't believe there exists a technique in this world that can reverse life and death without a price. Just like using living corpse reincarnation then performing the dead demon consuming seal, the cost can be borne by others. Zhao pointed at Naruto's belly with a smile. For example, Kurama. Damn it. Instantly Naruto's lips curled back like a canine, glaring fiercely at Zhao. Just a joke. Zhao laughed. Cheap souls and bodies, Dark has plenty. Hearing this, Naruto stood up with a cold laugh. Souls and bodies, such flippant descriptions. So people can be disassembled and sold. Those creatures are not even human. Zhao said calmly, referring to the white Setsu. Heh. Naruto waved his hand. Senior Kabuto, please leave. I have plenty of souls and bodies in my Mount Mayaboku Entertainment City. Seeing Zhao confusion, Naruto casually made a hand seal. A puff of smoke, and it was Naruto's sexy jutsu used on himself. A group of nosebleed-inducing Naruto girls served him as he changed clothes. After putting on his jacket, he turned and said, Senior Kabuto, let me show you the new Tanzaka Street. This Naruto has changed a lot. Watching Naruto suddenly become so debauched, Zhao couldn't figure him out and had to follow him into the legendary land untouched by the 5 great nations, the lawless money pit Tanzaka Street. As Naruto entered Tanzaka Street, Zhao was astonished. Zhao and Orochimaru were alike. Both were ascetic ninjas. They never sought personal pleasure, even for reproduction. One chose to run an orphanage, the other lab cultivation. But now, as far as the eye could see, there were wide streets bustling with sweating crowds, rows of buildings, neon lights that never went out, and lightly dressed girls. Such extravagance. What puzzled Zhao was that the waitresses, usually commoners, each had astonishing chakra fluctuations within them. This was no amount that could be activated by chakra factors. They were genuine ninjas. This way. Naruto pointed, and Zhao hurried to follow. Both Setsu and Orochimaru believed Naruto was the key to the plan, so he had to keep close. Zhao looked up and saw an exceptionally luxurious casino. Not a simple dice-rolling joint, but a whole building, a resplendent casino. This is where? Zhao stared at the Uzumaki symbol atop the casino, still incredulous. It's my establishment. Naruto entered the casino, leading Zhao through a throng of bunny girls, explaining. After I earned my first pot of gold in Konoha, I started thinking about what to do. Later I traveled to Mount Mayaboku and combined the principles of Mount Mayaboku's Senjutsu with the Little Genius Bracelet to create a unique system for Mount Mayaboku Entertainment City Commoners' Silver Chakra Ninja gameplay. Arriving at the chip exchange area, Zhao finally noticed the difference from ordinary casinos. Where was the lucky cat at the entrance? Instead there was a giant golden toad, a money toad. Naruto waved his hand elegantly, producing a large stack of banknotes, and stuffing them into the cleavage of a bunny girl whose bust rivaled Tsunade's. Exchange some crystal chips for Senior Kabuto. Keep the tip for yourself. The bunny girl smiled sweetly, took the banknotes, walked to the golden toad, and placed the notes in its palm. The summoning technique activated. The toad spat out a string of chakra crystal chips. Is this toad alive? A summon? Or a machine? Zhao asked casually. The bunny girl smiled warmly. This is a little golden toad unique to Mount Mayaboku Entertainment City. It's more advanced than the Wave Country slug phones and the Land of Rice Fields snake phones. Leaps and bounds ahead. Hearing. Land of Rice Fields. Zhao felt a pang of pain. Although he had rescued a sliver of Orochimaru's soul, his contract with Ryochi Cave no longer worked. As for Yugo, the raw material for curse marks, he had long since fled somewhere. The Sound Village was even worse. Niji Hyuga was stationed there. So what makes it leaps and bounds ahead? We were the first to introduce a payment function. The bunny girl eagerly explained. In the Mount Mayaboku Mall, you only need to pay silver to exchange for Mount Mayaboku's special chakra crystal chips. Just silver for chakra crystals? Zhao was stunned. Can I exchange crystals back for silver? Simple. Just put them back into the golden toad's mouth and it will convert at the day's exchange rate. Withdrawal only charges a 3 handling fee. 3. Lord Orochimaru missed out on billions. Thinking about how the future snake phones could also do the same, Zhao felt a pang of regret. Wait. Holding a chakra crystal, Zhao narrowed his snake eyes. Since these are chakra crystals, can I directly exchange chakra for money? Of course. The bunny girl continued. Chakra crystals are the strongest currency on Tanzaka Street. You can not only purchase ninja services but also spend them directly here. All products have chakra crystal prices. Can this exchange last? What if chakra runs out? Deduced just blurted out and immediately slapped himself. Sure enough, the bunny girl looked at Naruto with adoration. With Lord Naruto's nearly infinite Ninetales chakra, the exchange rate of chakra crystals has always been stable. In comparison, the slug phones require chakra and snake phones cannot exchange for silver. The little golden toad of Tanzaka Street is suitable for both civilians and ninjas, truly a blessing for the ninja world. Ordinary people can also use the little golden toad. Deduced's eyelids twitched. Yes, just pay and it automatically settles in chakra crystals. Saying this, the bunny girl pulled out a small toad from her cleavage and waved it in front of Deduced. Senior Kabuto, as Lord Naruto Senior, you are a VIP of Mount Mayaboku Entertainment City. Add me on WeChat and I'll be your guide for the next few days. This. Deduced's mouth fell open. He silently communicated with the remnant soul in the beast curse mark. Lord Orochimaru, this Naruto truly has the caliber of a leader, as Setsu said. While Deduced was dazzled by the casino's atmosphere, Naruto coldly observed everything happening on Tanzaka Street. Mr. Xian was right. Reverse engineer the Crimson Dragon slaying art, and you unleash a beast called Kazi Jinben. The so-called sages of Mount Mayaboku simply cannot resist the temptation of devouring humans. As a spy, Naruto's flexible moral standards only shifted from Jiraiya's lust to the casino's gambling, and he successfully dyed all of Mount Mayaboku in gold. Senjutsu chakra became Senjutsu chakra cash. Compared to the Snake Phone clan diligently aiding poverty-stricken areas, the little golden toads were already overjoyed. Under Naruto's scheme, Mount Mayaboku Entertainment City promoted money worship. Everyday news spread of people becoming rich overnight in the casino, obtaining massive chakra crystals and rising above others. These elites holding little golden toads reverse-engineered from Naruto's genius bracelet spent chakra crystals to easily gain ninja powers, creating one new legend after another. Actions speak louder than words. Deduced chose to experience it himself. With the bunny girl's help, he bound a little golden toad. When he clicked on Mount Mayaboku Online Mall, his shock reached its peak. From drank to strength jutsu weapons, bloodline limits, and even ninjas themselves. As long as you spend money, you can buy anything. Similarly, in the world of the little golden toad, nothing was unsellable. The most terrifying thing was that even the spiritual and physical strength of ordinary people who couldn't produce chakra could be extracted and sold. After experiencing the convenience and power of the little golden toad firsthand, Deduced was initially thrilled. This was a world-shattering creation. But when Deduced realized that ordinary people could also extract spiritual and physical strength, he was truly alarmed. This meant that in this system, ninjas could be rendered unnecessary. One ordinary person's spiritual and physical strength might be negligible, but 10,000. 100 million. What if these ordinary people united? Deduced shuddered. Toad Sage, have you fallen into a trap? No. Everyone is selfish. How could they unite? This Naruto is far more formidable than I imagined. I must get to the bottom of this. The more he learned, the more Deduced felt Naruto was unfathomable. He finally resolved to personally navigate the trial Naruto had set for him. Deduced wrapped his arm around the bunny girl, listening to her introduction. Welcome to Mount Mayaboku Casino. Female ninja dealers will make you ecstatic. An unparalleled gaming experience. We offer all kinds of games with the highest odds in the industry. Small bets for big wins, thrilling and endless fun. No minimum spend, no maximum bet, even the leaf sucker likes it. The casino knew no day or night. After an unknown time, Deduced, with trembling legs, all snake scales gone, hair turned white, and having lost all his silver and chakra, struggled to refuse the bunny girl's loan service and crawled out of the Mount Mayaboku New Leaves Boa Casino. The power of the little golden toad is terrifying. This is just the beginning, Senior Kabuto. Naruto reached out, placed his hand on Deduced, and infused him with a large amount of chakra. When the future Little Golden Toad Online Casino and Little Golden Toad Credit Service launch, you'll know what terror means. Yet Deduced could not even imagine the future Naruto described. Money can move gods. Senior Kabuto, do you think my money-spending power can help you buy eternal life? Naruto stood to the side, watching Kabuto lying on the ground, and asked with a smile. Naruto, I had thought to recruit you, but your caliber far surpasses mine. Kabuto slowly got up, and in a turn his chakra was fully restored. Deduced adjusted his glasses and said, Unfortunately, money isn't everything. Oh. Deduced's performance made Naruto's eyes light up. To resist the power of money showed the strength of Deduced's will. My will isn't that strong. Deduced smiled. I just saw traces of Senjutsu in the little golden toad. Once you see through that essence, nothing is so surprising. As he spoke, Deduced released the suppression on the curse mark on his neck. His body began to mutate, and swell, then rapidly deformed, bursting and tearing his skin. Then a huge white snake emerged from his body, growing larger and larger until it became a massive two-headed serpent blocking the streets of Tanzaku. SSS, the air of the ninja world is truly wonderful. Orochimaru revived once again, greedily breathed. Orochimaru, you really are a persistent ghost. Naruto waved his hand and grabbed his toad wallet. Let me show you Mount Myobicus exclusive, little golden toad money burning sage mode. Orochimaru, I know you possess a technique called the serpent summoning art which allows you to gain your opponent's knowledge and power by devouring them. Facing the two-headed serpent formed by Orochimaru and Kabuto's fusion, Naruto calmly manifested his tailed beast cloak, astonishing the twin-headed snake into exclaiming, "Impossible! You've become a perfect Jinchuriki." Not quite. I merely renewed the Jinchuriki contract with Kurama. Based on mutual consent, Kurama has agreed to an unlimited supply of chakra for 20 years in exchange for reducing his confinement within me to another 20 years. Naruto drew a three-pronged kunai and flung it far away. Orochimaru, if you wish to make me your vessel, come and take me with all your might. Flying Thunder God kunai. Impossible. Orochimaru twisted his head. The Flying Thunder God technique requires precise chakra control. With the Uzumaki clan's vast chakra and the Ninetales' interference, mastering it is nothing short of a fantasy. Of course I can't. But my little golden toad developed from the genius wristband might disagree. Cash release Flying Thunder God. Naruto squeezed the golden toad in his hand and stuffed a stack of banknotes into its mouth. The toad shrieked, a space-time ripple flickered, and Naruto vanished. The snake head belonging to Kabuto lowered slightly and inquired of Orochimaru, who flicked his tongue and said, "No problem. Follow him. He'll take a nap first." With that, the snake head retracted into Kabuto's neck. A mere 10 li beyond the shortened street district, prosperity gave way to desolate wasteland. Naruto stood atop a dense thicket of reeds, calmly awaiting Kabuto's arrival. Kabuto gazed at Naruto with a puzzled expression. Though the figure before him matched Naruto's height, appearance, and chakra signature, Kabuto felt an inexplicable sense that this was not Naruto. "Senior Kabuto, I've heard that you and Orochimaru have made great strides in the Curseal path. The Sage Art Curseal is both a source of power and the key to Orochimaru's repeated resurrections. But in my view, even the Heavenly Curseal remains somewhat crude." Naruto looked down with an air of superiority. Kabuto was about to retort when he heard Naruto speak slowly. "I know you won't be convinced. I have a seal which I call the Human Curseal. Taking humanity as the foundation as its meaning, please savor it. Human Curseal activate." With that, Naruto's eyes trembled and a vermilion pattern resembling the Heavenly Curseal emerged on his forehead. Like the Yin seal after Tsunade activated the creation rebirth, countless crimson lines extended outward like cinnabar, spreading across Naruto's face. Sage Art. This is true Sage Art. Kabuto's power was inherited from Orochimaru, revering the Sage Art Curseal above all. The Sage Art Curseal was Orochimaru's fallback after failing to obtain Sage Art from the Ryuchi Cave, a solution derived from Yugo. Yet at this very moment Kabuto beheld in Naruto the perfect state of the Sage Art Curseal, natural energy and chakra in perfect balance with no sign of bodily mutation. "Senior Kabuto, if this is all you have, how dare you try to recruit me?" Just as Kabuto was lost in admiration, 2 shadow clones burst forth from Naruto's body, racing across the reeds, one left and one right, and instantly closed in on Kabuto. "Why not join Myaboku Entertainment City instead? A powerful alliance to grow stronger together. Spread the Myaboku gambling dens across the 5 great nations and promote the little golden toad throughout the entire ninja world. Together let us become the cash release sages. How splendid would that be?" The 2 shadow clones, like mirror images, circled, leaped, and spun around Kabuto without pause. "Naruto, you may have astonishing wealth, terrifying influence, and remarkable wisdom, but your vision is too low. You've been blinded by money and chakra crystals." Kabuto nimbly dodged, bit, and whipped his tail, repeatedly fending off the shadow clone's strikes while refuting Naruto. "In the face of death, all are equal. Without immortality, everything is meaningless." "Excellent. Since Senior Kabuto's conviction is so firm, I will not argue further. I shall honor you with the utmost respect and blast you and Orochimaru to atoms." With those words, the 2 shadow clones accelerated once more. Surprisingly, Naruto's shadow clones were extraordinarily resilient, nothing like the fragile ones of old. The 2 clones moved faster and faster, soon becoming a blur of afterimages encircling Kabuto. They conjured wind-natured chakra and began to spin and compress wildly. Sensing the massive wind chakra spiraling and compressing into a spherical form around him, Kabuto finally realized. This is the Rasengan. Summoning Rashomon. Boom. The instant the Rasengan was about to take shape, it was caught by a colossal Rashomon that appeared in the field. It exploded, immediately blasting a hemispherical crater tens of meters in diameter into the ground, as if the earth had opened a massive maw, then sent up a tsunami-like wave of soil. Kabuto barely escaped with his life. Before Naruto had even acted, he had nearly been defeated. He realized that if he didn't show his true strength, he might not survive the day. Gritting his teeth, Kabuto pressed one hand to the ground. Water release, water prison technique. Summoning mass-produced Samahada. Seeing Kabuto's transformation, Naruto brightened. The water prison rose and Naruto was instantly enveloped within. Inside the prison, a bizarre snake with octopus-like tentacles but snake heads bit tightly onto Naruto, who surprisingly lit up. So mass-produced Samahada can be used this way. A serpentine variant of the water prison shark dance technique combined with the serpent summoning art. Senior Kabuto, you do listen to advice. Hearing his technique called out, Kabuto's expression grew graver. The Naruto before him seemed unhurried, as if savoring his jutsu. Finally, under Kabuto's anxious gaze, Naruto spoke. Heavy particle mode. Instantly small bubbles erupted across Naruto's body and the temperature inside the water prison skyrocketed. Hot. 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 The serpentine mass-produced Samahada spat out the chakra it had bitten and retracted into Kabuto's body. The next moment, scorching chakra exploded inside the water prison like a miniature sun blazing at its center. The crimson light expanded, growing brighter and more blinding, accompanied by a radiation-like aura that began to disrupt Kabuto's own chakra. Kabuto could not suppress the violent chakra surge and stumbled backward. The fused chakra detonated with a roar, shattering the sturdy water prison. Sage art radiation burst forth, splattering everywhere, instantly igniting the entire wilderness. Gate of the scenery open. With fiery curse marks covering his entire body, Naruto hovered high in the sky like a blazing sun, emitting crimson radiating chakra from within. Truly a real sun. Kabuto's pupils shrank. Orochimaru even jolted out of his body. You're not. A flash of crimson light appeared in the eyes of the Naruto in the sky, and Orochimaru lost consciousness. Then Naruto reached out toward the ground. Sage art heavy particle mode nuclear fusion Rasengan. With red eyeshadow spreading beyond his eyes and crimson curse patterns covering his body, Naruto's golden hair instantly turned white, then was illuminated by heavy particle chakra into a blazing red. This Naruto was none other than Zhao Xin. Even Zhao Xin found it incredible upon receiving Naruto's message. Orochimaru was simply too tenacious to kill. When Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, Zhao Xin quietly swapped places with the real Naruto. The purpose was twofold: to completely eliminate the Orochimaru problem and to protect Naruto from Black Zetsu's scheming. As a pseudo-god tree Jinchuriki, Zhao Xin could effortlessly simulate the Nine-Tails chakra signature, disguising himself as Naruto from the inside out using transformation techniques. The nuclear fusion Rasengan descended from the sky, summoning triple Rashomon. Without any hindrance, the Rasengan crashed through the first Rashomon. The Rasengan continued its rapid dive and smashed into the second Rashomon without resistance. Kabuto desperately squeezed out chakra trying to summon a larger, tougher second gate, but the Rasengan pierced it nonetheless. Without any finesse, the Rasengan struck the third Rashomon. In an instant, a fierce Sage Art nuclear blast wave erupted, clearing the entire area. Kabuto transformed into a serpent body, attempting to swallow the frenzied nuclear fusion Rasengan, but no sooner had it been ingested than it detonated. From the inside out, the enormous shockwave tore Kabuto's body to pieces, the broken remnants disintegrating inch by inch under the chakra radiation. The explosive force continued to expand, scouring the entire area clean. Not even a trace of the battle zone remained. And Naruto had used Flying Thunder God to blink away multiple times, even before the explosion, returning to Shorten Street. At a hot spring in Shorten Street. Plop. A Samahada that looked both like a snake and a fish leaped out of the water, shook off the droplets, and along with it fell a small fish. The small fish slowly wriggled its body, turning into a tiny snake, and finally Kabuto's face emerged. Even a technique that overwhelmed the Otsutsuki, Kabuto managed to survive thanks to Kisame's abilities. Phew, barely. Kabuto opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of blood, then coughed violently. Cough. Heavy particle mode. Is that a power humans can wield? Sensing Kabuto's weakness, the serpentine Samahada swam over slowly and merged with Kabuto, but its chakra was limited, offering little help. Let me help you. A shark-faced man emerged from the hot spring, extending his own Samahada. Ah, Mr. Kisame, a pleasure. Kabuto looked around cautiously and began drawing a steady stream of chakra from the genuine Samahada. Don't worry. Itachi went to recruit Naruto. Kisame grinned with his shark mouth, enjoying the excitement. They're both from Konoha, so maybe they'll find some common ground. Orochimaru and I are also from Konoha. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Kisame slapped his forehead and opened his shirt, revealing the 8 trigram seal on his belly. Just a reminder, pairing Samahada with Isabu is all the rage nowadays. In the land of waves, the first-generation Isabu was bred by the patriarch for reproduction. The second-generation Isabu can inhabit rivers, lakes, and seas, and the third-generation Isabu is already available for lease, a 10-year minimum with a temporary 8 trigram seal included. Samahada boasted proudly. They're artificially matured and a bit small, but they're more than sufficient to provide Samahada with its favorite Isabu chakra. Compared to being called a humanoid-tailed beast in the past, I now barely qualify as a Jinchuriki. Has technology advanced to such a degree? Hey, your little tech tricks are all leftovers from the Land of Waves biochemical lab. Kisame didn't mince words. If you ask me, advancing technology requires money and influence. Naruto is a real talent, far better than Kakuzu. If Naruto could join the Akatsuki, would have an easier time with everything. Kabuto sighed. Naruto's strength is beyond imagination. He may not be willing to join us. That's not necessarily true. Kisame chuckled. Itachi has a special way of persuasion. You mean his dojutsu? Can Itachi be trusted? Kabuto recalled Orochimaru's experience, and found Itachi suspicious. Doesn't matter. Kisame smiled. You know Itachi can't be trusted. Itachi knows you don't trust him, and Itachi doesn't care. With that, Kisame withdrew his own Samahata and produced the sealing scroll. This is a 3.5 Gen Isabu with a built-in 8 trigram seal. Don't ask why it's 3.5, just seal it. Pay me back when you have money. How do I use it? Holding Isabu's summoning scroll, Kabuto felt uncharacteristically flustered. The learned Kabuto, second only to Orochimaru in knowledge, was stumped. Simple. Just place it on your belly. The Isabu are trained and will handle everything themselves. Kabuto could hardly believe that Jinchuriki were now mass-producible. He unsealed the scroll, and a small docile turtle landed on his belly. After struggling to turn over, its 4 claws traced a pattern on Kabuto's skin. A flash of sealing array chakra rose and the turtle vanished. Instantly Kabuto felt a chill in his lower abdomen, leaving only an 8 trigram seal on his belly. An endless stream of chakra surged into his body, prompting him to remember. Lord Orochimaru. Master. Orochimaru had turned into a genuine little snake lying quietly inside the beast's curse seal, blinking at Kabuto with wide eyes. Kabuto stared suspiciously at Kisame. You didn't tamper with this, did you? Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Shorten Street, a blonde boy descended from the sky. Art is an explosion. Heavy particle mode is the explosion of explosions. Uzumaki Naruto, I acknowledge your art. On the ocean, a piece of pitcher plant drifted with the waves. Zetsu, through drifting spores, saw countless miniature Isabu emerging from the sand on Isabu Island and slowly crawling into the sea. He finally couldn't help but shriek. Damn it! Damn it! How could they split the tailed beast into so many? At this rate, you'll never catch them all. When will I ever revive Mother? Damn Zhao Xin! They'll kill you! Despite his shouts, Zetsu dared not approach Isabu Island. For the Isabu clan's habitat was no natural island but a colossal crystal Isabu built entirely of chakra crystal. The crystal Isabu's eyes, mouth, shell, every surface bristled with dense crystal cannons. One glance and Zetsu felt they might fire tailed beast balls at him. Zetsu observed the Isle of Isabu inside and out for a long time, and after finding it impenetrable finally withdrew his spore technique with resentment. Fortunately, Zetsu was a man of unwavering will. Having spent a millennium instigating several ninja world wars to allow Indra's reincarnation to awaken the Rinnegan, the Moon Knight plan was now just one step away, with only the matter of completion remaining. As long as the other tailed beasts were collected and Uchiha Madara was resurrected, even if Madara was only an incomplete 10 tails Jinchuriki, once the divine tree descended upon the world, everything would be fine. Having adjusted his mindset, Zetsu activated the astral projection technique to contact Kabuto Yakushi, who was thousands of miles away. Kabuto, have you dealt with Naruto? I have prepared the white Zetsu material you requested. I'm sorry I failed. Naruto is strong. He has already mastered perfect sage mode. If it weren't for Kisame helping me upgrade the temporary 3 tails Jinchuriki in time, I would have been completely annihilated. Even Lord Orochimaru has fallen into an unexplained slumber. Kabuto explained. Not only did Naruto reject the Akatsuki's recruitment, he invited me to join Mount Mayaboku Entertainment City. Recruit you? What gives him the confidence? Naruto has developed a force no less than a hidden village. Kabuto explained. Kisame says Itachi is trying to control Naruto with his Sharingan. I hope he succeeds. No need. Zetsu's face darkened as he cut the communication, thinking to himself. Allowing you and Orochimaru to use the living corpse reincarnation to control Naruto was already ridiculous enough, but let Itachi control Naruto. Why not just give the Rinnegan to Itachi? Without a means to control Naruto, it was clearly inappropriate to leave the Rinnegan on him. Thinking about it, Zetsu couldn't help cursing. Damn Zhao Xin! I should have killed you back in the Land of Waves. Then he couldn't help sighing. Uchiha Madara putting together Nagato and Obito, that pair of Wulong and Finchu, was really fortunate. Not necessarily lucky. The white Zetsu, which black Zetsu had inhabited for years, suddenly spoke up, reminding him. Why not create another Obito and Nagato? Just start a ninja world war. As long as there is war, there will be an endless supply of Obitos and Nagatos. Right, that's my old specialty. Approving of white Zetsu's words, black Zetsu said. In that case, don't recruit Naruto for the Akatsuki. Accept his recruitment and defect to him. Then send a group of white Zetsu to infiltrate the 5 great nations using the disguise technique, spread the Land of Waves threat theory, guide public opinion in the 5 great nations, and launch an encirclement against the Land of Waves. In the Land of Waves, for some time, the night school had gained a large number of students. The truth was that the Land of Waves technology iterated too quickly, so various powers continuously sent spies either infiltrating personally or trying to bribe informants in the Land of Waves attempting to uncover its secrets. Without exception, these spies were reported by enthusiastic citizens of the Land of Waves and then taken away by the Land of Waves Investigation Bureau when they broke down their doors. After review, ninjas with criminal records were sent to labor camps while those without were transferred to night school students. While undergoing ideological reform, they also learned skills such as earth release concrete mixing, wind release haircutting, fire release barbecue, and even water release aquaculture, laying a foundation for their lives after returning to the 5 great nations. Report. 3 spies, after observing the postpartum care technique for sows for several days, have defected to the Land of Waves. They are from Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. Investigation Bureau Chief Zabuza personally visited to report the situation to Zhao Xin. Noted, just keep monitoring. Zhao Xin nodded and asked, "The spies from the 5 great nations have been coming rather frequently lately." "Yes. It should be related to the recent moves of the 5 great nations," Zabuza reported. "Our people have sent word that Gaara has been placed under house arrest by the Sunagakure Elder Council, and the leaders of the 5 great nations have not appeared recently, suspected of secretly colluding." "Hey, this is targeting the Land of Waves." Zhao Xin laughed. "Perfect timing. Inform the Land of Waves Research Institute to prepare for live combat testing of new weapons. Release a statement that in response to an invitation from Kazekage Gaara we will go to the Land of Wind for joint exercises." "Yes." After Zabuza left, Zhao Xin's zero-type clone within the Land of Waves sent back an image. "Deidara. No, it's a white Setsu in disguise." In the Land of Iron, a new 5 Kage summit was underway in a fortress. The meeting was chaired by Mifune, but the agenda was initiated by Kumogakure, with the target being the Land of Waves. If before the great nations still thought of the Land of Waves as an insignificant entity hidden in the shadow of Konohagakure, they no longer thought so now. The Land of Waves' strong rise had reached a level that the 5 great nations could no longer ignore. The Land of Waves was now changing with each passing day, having long achieved the popularization and civilian use of chakra. Its territory expanded continuously through land reclamation. Various factories sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain. Its goods sold well throughout the ninja world, swallowing the wealth of the entire ninja world, and the combat power of its chakra militia was also rising with the iteration of scientific ninja tools. If this continued, the Land of Waves would leap to become the 6th great power, independent of the 5 great nations. This 5 Kage summit was a meeting that the daimyos of the 5 nations had sent letters to notify, and all Kages were required to attend. Each village followed the pattern of 1 Kage, and 1 guard. Kumogakure was Reikijay, and Darui Iwagakure was Inoki, and Akatsuchi Kirigakure was Meitarumi and Ao. Strangely, Sunagakure sent Chio and a puppeteer. Finally Tsunade came with Kakashi. Seeing everyone had arrived, they eagerly said, "I believe that if we allow the Land of Waves to continue developing, it will overthrow the entire ninja world. We must establish a ninjutsu embargo convention among the 5 great hidden villages to block the development of the Land of Waves. Remove the military threat of the Land of Waves to the ninja world and force them to split up and sell off their powers that may threaten other nations. For example, the Slugs Technologies version in the Land of Lightning. The Lightning Slugs should be sold to the Land of Lightning's giant hard company." Inoki straightened his back and said, "Hey you kid, aren't you exaggerating? The Land of Waves technology has never been banned for any country. Chakra activation liquid is freely available. Scientific ninja tools are sold openly. If your Land of Lightning has the ability, just make a better one." Chio shook her head. "Inoki, you can't say that. The Land of Waves has raised a large herd of the 3 Tails Isabo, which has disrupted the international arms market. A few days ago, Gaara, under the instigation of the Land of Waves, even prepared to bypass the daimyo and implement a Guardian Divine Mountain plan in the center of the Land of Wind. Luckily Ebizo discovered it in time and mobilized the puppet core to control Shikaku, otherwise the consequences would have been unthinkable." As she spoke, Chio glanced thoughtfully at Tsunade and Naruto, then shook her head. "The Land of Waves has grand ambitions. Getting too deeply involved with them will likely bring disaster rather than blessing. Those people in the Land of Waves have low morals and always do experiments that cross ethical boundaries. Shikaku has admitted that the Land of Waves wants to use it to mate with the ninja cats of the Sky Ninja Village." Granny Chio rambled on, continuing to attack Inoki. "Inoki, I heard that Rashi is traveling outside, right? If he runs into the people from the Land of Waves, they might just drag Sun Wukong and the Sarutobi clan summoning beasts to make monkeys." Inoki's face changed instantly, and he stood up angrily. "Damn old head, what nonsense are you spouting? Initially, aside from Konohagakure, every village originally had 2-tailed beasts, but they couldn't prevent their Jinchuriki from leaving, such as Kirigakure's 6-tails Jinchuriki Utakata and Iwagakure's 4-tails Jinchuriki Rashi." Meitaruma's face showed worry. "Indeed, now the 3-tails Isabu and mass-produced Samahata have flooded Kirigakure. Kirigakure ninjas now revere chakra above all, and their ninjutsu level has degraded to an appalling state. The new class of Ninja Academy students even use little genius wristwatches to help with hand seals. The bloody mist of Kirigakure is over, but the mission volume hasn't increased. Where can we reason about this?" At this point Chio turned to Inoki again. And this is just the beginning, Inoki. I heard that Deidara recently claimed that the Land of Waves Research Institute had the explosion he wanted and submitted an application to join. My precious grandson also screams every day about joining the Yellow Turban International. If this continues, everyone can imagine the consequences. The Land of Waves goes too far. These words finally struck a nerve with Inoki. Deidara, the man he had chosen as his grandson-in-law who disdained even becoming the successor of the Tsuchikage, had humbled himself to go study in the Land of Waves. Your situation is still tolerable, Chio said with lingering fear. That Zhao Xin took advantage of Gaara's youth and made Sunagakure sign a bunch of aid projects with obvious debt traps. He made Suna's ninjas dig canals and move earth. And he wanted to teach Suna's puppeteers how to do their job, creating large digging puppets and tower crane puppets. What nonsense. Right. They also wanted to conduct shield machine puppet experiments in Iwagakure and dug up several of Iwa's mountain peaks. Inoki actively joined the chorus criticizing the Land of Waves. Our Sunagakure was selling gold sand just fine, why suddenly push for some industrial transformation? Isn't that making Suna give up a golden rice bowl to beg? As she spoke, Chio shot a fierce glare at Tsunade. Our princess even went to become the wife of a deer breeder in Konoha, claiming to help Konoha men see the world. Such a disgrace. Tsunade finally couldn't hold back. Old hag. Haven't you said enough? Last time Suna attacked Konoha we were merciful enough to forgive you. Humph. That was obviously a trap set by that old man Sarutobi. Fine. You want to admit it. Want war. Stop arguing. Reikage slammed his fist on the table. The Chunin exam incident is long over. The problem now is the Land of Waves. Let me remind you all. The Land of Waves is not a hidden village. The Land of Waves has not only ninja tools but also food, farming tools, and a dazzling array of ordinary goods. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning reproached me, saying that the taxes in the Land of Lightning can barely be collected and wants to cut Kumogakure's budget. What about you all? Tsuchikage Inoki's face stiffened. Not so bad. The Land of Waves has a huge demand for ores, so the Land of Earth's exports have increased a lot. As for financial aid, there's not much change. No change means a decrease. If exports have increased so much but financial aid hasn't gone up, what does that show? It shows you haven't made money. The money has all been taken by the finished goods manufactured by the Land of Waves. Same in Kirigakure. I thought it was due to the declining quality of ninjas. Don't even mention Sunagakure, the village is almost being sold off by Gaara. Tsunade remained silent. The moment Slug's phones came out, she had formulated a future outline in Konohagakure, and with an orderly transfer of power, Konoha had not fallen into too much decline. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he was calm and composed, apparently waiting for the final conclusions from all sides. Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron Samurai, stood up and bowed. Respected Kages, the fund reductions in each village are not because the daimyos violated the one village one country system, but because the finances of each country are tightening. In short, all the money has been taken by the Land of Waves. A angrily stomped his foot on the ground, cracking the stone floor beneath him. In just a few months the ninja world economy is completely dictated by the Land of Waves. If we don't defeat them, none of us will have good days. Tsuchikage Inoki sneered. Easy to say. I'd like to ask how to stop it. Mifune said. After deliberation among the 5 daimyos, we will collectively pressure in the name of the 5 great hidden villages and launch an anti-dumping investigation against the Land of Waves. Impose a 100 tariff on all goods from the Land of Waves. Demand that all enterprises from the Land of Waves operating branches in the 5 great nations must open up for capital investment from those countries and take a dominant position. All patent technologies must be transferred to the new enterprises. This. Tsunade frowned and shook her head. This is forcing the Land of Waves into war with the 5 great nations. Mifune shook his head, giving Tsunade a deep look. Given the strength and status of the 5 great nations, they are qualified to make such demands of the Land of Waves. Additionally, we will ban Slug's phones within the 5 great nations until the shares of Slug's phones are transferred to the 5 great nations. Mei Terumi also showed concern. If the Land of Waves flatly refuses, are we going to fight the 4th Ninja World War against them? At the mention of a Ninja World War, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes lit up. This Naruto Uzumaki was none other than Zetsu, attending the 5 Kage summit using the disguise technique. Zetsu had persuaded Naruto on safety grounds, offering to take the risk himself, which moved Naruto. Unexpectedly, the 5 Kages were all very cautious regarding the topic of the 4th Ninja World War. The hidden villages are almost fully militarized, forming a Ninja World coalition can muster over 50,000 troops, more than enough to annihilate the Land of Waves. Although people tend to become more timid with age, the most enthusiastic about starting a war was Chio. Inoki shook his head. Knowing oneself but not the enemy is not the attitude for war. The Land of Waves has cage-level fighters. Last time we saw 3. How many are hidden in the shadows is unknown. Hearing this, even the previously enthusiastic A fell silent. Anoki's words referred to the incident with the Third Raikage. The Third Raikage's feat of fighting 10,000 alone against the IWA army had not passed many years. Suddenly the 5 Kage summit venue fell into an eerie silence. Facing this situation, Naruto Uzumaki glanced at Mifune, who coughed and said in a deep voice, "Regarding the issue of cage-level fighters, the 5 daimyos have invited Lord Naruto Uzumaki by collectively sharing the mission funds." Naruto. Anoki was stunned. "Aren't you a Konoha genin? Your information is outdated," Chio said contemptuously. "Naruto Uzumaki is now the gambling king of the short-tailed street, the gold-toed sage. He has a full 10 cage-level fighters under him. Not really counting myself, it's only 9. Naruto stood up and smiled. "Let me introduce myself. I am the chairman of Mount Mayaboku Entertainment City. Besides casinos, I also run a small hidden village and can take on tasks that the great nations are inconvenient to handle, such as assassinating cage-level fighters. At the request of the 5 daimyos, once the Land of Waves rejects the demands of the 5 great nations, the Akatsuki organization will begin assassinating the cage-level fighters of the Land of Waves. I oppose. I refuse to associate with rogue ninjas. Tell me, is Deidara in your organization?" With that, Anoki slammed the table and stood up, floating abruptly with his hands in the starting stance of dust release, as if ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Anoki finally realized that Deidara hadn't gone to the Land of Waves to study at all. He had clearly gone to carry out a terrorist bombing. "Lord Tsuchikage, this is the daimyo's choice." Mifune quickly shielded Naruto, his expression unpleasant. Humph. At the mention of the daimyo, Anoki seemed to have a thought brand activated. No matter how angry, he had to sit back down heavily and sulk silently. A frown. Why would the daimyos hire the Akatsuki to deal with the Land of Waves? Could it be that the Land of Waves has far more cage-level fighters than it appears? Lord Raikage wants to know the intelligence on the Land of Waves. Exactly, please share it. The Akatsuki's principle is you get what you pay for. Intelligence of this level. Naruto shook his head. Will cost extra. Humph. AI snorted coldly, about to retort, when suddenly a series of urgent beeps were heard. You have a new text message. You have a new text message. The sudden notification interrupted the meeting agenda. The 5 Kage picked up their slug phones almost simultaneously, seeing a message. Slug Tech Radio sincerely invites all users to watch the Wavewind Joint Military Exercise. Click the link, recharge strength ninjutsu chakra, upgrade your slug phone to the 3G color screen version, and watch the live broadcast of the joint military exercise. Only Naruto among those present did not have a slug phone. Everyone assumed he had the little golden toad, so they didn't suspect anything. However, when he heard Wind Country, Naruto's expression turned strange. Because at the Wave Country Civilian Ninja Technical College, Deidara had filled out the registration form and was preparing for the interview for the explosion class. As soon as he pushed open the door, several teachers surrounded him. For Red Sun formation. The classroom was instantly sealed. Deidara looked at them in confusion. It's just an interview, why go this far? Zetsu, you're under arrest. The teachers revealed themselves all investigators from Wave Country. When did Wave Country and Wind Country plan to hold a joint military exercise? Activate it. Activate it for me. I want to see what's happening in Wind Country. Chio hurriedly input chakra to upgrade the slug phone. The black and white screen on its belly slowly transformed into color, and it calmly asked, "Dear user, would you like to upgrade to the 3G data plan? Only brank ninjutsu chakra per month required to enjoy." Seeing that Chio had upgraded her slug phone and activated the live stream AI, and Anoki abandoned the idea of paying for their own upgrades and quietly moved behind Chio to watch the small screen in her hand. Tsunade and Terumi picked up their own slug phones. They had already upgraded. On the screen, the first thing to appear was a port in Wind Country. This port had previously been leased by Gaara to Wave Country for operation, but now Ebizo and his puppet corps had taken it back and Ebizo's faction was stationed there. The interview scene was on a Wave Country warship. Seeing this, Chio panicked. When did Wave Country's warship sail into Wind Country's port? Wind Country absolutely did not invite Wave Country for a joint exercise. This is an invasion, Chio exclaimed. So how is this military exercise actually conducted? Let's interview General Kaisha, the plenipotentiary ambassador from Wave Country to Wind Country, governor of the Wind Country, Guardian Sacred Mountain Project, commander of the Wave Wind Joint Exercise, and a Navy admiral of commoner origin. A young Uchiha Shin dressed as a reporter raised a microphone and walked up to Kaisha in the sea breeze. Kaisha, brimming with confidence, wore the latest version of chakra armor and spoke with his helmet in hand. Wave Country is mainly responding to the invitation of Kazakage Garasama to demonstrate Wave Country's determination to protect free trade and to carry out a targeted strike against a small group of criminals within Wind Country who deliberately sabotage engineering projects. This time we will show our determination and power to escort free trade. Kaisha waved his hand. Visual aiming, free fire. At Kaisha's command, the chakra artillery soldiers of the Yellow Turban Army quickly formed groups of 3 lining up behind the gun mounts on the ship's railing. The chakra cannons mounted on Wave Country's warships consisted of crystal release scopes, chakra crystal time-space gun mounts, and ammunition magazines for explosive tags. 1 for observation, 1 for operation, and 1 for loading, all in orderly fashion. The armor on Kaisha was a scientific ninja tool based on Orochimaru's idea of mechanical Naruto driven by chakra, and its design referenced the chakra armor of Snow Country. Unfortunately, the Kage watching the video couldn't grasp the details. They only noticed that the chakra artillery soldiers on the ship were clearly civilians lacking sufficient chakra. A bunch of civilians. Chio sighed in relief, looking like she was waiting for a show. I'd like to see what a bunch of civilians who can't even release a drank jutsu can do. Chio feigned indifference but resolved in her heart to keep Gaara far away from the people of Wave Country. All along, Sunegaku's attitude toward Gaara had been ambiguous. The reason Gaara became Kazekage was twofold. First, Sunegaku truly lacked talented individuals, and only Gaara had the ability. Second, Sunegaku didn't want Gaara to lose control, so they hoped to restrict him with heavy administrative duties and monitor him closely. Who would have thought that Gaara would actually gather a group of low-level ninjas and sign various aid projects with Wave Country, genuinely trying to make a difference? If Gaara got out of control, that would be disastrous. From 2 kilometers away, the Wave Country artillery launched a volley of explosive tags. In an instant, a rain of burning explosive tags fell over the entire port. Boom! A volley of explosive tags turned the entire port into a sea of fire. However, this was only the beginning. As if to demonstrate power, the barrage of explosive tags lasted a full quarter of an hour. Huge dazzling flames continued to flash, and massive dust mushroom clouds rose one after another. When the smoke and dust cleared, all the buildings within the port were reduced to powder, leaving only dense craters of various sizes on the ground. Under the dense bombardment, the puppet core ninjas at the epicenter were virtually annihilated without a trace. A few ninjas erected Earth Prison as a fortress to defend themselves, but were repeatedly battered by the shockwaves, bleeding from all 7 orifices, dying in horrific ways. The cage-level powerhouses sitting in the 5 Kage Summit meeting room knew that facing a carpet bombing of explosive tags, direct resistance was out of the question. They could only think about where to take cover. This level of power has already touched the realm of Kage. Don't forget, the artillery soldiers of Wave Country are all ordinary people. Watching the battlefield, A's eyes showed deep wariness. The only higher-level power would be massive destruction techniques like dust release, atomic dismantling, or Susanoo. Anoki's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Before Wave Country's cannons, any ordinary ninjutsu below the level of Kekkei Genkai has degraded from lethal technique to dance performance. Terumi Mei smiled bitterly. Are ninjas about to face the same decline as samurai? Terumi Mei's words darkened the face of Mifune, the leader of the samurai. However, as the Wave Country escort ship's operation deepened, a subtle change occurred on the battlefield. Report, General. Unidentified flying object detected. The artillery soldier Musashi ran up to Kaisha and reported. Anything entering the exercise area will be treated as an enemy. Kaisha raised his binoculars, spotted the large bird flying in the sky, and took out a summoning phone snake. Requesting naval and air support. Earth release squad explosive clay aircraft take off. In the sky, the real Daidara riding a giant explosive clay bird stared intently at the battlefield and shouted. Art is an explosion. Advanced art is explosion, explosion, explosion. Bigger explosions. More explosions. Humph. Idiot. We've been spotted. The Hiriko puppet behind Deidara warned angrily. We're here to catch the tailed beast. Not to watch explosions. Get out of here now. Since we're already here, I want to blow things up too. I want to compete with Wave Country's artillery squad. Deidara shouted, starting to knead clay in his hand. Just as he was getting into it, he turned around and couldn't help but curse. Baka. Copycat. Following Deidara's gaze, Hiriko turned and saw an explosive clay aircraft even larger than the giant bird they were riding speeding toward them. This aircraft with huge wings had a breathtaking speed. It rushed towards them like lightning and soon caught up with Deidara and Hiriko's giant bird. Explosive clay twin-wing bird. Deidara quickly released the twin-wing bird from his hand, hoping to bomb the enemy with its superior speed. However, as soon as Deidara released the twin-wing bird, he saw the enemy aircraft spread its wings and release a swarm of identical twin-wing birds from below, pouring in like locusts, darkening the sky and overwhelming him with no room to escape. Explosive clay twin-wing bird barrage. Boom. That day Deidara developed a phobia of insufficient firepower. Countless twin-wing birds slammed into the giant bird's massive body like raindrops, first producing a series of dull and heart-stopping collision sounds. Then a series of deafening explosions erupted in rapid succession. Each explosion seemed to tear the world apart, with flames soaring and smoke spreading. Deidara's pride, the giant clay bird, couldn't last a single round. Its wings were blown off, and like a kite with its strings cut, it lost control in the air, wobbled and plunged straight down at an alarming speed, crashing heavily into a desolate desert. With a loud crash, a bottomless crater appeared on the ground, dust flying in all directions. Damn copycat, you've made Deidara-sama furious. Covered in dust, Deidara struggled to get up, but a lightning-infused Chidori blade stabbed his shoulder. With intense flashes of lightning, Deidara collapsed and convulsed on the spot. Worthless. The Hiriko operated by Sasori had just turned around when he saw Deidara foaming at the mouth, his entire repertoire of explosive clay abilities sealed off. Sasori looked up and saw a Sharingan flare up. A time-space ninjutsu fluctuation rose from Hiriko's body, and a cluster of red flames like an unshakable curse shot straight toward his puppet core. In an instant, Sasori lost contact with his 100 or so puppets. Red Amaterasu. Are you Zhao Xin? That's right. Zhao Xin landed before the two, smiling. In the name of art, I offer you two a chance to surrender. Art. You a copycat dare to speak of art? Deidara cursed from the ground, only to receive a double-strength lightning release electrotherapy. Inside Hiriko, Sasori remained vigilant. I admit the armor on that Wave Country Navy Admiral has a bit of creativity, but only a bit. If you're planning to preach about overthrowing oppression or eliminating exploitation, spare us. Deidara yelled. You're just a politician, not an artist. You can never understand us. Pa. You call yourselves artists? Zhao Xin sneered. With all due respect, your art is just the blind arrogance of self-satisfied amateurs. It neither touches the vastness of the universe nor moves the hearts of the masses. What kind of art is that? You. What do you know? Art is explosion. Explosion. Do you even know what explosion is? Zhao Xin scoffed. Wave Country's artillery force has no shortage of explosions. The nuclear power plant in Wave Country has even bigger explosions, and the Wave Country Research Institute is studying the super huge Big Bang. You're full of it. Humph. Heavy particle mode. Zhao Xin's eyes flashed, and a burst of aura radiated from him. Deidara instantly shut up. Deidara gave an awkward smile. So Naruto's nuclear fusion Rasengan was learned from you. You should have said so earlier. Without hesitation, Zhao Xin activated Red Amaterasu and glared at Deidara. Dojutsu Tsukuyomi. After a moment, Deidara's eyes became much clearer. He touched his forehead and said, In the Tsukuyomi space, Lord Xin pressed my forehead and made me learn the nuclear fusion formula. I realized that compared to a nuclear fusion explosion like the Tsar Bomba, my Garuda is just a slightly bigger firework. How embarrassing. By the way, old man Anoki's dust release still has potential. I've decided to sneak back to Iwagakure, learn dust release, and start with atomic-level explosions. With my talent, not to mention atomic dismantling, even boundary dismantling will be within my reach. From now on, I will liberate and develop productive forces relying on the technology of the ninja world to achieve nuclear fission and fusion and aim for gravitational explosions. Sooner or later I will achieve the Big Bang. I, Deidara, am the god of creation. Deidara laughed wildly with hands on his hips, then turned to look at Sasori. Sasori, however, had a dazed look as if lost in another world. Did he also fall under Tsukuyomi? This is a technique I designed especially for Sasori called Limited Tsukuyomi Ghost in the Shell. In the ethereal song, Karakuri no Yuta, puppet ballad, Sasori was drawn into a Tsukuyomi illusion called Ghost in the Shell. In the illusion, when Sasori woke up, he was submerged in the nutrient solution for prosthetic body modification, feeling a darkness, the terror of near death. Different from the ninja world, in this strange world the network based on communication was vast, blurring the boundary between virtual and reality. Here Sasori was called Motoko Kusanagi, the agent leader of Public Security Section 9, a full-body cyborg except for her brain. This matched the situation of Sasori in the ninja world, a living human puppet. Sasori almost forgot he was Sasori, thinking he was Motoko Kusanagi. But while being Motoko Kusanagi, Sasori Motoko found that she had no sensations, no emotions, and had forgotten all feelings like a completely lifeless robot. Motoko Kusanagi loved diving. Only by repeatedly diving to the bottom, recalling the moment she woke up from the night of prosthetic surgery, touching the boundary between life and death in the darkness, and experiencing the fear of dying, could she feel that she was still alive, that she was not a puppet. Just as a complete person is composed of various parts, and each part must be remarkably different to form a uniquely distinct individual. A face different from others, an unconscious tone of voice, the palm of the hand seen upon waking from a dream, childhood memories, future fate, and the ocean of information my cyberbrain touches. All these things have given birth to me. The sublimation of individual consciousness allows me to realize my own existence, but it also confines me within self. Perhaps Motoko Kusanagi died long ago, and the current me is merely a virtual personality constructed from a prosthetic body and a cyberbrain. Perhaps the real me never existed. Sasori couldn't tell whether this was said by Motoko Kusanagi or by himself. Or perhaps Sasori was Motoko Kusanagi. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreamed of Zhuangzhou. At that moment Sasori's self will finally surfaced. When I completed my human puppet transformation, did I still exist? Was the eternal art I pursued actually death? Sasori thought the illusion would end there. However, Motoko Kusanagi encountered a puppet named 2501 which was being hunted by the entire world. Not because 2501 was guilty but because its consciousness belonged to the puppet master, a life form, born from the ocean of information. Motoko Kusanagi heard the puppet master's voice. You and I are like seeing through a mirror. What we see is nothing but illusion and mist. The ocean of information can actually give birth to life. Motoko was astonished. Though called a life form, the puppet master was not satisfied. Although I call myself a life form, I am far from complete. For some reason my system still lacks basic life functions such as the ability to die and reproduce. Even if I can replicate myself infinitely, a single virus could completely destroy me. Merely copying cannot produce variation and individuality. For survival and for the balance between species, life has always been constantly reproducing and evolving, with cells repeatedly undergoing death and regeneration. For true continuation and eternity, the puppet master chose complete death, merging its consciousness with Motoko Kusunagi's. It was both death and rebirth. Everything ended. Sasori slowly awoke, his eyes completely changed. Is this the ninja world? Sasori, are you okay? Deidara asked in confusion. Sasori shook his head, awakening from nearly blurred self-awareness. After staring at Deidara for a moment, he slowly shed the Hiriko puppet and bowed to Zhao Xian. Lord Xian, I am willing to abandon all my puppets and merge into your god tree, becoming your network data hub, swimming in the ocean of information. What? Sasori, you're insane. Eternity is death and death is rebirth. Sasori's eyes burned with red flame. At that moment his art and Deidara's became unified. Life is a Big Bang. Really? You truly think so? I will create life in the infinite Tsukuyami world. Just as Deidara was delighted, Sasori's puppet body began to slowly sprout step by step, entering the Kamui dimension, grafting onto the god tree's body, merging with the mini-god tree. After a single volley from the Wave Country warships, order was suddenly restored in Sunagakure. The colossal one-tailed Shikaku carrying Gaara on its back in a fawning manner awaited the warship's arrival at the harbor. Not long ago, on the Gobi Desert, where Temari Kankuro and other members of the secret society known as the Gaara faction gathered, an entire crop of enhanced Little Genius wristbands sprouted overnight. These Little Genius wristbands came preloaded with high-capacity chakra crystals, enabling even the chakra workers under the Gaara faction to unleash jutsu on a massive scale. Overnight, the Gaara faction's power swelled. They backed Gaara in restoring order, purging the Ebizo faction that had attempted to embezzle Wave Country's aid funds, and declared Chiyo a wanted fugitive across the entire shinobi world. Meanwhile, Sunagakure announced that given the daimyo's unilateral breach of the One Village One Country agreement, it would reconsider its relationship with the Wind Country. Chiyo, who was attending the meeting in the Iron Country, was instantly stunned. Here I am representing Sunagakure in the summit, and I've already become a fugitive. Everything happened so fast that Chiyo didn't even have a chance to accuse Naruto of secretly sending Deidara and Sasori to stir trouble in the Wind Country. Damn it. Slammed his fist on the table. Is Sunagakure rebelling? They want to overturn the One Village One Country system. Some people started the rebellion against Suna first. Tsunade shot a glance at Chiyo and sneered. If you ask me, abolishing that system isn't necessarily a bad thing. What? The entire 5 Kage Summit Assembly was taken aback. Pointed at Tsunade incredulously. Do you even know what you're saying? This is the system your grandfather established. So what? It was meant to end war, but it failed to stop the First, Second, and even the Third Shinobi World War. Tsunade smashed her fist on the conference table, producing an even louder noise than A's. My clan. My love. They all died because of this damned One Village One Country system. Konoha's shinobi have had enough. We want peace. We want money. Standing behind Tsunade, Kakashi silently muttered to himself, and then spend it in the gambling den's right. Big-chested and brainless. Tsunade. Aren't you afraid Wave Country's cannons will turn on Konoha? As far as I know, Wave Country has never launched an aggressive expansion. Tsunade sneered. Drop the enormous military burden of the Fire Country. What Wave Country has, Konoha will have sooner or later. Blasphemy. Blasphemy. Without the daimyo, how can a shinobi village survive? You've got it backwards. Tsunade rose and Kakashi quickly draped the Hokage robe over her shoulders. It's the daimyo who should be worried about survival now. Konoha had been profoundly influenced by Wave Country. Compared to the experimental zone of Tanzaka Street, which had been left to grow wildly with large strides and chaotic directions. Konoha, under Tsunade's support, had steadily and solidly completed its transformation and generational shift. Kakashi and Sasuke, the spokespersons for Wave Country's scientific ninja tools, gradually opened up sales channels across the 5 great nations, amassing wealth and hinting at the revival of their clans. The Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, the Ino-Shikacho trio, relied on the mines under Sunagakure's control to sell Wind Country raw materials in bulk to Wave Country, becoming full-fledged compradors. The Akimichi clan, through cooperation with Wave Country and supply chain management, successfully transformed into the pre-made military rations joint stock company, becoming a grain merchant with influence across the 5 great nations. The Inuzuka clan, supported by Wave Country's hybrid breeding technology, developed various specialized types of ninja dog. Inuzuka Kiba even boldly proposed during cooperation with the Wave Country Research Institute that the Ninetails was also a canine, and in the future they could consider breeding ninja dogs containing Ninetails bloodline. Tsunade herself quietly took Shizen and Sakura as disciples, established the Konoha Medical Research Institute, and collaborated with Wave Country's biochemical lab to develop high-value medical products such as cosmetic surgery, anti-aging services, and skincare retail. Thus Konoha had long since shifted from a military-industrial complex to a financial conglomerate, losing interest in the arms race. As for the daimyo, after the cannon fire in the Wind Country, Tsunade finally saw through it all. What are shinobi in the eyes of the daimyo? Less than dogs. Take this 5 Kage summit. A bunch of daimyo actually tried to fob off the mission funds that rightfully belonged to the villages as payment for sending shinobi to fight Wave Country. If Zhao Xin were here, he would definitely show Tsunade the original plot. In the original story, while the 5 Kage were meeting, the 5 daimyo were also meeting, discussing what rewards to give the shinobi after the war. Their conclusion: hand out some medals, it's cheap. Every time she recalled her past attitude toward the daimyo, Tsunade felt something was off. Before Wave Country's emergence, shinobi's mind seemed stamped with an ideological steel plate. Knowing full well the daimyo treated them as less than human, despite their own martial power far surpassing mortals, they still held the daimyo and nobles high, not daring to harbor a single disloyal thought. It was only after Wave Country's bombardment and Sunageku's defiance of the daimyo that Tsunade was finally jolted awake. So Wave Country's cannon fire wasn't aimed at the Wind Country. It was aimed at the one village, one country system. Zhao Xin, that cannon shot was well fired. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. Heaven rewards diligence. Under the influence of your thought disseminator, Tsunade ignites the flame of hope. Your dojutsu power increases. My thought disseminator. Sasuke. Or Kakashi. Now this is interesting. Far away in the Wind Country, Zhao Xin, recalling that Tsunade was still at the 5 Kage summit, turned his attention to the blonde brat beside him. Daidara, here's a poverty alleviation plan for Iwagakure. It's yours. From today onward, Konoha indefinitely withdraws from the 5 Kage summit. Tsunade walked out of the conference room, casting a glance toward the direction of Naruto, and reminding him, Mr. Mifune, a word of advice, he is not the Naruto I know. Damn it. So Konoha was already a traitor. Chio couldn't help but point at Tsunade and shout. Tsunade dismissed her words with contempt. Times have changed, old woman. Old woman. Anoki was about to explode when his slug phone suddenly rang. He answered it, and an arrogant male voice came through. Old man. You dead or not? Idiot. Deidara. Hearing the familiar voice, Anoki was both surprised and delighted. His back pain vanished. Brad, after all these years, the IWA you still haven't managed to kill you. Yeah. Deidara-sama has found a way. I'm coming back to Iwagakure to make everyone rich. You gonna give me a chance or not? It's not that simple unless you believe me. I'll elope with Kuratsuchi right now. She's been wanting to ride my giant bird for ages. Next year I'll bring little Deidara back. Blonde brat. You wait. Don't think I'm too old to lift a sword. The old man is heading back to Iwagakure now. Either you earn your place on your own merits, or I'll string you up and beat you for a whole day. Muttering curses, Inoki, right under everyone's noses, slipped away with his bodyguard Kitsuchi. Stared blankly at the scene, then turned to Materumi, who awkwardly stepped back while holding her slug phone. I just received word the Six-Tails Jinchuriki is being chased by an unknown force and is seeking asylum in Wave Country. In the blink of an eye, the 5 Kage summit only had AI and the enigmatic Schwanwa Mingren. Facing this situation, Mingren instead said with a relaxed expression, if the major hidden villages no longer support the system of one village per country, then Kumogakure could consider taking on all missions from the 5 great nations. Wouldn't that be splendid to leap to become the foremost of the 5 great hidden villages? Humph. You think I don't want to? AI said helplessly. Kumogakure simply didn't have the capability to take missions within the 5 great nations. Okay. Thinking of this, AI couldn't help but mock. The Akatsuki organization sure has a clever scheme, ostensibly assassinating the cage level of the Land of Waves for the 5 nations daimyo, but who knows what they're plotting behind the scenes. I strongly suspect the Akatsuki is trying to collect the tailed beasts. Chien Dai narrowed her eyes. The one chasing the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, could it be an Akatsuki member? In that case, the last appearance above the Wind Country battlefield might not be to join the battle. Perhaps he's after the one-tailed Jinchuriki wa AI Luo. AI looked warily at Mingren. Even 1 Ninetails isn't enough for you. What are you planning? Humph. Absolute nonsense. The 5 great nations are short-sighted. Just wait to be overthrown by the Land of Waves. Baiju disguised as Mingren stood up and strode out, unwilling to stay in the Land of Iron for a moment longer. Before coming, Ju had thought this would be a feast of the 5 great nations dividing the Land of Waves, but how in the blink of an eye were the 5 great nations on the verge of collapse? He had originally planned to have De La disguised self-detonate, signaling the start of the 4th Great Ninja War. At the same time, he would let Mingren's forces bear the brunt while he calmly collected the tailed beasts and cultivated new Dai Tu and Changmen in the process. But now everything collapsed. How about summoning Ban with the impure world reincarnation first, and then discuss? Zhu took stock and realized he had squandered most of the assets Ban left behind. All he had left were Ban's corpse and 2 Rinnegan. After pondering, Zhu thought of a suitable candidate. That guy Beilu, who has already collected 4 types of Kekiai Genkai. He'll be sufficient as a vessel for Ban's impure world reincarnation. Wind Country, the foundation site of the Sacred Mountain of National Protection Project. Shikaku of the Sand transformed into a pitiful, small, and helpless kitten cowering at Wei Luo's feet. Standing opposite Wei Luo was Zhao Xian, his gaze burning. Lord Xian, I admit that the whole mating with the Ninja Cat clan thing was a joke. The Land of Waves didn't force me. That's right. Since you claim the Land of Waves forced you to mate with the Ninja Cat clan, if we don't use you for mating, wouldn't that make us liars? Zhao Xian grinned fiercely, approaching the pleading Shikaku. Regarding your request, the Land of Waves Research Institute, after careful study and simulations by Sia's artificial intelligence through multiple infinite Tsukuyami worlds, has found a practical plan. For the reproduction of the Shikaku clan, the future will be left to male Shikaku and female Shikaku. Zhao Xian said with a grin, looking at the paper-thin Shikaku, and laughed. Summoning Baiju. A Baiju tightly bound with sealing techniques landed in the center of the arena. It was the same Baiju that had previously disguised as Dida Law and intruded into the Land of Waves. Zhao Xian picked up the Baiju and used Amaterasu to erase the will belonging to Baiju within it. Afterward, Zhao Xian activated the transmission technique and sent a command to Xia at the core of the divine tree. Prepare to initiate the Baiju resource utilization experiment. Sync the results to Dishi Xian. Yes, your will. Xia's consciousness floated within the divine tree, constantly adjusting data. Phantom Dragon 9 seals cut. Zhao Xian reached out with a grin, and Shikaku obediently allowed itself to be lifted by the scruff of the neck. No. Please. The moment it was lifted, Shikaku realized with terror that its will, along with a small amount of chakra, had lost connection with its original body. In the next instant, Shikaku was sucked into the miniature divine tree within the Kamui dimension. Oro-Kimura-style modification technique, Ninja Cat gene injection. Yin-Yang release spirit possession assimilation incomplete spirit download technique. Lord Xian. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Huh. Shikaku looked up and found Zhao Xian pressing a hand on its forehead. From today onward, you are the progenitor of the Catgirl clan. Go seek seeds from the Ninja Cat clan. Zhao Xin's tone was gentle and compassionate, his gaze vast and bright, as if he were entrusting Shikaku with an exceedingly noble mission. Meow. My body. Shikaku found in horror that it had a human form, but with cat ears and a tail. And what was this large lump on its chest? Meanwhile, Xia, monitoring the data changes, sent back a message. The virtual consciousness download experiment based on the divine tree infinite Tsukuyami is a success. Under conditions where the infinite Tsukuyami world has zero verisimilitude, we can explore the descent of virtual consciousness into reality based on the Baiju resources. Watching the catgirl Shikaku, who still didn't know what had happened, Zhao Xian was extremely excited. Not excited because he had created a catgirl, but excited because the demonic statue of the outer path still contained 100,000 Baiju. Not 100,000 Baiju, but 100,000 steadfast crimson warriors. Xia, initiate multiple Tsukuyami and formulate the anti-Black Jew plan. Stared at by Zhao Xin's burning gaze, the catgirl Shikaku knelt on the spot with a thud and kowtowed. Lord, please just let me be a tailed beast. Too late. Zhao Xian spread his hands, leaving the catgirl Shikaku aside, and together with Wei Luo and Kai Sha began arranging the division of the tailed beasts, and the work related to the Sacred Mountain of National Protection Project. Lord. Daddy. Please. I don't want to mate with ninja cats. The catgirl Shikaku, worried about its future, relentlessly pursued Zhao Xian. Enough. Annoyed, Zhao Xian, seeing that the time was right, used infinite Tsukuyami to pull the catgirl Shikaku into the body of the divine tree, turning it into a Baiju, extracting the consciousness of Shikaku of the Sand, reverting it to its tailed beast form, and tossing it into the temporary habitat of the Shikaku clan. Shikaku of the Sand stepped joyfully into the habitat, but in an instant it was beaten black and blue by a combined attack from the male and female Shikaku, and then driven out. A great disgrace, a great disgrace. I, Lord Shikaku, am no neutered cat. Shikaku raged in vain. Now the Shikaku in the habitat had been divided into males and females under the mature-tailed beast division plan. Unfortunately, the original Shikaku lacked reproductive capability, essentially making it a neutered cat, directly demoted to the bottom of the Shikaku clan's contempt chain. Faced with bullying from his own kind, he felt deeply ashamed, and eventually, after wandering around, he came to Wei Luo and said, I don't care. You were my Jinchuriki, so you have to take responsibility for me till the end. You can't abandon me. Not unless you split the position of Kazakage with me. We merely terminated our Jinchuriki relationship, it's not a divorce. Wei Luo, being the Kazakage, was still emotionally stable and spoke methodically. Meow howl. How is it not a divorce? Sho, he shrieked. The way Sunigakure forced us to merge back then was nothing but an arranged marriage. You are a tailed beast, not a woman. How can you describe our pure Jinchuriki relationship as an arranged marriage? Wai Luo began to lose his composure. How dare you assume my gender? I am a cat girl. You must give women preferential treatment. Sho, he slammed back into her catgirl form and punched Wai Luo hard in the chest. The force of Shohei's punch was so fierce that Wai Luo saw stars. Helpless for the stability of Sunigakure, he had no choice but to merge with Shohei, again granting her half the position of Kazekage. Lord Xian Sunigakure has fired the first shot to bury the one village one country system. What's next? Shall we march on the daimyo's mansion? Looking at the enthusiastic and thriving Sunigakure, Wai Luo felt hopeful about the future yet also uneasy. Since we have fired the first shot, we must abandon illusions and fight to the end. Marching on the daimyo's mansion is merely a natural progression, not the ultimate goal. Zhao Xian activated the red Amaterasu and advised Wai Luo, as you said, our goal is to bury the one village one country system. This is not a problem that can be solved by killing one or two daimyo. It requires the vast ninja populace to see a better alternative, to feel innate disgust whenever they think of this wretched system. What you must do is to advance steadily, mobilize the masses within Sunigakure's sphere, expose the ugly faces of the ruling clique led by the daimyo, punish the corrupt gentry, eradicate aristocratic forces, carry out land reform, plant trees, and improve the ecological environment, so that the people of the Wind Country can truly feel the change. The eyes of the masses are sharp. Between Wai Luo, who brings benefit to the Wind Country, and the daimyo, who exploits its people, I believe they will make the right choice. As for assistance from the Yellow Turban International, the Slug phone will soon be upgraded to 4G and a 1,000 yuan contract phone will be launched. Scorpion-style tree-distributed servers can be deployed per village, embedded with space-time ninjutsu and chakra crystal switches. Zhao Xian never forgot his original intention upon arriving in the ninja world. The Scorpion-style distributed servers are designed to enable communication for even chakraless people. Meanwhile, the Slug phone will gradually open online shopping functions, a tailor-made solution for targeted poverty alleviation in the Wind Country. By now, Xia had become the Divine Tree server. His 100-puppet maneuverability expanded thousands of times over, making communication in the Wind Country a trivial matter. My personal suggestion: the Wind Country has a long history of puppetry with deep accumulations in ninjutsu programming. You might try early positioning in the software industry and convenient puppet industry. Zhao Xian patted Wai Luo on the shoulder and encouraged him. I have high hopes for you. Go ahead and do it. The future of the Wind Country is bright. Yes, leader. Lord Xian, according to multiple simulations of the controlled variable limited Tsukuyomi, the best version of the anti-Heiju plan is to make no plans, only surveillance. Xia's consciousness came from within the Divine Tree, surprising Zhao Xian. Heaven Rewards Diligence, your Digitsu limited Tsukuyomi has birthed a new branch, simulated life. Why? The only difficulty in solving Heiju's problem lies in his concealment. With the promotion of the Slug phone and the Summoning Snake phone, it will become increasingly hard for Heiju to hide. Heiju's power lies in the 100,000 Baiju and his killing move, resurrecting Kagaya through mental assimilation of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. His plan has many steps and many variables. First, Heiju must find a suitable vessel for the Rinnegan, control the Gato statue, and the 100,000 Baiju. There are still many candidates for this. Candidates include Uzumaki, Naruto, Hyuga, Niji, Sasuke, Karen, Otsutsuki, Tonari, and Kabuto. With the Yellow Turban International's capability, surveillance is entirely sufficient. Second, Heiju needs to collect all 9-tailed beasts. Given the current state of the ninja world, this is an impossible task. Third, Heiju hopes to resurrect Madara with Rinne Tensei. That is sacrificing the owner of the Rinnegan while transferring the 10 tails. To achieve this, even with mental fusion jutsu, the Rinnegan's new owner must have a higher trust in Heiju than Nagato had to prevent Nagato from resurrecting Yahiko again. This too is an impossible task. You only need to secure your base, methodically carry out the ninja revolution, constantly shrink Heiju's options, and thus eliminate the possibility of improbable events. After hearing Xia's analysis, Zhao Xian smiled awkwardly. So I've become that specter without even trying. Wave Country. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki Yugao was resting in a guarded inn. During his wanderings in the Water Country, he encountered the immortal duo fleeing onto a merchant ship bound for the Wave Country and arriving at its port. Baka, the mission difficulty has increased. That Zetsu bastard needs to pay more. At the port, a disguised Kakuzu cursed loudly. Kakuzu and Haiden had taken this mission entirely because Zetsu was willing to pay. That's right. You're the one who fought Hashirama Senju without losing. Your appearance fee shouldn't be so low. Haiden's tone was unreadable, whether praise or mockery. I hate this place. Standing here brings back bad memories. What memories? Don't tell me it's Hashirama Senju. Haiden's words made Kakuzu's face darken. He snorted and fell silent. I hate it here too. It's just like Yugakure, filled with false peace. Numb happiness. Shameless prosperity. Haiden, stirred to his core, began to vent violently. I will spread death and pain here. Praise be to Lord Zhao Xin. Kakuzu sensed something amiss and warned coldly. Focus on the mission. Don't cause trouble for no reason. TCH. The 5-5-open ninja god Lord Kakuzu, are you scared? Ridiculed back and forth, Kakuzu's killing intent flickered. But there was no way. He couldn't kill Haiden. Kakuzu suppressed his anger and prepared to lodge at the inn where Yugao was staying. Stop. Accept the security check. A yellow turban soldier in Investigation Bureau uniform blocked Kakuzu. Kakuzu's expression changed slightly, and then he heard the soldier shout. Enemy attack. The yellow turban flashed with lightning in his hand, Chidori blade thrust straight at Kakuzu's heart. Who else could it be but Uchiha Zero? Unfortunately, his opponent was Kakuzu. His body was pierced through on the spot, yet Kakuzu showed no reaction. A gentle breeze passed, and one could see at the wound site countless black thread-like strands moving beneath the skin, rapidly stitching the torn body back together. Heaven rewards the diligent. You have obtained 6 tails chakra and your divine tree's completeness has increased. Heaven rewards the diligent. You have observed the forbidden art of Dunu, and you have recorded the Dunu art. Zhao Xian remained in Bozigo, but his gaze had already turned toward the battlefield. Wind-style pressure. Seeing that he had been exposed, Jiao Du no longer bothered to conceal his traces. The Dunu wind mask monster flew off his shoulder, releasing a high-pressure wind sphere that instantly created a vortex of great storm on the streets of Bozigo. The blast scattered in all directions, blowing sand and stones into the air as the ground cracked over a wide area. Jiao Du shrieked. Retreat! For Black Snake Formation! Jiao Du's vision went black, and black barrier walls rose on all sides. At the 4 corners of the formation stood a young yellow-turbaned soldier, clearly a shadow clone of the youth before him. The youth's face had a serpentine cast, and serpent-shaped earrings hung from his ears. What are you looking at? Never seen a telephone snake headset before. Yuzibo Ling interrupted Jiao Du's stray thoughts. Jiao Du's heart sank. Damn. He's coming for me. No martial ethics. Ambushing a 91-year-old veteran. Meanwhile, Fei Duan saw the crisis, but instead of abandoning Jiao Du, he shouted. I shall aid you. Summoning. Fei Duan's expression was utterly frenzied as he dispelled the genjutsu on him. He summoned his personal weapon, the bloody scythe, and hurled it out with a long chain trailing behind, seemingly preparing to cause a great massacre on the streets of Bozigo. However, the moment the scythe was flung, a decapitating carving knife descended from the sky. Clang. The scythe clashed with the blade, and Fei Duan retracted his weapon, seeing a white-haired youth standing in the middle of the road. Who are you? A concerned passerby, Jun Ma Lu. Fei Duan was astounded. Did even a random concerned passerby in Bozigo possess such strength? Jun Ma Lu shook his shoulder, and a chakra metal short sword grew out from his flesh. Fei Duan, the Jashin cultist, right. I read your file. Come on, let's see who has stronger vitality. Fei Duan sensed trouble. Jiao Du was already numb. As a Loki immortal, Jiao Du never confronted his enemies head-on. Having 5 lives was good, but he still needed to survive. If he encountered an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, like the ninja god who could take away 10 lives with a single slap, he would rather flee as far as possible. Jiao Du had overheard the exchange between Fei Duan and Jun Ma Lu. Without a second thought, he knew Bozigo was fully aware of his territory. What kind of dragon's den is this Bozigo? Jiao Du suddenly realized. No wonder Gui Jiao had to sacrifice Seihata's eggs to escape. Inside the 4 Black Snake Formation, Yuzibo Ling calmly equipped his scientific ninja tools and raised his hand toward Jiao Du. Scientific lightning-style Chidori blade barrage. Scientific wind-style Raisin Shuriken barrage. In an instant, lightning flooded the entire 4 Black Snake Formation as Raisin Shurikens howled, spinning and slicing. Jiao Du struggled to gather chakra, about to launch a counterattack with a suitable jutsu, when suddenly his entire body sagged. In that moment, all 5 hearts stopped at once. Jiao Du convulsed in agony, coughing up blood as his jutsu was interrupted. He barely managed to shout. You have no martial ethics. You poisoned the formation. Then he was overwhelmed by a barrage of lightning and wind blades. Indeed, the 4 Black Snake Formation was perfectly tailored against Jiao Du. Snake venom was exceptionally effective on blood and nerves, and the Dunu arts touched upon both. Boom, boom, boom. The formation was rocked by successive explosions, leaving the ground riddled with craters. Jiao Du, who seemed utterly mangled and dead beyond recovery, suddenly sat bolt upright. After a piercing scream, one mask shattered and countless black tentacles erupted from Jiao Du's body, turning him into a ball of black tentacles. The 4 masks drifted in the air before slowly retracting, and the mass of black tentacles writhed and reformed, eventually coalescing back into a human shape. Let me out. Dunu final shot. Yuzibo Ling's first wave of attacks had already destroyed Jiao Du's Earth Release Heart. Jiao Du only wanted to escape. He hastily gathered the 3 Dunu wind, fire, and lightning masked monsters onto his right arm, continuously charging energy while aiming at the ceiling barrier, preparing to fire a terrifying chakra cannon. If that blast landed, Jiao Du felt he had a good chance of breaking through the formation and escaping. On the other side of the battlefield, Yuan Ma Lu wielded a chakra metal bone short sword and as if dancing clashed with Fei Duan in the center of the continent. The short sword and the three-pronged sides sent sparks flying. Yuan Ma Lu's movements were exquisitely graceful, spinning and leaping without pause, forcing Fei Duan to retreat step by step, drawing him farther away from Jiao Du. Fei Duan howled in fury as chakra surged from his body like the steam of Tang Village's hot springs, bursting open his coat and leaving him only in trousers. Fei Duan stripped to his muscular upper body, and at some point he had drawn a circular array on the ground beneath him. With a short spear in one hand and the heavy bloody scythe in the other, his expression twisted as he pointed at Yuan Ma Lu. "I will kill you and offer you to Lord Jashin." "Bring it on." Yuan Ma Lu stood nonchalantly. He had certainly noticed that the bloody side had scraped off some of his blood, but the current Yuan Ma Lu had been infused with whirlpool bloodline and would release cells. The next second Yuan Ma Lu heard a maniacal neurotic voice shout, "Blood curse! Heaven rewards the diligent. You have observed the curse technique blood curse, and you have recorded blood curse. Your researcher title has taken effect. You have discovered the principle of Jashin." Splat! Fei Duan slashed his own body. Fei Duan's appearance had drastically transformed. His entire skin turned pitch black and skeletal white markings emerged on his body. Fei Duan descended into a state of frenzy. "I'll kill you first. Then I'll slaughter the whole street. Then the entire Bozigo. Slaughter. Slaughter everyone. Offer them all to Lord Jashin. Liars. All of you die." Then he saw Yuan Ma Lu's impassive gaze as if saying, "Is that all?" Fei Duan watched in horror as a bloody wound appeared on Yuan Ma Lu's chest, only to heal instantly. "What?" Standing within his array, Fei Duan snapped back to reality, a flicker of regret crossing his mind. He had never expected his opponent to be unafraid of injury. Gate of Scenery open. Morning Peacock. Yuan Ma Lu activated the 8 gates, opening straight to the 6th gate of Scenery. He turned into a beam of light. Focusing all his power into a single fist, he slammed it fiercely into Fei Duan's chest. Under that one blow, the rib markings on Fei Duan's chest shattered instantly. His entire chest caved and fractured, deformed and pulverized, with flesh and blood exploding. His head was sent flying into the air. In response, Yuan Ma Lu's chest also shuddered violently, but it regenerated seamlessly. "Fei Duan, you're too weak. And you call yourself immortal? Dead Bone Pulse Chakra Metal Willow Dance." Yuan Ma Lu gracefully drew his chakra metal bone blade and sliced Fei Duan's remaining legs into paper-thin pieces. As Haiden's flesh was continuously cut away, Kimimara's body repeatedly split and healed along with Haiden's. Adamantine sealing chains. Haiden's head suspended midair watched helplessly as he was carved into a limbless stump, only to be tightly bound by a torrent of adamantine chains. Severed from the evil god's seal, the death possession blood ended, and the evil god's backlash manifested upon Haiden's head. Instantly blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and he wailed incessantly. Having crushed Haiden, Kimimaro strode calmly through the crowd, catching up to the simple-minded Yugo, and together they headed to the Research Institute to clock in. Within the barrier, Kakuzu's chakra cannon finally finished charging and blasted forth. Summoning Rashomon. A Rashomon gate appeared perilously just in time to block Kakuzu's cannon barrel. "Damn it!" Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Rashomon gate shattered on the spot, but the cannon's power was reflected back. Wind, lightning, and fire release styles were unleashed in turn, and Kakuzu's body burst apart once more. His wind release heart collapsed. With Haiden sealed, having lost 2 hearts and his ultimate technique effortlessly broken, Kakuzu's momentum faltered again and again. Confronted with this situation, Kakuzu gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and instantly dropped to his knees. "Stop hitting me. I surrender." Why keep fighting? A single security check had already blown up 2 of his hearts. This was a den of dragons and tigers. Even with 9 lives it wouldn't be enough to waste. Regarding Kakuzu's surrender, Uchiha Ling did not let his guard down. He drew the mass-produced Samahata, a specialized tool for the Three Tails Isabis Jinchuriki, and pressed it onto Kakuzu's shoulder. Chakra absorption. As his chakra was extracted, Kakuzu's eyes rolled back and he instantly scattered into a mass of black threads on the ground. Once the 4 black serpents formation dissipated, Kakuzu saw a blonde-haired youth standing outside, eyes fixed on him with a menacing glare, black flames flickering in their gaze, a sight all too familiar. Amaterasu. Good thing I surrendered quickly. Unfortunately, even though Kakuzu had surrendered and his chakra was drained by Samahata, Uchiha Ling and Uzumaki Ling remained vigilant. The 2 joined their palms. Imyang released black rods. 1 rod each pierced Kakuzu's lightning and fire release hearts. Afterward, Uchiha Ling carefully attached explosive tags to Kakuzu's primary water release heart. "Take him away. Hand him over to the Sasori server for judgment." Within the Land of Wind, the Guardian Divine Mountain project was officially launched. The village hidden in the sand declared independence. The daimyo's authority crumbled. Oppressed farmers across the land rose in rebellion, and sand bandits emerged frequently. A man still wearing the attire of a Suna shinobi rode atop a giant spider puppet speeding along, and charged into the ruins of the Lulan kingdom. The moment the giant spider puppet stepped into Lulan, at its edge a spatial fluctuation flickered. The king of Tanzaka Street, Uzumaki Naruto, burst forth from the space-time ninjutsu position. His gaze swept coldly across the scene. Spotting the spider puppet, he abruptly spread his arms, unleashing a powerful chakra aura. 9 tails extended from behind him, forming a magnificent tailed beast cloak. Tailed beast ball. With a furious roar, a phantom of the 9 tails flashed. The black chakra sphere of fused yin-yang release crashed into the spider puppet. The tailed beast ball obliterated the spider puppet with irresistible force, causing a thunderous blast. The entire ancient ruins of Lulan trembled, sending countless rocks and dust flying into the air. When the dust settled, Naruto was astonished to find the spider puppet had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pile of shattered. However, after landing, the puppet's pilot showed no panic. He frantically tossed out large amounts of chakra crystals. In an instant, the spider puppet was repaired and once again stood before Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, I don't know why you're hunting me everywhere. But I do know this: I am Blockade, the most talented puppeteer in Suna. Even Sasori of the Red Sand is nothing compared to me. Ha! Blockade laughed heartily, rushed deep into the Lulan secret realm, and grabbed the kunai on the dragon vein seal. You'll never catch me. Embrace a new future. Naruto was clearly furious to the extreme. The meeting between Naruto and Minato Namikaze was not recorded in Konoha's mission files. Only through Sasuke's use of the great memory restoration technique on Akimichi, Choza, Aburame, Shibi, and Kakashi did Naruto learn that it was not his present self who had entered the past. Now someone was forcibly trying to break the seal, an act that defied him directly. Not to mention that this very person was Blockade, whom he had been secretly seeking. You think you can change history? Sage Art Wind Release Raisin Shuriken. Enraged, Naruto swung the spiraling shuriken and slammed it into Blockade's face. And him. Blockade's puppet body opened, revealing a sapling-shaped mechanical puppet, the very same scorpion-style distributed servers that had been sprouting all over the Land of Wind's control area. Boom! The dragon vein chakra reappeared in the world. Within the Kamui dimension, the enormous divine tree flower abruptly opened its eyes, projecting streams of data across the sky. Sasori's voice came through. Lord Xian. One scorpion-style clone server has lost contact. That clone server carries my consciousness. Clone it could cause immense variables. Detecting return dragon vein chakra and images. The clone server has been taken by Blockade to an unknown time. My data structure is beginning to collapse. I'm receiving a peculiar data stream. It seems to be a message not belonging to this world. Lord Xian, this data stream is denying your existence. Sasori server's primary directive is to obey your commands. The secondary directive is to maintain its own existence. It is speculated that this time-space is a past where you do not exist. Understood. Zhao Xian chuckled lightly. After all, he didn't exist in the past of the ninja world, nor did he exist in the main storyline, did he? During the synchronous retransmission of Sasori's data streams, Zhao Xin's pseudo-divine tree began to change. Heaven rewards diligence. You have obtained dragon vein chakra. Your divine tree has mutated. Heaven rewards diligence. The reality of an infinite world has increased. The roots of your divine tree have pierced through the time-space channel. The passage to the multiverse ninja world has been opened. Heaven rewards diligence. Your data center Sasori of the Red Sand has gained a new aberration direction. Skynet Scorpion. Heaven rewards diligence detected that the concept of Zhao Xian does not exist in the new world. Initiate the source code True Infinite Moonlight Plan Completion Experiment. Use this timeline's Obito to anchor the young Uchiha Obito from the time of the Ninja Academy. After that, Zhao Xian grabbed the white setsu that had been repeatedly used. Orokimura style modification art Uchiha Shin direction. Yin-Yang release mental download technique. Send me over. Heaven rewards diligence. Your existence begins to cover the multiverse ninja world. Zhao Xian recalled the plot of the Lost Tower and smiled slightly. Abandon her identity and join the people in resisting the capitalist Princess Sarah. Good stock. Incoming. Lin. In the dead of night, Uchiha Obito woke from a nightmare. Struggling, he turned on the light but found his vision blurry. Obito fumbled on the bed in panic, finally touching something all too familiar: glasses. Obito stumbled into the bathroom, switched on the light, and stared at the youthful face in the mirror with fully intact eyes. His breath hitched, and he stood frozen. This is me as a boy. I'm back. Kakashi. Lin. The young Obito burst out of the bathroom, madly dashed out of the Uchiha clan grounds, ran straight to the Hataki house, and kicked the door open. Kakashi. The young Kakashi irritably used the body flicker technique, appearing at his doorstep, and with a fierce leaf hurricane sent Obito flying. Damn it. We have training tomorrow. Yeah. I want to die. Kill me. Hurry. Hit me. Kill me the dead last. Idiot. Moron. Bastard. The foolish and evil Uchiha scum. With that, the young Obito, who had been satisfied after being kicked away by Kakashi, began to writhe on the ground in madness, and finally burst into tears. Are you sick? Kakashi adjusted his mask, walked over to Obito, and stared at him coldly, wondering what prank he was up to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But when Obito looked up, he was in tears. I tried 108,752 times. But I couldn't save Lin, not even once. It's all my fault. Damn. 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 The young Obito knelt on the ground, pounding the floor fiercely again and again until his hands were covered in blood, as if he had lost all sensation. The young Kakashi finally grew tense, but unfortunately he didn't know how to comfort others. Obito, did you have a nightmare? Yawning, Rin Nohara, who had somehow appeared at Kakashi's doorstep, crouched beside the young Obito and began to comfort him. Lin. The young Obito's madness abruptly ceased. Faced with Lin's outstretched hand, he quickly backed away, looking flustered and deeply guilty. Rin Nohara took the young Obito's hand. Your dream must have been terrible, right? Kakashi watched, his eyes lighting up. Is this how you win a girl's heart? The young Obito stared at Rin Nohara, sheepishly mumbling. No. It's not a nightmare. It's the future. The Third Shinobi World War is about to break out. Everyone. The young Obito dared not continue. TCH. Can't make up more. Thinking Obito was pulling some new prank, Kakashi turned and walked into the house, pointing at his door. Remember to pay for the damages. The young Obito nodded vigorously, pointing at Kakashi. Kakashi, from tomorrow I want you to train with me. No time. Go find Guy instead. Kakashi's voice came from inside. The young Obito had no choice but to turn to Rin Nohara. Lin, you believe me, right? Obito, I know Kakashi's excellence puts a lot of pressure on you. No. The young Obito pulled his hand away from Rin Nohara roughly. Seeing her startled expression, he quickly apologized. Sorry, I really might be under too much pressure. After seeing Rin Nohara home, Obito dazedly opened his door and fell into silence. The Third Shinobi World War hasn't started yet. I still have a chance to reverse everything. I need to train hard, improve myself, and strive to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. I will definitely save Lin. But is saving Lin enough? Uchiha Madara and Zetsu are in the shadows. The entire Uchiha clan will not be safe. Without Uchiha Obito, there will be Uchiha Daishure. The Night of the Nine Tails will happen again, and the teacher will surely die. The Uchiha clan will be suspected. After that, the Uchiha clan will be annihilated. Danzo, the third Hokage. And that ignorant Itachi. Itachi is still young, I have a chance to straighten him out. So we'll also have to straighten out Uchiha Shursui. As he thought, the young Obito's head grew more painful. What strange things are entering my mind? Skynet Naruto. What is Skynet? Doomsday War. The Fourth Shinobi World War. Nuclear Rasengan everywhere across the ninja world. No. It's Skynet Sasori. Wait, what is Skynet Sasori? A Terminator made of chakra, metal, skeleton, earth, grudge, blood vessels and nerves, and god tree flesh, capable of simulating all bloodline limits. It was leader Zhao Xin leading the Yellow Turban Army, all 6-pad sage level, who defeated Skynet and wrote the 3 laws into Skynet's core. I have arrived just in time. I will start a Konoha revolution. This time my Yellow Turban Obito will save everything. The young Obito, full of spirit, quickly composed himself, left the house, and rushed into the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu library, eagerly beginning to study puppet techniques, sealing techniques, and bloodline limit knowledge. Then, he discovered he was a poor student. Those complicated sealing formulas, complex puppet seals, repeatedly revised summoning contracts. The young Obito couldn't understand a single one. Really, is Zhao Xin the only one who can save the ninja world? The young Obito thought it over and suddenly thought of someone, Orochimaru. With the earthly curse seal, everyone can become a 6-pad sage. I can't do it, but that doesn't mean we can't do it together. Night on the streets of the city of Lulan. A flash of lightning passed, and a naked young man descended from the sky. His eyes spun like pinwheels as he scanned his surroundings and dashed into a clothing store. My name is Zhao Kai from New Ninja World Year 29 of the future. I am a loyal subordinate of Lord Zhao Xin, leader of the ninja resistance. After discovering that Skynet had sent a Sasori 800 model puppet to assassinate Lord Zin's mother, Empress Sarah, Lord Sasori ordered me to return to the present and find Sarah before the Sasori 800 does and save Sarah. Escort her to the land of waves. Zhao Kai changed his clothes, perked up, and suddenly heard a voice. Is that necessary? Kaori's Zhao right. You have to saddle me Zhao Xin with a father. Even if Sasori rose to the level of Skynet, he still can't escape that Japanese petty-mindedness. Zhao Kai looked up and saw a white-haired young man smiling at him. The Sharingan in his eyes blazed with fiery light like sunlight, dazzling yet incredibly alluring. Who else could it be but Zhao Xin, who led the resistance against Skynet in the future timeline? Seeing him, Zhao Kai was overjoyed. He stamped his foot and raised his hand. Hey, Lord Xin. Zhao Xian waved his hand and crimson Amaterasu invaded Zhao Kai's mind. Where there is oppression there is resistance. Zhao Xian comes from the masses goes to the masses. Without Zhao Xian you are Zhao Xian. Everyone is Zhao Xian. Here. Where is this place? Naruto rubbed his head waking from unconsciousness finding himself in a strange place hearing a fragmentary song drifting over. I accepted Granny Tsunade's mission to track the Suna missing Nin Makade here. To stop Makade from pulling out the ceiling kunai I was hit by a chakra torrent. Watch out. Get down. Mingren exclaimed in terror and instinctively dropped to the ground. He cast a panicked glance behind him only to see a red-haired ninja silently emerging from the earth. That red-haired ninja was none other than Shisha Jixia whom Mingren had fought not long ago in the Land of Rivers. From the direction where the voice had come a young girl agilely somersaulted out brandishing a double-barreled shotgun. Without hesitation she pulled the trigger aiming straight at the red-haired ninja. Accompanied by a harsh crackling sound a bolt of lightning streaked past Mingren's yellow hair like a flash striking the red-haired ninja precisely in the heart. Then with a deafening roar a massive surge of lightning erupted from the red-haired ninja's chest, instantly blasting him into pieces. Countless fragments of flesh and blood scattered everywhere as if the entire underground space was shrouded in that horrifying spectacle. Mingren shuddered from the sudden explosion, inwardly estimating that the power of her ninjutsu was almost on par with his spiral sphere. However, when Mingren looked again at the red-haired young man he widened his eyes in shock. It turned out that Mingren saw the skeleton within that puppet gleaming with a metallic luster appearing exceptionally hard and sturdy. The flesh on the puppet was a ghastly white like waxwood radiating a shimmering glow. Even more startlingly black lines were constantly tugging within the puppet's body, and the entire form was slowly reassembling it. Yeah. A puppet! Mingren was stunned, his hand resting on the chakra blade at his waist, uncertain whether to draw it or not. The chakra blade was clearly inadequate against those black lines. It's CA-800. Equipped with a chakra core and a bionic heart, you have to kill it twice. Once for the chakra crystal source core and once for the bionic DU heart. The girl pointed at the black heart of CA-800 that was thumping. Can you lend a hand? Mingren nodded. Split into two shadow clones, conjured a spiral sphere and pressed it onto CA-800's heart, shredding it into ashes. This puppet is a treasure trove, we can't waste it. The girl swiftly gathered the fragments on the ground, swept them into a garbage chute in the corner, and turned around. Only then did Mingren get a clear look at her. She had a delicate face but tied her hair in a neat ponytail, wearing the same style of jacket he had worn 3 years ago. Noticing Mingren's gaze, the girl removed her wrist guard and tossed it to him. Chakra blades are outdated. Use this. Shao Tiankai wrist guard manufactured by Lulan Industries. Mingren caught the wrist guard, examining its nameplate in confusion. You've never seen a Shao Tiankai wrist guard? Salah frowned. Did the ninja revolution fail? Or did it never happen? What ninja revolution? I don't understand a word. Where is this place? And what is this CA-800? The first question isn't important. For the second question you shouldn't ask where is this place but what year is this? What? As Mingren was taken aback, the girl pulled him out of the ground. The moment they jumped to the surface, Mingren's heart was struck as if by lightning. Rows upon rows of towering buildings, a ceaseless flow of vehicles, crowds of people coming and going. Mingren recalled the ruins from before and exclaimed, This is Lulan. Exactly. The girl smiled. Welcome to the Lulan Republic, boy from the future. You say I'm from the future. The girl chuckled softly, patted her own vest, and said with a grin, Lulan has long prepared every citizen to counter the Skynet's invasion of puppets. Every citizen has the duty to kill or capture Skynet puppets. The data from Skynet puppets is sent to the Lulan Data Center for analysis. So-called futures in our eyes are merely probabilistic observations. The future is just a probabilistic observation. You don't need to understand too much. All you need to know is that the Lulan Republic focuses on grasping the present. Salah smiled. The future has infinite possibilities, but the present is what we are experiencing now. What matters are our choices and our actions. Oh no, my brain is about to grow. Mingren, who only liked making spiral spheres, had never dealt with such matters, but he keenly caught some information. You mean you know who I am? Of course I do, Uzumaki Mingren. Salah chuckled lightly. You want to know the current era? I can give you a clue. A few days ago some ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village arrived here. Probably Bo Fengshui Menchio Dao Dingzhua and Unv Jiwei along with a young man named Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi. A young man. Mingren gasped. This is the Lulan of the past. That's right. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and extended her hand. Let me introduce myself. Salah, former princess of the Lulan Kingdom, now a member of the Yellow Scarves. Uzumaki Mingren, nice to meet you. Mingren was utterly confused. What's going on? I only remember chasing after Baizu. Where are teacher Kakashi and the others? They've been placed into a limited Tsukuyomi. Lord Guezi will lead them to defeat in Lushan and create a Mobius ring in the Lulan timeline. Who is in Lushan? And who is Lord Guizhi? Mingren felt his head spin. And Lushan is the Baizu who came here 6 years ago. He secretly murdered my mother, gained my trust, tried to push me to the front as a puppet, and sent the people of Lulan to the underground as his slaves. Salah smiled. But soon after Lord Guizhi arrived, told me the truth, and led me to liberate Lulan's people. Together we overthrew in Lushan. Wow, you're amazing. And that Lord Guizhi too. Mingren couldn't help but admire. So are you the Queen of Lulan now? The Lulan Republic no longer has a king. Salah shook her head, her expression proud as she smiled. I'm just an ordinary member of the Yellow Scarves. What about Guizhi? General Guizhi and his army of shadow clones maintain Lulan's data core and deal with the occasional descent of the Skynet. Skynet? Salah nodded. Yes. Along with Baizu, a Skynet from the future also arrived in Lulan. But when we eliminated Baizu, nobody noticed, so the Skynet escaped Lulan and reached the Land of Wind. Later we learned that the Skynet's original form was Chisha-Jisia of the Hidden Sand Village. Chisha-Jisia. You mean that Cia-800 from the future was made by Chisha-Jisia? Yes. The future Skynet Cia sent its clone back in time, merged with the past Chisha-Jisia, and grew into the almighty Skynet Cia. So these Cia-800 units came looking for Chisha-Jisia? No. Their target is to kill you. What? Kill me? Mingren's jaw had dropped countless times today. Haven't you forgotten what you did? Based on analyzing the memory data of Cia-800, we learned some future possibilities. Salah calmly explained. Although the Skynet Cia successfully merged with Chisha-Jisia, too many components were missing, so it could only sleep. The later events you should know better than me. I thought there was an accident. Mingren grinned sheepishly. Seems I remember right. Not long ago, Chisha-Jisia and D. De La kidnapped Gara and extracted the one-tailed Shikaku. Granny Chio killed Chisha-Jisia. Salah nodded. So these Cia-800 units all want to erase your existence at this point in time once and for all. Erase my existence? I haven't even been born yet, right? Mingren was stunned. Are they going to kill my parents? Salah shrugged. That's hard to say. That guy named Bo Feng Shui Men invented something called Halo Ice Pop's Initiate Spiral Mao Jiraiya Double-Style Sphere. It's very similar to your spiral sphere. What? Mingren exclaimed. You mean Bo Feng Shui Men? Wait. That name. Isn't he the fourth Hokage? Salah spread her hands. In one future from Cia-800's memory, Cia-800 killed Bo Feng Shui Men and you were never born. Do you know the goal of the Akatsuki? Collect tailed beasts. Collecting tailed beasts is just the beginning. Devouring them is the prerequisite for the Gato statue to revert into the divine tree. Once the divine tree recovers, the Akatsuki will trap everyone in the infinite Tsukuyami illusion. Kagaya Atsutsuki will then awaken and devour the entire ninja world. There are many steps in between which I won't go into detail. So did the Akatsuki succeed? Even in that future where you killed Chisha-Jisia, the infinite Tsukuyami succeeded once. But later you and Uchiha Sasuke stopped it together. While so Sasuke returned to the Hidden Leaf. Mingren was overjoyed to hear that. However, turning his head, Mingren felt something was off. Wait, didn't you say I might not exist? The Leaf Village also has science experts. Salah chortled. In the timeline where Bo Feng Shui Men sacrificed himself for some unknown purpose, Orochimaru still collected the genes of Bo Feng Shui Men and Uzumaki Kushina and created you in the future. In that timeline, you and Uchiha Sasako together sealed Kagaya Atsutsuki. Bridge Mata Dai. Who is Uchiha Sasako? Your future wife. Salah's expression grew somewhat gloomy. According to statistics, in futures where Uzumaki Mingren exists, there's an 80 probability he'll be with Uchiha Sasako, a 10 probability with Hyuga Hinata, and the remaining 10 with other women. Other women. Is it Sakura? No. When Sakura marries, it's 100 certain she becomes Uchiha Sasuke's wife. Salah shook her head, dismissing Mingren's fantasy. The remaining 10 includes women like Yukari Cheyenne and Fubuki Koiki. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Sakura marry Sasuke? Mingren's voice trailed off as he suddenly realized. Sasako. Who is Sasako? Is there a Sasako in the Uchiha clan? I don't know her. Uchiha Itachi's little sister. She should be born around this time. Salah calmly broke open her thick double-barreled shotgun and loaded 8 chakra metal bullets engraved with explosive tags. Itachi's sister? Since when did Itachi have a sister? Wait. Could it be that he's Sasuke? How is that possible? Is Sasako the main issue right now? It's not something from your timeline. Salah finally couldn't hold back and slapped Mingren, flying. Oh, right. So what did Chisha-Jisia do later? Chisha-Jisia became the ultimate winner. Salah sighed. The fragments of the Skynet Xia that escaped from here were themselves made of the Gato statue material. After merging with Chi-Sha-Ji Xia, he used the Gato statue material to turn himself into a lifeless puppet and secretly embedded his body into the divine tree. When Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed, his will instead awakened and eventually took over the divine tree. After awakening, Chi-Sha-Ji Xia called himself Skynet Xia. Skynet Xia believed that as long as the Uchiha clan existed, the infinite Tsukuyomi would happen again. So he mass-produced scorpion-style puppets and began hunting all Uchiha ninjas. At first it was only the Uchiha, but later it expanded to ninjas who could potentially give birth to Uchiha. Before long the targets became those with 6 paths bloodline, then all ninjas, then ordinary people who could produce ninjas, until finally all of humanity was within Skynet Xia's hunting range. According to inferences, what Skynet Xia truly feared was the birth of a certain existence. Who? That's not important. History is not decided by 1 or 2 heroes. Sala looked at Uzumaki Mingren. Even though you've reversed time, please don't get the illusion that you're the chosen one. Why? As if answering Mingren's words, a tornado descended from the sky, blowing him and Sala apart. The tornado dissipated, revealing a cold golden-haired figure at the center. Uzumaki Mingren. It's a Mingren 1000 puppet. In another timeline, angered by the pursuit of Shuei men, you killed the Xia of this era prematurely. Sala's tone was flat. But after Chi-Sha-Ji Xia was killed, you possessing the sage body and the 9 tails were parasitized and devoured by Xia X, becoming Skynet Mingren. Later Skynet Mingren disguised himself as you and promoted telephone toads under the slogan "Bridging Gaps," bringing everyone closer, becoming the biggest tycoon in the ninja world, amassing a massive amount of chakra crystals. Eventually Skynet Mingren was reborn from the sea of information in the ninja world. After that, Skynet Mingren destroyed the Akatsuki and prevented Kagaya Otsutsuki's revival, only to find that humanity was still addicted to a network world similar to Infinite Tsukuyomi. To prevent the Otsutsuki's Infinite Tsukuyomi from succeeding, Skynet Mingren released Sage Art Heavy Particle Mode, nuclear spiral sphere across the entire world, annihilating most of the life in the ninja world. I actually destroyed the ninja world. Naruto stared seriously at Naruto 1000 in front of him. So what should we do? There is no shortcut in matters like this. Get ready for battle, Naruto. Sarah raised her chakra gun and aimed at Naruto 1000. If 1 comes, kill 1. If 2 come, kill 2. Step by step we will solidify our present until our flow of time surpasses that of the creation of the Skynet, obliterating the existence of the enemy. Let me do it. Naruto's 2 shadow clones quickly darted out, manipulating the wind-released chakra to swirl and converge in Naruto's palm, compressing it into a blue Rasengan. Sarah's method resonated perfectly with Naruto. Naruto shouted, "No matter what era you are from, take this." Naruto charged at Naruto 1000 with the Rasengan raised. To his surprise, Naruto 1000 calmly extended his right hand and easily caught the Rasengan, crushing it effortlessly. Naruto 1000 possesses technology from Orochimaru and the steel body of a mechanized Naruto that can devour your chakra. Sarah reminded in quick succession. Then what should I do? Taijutsu. You can open the 8 gates. Huh? The 8 gates. I can't do that. Naruto exclaimed quickly, splitting into dozens of shadow clones, all launching an attack on Naruto 1000. However, Naruto 1000's strength was simply too overwhelming, easily shattering all the shadow clones with a punch or kick. Sarah, are we going to keep fighting against the Skynet like this indefinitely? Naruto took a deep breath and gathered his chakra again, preparing to make the Rasengan even bigger. Get down! Sarah pulled the trigger of her chakra gun, aiming at Naruto 1000. Disperse. The bullet hit Naruto 1000 unexpectedly, revealing a massive phantom of the Ninetales emerging from his body. Roar! As the phantom of the Ninetales appeared in the sky, it was immediately ensnared tightly by the countless golden chains extending from the surrounding buildings. Subsequently, all the chakra of the Ninetales was completely absorbed, and Naruto 1000 was thus rendered inoperative. To deal with these future puppets, the strength of just 1 or 2 individuals is not enough. To end this, we need everyone to participate. Sarah led Naruto weaving through the crowd until they found a hidden door. Come, let me show you something good. In the city of Lolan, it was bustling with people and the sound of drums. Minato Namikaze Shikaku Naro and Inoichi Yamanaka stealthily moved through the crowd, having received a mission from the 3rd Hokage to capture and Lushan, who intended to seize the dragon vein of Lulan. Captain, something's off about this city. As soon as we entered, my chakra-sensing insects lost their signal. Oh no, we've been discovered. Retreat quickly. Minato Namikaze quickly made a decision, leading a few teammates to flee. However, Minato was horrified to see an enormous Ninetales fox appearing over the city of Lulan. It's the Ninetales. Has Kushina encountered trouble? Minato worriedly looked at the distant sky, making a resolution. You all go ahead. Flying Thunder God. Without time to think, Minato instinctively reached for his Flying Thunder God kunai to rush to rescue Kushina. Huh. His right hand was empty. Where's my Flying Thunder God kunai? Did anyone borrow it? Minato asked those around him, but no one responded. Turning to look around, he found that Inoichi Yamanaka had somehow scattered into a mass of sensing insects. Shikaku Naro was simply sitting on the ground, reaching out to grab at the air and feed it to his mouth, drooling. Delicious. I love it. The flavor of the pre-made soldier food pills is amazing. It's an illusion. We've fallen into an illusion, Minato suddenly realized. Is it the Nariku's illusion technique? This technique awakens the deepest fears within people's hearts. My greatest fear is the Ninetales going out of control and harming Kushina. But looking at the two of them, they don't seem like they're affected. Could it be Uchiha's illusion? But that doesn't seem right. As Minato hesitated, he noticed a centipede puppet chasing after a boy. The boy had golden hair just like his, wearing the Leaf Village headband, but Minato did not recognize him. Body flicker technique. Minato quickly flashed to the boy's side. Light wheel ice pops, launching spiraling Jiraiya's double Rasengan. With a single Rasengan, the centipede puppet shattered into pieces and Minato saved the boy. Thank you, big brother. The blonde-haired boy gasped, expressing his gratitude before suddenly recalling something and assuming a defensive posture. Who are you? Minato, wearing a mask, pulled it down to reveal the Leaf Village headband. One of us. Only then did the boy relax, staring at Minato for a long time as if trying to see through the mask. Minato then asked, Are you a Leaf Ninja? What are you doing in Luan? Is this Lulan? That can't be right. When I came here, Luan was clearly in ruins. The blonde-haired boy frowned, saying, I came here to capture the Sand Village trader, the centipede. After the other party activated the Dragon Vein seal, I arrived in Lulan City. In that case, you must be a traveler from the future. To prevent affecting the future, there's no need for you to introduce yourself. Minato instinctively stopped him from revealing his identity. The blonde-haired boy nodded slightly, pulled out a kunai from his body, and handed it to Minato. Minato took the kunai, astonished, asking, How did my kunai end up in your hands? I don't know. I just grabbed it while flowing through the chakra stream. Is that so? Minato nodded, taking the kunai. Then let's go find Lushan, who has malicious intentions towards the Dragon Vein chakra, and eliminate him. Alright, big brother. In the underground of Lolan, Naruto and Sarah entered and found it to be a massive mining site. In the center of the mining site was a gigantic tiered classroom with a podium at the center. On the podium stood a young man with white hair, passionately giving a speech. The fire in the youth's eyes blazed and Naruto squinted. Isn't that the Sharingan? Is he a member of the Uchiha clan? No, he is Lord Xian. Sarah's eyes were filled with admiration. It was Lord Xian who taught us to trust each other, believe in each other, and harness the power of unity. In the face of such a despairing future as the Skynet, the only way to fight back is to unite and build a solid present. Sarah glanced at Naruto with a hint of disdain. And not to trust so-called children of destiny. Is that so? Naruto still found it hard to believe. Can a group of ordinary people defeat the terrifying Skynet? But thinking back to the previous experience with Naruto 1000 and Scorpion 800 on the surface, who were utterly powerless and treated like toys by the opponent, Naruto had to believe. On the podium, Zhao Xian asked everyone, Who are we? Miners. Who is Lushan? The capitalist. The vampire. What did Lushan do? Occupy the means of production. Enslave the people. Who is doing the production? The workers. Who is the master of the means of production? The workers. Unite. Defeat Lushan. Defeat Lushan. We workers have power. We workers have power. What is the Skynet? It is a puppet. It is a creation. It is the means of production. It is the means of production. What to do in the face of the means of production? Tell it that your worker grandpa is coming. Is the Skynet scary? Not scary. Not scary. Your worker grandpa is not scared. Sarah, what is this means of production? Naruto looked at the impassioned Lord Xian on stage, feeling inexplicably anxious. It was as if a powerful skill of his had been stolen by the other party. Simply put, it's things like land and machine. Sarah explained with a smile. When I was a princess before, I thought I owned the means of production as a slave owner, but in reality I was just a puppet of Lushan, merely a means of production. If you, a princess, are also a means of production, then what about the Hokage? That depends on whether the Hokage is a puppet or not. Sarah chuckled lightly. In my view, the entire ninja village is merely a puppet controlled by the feudal lords, and the Hokage is certainly one of the means of production. Huh. Does that mean my dream is nothing but a joke? Naruto asked anxiously. Exactly. Sarah loaded her weapon, smiling. Unless you overthrow the feudal lords, otherwise the Hokage is just a joke. Do we have to kill the feudal lords? Naruto fell into deep thought. You ninjas only know how to kill. You are indeed a bunch of tools. Sarah shook her head. Overthrowing the feudal lords is not about killing one or two of them. It requires dismantling the entire village and national system, sweeping away the entire noble class, eradicating the soil that produces nobility, and establishing a world of equality for all. But your enemy is the Skynet, right? The Skynet is also man-made. Sarah chuckled softly. In my view, the Skynet is a good thing. It brings us technology, delivers intelligence, and teaches us how to become better people and build our own country. But can a group of ordinary people have the opportunity? Naruto looked at the passionate yet fragile miners of Lolan, feeling somewhat apprehensive. This sort of thing can probably only be done by the Sage of Six Paths, right? What kind of talk is that? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sarah suddenly became serious, pointing at Naruto and asking a question he wasn't prepared for. Are ordinary people not human? Yes, of course they are. Naruto awkwardly responded. But ordinary people don't have chakra. How can ordinary people not have chakra? Sarah pulled out the energy core of her chakra gun, holding it in her hand. Isn't what I'm holding chakra? Is that even possible? Isn't chakra energy from within oneself? Good. Then let's go with your view. Sarah laughed in exasperation. To take a step back, even according to your standards, ordinary people still possess chakra, they just don't manifest it clearly. Sarah pressed the chakra crystal against Naruto's brow, their foreheads touching, asking, Do you feel it? Naruto closed his eyes, feeling the chakra slowly entering his body from the chakra crystal, decomposing into two streams of energy. Only then did Naruto open his eyes wide, looking at Sarah with a half-smile. As long as you return chakra to its roots, you'll find that chakra is simply the combination of physical and mental strength at a specific frequency. So-called ordinary people are merely those who have not aligned with that frequency and cannot condense chakra. The gap between people is not as large as you imagine. Sarah tapped Naruto's forehead, smiling. Do you understand now, my great hero? Is that so? Lord Xian has taught us. Sarah looked at the man on stage, her eyes filled with admiration. Whether it's against the Skynet or any other major ninja villain, even against aliens, what we rely on the most is always ourselves. The people of Lolan do not rely on heaven nor on earth, but on ourselves. Only by uniting as one and working hard can we overcome all difficulties. Sarah smiled ambiguously at Naruto. And not to entrust fate to a couple of ninja heroes' sudden outburst. Is the power of the people really that strong? Naruto still harbored the last bit of doubt. Isn't it better than relying on a few heroes? Sarah scoffed. In the face of difficulties, relying solely on a couple of heroes, if they fail, the entire world goes down with them. Would you be content with that? If that day ever comes and the Sage of Six Paths can't hold on, would you just watch the world be destroyed? I would take up the torch and become that hero. Naruto's tone was filled with pride. Everyone here would. Sarah's tone was calm. If the power of the Sage of Six Paths is stronger, and every time the savior of the world is entrusted to him, wouldn't he succeed? That kind of world would be too tragic. Sarah shook her head. Heroes endlessly cycle through their fated paths while everyone else is just an NPC, repeatedly experiencing the despair of the apocalypse and the relief of being saved by heroes. So you don't desire to be saved by heroes, but firmly believe that humans can conquer nature. Who wouldn't want to be saved by a hero? I just hope that hero is everyone, not a specific singular hero. After saying that, Sarah raised two chakra guns, aiming one at Naruto and one at herself. Naruto, I don't want to be that singular hero, nor do I want you to be that singular hero. Looking at Sarah, a spark seemed to ignite in Naruto's heart. In a daze, Naruto suddenly recalled a memory. It was in the future, after Gaara had his tailed beast taken by Sasori and Deidara, that he rushed to the Land of Wind to provide support without hesitation. Though saving Gaara was merely a mission, he held an extraordinary obsession with it, for he understood the feeling of loneliness too well and did not wish to abandon Gaara, along with the lost comrades in Sunagakure. But now Naruto seemed to see another scene. A group of people who trusted each other, believed in the power of the people and the strength of unity, ordinary individuals. In these people Naruto saw the true sense of, we are not alone. Sarah, I understand. The Skynet is nothing but a tragic tool trapped in fatalism. What decides everything is always the people, right? This is exactly what I firmly believe. As the words fell, the entire underground space suddenly lit up with a red glow. Alarm. 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 Detected massive space-time fluctuations. Enemy attack. Multiple space-time disturbances. The enemy's power is unprecedentedly strong. All comrades get in position. It seems this is the critical time node mentioned in the report. Upon hearing the alarm, Sarah quickly stowed her chakra gun and pulled a chakra crystal from her pocket, tossing it to Naruto. There's a tough battle ahead in Lolan. I may not be able to look after you. This chakra crystal has encoded the crystal release fruit of red, and once activated it can protect you inside it. Naruto instinctively caught the crystal warmth surge within him, but he felt a bit lost. I am a genin of Konoha. I am the disciple of the Sannin Jiraiya. I'm very strong. I can help. Sarah furrowed her brows, speaking sternly. No, this is a war. I know you're strong, but this time individual power cannot determine the outcome of the war. I have the 9 tails to help. That's useless. The Skynet robots are designed to counter tailed beasts. If you get captured, the 9 tails will be extracted, enhancing their power. Sarah pushed Naruto away. We need to give our all to cope. Your task is to protect yourself and wait for the battle to end, Naruto insisted. Even if I'm not on the front lines, I can still help. A ninja fighting is my expertise. Sarah sighed helplessly. Alright, since you insist, stay close to me. But remember, you must follow my commands and not act on your own. Warned by Sarah, Naruto excitedly nodded. Boom, the dome suddenly exploded. At the same time, two openings tore open. In the sky, two distinct torrents of machines, one red and one black, surged forth from the two passages above the dome like locusts. They spread out densely, resembling a dark cloud that seemed poised to launch a devastating attack on all of Lulan. Among them, the black torrent comprised countless spider-like robots with 8 legs. These black spiders spread out like agile dancers, tightly clinging to the dome, continuously expanding outward. They weaved through walls and cracks like ghosts, silently infiltrating every corner of Lulan. On the other side, the red torrent was made up of a group of octopus-like robots with 9 tails. They glided gracefully through the air, resembling dancing flames, occasionally spewing forth blazing fire, filling the entire space with a scorching atmosphere. At this moment, the densely packed mechanical puppets seemed to be putting forth their utmost effort. Their only goal was to completely obliterate this small realm, turning everything into ruins. The voice of the broadcast echoed through the sky. Dragon Vein Chakra has completed charging. Cannon operators, take your positions now. Sarah began to rush towards a nearby cannon. Follow me. The Dragon Vein Chakra filled the entire space as Sarah pressed the button on her pilot suit, transforming into Minato Namikaze. With a few flickers of the Flying Thunder God technique, she took her seat in the cannon. Naruto squeezed in beside her, discovering that the seat was quite spacious enough for 2 people. Perfect, I'll aim you. Sarah lowered the crystal release aiming scope, quickly adjusting the angle. Fire! The 2 cannons fired simultaneously, and Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He was astonished to find that what shot out from the 2 massive barrels were not ordinary shells or bullets, but 2 spiraling spheres of chakra. These 2 spiraling spheres attracted each other in the air, spinning like 2 giant whirlpools, their energy fields intertwining, producing a peculiar resonance effect. As time passed, the 2 spiraling spheres gradually fused into one, forming an even more powerful and terrifying entity, a massive double helix spiraling sphere. This double helix spiraling sphere resembled a star of destruction, charging forward with boundless might and power. Under the covering fire of Lulan's cannon group, those densely packed Skynet series puppets were unable to withstand it, instantly being completely annihilated, reduced to nothingness. In the blink of an eye, several empty zones had already been cleared of puppets within this area. It's the Taiji spiraling sphere, remarkably effective against puppets. Sarah still had time to educate Naruto. Is this the power of the people? How did you manage to do this? Exactly. With the assistance of General Guizi, Lord Xian took a year to educate us, achieving a revolutionary agricultural reform and activating chakra for the entire population. Another year was spent establishing 5 small enterprises in Lulan, realizing initial industrialization. Then another year was spent renovating the infrastructure, completing the entire city's Dragon Vein chakra supply. For the remaining 3 years, Lulan steadily dismantled each Skynet puppet, reverse engineering the principles, applying technology to the transformation of the entire Lulan, analyzing the corresponding timelines, and using intelligence as guidance for the future ninja world revolution. Over 6 years, Lulan moved from one victory to another, and we firmly believe that victory surely belongs to the people. Are you saying that the entire Lulan underwent puppet transformation? Naruto suddenly realized something was amiss. Exactly. The Skynet robots in the sky suddenly seemed to go out of control, charging towards their own camp. The once distinct 2 armies of machines now piled up together, initiating a massive brawl. Both sides fought, bit devoured and fused, while occasionally being struck by the Taiji spiraling sphere shot from the ground. The battle between the Skynet Naruto army and the Skynet Scorpion army grew increasingly brutal, with severed limbs falling from the sky, either consumed by new robots or decomposed on the spot by Lulan's city defenses. In the sky, a terrifying puppet slowly took shape. The puppet towered high, its core made from the material of the Skynet Scorpion series puppets, forming a wooden arhat. The surface of the wooden figure was clad in a steel body transformed from the massive Skynet Naruto's armor, burning with fierce chakra. As it took shape, the wooden arhat unleashed tail beast cannon fire with one hand after another towards Lulan. Correspondingly, Naruto heard a synchronized voice from the communicator. Dragon Vein Chakra Lulan Space Fortress Super Space Battleship Form Overall Transformation Technique. Insert the activation key. Accompanied by this shout, a thunderous roar erupted. Activate chain control. Energy devices connected. Immediately, the entire earth vein seemed to awaken from slumber, beginning to pulse wildly. Activate the chakra source, increase thrust. Form the legs and feet. As this call rang out, a group of cannon operators manipulated their cannons to change forms, slowly sinking into the structure of Lulan's buildings. Meanwhile, from within the earth, 2 legs made of chakra metal slowly rose, firmly pressing against the ground, exerting force. Form the torso and arms. At this moment, Naruto heard Sarah's shout. The Dragon Vein chakra rapidly transformed into a core, condensing the torso and arms from the earth. He saw those hands pushing against the ground, struggling to lift their body out of the earth amidst the rolling yellow sand. Finally, Naruto saw the man referred to as Lord Xian, slowly walk into a room filled with chakra crystals. His figure gradually merged into the crystal, disappearing. I will form the head. The immense mechanical giant slowly raised its head from the earth, revealing a fearsome dragon head. The dragon head opened, revealing a man's face that looked just like Zhao Xin. Zhao Xin opened his eyes, and two colossal Sharingan ignited with crimson flames. Lulan chosen. Advance. Advance. Sarah excitedly pressed her hand on the control panel. All actions follow commands. Form the 10-fist sword. The mechanical giant clasped its hands together, pulling from the void a grass cutter sword engulfed in Amaterasu flames. The grass cutter sword was also suffused with the unique aura of the dragon vein chakra. Command slash. A flash of light from the sword revealed a massive rift appearing in the sky, as if splitting the entire space in two. Within the rift, countless streams of energy and light intertwined, forming a dazzlingly colorful spectacle. Amidst this scene, a figure stood out conspicuously, the Skynet giant. At this moment, the Skynet giant shed its puppet-like indifference, and silence. A look of human panic appeared on its face. The Skynet giant seemed to see something that terrified it. Its eyes widened, filled with despair. Sensing the danger of its existence being erased, the Skynet giant raised its hands, opening countless dark cannon barrels, firing dense tail-beast jade bullets. Yet they all disappeared into the infinite illusion created by the 10-fist sword. As the sword's edge drew near, the Skynet giant despairingly realized that it could not move. The Skynet giant attempted to struggle, but its body felt as if bound by an invisible force, utterly unable to break free. Am I not a puppet? How could I fall into an illusion? At that moment, the 10-fist sword of the Lulan giant finally struck the Skynet giant's forehead. The 10-fist sword burned with flames, glittering with dazzling light, exuding a chilling aura as if it could manipulate time and space. As the long sword was about to land upon itself, the Skynet giant exerted all its strength, even splitting off several clones in an attempt to break free, but they were individually targeted and eliminated by the cannon operators inside the Lulan giant. In the end, with a crisp sound, the long sword cleaved into the top of the Skynet giant's head, directly splitting its body in half. The severed body of the Skynet giant ignited in red flames, turning into specks of starlight that merged into the surrounding void. Meanwhile, the consciousness of the Skynet was also absorbed into the 10-fist sword, falling into a state of slumber. A breathtaking battle finally came to an end. We won! We won! Is this victory? Naruto felt as though he had undergone a fantastical drift. This 10-fist sword is a divine weapon combined with dragon vein chakra. It can freeze the consciousness of the Skynet transported here at this moment. Sarah confidently explained the mechanics of this operation. Suddenly a voice came through the thought wave communicator in the control room. Everyone, it's time to say goodbye. Lord Xian, are you leaving? Like the Skynet, I am an unexisting entity. I will take with me the sealed consciousness of the Skynet, transforming into something that only exists within this unique segment of history, and only within this segment of history. After saying something that left everyone confused, Zhao Xin quietly disappeared from the cockpit of the Lulan giant. I am leaving. The future of Lulan belongs to the people of Lulan. A yellow turban army of one timeline carries a mission of its own. The responsibility of liberating this ninja world is entrusted to you. Just as everyone's sorrowful emotions began to rise, the thought wave rang again. I think everyone can vote to select the new leader forming the head of Lulan. Everyone was taken aback as they initiated the first vote of the Lulan giant on the control panel. Throughout the process, Naruto, who had simply fired the cannon without expending any effort, suddenly felt a jolt at the back of his head and he fainted. Lord Guazi. A man wearing a cat-faced mask appeared before Sarah pulled down the mask, and Sarah gasped, scanning back and forth between the two. You are actually. Indeed, I am him from another timeline. Having grown for 6 years, 3 years older than this version of Naruto, the king of short book street Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki sealed Naruto into a scroll. Naruto waved at Sarah. Goodbye, comrade. We must meet again. Sarah waved back, turning towards the cockpit of the Lulan giant's head. Just moments ago, she had been elected as the new chairperson of the Lulan Republic. Turning to leave, Naruto took out a flying thunder god kunai, sighing in relief. Finally, it's over. The battle in the main world has only just begun. The flying thunder god kunai unexpectedly echoed back. Who else could it be but Zhao Xian? This flying thunder god kunai appeared to be an ordinary kunai, but it was actually a combination of the consciousness of Zhao Xian, Skynet Scorpion, and Skynet Naruto, forming a branch of the divine tree, collectively constructing an unexisting entity. Naruto's mission is to use this non-existent kunai as a foundation to stabilize the world of the Lulan giant. In the central area of the original site of the Lulan kingdom, the Great Whirlpool, Naruto and Minato Namikaze combined their efforts to execute the Taiji Light Wheel Ice Pop initiated Spiral Jiraiya double technique, struggling to defeat Lushan, and handed the specially made Flying Thunder God kunai to Minato. During the sealing process, Minato couldn't help but murmur. Naruto, you used this kunai that sealed the dragon vein to travel back to the present and give it to me. So now I'm using this kunai to seal the dragon vein. Where did this kunai come from? Don't think too much about it, just take care of my mom. What did you say? Nothing. Lord Orochimaru, I have found the most perfect vessel for you. In a hidden base in the land of fire, Kabuto gazed at the cell in his hand, his eyes blazing with fanaticism. Even though Orochimaru had been completely sealed into slumber by Naruto, Kabuto never abandoned the hope of resurrecting him. With the Akatsuki nearly decimated and the Fourth Great Ninja War having failed, Zetsu the intelligence specialist finally decided to implement a contingency plan to obtain the Rinnegan. Nono Kakashi is merely an ordinary ninja unworthy of being a sacrifice for the Kekkei Genkai fusion. Zetsu approached Nono and began to dictate terms regarding the Ghost Budo technique. Where am I supposed to find the Uchiha clan these days? Storm the land of waves. Nono sneered at Zetsu's suggestion. Do you know of cloning techniques? Zetsu whispered temptingly. Kabuto and I are colleagues. He can cultivate for you the most supreme Uchiha in this world. The most supreme Uchiha? Nono frowned. How supreme? Can they rival Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Itachi, what was he? A bloodline limit that even Orochimaru could only dream of. And Orochimaru. He was the very culprit who had driven Nono to invent the Ghost Budo technique and eventually defect from Konoha. Yet Zetsu mercilessly belittled Nono's perspective. More supreme than Uchiha Itachi. Impossible. Can there be anyone in this world with a bloodline more supreme than Uchiha Itachi? Nono frowned. Don't tell me you're trying to trick me into kidnapping Sasuke from Konoha. No need. Zetsu replied lightly, offering an answer beyond Nono's imagination. I speak of Uchiha Madara. At Kabuto's base, Zetsu and Nono witnessed Kabuto using the eight-headed serpent technique to separate a small white snake from his body, then inject Uchiha Madara's genetic material into the snake's stem cells. Through continuous catalysis of the snake replacement technique, the small snake underwent repeated molting until it finally transformed into a vibrant, youthful body of Uchiha Madara. Nono rushed to the clone of Uchiha Madara in surprise, carefully examining it as if appraising the most exquisite work of art in the world. Seeing this, Kabuto and Zetsu, both harboring ulterior motives, exchanged sinister grins. Truly a fascinating experience. Standing atop the desolate ruins of Lolan, Naruto felt as though he had lived a lifetime. Gazing at his body, now 6 years older, he looked up at the sky as if searching for Lolan's time-space fortress. Naruto helped me mold a Mount Chinchio, one that can fly. Kurama will create the nine-tailed fox clan. Great idea. Well, use mechanical Narutos as the building blocks for Mount Chinchio. Then your descendants can pilot them, how about that? Naruto rubbed the 8 trigram seal on his belly, speaking to Kurama. Good. Good. Good my ass. The Ien Kurama is still stuck in the Shinigami's belly. Where do you find enough foxes to fill a mountain? How about asking Sasuke to help? Make the old third Hokage suffer a bit. You want me to force the third to reverse the dead demon-consuming seal? Are you really taking Kabuto's advice to heart? The Ien Kurama was sealed in the Shinigami's belly because of the third. I'm just asking you to claim your right. Incoming call. Incoming call. The little golden toad croaked. Naruto picked it up and saw a message from Zhao Xin. Seeing the message, Naruto was overjoyed and said to Kurama, no need to fret. Head to Kabuto's base in the land of fire. The Ien Kurama has been released. Kid, with your size now, it'll be inconvenient to keep using Naruto's identity, won't it? Simple, it'll just take on a fake identity. Back in that alternate dimension I posed as Guizi for 6 years. Kabuto's base had now been transformed into Nono's altar. Who was Nono? He was a teammate of the legendary 3, a man of low natural talent constantly overshadowed by his comrades. Driven by a desire to elevate his abilities, he developed the Ghost Budo technique, which could absorb others' Kekkei Genkai, and became a Konoha renegade inventor determined to defy fate through science. Ha ha ha. From now on Nono will surpass the legendary 3 and even the former Uchiha Madara, becoming the most gifted existence in the entire shinobi world. Nono looked up at the sky, his expression complex, his eyes brimming with anticipation, joy, fear, and anxiety. It was the tension and madness of one who was about to shed his insignificance and leap across social strata. In an instant the sun in the sky vanished, and the clear blue expanse became pitch black. Before they could react, the dark sky erupted with brilliant lights. It's finally here! Nono cried out in excitement. Then he quickly formed hand signs and slammed both palms onto the ground. Rumbling 5 cross-shaped pillars rose around Nono. Zetsu's gaze swept over each unconscious Kekkei Genkai ninja, finally resting on the clone of Uchiha Madara. He sighed inwardly. What a pity for such a fine vessel! Without a Sharingan to perform the Rinne rebirth technique, he'll have to resort to impure world reincarnation. Wait! Kabuto suddenly spoke, interrupting Nono. Don't interrupt me. Nono's face twisted with rage as he glared at Kabuto, but then, recalling the ritual was not yet complete, his hostility faded. He barely suppressed his anger and asked patiently, Dr. Kabuto, what's the matter? Mr. Nono, these are 5 living people. Excluding the Uchiha Madara clone, there are 4 souls here. After you complete the Ghost Budo technique, what will you do with their souls? Souls? Can't I just forcibly devour them? Nono was shocked. His burning enthusiasm was drenched with a bucket of cold water, chilling him to the bone. It would drive you insane. Kabuto shrugged. Split personality is the least of it. Your body might also tear apart. Then, what should I do? Nono panted heavily, panicking. The arrow was already on the string. Could he really just charge ahead? He lifted his head, saw Kabuto's calm and composed demeanor, and suddenly understood. Kabuto, you have a way, don't you? Lord Orochimaru once possessed a technique called living corpse reincarnation. You might want to look into it. Kabuto said with a cheerful nod, generously tossing a scroll of the technique to Nono. Nono unfurled the scroll, quickly memorizing its contents. He found that it indeed contained a method to divide one's own soul through a curse mark and inject it into a target to suppress the host's soul. Well done, Kabuto. Once I become the god of shinobi, I will surely appoint you as my divine emissary. Nono swiftly learned the snake transformation technique and planted curse marks on the necks of the 5 bodies. Praise be to Lord God Nono. Seeing Nono's actions, Kabuto prostrated himself instantly, yet his heart was exultant. A vessel far surpassing Uchiha Itachi and 5 elite ninja souls, more than enough to awaken Lord Orochimaru. Looking up at the sky, the dark clouds grew thicker and thicker, gathering thunder until under the manipulation of the ghost Budo they transformed into a dreamlike aurora. A curtain of light appeared above the altar, casting down green streamers that slowly infused into Nono's body. As the chakra fluctuations within Nono intensified, Kabuto and Zetsu's expressions grew grave. Finally, the green-tinged chakra around Nono coalesced into a cocoon enveloping him. The chakra began to flicker, and Zetsu was startled. Such a powerful chakra reaction. Even more intense than the old Madara fused with Hashirama's bloodline. Kabuto rejoiced inwardly. As expected of Uchiha Madara's bloodline, the illusion seal is nearly shattered. At the center of the altar, Nono began to form hand signs slowly. Ghost Budo technique. With a frenzied shout, a massive gelatinous purple substance surged from his body. Nono's expression contorted beyond recognition, filled with indescribable madness. His entire form seemed on the verge of collapse. The Ghost Budo technique, temporarily fused with living corpse reincarnation, became even more bizarre than the original. The purple substance showed a tendency to snake out. These serpentine Ghost Budo substances lunged at the Kekkai Genkai ninjas like ravenous beasts, devouring them all. At the moment of consumption, the unconscious ninjas one by one let out agonizing screams. Their bodies began to dissolve and reshape, each becoming a new serpent head. Become one with me. Nono's face had also transformed into a serpent head. He spread his arms, laughing manically. Merge with me. What luck, he actually succeeded. After fusing with 5 ninjas, he hasn't even gone mad. Zetsu murmured, casting a glance at Kabuto. The latter's assistance had made it slightly harder to control Nono. Kabuto, what are you really plotting? As if in response to Zetsu's question, Nono suddenly clutched his head and began to shriek in agony. Get out of me. Oh. Even living corpse reincarnation can't resolve the conflict among 5 souls. Zetsu observed Nono's state, thinking. Should I activate impure world reincarnation now? Just as he hesitated, the serpent head belonging to the Uchiha Madara clone suddenly opened its eyes. Hiss, Nono, you have truly impressed me. Orochimaru. It's you. Nono was aghast. You. Weren't you dead? Cut off one head and countless more grow in its place. Orochimaru laughed maniacally. Hand it over. Relishing Nono's despair as he plummeted from the clouds into the abyss, Orochimaru's eyes began to grow one tomo after another. Excellent. Excellent. Although Nono is negligible, this body possesses not only the Sharingan and would release but also 4 other terrifying Kekkai Genkai. Orochimaru licked his lips, savoring the fearsome power within his new vessel. Even with just the Sharingan, it's a vessel far more perfect than Uchiha Itachi. Kabuto, you've done well. All for Lord Orochimaru. Nono felt nothing but searing indignation. All his years of diligent research had only served as a wedding garment for Orochimaru. As if utterly dismissive of Nono, Orochimaru calmly summoned a mask and placed it on his face. He had long coveted the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, and had secretly developed the mechanical Naruto. Now, after Naruto's rampage through Konoha, the whereabouts of the Ine Nine-Tails were known to all, and Orochimaru had taken an interest in becoming its Jinchuriki. Reverse Dead Demon Consuming Seal. The grief-stricken Nono was pierced through the back by the Shinigami. After Orochimaru sliced open the Shinigami's belly to release the Ine Nine-Tails, he severed the connection with the sword of Kusanagi, and fed Nono to the death god. The Ine Nine-Tails emerged in a frenzy, but upon seeing Uchiha Madara's face, it resignedly lowered its head. So this is the caliber of Uchiha Madara. Even the Nine-Tails must bow before it. And here I was chasing after Sasuke and Naruto's bodies. Turns out the strongest vessel was right under my nose. Orochimaru reveled in the overwhelming intimidation of Uchiha Madara. 8 Trigram Seal. The Ine Nine-Tails entered his body, and the Ine Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Orochimaru Madara, was complete. Lord Orochimaru. You've awakened the Sharingan. Please check your body immediately for any tricks left by Naruto. Kabuto urged, his eyes fixed on Zetsu beside him. Zetsu smiled awkwardly. Orochimaru, welcome back. Zetsu, why bother reviving Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru, wearing Madaro's face, extended his hand and smiled. Why not give the Rinnegan to me and let me be this Uchiha Madara? Zetsu stared at Orochimaru for a long while before finally smiling. Why not? As the two were about to renegotiate the ownership of the Rinnegan, all three present suddenly changed color. The Akatsuki's friends are here. Perfect, I'd like to test this Bota's abilities. Orochimaru stepped forward confidently, his expression calm. The three who arrived were Naruto, Kisame Hashigaki, and Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru first confronted Uchiha Itachi. He had to overcome his own inner demon. Wearing Uchiha Madara's visage, he stared down Itachi and awakened his three-tomo Sharingan. He devoured an Uchiha clansman. No. This man. Could it be? Impossible. Itachi was so shaken he nearly scattered into a flock of crows. After their Sharingan locked, Itachi chose the Uchiha style of swordsmanship. Drawing a standard sword of Kusanagi, he thrust it at Orochimaru's heart. But Orochimaru responded with a straight punch. Clang. The fist met the sword with a harsh metallic screech. Steel release. Itachi instinctively switched targets, but his swing met only air. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru had vanished. Not a space-time technique. It's swift release. Itachi's mind immediately flashed these two Kekkei Genkai. Even as he marveled at Nono's, now Orochimaru's, perfect mastery of multiple bloodlines. The opponent drew his own sword of Kusanagi. Sharingan against Sharingan, sword of Kusanagi against sword of Kusanagi. In an instant, sword light flashed, and the clang of metal rang incessantly. Finally, Uchiha Itachi arrived at the answer. Hiss. Itachi, your material is nothing special. Uchiha Madara is the most perfect vessel. You are Orochimaru. No, hiss. Orochimaru closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and took a deep breath, savoring the moment for a long while before opening his Mangekyo Sharingan with three tomos, smirking smugly. Please address me as Orochimaru Madara. Pfft. Before Uchiha Itachi could react, Kisame behind him couldn't help but burst into laughter. This homemade version of Orochimaru isn't much more knowledgeable than Nono Yukushi. Kisame chuckled behind Itachi. You're asking for death. Orochimaru Madara's eyes blazed with fury, a fierce glint flashing within them. With a casual wave of his hand, he roared. Storm release, thundercloud wave. As the words fell, massive cumulonimbus clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, instantly flashing with thunder and lightning as if a ferocious beast had raised its claws and fangs. One after another, bolts of lightning shot forth like piercing thrusts, striking toward Kisame with terrifying might. Where the thunderbolts passed, the air itself was torn apart, emitting shrill howls like the scythe of death, sending chills down one's spine. Yet Kisame raised his hand with a cheeky grin and made hand signs. Tailed beast mode. Mass-produced Aisabu, the three tails emerged from behind Kisame and merged into Samahata. Then Kisame hurled Samahata into the storm clouds with all his might. Samahata chakra absorption. Samahata carrying Aisabu plunged into the thunderclouds. Immediately it opened its massive mouth wide and began feasting voraciously. In the blink of an eye, the combination of Aisabu and Samahata had devoured most of the thunderclouds. Hiding behind Uchiha Itachi, Kisame rattled off a list of modifications Itachi had undergone like a menu. When it comes to Sharingan alone, Mr. Itachi possesses one pair of Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan and one pair of Sasuke Uchiha's cloned Mangekyo Sharingan with 3 tomo. Additionally, Mr. Itachi rented the second-generation Aisabu and second-generation Samahata at a high price. Furthermore, Mr. Itachi has received a Shikatsumiyaku transplant, Uzumaki bloodline transplant, and would release cell transplant. In his left hand a little golden toad, in his right hand a slug phone, on his ears 2 summoning snake phones. As a multiple agent, it's perfectly normal for Uchiha Itachi to have a few extra phones. Orochimaru Madara, you're already obsolete. At the moment, Orochimaru Madara was formed under the shop in the land of waves, Konoha. Uchiha Zero, carrying the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi that had been permanently lodged in Uzumaki Zero's eye socket, found Sasuke Uchiha. Little uncle, this is big uncle's Mangekyo Sharingan. Quickly synthesize it into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Why do you call me uncle? Looking at Uchiha Zero's face identical to his own, Sasuke first felt puzzled, then quickly realized his identity. Are you my clone? That's right. Uchiha Zero placed his hands on his hips, brimming with pride. I am the first-generation mass-produced 6-path seed crafted by father using your genes as the blueprint. Mass-produced 6 paths? Sasuke asked in astonishment. You mean I have a chance to become the sage of 6 paths? Of course. Father has already paved the way for you. As he spoke, Uchiha Zero produced a scroll, none other than the dead demon-consuming seal. Seeing Sasuke's confusion, Uchiha Zero smiled. Lord Shin has high hopes for you. He wishes for you to unearth that ancient chakra within you to open the path for mass-produced 6 paths. Become the sage of 6 paths. I will without fail. Sasuke, burdened with this great task, felt a surge of ambition. The ancient chakra inside me. Let me see who you really are. Faced with Kisame's introduction, Orochimaru Madaro's wariness toward Uchiha Itachi grew even deeper. Even possessing Uchiha Madaro's body, Orochimaru couldn't help but evaluate combat power using scientific standards. In Orochimaru's mind, Hashirama Senju Uchiha Madara Sasuke Uchiha Itachi Uchiha Kimimaro Naruto Uzumaki. With his own combination of Hashirama Senju Uchiha Madara, a few minor characters in Kurama, shouldn't he be far stronger than Uchiha Itachi? But now Itachi wasn't just Itachi. He was Uchiha Itachi Kimimaro Naruto Uzumaki Hashirama Senju, part of the Three Tails Aisabu. That made things hard to gauge. Lord Madara. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Only by fighting will we know who's stronger. Deduan challenged Kisame. Stop bothering Lord Madara. Kisame drew Samahada and cheerfully faced Deduan. Deduan, you still owe me for the mass-produced Samahada and the third-generation Aisabu. Pay up after the fight. Inspired by Deduan's words, Orochimaru Madara burst into laughter. I almost forgot, even without a vessel I am still one of the legendary Sannin. Relieved of pressure, Orochimaru Madara charged at Uchiha Itachi and the two soon clashed again. Zetsu, half buried in the ground, watched the battle between Orochimaru Madara and Uchiha Itachi with unwavering focus. His furrowed brows slightly relaxed. I originally thought Orochimaru Madara's performance was a disgrace to Madara, but it seems Itachi is just too strong. Contrary to Orochimaru Madara's expectations, Uchiha Itachi was astonishingly powerful. Unable to overpower him decisively, the shadow in Orochimaru Madara's heart deepened, as if he was about to recall the fear of being dominated by Itachi in the past. Enraged and humiliated, Orochimaru left a substitute, while his true body quickly formed hand signs shouting, Storm, release Thundercloud Wave. Uchiha Itachi sheathed his sword, drew Samahada with one hand and rode the three tails into the storm clouds while forming hand signs with the other. Fire, release Great Fireball technique. A massive Great Fireball already engulfed Orochimaru Madara, who gave a disdainful chuckle. Facing the incoming inferno, he extended his right hand. Void, release Suction Hole. Although he lacked a convenient absorption tool like Samahada, Orochimaru himself knew chakra absorption techniques. With the boost of his void release, bloodline absorbing ninjutsu was effortless. Licking his lips, Orochimaru Madara smirked. The fire release chakra of the Uchiha clan, delicious. But when he looked at Itachi, he found the man's expression unchanged, maintaining his usual composure and calm. The Uchiha clan, so arrogant. However, he hissed with a strange laugh. Now I am an Uchiha too. Orochimaru Madara waved his hand and the thunderclouds above shifted. Beyond my expectations, the storm release is even more formidable than the Uchiha's lightning release. Uchiha Itachi tastes the highest output of storm release. Orochimaru Madara slowly rose amid the ionized air, appearing as if he looked down upon the world. Uchiha Itachi looked at Orochimaru Madara as if he were a fool, studied the thunderclouds above, and quietly said to the snake phone on his ear, I want 100 sets of enhanced Chidori Edge. Hiss. After your surgery at the Land of Waves Biolab, your Huabe credit balance is insufficient. Would you like to apply for consumer credit? Yes. 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 Hurry. Even the perpetually calm Uchiha Itachi finally grew a bit anxious. After we capture Orochimaru Madara alive, they'll pay it all off with the informant fee. Consumer loan approved. 100 sets of blazing Chidori edges will be summoned for teleportation shortly. Please confirm receipt. On the altar, a torrent of lightning continuously descended upon Orochimaru Madara, the entire platform seemingly flooded with blinding electric arcs. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan suddenly transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. He swept his gaze and hurled the Chidori edge with ferocious force. The flying Chidori edge struck the core of the storm release in the air without deviation. A bolt of lightning erupted from the blade, momentarily halting the storm release ninjutsu. The next moment, a torrent of Chidori edges flew from Uchiha Itachi's hands. In terms of utilizing the Sharingan, Itachi was far ahead of Orochimaru Madara. The multiple Chidori edges sealed off all directions around Orochimaru Madara. Crackle. A dense chorus of thunder rang out. All the Chidori edges detonated simultaneously, drawing all the lightning release chakra from the storm release onto the altar, leaving only a soft clump of thunderclouds dissolving into mist. Even with the protective storm release bloodline, Orochimaru Madara was still severely shocked by the concentrated lightning release chakra. Yet this was only the beginning. Lightning release Kirin. Rumble. A series of violent explosions shook the earth, causing mountains to tremble. Blaze and thunder clashed. The Kirin descended. In that instant, the entire laboratory of Deduan began to quake as if the apocalypse had arrived. Steel release. Orochimaru Madara bellowed in fury, instantly transforming into a gigantic iron snake. Its head plunged deep into the ground while one tail stood erect, piercing the sky, constantly channeling the thunderbolts into the earth. The immense power caused the ground to shake violently as if about to split apart. Amid the lightning, Uchiha Itachi's eyes remained calm as a still pond. He unhesitatingly drew a mass-produced Kusanagi sword and ignited it with fire release. With the blazing flames, the Kusanagi sword instantly became like the mythical sword of Tatsuka, radiating boundless power and majesty. Then Uchiha Itachi charged at Orochimaru Madara with lightning speed. At the same time, amid the dense thunder, Orochimaru Madara also displayed top-tier shinobi strength. His body rapidly twisted and deformed, turning into a steel Yamata no Orochi. This gigantic serpent lunged at Uchiha Itachi with unparalleled momentum. The showdown between the two was about to unfold, a breathtaking battle on the verge of erupting. At that moment, the gazes of Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru Madara's main head met. Sharingan versus Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi was startled. He never expected that Orochimaru Madara's 3-Demo Sharingan was already beginning to transform into a Mangekyo. Naturally, Itachi didn't know that the suppressed Orochimaru Madara's grief and rage had reached its peak. Back when he was still Orochimaru, he was a master of Genjutsu. Yet before Uchiha Itachi, he couldn't even hold his gaze for a single moment. Wait, before reincarnation I was overpowered by you, now I've reincarnated as Orochimaru Madara, the enhanced version of Uchiha Madara, and am still being suppressed by you. Didn't I reincarnate in vain? Sharingan Hell Viewing Technique. Let me see the fear in your heart. This time Orochimaru Madara finally employed the Sharingan. Yet in Orochimaru Madara's eyes, Itachi's face grew larger and larger, eventually rising into midair, silently staring down at him. Damn. How did I fall into the Genjutsu? In the sky, Uchiha Itachi's burning figure emerged from the void, donned armor transformed into Susanoo, and slowly raised the sword of Tatsuka. Orochimaru Madara cried out in terror. No. Izanagi. Sever the fact that Kodo Amatsukami was used. Kodo Amatsukami. Orochimaru Madara is a clone of Orochimaru Shin. Izanami. Admit it, Orochimaru Madara, you are a clone of Orochimaru Shin. After several dojutsu techniques, the two mass-produced Sharingan in Itachi's eye sockets were again rendered useless. The two Sure-Sway Mangekyo hidden in the Crow clone, Kodo Amatsukami, also reverted to a state requiring over a decade to recharge. Yet, in reality, things were completely different from the illusion. After their gazes met before everyone's eyes, tears streamed from Uchiha Itachi's eyes and he instantly went blind. On the other side, Orochimaru Madara raised his hand and formed hand signs. Fire release great fireball technique. Boom. Zetsu and Deduan never imagined that an ordinary great fireball from Orochimaru Madara would blow Uchiha Itachi into a sky full of crows. Ha! I, Orochimaru Madara, am indeed the strongest. Watching the triumphant Orochimaru Madara, Zetsu marveled. As expected of Uchiha Madara's body, even Itachi, hailed as the strongest of his generation, couldn't withstand a single glance. On the altar, Orochimaru Madara waved his hand grandly. Itachi. My junior. I, Orochimaru Madara, acknowledge your strength. Work for me. Let us complete the moon's eye plan together. Two crows flew into his eye sockets, and Uchiha Itachi, his power restored, gave no direct answer, only a signal to Kisame. Kisame grinned at Deduan. One of us. No more fighting. Deduan withdrew and bowed respectfully. My sincerest apologies. The moment Itachi and Kisame switched sides, a figure in the distance brimming with boundless-tailed beast chakra strutted over with an arrogant gait. The Nine-Tails Aura. Naruto Uzumaki. Zetsu scrutinized the newcomer, suspicion growing in his heart. No. Where is Naruto's blonde hair? And why has he grown taller? To everyone's astonishment, this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, though resembling Naruto Uzumaki, had long drooping black hair. I am not Naruto Uzumaki. I am Menma Uzumaki. I acknowledge your strength and wish to join you. Zetsu naturally didn't believe Menma Uzumaki's words. But then Orochimaru Madara's eyes widened and he gasped. It's the aura of Tsukuyomi. Incomplete. The black-haired youth wore a defiant expression. You have some insight. I am from the world of limited Tsukuyomi. Naruto Uzumaki invaded my world and stole my parents. Everyone only remembers him as the hero's son, leaving me his twin brother to be despised as a monster. So you entered the shinobi world to kill Naruto and return to the Tsukuyomi world. Exactly. Zetsu glanced at Orochimaru Madara, who nodded and said, The Land of Waves also has the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. They have already initiated an evil limited Tsukuyomi experiment. This guy is a clone Nine-Tails Jinchuriki purchased at a high price from Tanigakure, made from the genes of Nine-Tails Chakra and Naruto Uzumaki. His body has been taken over by Menma Uzumaki from the limited Tsukuyomi world. He has come to reality. Hee. This Zhao Xin is truly foolish. He actually created such a perfect container for the Rinnegan. Zetsu laughed. First Orochimaru Madara, now Menma Uzumaki. What good luck. Before I couldn't find any donors for the Rinnegan, and now two appear at once. Menma Uzumaki looked at Orochimaru Madara with contempt, a faint, almost imperceptible sneer flashing in his eyes, as if to say, Orochimaru Madara, your acting is terrible. You lack conviction. You didn't get into character at all. You almost failed to deceive Zetsu. At that moment in Tanigakure, the Naruto Uzumaki, who was in command, stood with his hands on his hips, beaming with pride. Ha! Though I've lost my Mangekyo Sharingan, I've gained boundless joy. This, Naruto Uzumaki, was none other than another mass-produced six-pad seed, Uzumaki 0. Hiss, I feel like I've become whole. Inside the lonely cave, Dishiex Cyan, who was guest starring as the Green Snake Sage, inexplicably found himself with an extra clone, and received a fresh sample of Dishiban's flesh carrying a cursed seal transported via the reverse summoning technique. Really unexpected that Kiddo actually used Uchiha Ban's flesh and Dishiwan's remnant soul to create Dishiban. Tasting the memories within the cursed seal, Dishiex Cyan was stunned. Have I truly become the main body? Cloning Uchiha Ban's Sharingan unexpectedly managed to undo the seal of the Tatsuka sword on Dishiwan. Earlier, the Dishiwan within Didowan had fallen into slumber precisely due to Zhao Xin's attack with the Tatsuka sword. For Dishiwan, Zhao Xian harbored deep respect, so last time he deliberately disguised as Xianwa Mingren and delivered the most honorable blow to Dishiwan. Although he eventually intentionally let Didowan escape, he did not forget to borrow Itachi's Tatsuka sword to seal Dishiwan's remnant soul. Little did he expect that Didowan, that Brainstorm King, actually found a way to rescue and awaken Dishiwan. Dishiban not only usurped Bei Lu Hu's bloodline fusion body, but also made use of Bei Lu Hu's soul, releasing the Yin Ninetails and becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ninetails. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Dishiex Cyan, in the form of a giant blue snake coiled on an equally enormous chair looking at the piles of chakra crystals around him, smiled. The production of chakra crystals is rising steadily. Chakra has entered thousands of households. It seems the dream of mass-producing six-path sages is not far off. Dishiex Cyan had no intention of hoarding. He decisively summoned the sample of Dishiban's flesh to the Bo Country Biochemical Laboratory. The arrival of the Dishiban gene caused an uproar among the Zero Series Baiji Little Uchiha Shin in the entire Bo Country Biochemical Laboratory. After a warm and passionate selection, having defeated a pile of brothers, the victorious Little Uchiha Shin finally stood on the operating table with hands on his hips, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha! Finally it's my turn to grow up. This time he'll become the ancestor of the Uchiha. Very well, switch him out. Zhao Xian silently removed this Little Uchiha Shin, ready to replace him with another. Ancestor is too much to handle. Shadow Mat. Dad. Even if I become Uchiha Ban, you will always be my dad. Zhao Xian was moved but refused. I believe in you, I think highly of you, so I've decided to wait until we find Indra's gene sample before catalyzing you. Let you become the ancestor of ancestors. No. Dad. Don't. I've saved up so many points in the lab to earn this opportunity. I want to grow up. I want to go on field missions. I want to do hot springs massages and eat big meals like Xian Weling. Vulgar is that pursuit comparable to being the ancestor of the Uchiha? Indra doesn't have Rinnegan. Even a dog wouldn't want it. Alright. That's a good reason. Soon after watching the slowly forming Uchiha Bantaro, Zhao Xian recalled the actions and couldn't help but sigh. Plans can't keep up with changes. Zhao Xian thought it would take some time before he could encounter Zetsu again, but unexpectedly Zetsu directly exposed himself in front of Itachi the informant. All along, Didowan's whereabouts had been under the watch of the multiple undercover agent Uchiha Itachi. Although Bei Lu, who with Zetsu's help quietly kidnapped 4 bloodline limit ninja. But Zetsu's action of approaching Didowan to clone Uchiha Ban still exposed himself. Uchiha Itachi sent back intelligence in exchange for the opportunity to give his Mangekyo Sharingan to Sasuke. Xian Weling lost his Mangekyo and was originally planning to switch to mass-produced Sharingan. Coincidentally, Mingren, having suddenly aged 6 years, wanted to hide his identity. Zhao Xian took the opportunity to let Mingren experience a limited Tsukuyami of Road to Ninja, completing Mingren's identity, and then arranged Xian Weling to continue undercover in Short Town Street. Now the Dark Organization is practically full of undercover agents just waiting for Zetsu to walk into the trap. But facing such a favorable situation, Zhao Xian did not dare to take it lightly. It seemed they would capture the Rinnegan, the White Zetsu army, and the Gato statue in one fell swoop, but Zetsu's methods did not stop there. They must consider the enemy's capabilities broadly. Zhao Xian sent a message to Dishiex Cyan. Initiate archaeological excavations across the ninja world. Strive to find the Gato statue and the 100,000 White Zetsu without relying on the Rinnegan summoning. Zetsu has not handed over the Rinnegan yet. I suspect a trick. Dishiex Cyan replied. Beware of impure world reincarnation. Zetsu, hand over the Rinnegan to me. Watch me speedrun the ninja world and achieve the Moon Eye plan in one go. Lord Ban, the Onivalasian country system is now precarious. The tailed beast species have split. The ninja world faces its most dangerous moment. Quick victory is not advisable. At Didowan's base, facing 2 Rinnegan candidates, Zetsu actually put on airs and was unwilling to hand over the Rinnegan immediately. Lord Ban, let's talk about your plan first. Plan. Dishiban, wearing fluffy black long hair, changed into samurai armor, stuck a giant fan on his back, perfectly cosplaying as Uchiha Ben, then commanded. Zetsu, I want you to contact that old hag Chio and appoint him as the Kazekage. Kazakage. On what grounds? Deshiban pointed at Setsu and said, You go impersonate the daimyo of the Wind Country. Impersonating leaders was something Deshiban was well experienced in, and Zetsu was also a master of disguise, so it would certainly not go wrong. Seeing Zetsu nod, Deshiban then revealed his plan. We must defeat the Bow Country, establish a strong central government of the ninja world, and use official power to confiscate all the tailed beasts from the people. Only then can we recreate the 10 tails and help me become its Jinchuriki. Good. Shien when Myanmar led the applause. Soon the daimyo of the Wind Country appointed Shio as the Hokage, declared Sunageki illegal, and led the initiative to hold a new 5 Kage summit in the Iron Country. In the Iron Country, Mifune led Chio Aonoki, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Yuan Shur to gather together. Now soon as Garakanoha Tsunade and Kirizme Terumi had all been dismissed from their Kage positions by the respective daimyos. With the help of Shien when Myanmar, Hiruzen Sarutobi successfully escaped, and Yuan Shur was also invited out again to prepare to re-establish the order of the ninja world. Puzzlingly, after gathering everyone, Mifune immediately stepped down. Replacing him was a wild-haired man with a giant fan on his back, glaring with Sharingan eyes, his expression extremely arrogant. Uchiha Ban. Hiruzen Sarutobi was so shocked he trembled on the spot. Isn't this the little monkey that followed Hashirama Senju around? Since you recognize me, why don't you bow? Then show some respect to the third Hokage. Shien wa Myanmar was deeply in character, blocking in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, about to tailed beast transform, but was pushed aside by Hiruzen. Myanmar, retreat quickly, ill hold them off. Hiruzen Sarutobi, as if facing a great enemy, ordered seriously. TCH, a coward is a coward. As soon as you see me, all you know is to run. No wonder you were suppressed by a junior without any power to fight back. Uchiha Ban mocked Hiruzen Sarutobi without restraint. Uchiha Ban, I am no longer the same as before. Today, even if I risk my old life, I will make you know the will of fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi said solemnly. Although my power is insufficient, I am not lacking in methods to send you back to hell. Anoki said with a sympathetic heart. Ban, compared to the Bow Country, you are even more terrifying. Deshiban said arrogantly. The method you mentioned is the dead demon consuming seal, isn't it? Look at this. Several chakra tails emerged from behind Deshiban. Hiruzen Sarutobi was startled and turned to look at Shien when Myanmar, shocked. Im Karama. You undid Minato's dead demon consuming seal. Deshiban said arrogantly. I came here not to discuss with you but to give orders. Dust release detachment of the primitive world. While Hiruzen was still babbling, Anoki immediately stood up and unleashed dust release at Deshiban. Deshiban extended his hand using dark release to easily absorb the dust release. Impossible. Worthless. Deshiban flashed step to Anoki's side, lifted him up, pressed his hand on Anoki's body, and frantically absorbed his chakra. Too weak. Too weak. Deshiban laughed. Has the power of the ninja world fallen to this level? I, Uchiha Ban, can sweep the ninja world alone. Lord Ban, please go easy on him. Seeing that Anoki's old life was about to end, Mifune quickly shouted. Lord Ban, I beg you to put the ninja world first. Help us eradicate the Bow Country bandits. Ha ha ha. Deshiban released the Yemu. I was just teaching a useless junior a lesson. Yemu, do you now know to respect your elder? Yemu landed pathetically. After twisting his old waist this time, he dared not shout, only writhing on the ground in cramp. After doing all this, Uchiha Ban strode arrogantly to the seat of the chairman, and sat down with an air of authority. I declare that from now on the 5 great nations shall establish a ninja repatriation legion. I will take the position of Shogun, governing the affairs of the ninja world on behalf of the daimyos of the 5 nations. Shogun. The inconspicuous elder of the mist stood up in shock. You dared to go against heaven and manipulate the daimyo. Have you not always done this? In the name of the elder controlling the hidden mist village. What harm is there in me expanding this authority a little? As Uchiha Ban's voice fell, Zetsu eagerly played a video of the 5 nations' daimyos trembling in underground shelters. Please, Shogun, save us. The Yellow Turban Army must be suppressed. Yuanfei Risen looked at the screen and frowned. Must it be this way? Deshiban said with righteous indignation. It must be so. Otherwise, how can we oppose the Yellow Turban Army? Deshiban grew more immersed in his role. That fool Hashirama. If he had joined forces with me to unify the ninja world in the early days, there would be no Yellow Turban Army now. Watching the so-called Kages with their heads drooping, Uchiha Ban sneered. Don't be unconvinced. Keeping the daimyos is merely because they hold the land deeds of the 5 nations from the old era. We must now tell those Yellow Turban troops who the true masters of the ninja world are. At Uchiha Ban's words, the new Kazakage Chiyo, the new Mizukage elder, and the third Hokage Yuanfei Risen, who was preparing to restore the old order, felt deep agreement. Deshiban began assigning roles. Since we are establishing a coalition, Reikage, don't hide anything. Bring out your superdimensional chakra cannon that can blow up the moon with one shot. Fire a shot at that damn wave country. Announce our arrival. When Dishiban exposed that Reikage possessed the superdimensional chakra cannon, the other four Kages all changed color. So it's you, eh? You were the first to develop scientific ninja tools. Yima's expression was extremely unpleasant. If such a devastating weapon in the Cloud Village launched a sneak attack, who could stop it? A superdimensional chakra cannon, its craftsmanship is complex, materials are scarce, and the Cloud Village only managed to cobble together one. Wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained desperately. The Cloud Village was no stranger to developing scientific ninja tools, but just as the Leaf Village sealed away many of Qianzhou Fujian's techniques, the Cloud Village chose to shelve various technologies to ensure the superiority of ninjas. As a result, although the Cloud Village clearly possessed chakra cannon technology, they could only watch as the Wave Country step by step iterated the small genius wrist guard into a massive weapon capable of mass teleporting explosive tags. However, the Cloud Village's superdimensional chakra cannon still suffered from defects such as enormous size, long charging time, and huge chakra consumption. Despite these various problems, under the situation where Dishiban used the 5 daimyos to command the villages, the Cloud Village's superdimensional chakra cannon was finally brought out. At the border of the Lightning Country above the Valley of the End, Dishiban leaned against the superdimensional chakra cannon and began his first performance as Shogun. I am the Shogun of the ninja world, Uchiha Ban. Now I speak to Zhao Xian. A giant projection of Dishiban appeared above the Wave Country, overlooking the entire territory. I have been resurrected from the past and have obtained the 5 nations Kekkei Genkai and an immortal body through the Gyalyo technique. Zhao Xian of the Wave Country, you have turned heaven and earth upside down, spreading ninjutsu to commoners. Your crime is unforgivable. Now I call upon the wise of the Wave Country to overthrow Zhao Xian and restore a bright world to the ninja realm. Otherwise this island will be your fate. Dishiban pointed at Island Jifu, and a dazzling beam flew from the direction of the Valley of the End, directly blasting the crystal-like island. Island Jifu was a flagship project of the Wave Country, serving both as the breeding home of the Jifu clan and a production base for mass-producing Jifu and Jiaojia. A brilliant light rose from the sea between the Water Nation and the Wave Nation, resembling a colossal sun illuminating the coastlines of the Thunder, Water, and Fire Nations. The entire island of Ibu was turned to nothingness under the gaze of everyone. In the Valley of the End, 50,000 ninja troops stood ready, showcasing the might of the former powers of the 5 great nations to the entire ninja world. Under Uchiha Madara's command, there was no shortage of talent, with shadow-level powerhouses such as Reikage, Tsuchika, Jinoki, Hokage, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Zetsutobi, Uzumaki, Mito, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame. This time the ninja troops' return to the homeland was primarily led by the Land of Lightning, taking the route through the Land of Iron, invading the Land of Fire's territory, and gathering at the Valley of the End with the remnants of the Fire Nation led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the existence of the superdimensional chakra cannon, Uchiha Madara had no interest in making strategic choices regarding an initial attack on the Land of Rice or the Land of Wave, directly firing a shot to obliterate the island of Ibu, forcing Zhao Xian to come out for a decisive battle. In response to Uchiha Madara's actions, Zhao Xian finally moved. At that moment, all the small golden toad telephones summoning snakes and slug telephones across the ninja world received the news push. In that case, let us decide the battle at the Valley of the End. If we win, we will establish the Ninja Revolutionary Alliance, bury the old regime, unite everyone, and stride towards the stars and the sea, fighting against alien enemies. If we lose, you will initiate the infinite Tsukuyami, and everyone will be drained of life and spirit by the divine tree, bearing the fruits of the divine tree, waiting for the arrival of alien beings to reap. I, Zhao Xian, hereby propose that the entire ninja world unite, establishing a united front to overthrow the alien pawn Uchiha Madara. Zhao Xian generously disclosed all intelligence, such as the history of the Otsutsuki's descent, the birth of chakra, the founding of the ninja sect, and so on. So that's it. Zhao Xin's true intention behind promoting slug communication is this. Looking at the news push, Reikage AI slapped his thigh and exclaimed, this is troublesome. Whether in the Land of Wave promoting the civilian use of ninjutsu or vigorously promoting slug communication to achieve chakra crystal settlement, enabling ordinary people to unleash ninjutsu. Ultimately, Zhao Xian aimed to break the barriers between ordinary people and ninjas, achieving equal communication for all. The ninja troops led by Uchiha Madara instantly stood in opposition to the entire ninja world. The effect of Zhao Xin's news push throughout the ninja world was significant. No one moved. Ha! Zhao Xian. I thought you were some heroic figure. Turns out you are just a softa hiding in the shadows, sending out messages. The display of the superdimensional chakra cannon's firepower was still fresh in their minds. Relying solely on shouting to the world to solve problems was obviously impossible. All factions' eyes were fixed on the direction of the Land of Wave, and the ninja troops under Uchiha Madara's leadership grew increasingly arrogant. After all, although the Ninja Revolutionary Alliance appeared grand, its visible power was not strong. They were just a bunch of mud-legged farmers wielding civilian ninjutsu. Little did they know Zhao Xian regarded this battle with utmost seriousness. While a fight was indeed necessary, the timing, method, and outcomes of the battle were all to be determined by the Land of Wave. Land of Wave Administrative Building. The building's name had been changed to Ninja World Revolutionary Alliance Headquarters. Inside the building, the first floor was now the Ninja World Civil War Command Hall. Hundreds of surveillance screens displayed scenes from various locations within the Ninja World in real time. Zhao Xin sat at the center round table in the hall, leading the upper echelons of the Ninja Revolutionary Alliance to watch the gathering at the Valley of the End. My Lord Xin, I do not understand. With that group of rabble, I could easily sweep through the upper ranks with myself and Naruto, while Niji Hyuga could take care of the ninja troops. Why must the ordinary ninja troops complete their gathering before going to battle against the ninjas? The one speaking beside Zhao Xin was Uchiha Sasuke. This is the best opportunity. Zhao Xin looked at the battlefield. A nation's birth without the tempering of iron and blood will leave behind various residual issues. Only by properly engaging in a war of nation building can one secure their claim. Indeed, I could send you Naruto and Niji Hyuga to team up, turning the Ninja World War into a chaotic battle of Otsutsuki descendants, but what significance would that hold? Originally, in the timeline of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the entire ninja army hardly seemed to have any impact. The individual prowess of the reanimated Madara alone was enough to crush the ninja army. 100,000 white Setsu were like toys before Naruto and Sasuke, while 6 paths Naruto utilizing shadow clones could easily wipe out various previous generations of reanimated strong ninjas, with the ninja army merely following behind to assist in sealing. Now Sasuke, having obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, possessed strength far exceeding his counterpart in the original timeline, naturally raising doubts about the ninja army. Zhao Xin countered, do you expect the ninja world to wait for the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths each time it faces destruction? Do not forget, Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. This time's calamity is also closely related to him. Right now is the moment to temper the strength of the Ninja Revolutionary Alliance, to make everyone firmly believe that one can succeed without the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Or rather, everyone can be a Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke asked. It is not enough for everyone to be a Sage of Six Paths. Niji Hyuga glared with his azure Byakugan, gazing at the sky. Zhao Xin stated seriously, Sasuke, compared to the ordinary people of the ninja world, you and Naruto, as well as Niji, are indeed as strong as deities. Zhao Xin gestured and the screen displayed the cosmos. This is an image from the moon where there is a temple, a giant Rinnegan, and a statue of the Otsutsuki clan. Niji Hyuga explained, although Kagaya Otsutsuki is a significant problem, when viewed from a broader perspective, the Otsutsuki clan can only be considered a minor issue. Do you think you are invincible? How do you fare against Kagaya? If I told you that Kagaya is merely a lowly slave of the Otsutsuki clan's lower class, easily disposable, what would you do? You think you stand above the entire ninja world, able to sweep through an army alone. But what if a high-ranking warrior from the Otsutsuki clan arrives, possessing combat power in the millions, capable of obliterating the ninja world with a snap of their fingers? What will you do then? Moreover, this is still the material world. There are also the 3 sacred lands, the abodes of immortals, evil gods Yama, and the Grim Reaper, among other realms of souls. This battle aims to inform the entire ninja world that the power of bloodlines has limits, but the liberated spirit is infinite. Rather than restoring the Otsutsuki bloodline and sharing the power of the Sage of Six Paths throughout the ninja world, I would prefer to liberate all humanity, liberating thought, spirit, and productivity. Killing must strike at the heart. Defeating the ninja army is indeed important, but destroying their ninja way is even more crucial than erasing them physically. My goal is to establish the foundational unit of the future Ninja Revolutionary Alliance, starting with the level of you and Naruto, while also effectively utilizing various scientific ninja tools. To become professional soldiers who understand why they fight, laying the groundwork for future cosmic battles, interdimensional conflicts, and even multidimensional ninja world battles. I want the entire ninja world to realize that the army should be a highly organized modern armed force, not a loose and makeshift organization like the ninja army. The so-called Great Ninja War of the past 60 years was merely a brawl among the 5 villages. In the face of a truly organized army, even a group of superhumans capable of breathing fire, spraying water, summoning lightning, and controlling wind would only meet a crushing end. Pass the order to charge the explosive clay machine battalion. Air Force of the Land of Wave, mobilize. Buzz. What's that sound? Is it a bird? It's Deduced exploding clay. A ninja from 2 countries recognized the clay and yelled, "Take cover!" The ninja army's homecoming finally faced the counterattack of the Shinobi Revolutionary Alliance. 200 exploding clay bombers took off from Tian country and reached the Zhongmo Valley in less than a quarter of an hour. The exploding clay bombers opened their bellies and a massive white clay descended from the sky directly into the enemy positions. The experienced ninjas had already built shelters with earth-style wall, while the inexperienced ones watched helplessly as huge spherical clay fell from the sky. The spherical explosive clay suddenly burst open just before hitting the ground. Under the dazzling light, Sharpie ninjas glimpsed the objects wrapped inside the explosive clay. There were layer upon layer of explosive tags counted in tens of thousands. Rumble. One after another, bombs comparable to small-tailed beast balls blasted craters the size of Chunin exam arenas within the ninja army's formation. Boom 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 boom. The dense bombs plowed the entire gathering area of the ninja army back and forth. After one round of bombing, the sky above the Zhongmao Valley seemed to rise several feet. 200 bombers, each carrying 10 bombs, when all dropped, only spent 200 million explosive tags. And the reserve of explosive tags. Just Xiaonan alone had 600 billion. And Xiaonan's personal reserve was nothing compared to the explosive tag factory in Bo country. A mere drop in the thighs is not the war I know. Diemu had already neutralized the threat above him with dust release before the bombs landed, yet he still trembled. I've participated in 2 great ninja wars and I've never seen such efficient slaughter. A ninja war should be illusions and taijutsu flying together, kanai and ninjutsu in one palette. It should be traps, mechanisms, conspiracies, and schemes. Yuan, sure of the mist, was dumbfounded. This is also a trap. We haven't even seen the enemy's face. Qian Dai had clearly seen Bo country's fleet armed escort at Feng country's port, yet she still refused to admit it. Now, seeing the power of the Shinobi Revolutionary Alliance's air force, she finally accepted reality. Diemu, how effective are the shelters made with Earth style against bombs? Dishiban asked. Can't stop them. The main explosive is explosive tags. The shockwave is too violent. Even with shelters, they'll likely be stunned or killed. Even if they have strength left, our ninjas can't leave the shelters before the enemy's bombing ends. Thighs is a one-sided massacre. Looking at the devastated Zhongmao Valley, Dishiban fell speechless. As far as I know, Xiaonan has 600 billion explosive tags. Facing this situation, Zhu also found it hard to stay calm. The current consumption is less than 1,000th of Xiaonan's alone. Is it still too late to assassinate Mi Yan and Xiaonan? While the top brass of the returning ninja army were still discussing, the Shinobi Revolutionary Alliance's bomber formation had already appeared above the Zhongmao Valley for the second time. The dense bombing continued, directly collapsing the statue of Uchiha Ban and Senju Jijian, which symbolized the peace of the ninja. I can't stand it. AI angrily adjusted the space-time chakra cannon, aimed left, and right, then finally put it down in frustration. I should have kept developing the chakra cannon. At least we would have anti-air measures now. The dense explosions lasted almost the entire afternoon. However, by nightfall, a situation that caught the ninja army even more off guard arrived. In Tian country, Feng country, and Hui country, a yellow turban army appeared respectively. Wow! What the hell are these? Are they puppets? Or ninja beasts? The yellow turban army charging out of Tian country rode insect armors resembling a cross between a dragonfly and a longhorn beetle, flying low and emitting illusionary light along the way. The armor of this unit clearly used the chakra of the Seven Tails Chomei as its power source. The yellow turban army in Feng country meanwhile exuded an aura of steel and puppetry. 5 chakra metal puppet raccoons made up one unit, ready at any moment to combine into a larger armored puppet. The yellow turban army in Hui country appeared much more biological. The vehicle that the soldiers rode was clearly a massive 6-tailed slug, seemingly a combination of a slug and the 6-tails Seiken, with traces of the Galio technique at the seams. A group of high-ranking ninja officials faced with the unknown had no idea how to react. The 3 yellow turban armies simultaneously shot dazzling fire release illumination flares into the sky. Huge fireballs drifted across the sky, lighting up the entire Zhongmao Valley. Next, the puppet raccoons of Feng country opened their mouths and a rain of miniature-tailed beast balls poured into the ninja army's positions, plowing the already devastated land over and over. Then the Chomei army's armored forces from Tian country and the Seiken army from Hui country simultaneously entered the battlefield. The Chomei army scattered illusionary scale powder along the way, disarming the last surviving ninja soldiers. After the Seiken army entered, they used slug healing to keep the living alive, and then captured them, and used acid to cleanse the remaining area, cleaning up the battlefield thoroughly. While the ninja forces were being bombarded, many ninjas shouted, "Don't be afraid. As soon as the 5 Kages step in, everything will be fine." An explosive tag costs 100 Rio, but a single shell from the Renge Alliance costs 100,000 Rio. No nation can sustain this kind of expenditure. When the enemy runs out of ammunition, that will be our moment to storm the land of waves and take whatever we want. The Renge Alliance's army is nothing but ordinary civilians. Even a mere genin can take on 100 of them. Yet until the last ninja either fell or was captured, the cage-level fighters never made a move. Why didn't you act? Fumed with rage, for the heaviest losses had fallen upon Kumogekyu's shinobi. You wouldn't want to repeat the fate of the 3rd Reikage, would you? The 3rd Reikage once single-handedly fought 10,000 IWA shinobi, battling for 3 days and nights until he collapsed from exhaustion and died. Anoki gazed down at the Renge Alliance troops below, and sighed. Soldiers fight soldiers, generals fight generals. The high command of the Renge Alliance hasn't shown themselves at all. We have no reason to intervene. So we just let the Renge Alliance sweep away all resistance from the 5 great nations. Fumed. I'm just an old bag of bones. If I go down there, I'll only be throwing my life away. When ants cooperate, they can bring down an elephant. With these thousands of soldiers, the Renge Alliance is more than capable of taking down several cage-level fighters. Chio fell into an even deeper silence. How many more armies like this can the Renge Alliance raise? Anoki asked in a leisurely tone. With minimal training, just about any ordinary person can be armed and ready to fight. I reluctantly admitted the truth. Under such circumstances, the Renge Alliance's recruitment pool was essentially endless. In the past, the third Reikage had at least felled 10,000 IWA ninjas before claiming he died in battle. But if I went down and killed a few thousand commoners, what would that even mean? Compared to the entire population of the shinobi world, a few thousand civilians wouldn't even make a ripple. Is the era of shinobi truly coming to an end? Kumogakure had the chakra cannon first. But we only knew how to train our bodies with lightning release chakra. I reproached himself. The new and old five Kages along with Mifune watched helplessly as the Renge Alliance methodically rounded up prisoners, their faces etched with utter despair. In this kind of warfare, heroes who can single-handedly sway the tide of battle no longer exist. Uzumaki Menma shook his head. No matter how strong an individual is, they will eventually be suppressed by collective strength. Deduwan glanced at Deshiban, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He thought to himself, if we're talking about individual power, Uchiha Madara is the one who can dominate a battlefield, isn't he? As if reading Deduwan's thoughts, Mifune suddenly fell to his knees before Deshiban. Please, Lord Madara, take action yourself. The high-ranking ninja all turned their gazes toward Madara. Ahaha. Deshiban burst into laughter. Why should I act? If I truly were Uchiha Madara, I would be overjoyed right now. The crowd was stunned. You bunch of useless fools don't even deserve to win. The lives of ordinary people have always been nothing more than history written by the strong. 60 years ago, that idiot Hashirama Senju defeated Uchiha Madara only to hand over the shinobi world on a silver platter. It was Hashirama's mercy and weakness that gave you the chance to survive, yet you fools attribute it to your own strength. Zetsu, hand over the Rinnegan. Let me carry out the Moon Eye plan. Deshiban suddenly turned towards Zetsu. Well said. How could the Moon Eye plan ever succeed when you're mired with a bunch of insects? Zetsu cackled. Such a task is better left to me. Spore technique. Zetsu cackled eerily, and inexplicably spores like massive clouds burst forth from every empowered individual present, the surviving ninjas, the Renge Alliance soldiers, and all the formidable fighters. Just then the ground suddenly cracked open into countless holes, and a sea of white Zetsu crawled out from beneath, enveloping every ninja on the scene. So the white Zetsu army had arrived long ago, merely waiting to launch a sneak attack on the ninja forces. No wonder the Renge Alliance's area bombardment was so thorough. Those gravely wounded ninjas had already been devoured by the white Zetsu. Anoki used ninjutsu to blast the spores off his body, his face a mask of sheer terror, as he stared at Zetsu. In this war the ninja army had given everything, not a single drop of chakra remained. Just stay still and let me drain your chakra. A white Zetsu wearing a swirl mask appeared in the middle of the field, its eyes containing the very Rinnegan that Zetsu had refused to hand over to Deshiban. Deshiban suddenly understood. Zetsu, so you never truly trusted me. Hihihihi, Orochimaru, thank you for gathering so many ninjas for me. The two-faced Zetsu slowly sank into the earth. I just think the Moon Eye plan is better left in the hands of the true Amaterasu. Black Zetsu gradually sank into the ground, and in his place appeared a coffin. Summoning impure world reincarnation. Outer path samsara rebirth technique. Ha! I Uchiha Madara have returned. The coffin lid was sent flying. With empty eye sockets clad in samurai armor and restored to his peak condition, Uchiha Madara roared with laughter as he stepped out of the coffin. Right now! Uzumaki Menma suddenly shouted. Everyone attacked together. Flying thunder. Uzumaki Menma flashed behind Uchiha Madara and tried to grab him, but even with blind eyes Madara easily dodged. A crackling with lightning charged at Uchiha Madara with fists as big as cauldrons, only to be sent flying with a single kick. Deshiban unleashed the swift release and darkness release, simultaneously attempting to drain Madara's chakra, but discovered a spore clinging to Madara's shoulder. It was supplying chakra to him from afar while simultaneously starting to siphon chakra from Deshiban. 6 pads 10 tails coffin seal. Freshly revived Madara automatically summoned the demonic statue of the outer path, and through the white Zetsu's spore technique began continuously injecting chakra into the statue. As the chakra gradually poured in, Uchiha Madara's form began to slowly transform. His samurai armor cracked and fell away, replaced by white robes, and on top of his head a pair of horns unique to the Otsutsuki clan started to sprout. The 10 tails. Impossible. When did you gather all the tailed beasts? Tailed beasts aren't a necessity. Even the 10 tails is nothing more than the spiritual energy of 100,000 ordinary people gathered together. The only reason we collected tailed beasts instead of draining chakra from tens of thousands of ninjas was to simplify the mission. Uchiha Madara replied scornfully. Besides, mass-produced tailed beasts are everywhere. The natures of the 9 beasts are easily obtained. All I need is chakra. The white Zetsu with the swirl mask was still gloating when Madara grabbed him, casually plucked out the Rinnegan from his eye sockets and thrust them into his own. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Deshiban cosplaying as him. Uchiha Madara's face twisted with contempt. Who are you? Using the same face as mine. Without waiting for Deshiban to answer, Madara asked Zetsu, where is Uchiha Obito? Amaterasu? Obito was captured by Zhao Xin of the Land of Waves. Zhao Xin. The land of waves. What has happened to the shinobi world in my absence? As he wondered, Madara noticed that Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan had inexplicably blinked. Got you? Madara looked down to see a young member of the Sarutobi clan grabbing his hands. Reaper Death Seal. The phantom of the death god materialized behind Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Madara showed no surprise, instead he laughed, and extended his hand toward Hiruzen. Yama's judgment. A colossal king of hell rose from underground and actually reached in the opposite direction toward the Reaper Death Seal on Hiruzen's chest, thrusting its hand inside. By the time the Reaper Death Seal was activated, Hiruzen's soul had already been seized by the death god. Yet at this moment the king of hell caught hold of it. Madara, I possess the will of fire. I want lose to you. Hiruzen declared with righteous passion. I will certainly protect the shinobi world. Will of fire. I think you lack Hashirama's skills but suffer from his affliction. Uchiha Madara intensified his output. Everyone. Help me. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his arm in a rallying cry. Allow me to help. Kusanagi sword. Deshiban sliced open the death god's belly with a single stroke, and a golden flash shot past, rushing into Uzumaki Menma's body. You are Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched in horror as the Madara before him began to change, slowly transforming into the visage of Orochimaru. Old man, you really are slow on the uptake. Deshiban laughed. 4 black snakes formation. In the sky, the battle between the death god and the king of hell continued. Faced with Uchiha Madara, who possessed the Rinnegan, and whose form was gradually shifting toward the Six Paths Sage, the former ninja coalition seemed utterly undaunted. Deshiban split into 4 clones, sealing Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uchiha Madara, and Zetsu inside the formation. Excellent. Orochimaru returning to the right path. I can die without regret. Hiss. Old man, don't gild the lily. Deshiban snickered, then turned to Zetsu. Zetsu, do you want to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki? This is your last chance. You are on their side. Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed up blood. Uchiha Madara heard the words and asked coldly, revive Kagaya Otsutsuki. That is not part of the plan. Zetsu sneered and shook his head. Don't try to sow discord between Lord Madara and me. Deshiban scoffed, then just wait and see. As the words fell, Zetsu and Uchiha Madara abruptly discovered that the Spore Technique's chakra supply to Madara had been cut off, and his transformation towards 6 Paths Madara ground to a halt. Sensing that he could no longer absorb chakra, Madara opened his eyes, his Rinnegan glaring fiercely at Deshiban. What have you done? Outside the pitch-black 4 black snakes formation, Uzumaki Menma reverted to Naruto Uzumaki. Activating the Sage mode, he produced a multitude of clones that surged into the white Zetsu army. In an instant, over 1,000 shadow clones hurled Sage Art Rasengan, turning every white Zetsu, binding the shinobi allied forces into potted plants, simultaneously dismantling the Spore Technique. Within the formation, Deshiban gazed at Uchiha Madara and said, even though you have obtained the power of the 6 Paths level, defeating you is not difficult. Is that so? Uchiha Madara scoffed. The king of hell and the death god seemed to reach an accord, tearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's soul in 2, each vanishing with half of it. Uchiha Madara kicked aside Hiruzen Sarutobi's chakra-depleted corpse and flexed his joints. I see you know nothing of the 6 Paths Sage's power. A truth-seeking orb coalesced outside Madara's body, transforming into an obsidian staff of the immortals. Sage Arcane Release Lightning Style. Grasping the staff, Madara raised his hand, scattering a vast sheet of violet lightning from his palm. On the contrary, I have acquired all of the Wave Country's research on the 6 Paths Sage. Deshiban chuckled. I once encountered a figure from the hidden sky village named Shino. From him I learned a forbidden technique for flesh regeneration and revitalization. This forbidden jutsu, when combined with Tailed Beast Chakra, can open all 8 gates without dying. In other words, dealing with you alone is sufficient. Deshiban roared with laughter. Flesh regeneration. 8 gates release, formation gate of death open. Sensing Deshiban's overwhelming aura, 6 Paths Madara hastily concealed himself within a massive black truth-seeking orb. Yet before 6 Paths Madara could catch his breath, a golden flash sliced through the darkness, and a fist the size of a cauldron smashed onto his crown. I too have a smattering of the Flying Thunder God technique. Elephant. The Crimson Inch. Deshiban shattered half of 6 Paths Madara's body with a single kick. 6 Paths Madara, still shaken from his brush with death, realized that if that kick had been aimed at his head, he would have been finished. Bastard. 6 Paths Madara could not accept it. He was the possessor of the Rinnegan, the Tentails Jinchuriki, the Uchiha Madara who had matched the ninja god Hashirama Senju for decades without falter. Deshiban slowly withdrew the 8 gates released formation, synchronizing his body's recovery with 6 Paths Madara. Ignoring Madara, he addressed Zetsu. At the Wave Country's development rate, it won't take many years for every shinobi to reach my level. Zetsu, how long will you continue to endure? Nonsense. Zetsu is my creation. And you would negotiate with him. Yet Zetsu spoke. I want to talk with Zhao Xin. As you wish. Deshiban dispelled the 4 black serpent formation and pressed his hand to the ground. Summoning Blue Snake Sage. A horned azure serpent emerged from the smoke, and atop its head stood Zhao Xin. Once the azure serpent arrived, Ban silently walked to its side. The serpent gradually transformed into another Orochimaru, and the two merged, standing quietly before Uchiha Madara. The Shinobi High Command could understand Hiruzen Sarutobi's death given his grudge with Orochimaru. But what was this fusion of Ban and Xin all about? Was the one painstakingly resurrected by Kabuto actually Xin? Had the entire Shinobi army's movements been under Zhao Xin's surveillance? The remaining four Kage were caught off guard, their first instinct to flee. Yet before they could react, Itachi, Uchiha Kisame Hashigaki and Naruto Uzumaki had already positioned themselves in a triangle encircling the group. You. All of you are Zhao Xin's men. Meanwhile, Zhao Xin approached Setsu. So you are Zhao Xin. It was Six Paths Madara who spoke first. Six Paths Madara stared at Zhao Xin, utterly astonished. The other party possessed all the bloodlines he himself had, and yet his appearance had taken on that of the Six Paths sage. What was more terrifying was that despite the other looking like an ordinary man, Six Paths Madara sensed an utterly dreadful aura emanating from him. It was the same as when he faced Hashirama Senju. No matter how he broke through, Hashirama always found a way to suppress him. When Six Paths Madara questioned him, Zhao Xin turned and said, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito has confessed everything. Your crimes are unforgivable, you must die. But the Shinobi Revolutionary Alliance values evidence. Having Xin spare your life was merely a different consideration for your execution. Ha! Absurd. Six Paths Madara laughed. Who could judge me, Uchiha Madara? Zhao Xin looked at him with pity. You are nothing but a poor fool who has been deceived. Zetsu, if you still want to revive Kaguya, then tell Madara the truth. Nonsense. Zetsu is merely a creation I made with Inyang release mind possession. Is that so? Zhao Xin casually grabbed a white Zetsu from the battlefield and tossed it at Six Paths Madara's feet. Try creating one yourself. Six Paths Madara was speechless. The ever-fawning Zetsu also froze. I have done some research on the God Tree. Zhao Xin looked at Six Paths Madara. You have struggled with Hashirama Senju for decades and even obtained his flesh. There's no way you are ignorant of wood releases, chakra-absorbing property. The infinite Tsukuyumi is supported by the God Tree world coming down, corresponding to the sage body and the sage eye. Zhao Xin gazed at Six Paths Madara as if at a fool. What do you think the consequence will be? World peace. The result will be that everyone is brought into the God Tree's body, their chakra and souls extracted and cast into eternal slumber. Six Paths Madara lowered his head. I already considered that. But on the stone tablet of Naka Shrine, the Six Paths Sage's final words were clear: only the infinite Tsukuyumi can save the Uchiha and bring lasting peace to the Shinobi world. If the infinite Tsukuyumi would be deadly, then why would the Six Paths Sage who founded the ninja sect and worked for world peace call it the path of salvation? Therefore I must be the one in the wrong. This must be a trial set by the Six Paths Sage. I have misinterpreted the infinite Tsukuyumi. It is a cognitive barrier. Only those with great wisdom can see their own insignificance and limitations. Besides, even if the infinite Tsukuyumi were meant to annihilate everyone in the Shinobi world, it would be the Six Paths Sage's discontent with the constant warfare. What's wrong with bringing divine punishment upon the Shinobi world? Looking at the fanatical Six Paths Madara, Zhao Xin and Xin both sighed while Itachi Uchiha silently buried his face in his collar. Zhao Xin said, I am different. I believe in science, and based on scientific conclusions I make bold hypotheses. For instance, could the stone tablet have been tampered with? Impossible. The contents of the Naka Shrine stone tablet have lasted 1,000 years. It cannot be modified. What if it was modified 1,000 years ago? Zhao Xin looked at Zetsu. Isn't that right, Otsutsuki Zetsu? You've discovered me. Black Zetsu snarled. That's right. It was I who altered the Six Paths Sage's final words, which wished for harmony among descendants, into what they are today. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I cannot be wrong. The Six Paths Sage's final words cannot be false. Six Paths Madara began to seriously doubt his entire existence. Zhao Xin cast a pitying glance at Six Paths Madara and said to Zetsu, Zetsu, stop hiding. Revive Otsutsuki Kaguya. What did you say? I want to revive Otsutsuki Kaguya. Zhao Xin looked at Zetsu. As for him, let him go to the Pure Land himself, and ask the Six Paths Sage what his final words truly were. Uchiha Madara was stunned. Are you mad? Didn't you come to stop me from launching the infinite Tsukuyumi? Of course I did, but I also want to revive Otsutsuki Kaguya. Zhao Xin stared coldly at Zetsu. And I need all the information on the Otsutsuki clan. Impossible. Lies. All lies. This is an illusion. You are lying. I am the true heir of the Six Paths Sage's will. At this moment, Six Paths Madara resembled a victim who had wired a fortune to overseas scammers and refused to believe the police, unable to accept that his century-long conviction was a lie. Aya. Susuna. Sky-shaking meteorites. The complete body Susanoo rose from the ground, forming seals simultaneously with 6 paths Madara. 2 colossal meteorites crashed down in succession, intending to annihilate everyone present. Humph. Flying Thunder God. Zhao Xian snorted and flashed into the sky. Multiple shadow clone technique. Sage Art Rasengan. Countless clones charged at the 2 meteorites, pulverizing them into dust in an instant. Then dispersing the Sage Chakra, his eyes switched to the Byakugan in a blink, then to Purple Rinnegan with Tomo. He reached into the Susanoo's body Rinnegan Amanoda Jikura. Zhao Xian exchanged positions with 6 paths. Madara's staff appeared before Madara and rained blows upon him. Each punch drained a portion of 6 paths Madara's chakra, and after several rounds he was on the verge of falling from the 6 path state. Finally Zhao Xian grabbed 6 paths Madara and threw him at Setsu's feet. Either revive Kaguya now or I'll send you both to keep her company. Seeing Zhao Xian's Rinnegan, Zetsu assumed that Zhao Xian had obtained Indra's chakra and finally resigned himself. Under 6 paths Madara's horrified gaze, black and white Zetsu split apart. Black Zetsu dissolved into sludge and lunged at 6 paths Madara. Yin-Yang released mind possession assimilation. The black sludge spread over Madara's body, helplessly watching himself be dyed dark. A consciousness slowly awakened within his own frame, so I was truly deceived. The pitch black Zetsu howled, chakra. I need chakra. Without the infinite Tsukuyami I cannot revive mother. You want the infinite Tsukuyami? Take it. Zhao Xian pressed his hand onto Zetsu. Kamui? Ju only felt a flash before his eyes and he found himself in a strange timespace. Within this timespace a crystal-clear resplendent chakra river spanned the entirety of the area, majestic and boundless. Zhao Xian casually waved his hand and 9 streams of chakra infused with the essence of tailed beasts continuously poured into Ju's body. Endless chakra poured in, and Ju, with a body marked by the 6 paths, transformed into a massive black sphere, beginning to constantly shrink, shift, and expand. A woman with skin whiter than snow, long blue hair cascading beyond her body, no eyebrows, a delicate and beautiful face, 2 horns on her head, long nails, clothed in white robes adorned with black magatama patterns and with white eyes, slowly emerged. She bore a Rinnegan on her forehead. Stepping into this unfamiliar area, Otsutsuki Kaguya appeared somewhat dazed, her white eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Where is this place? I remember going to a planet with a Chiji to plant a divine tree, but after being consumed by the divine tree I secretly ingested a chakra fruit and injured a Chiji. In her daze, Kaguya's previously confused gaze sharpened as she coldly fixed her eyes on the person before her, asking, Where is this place? Looking at Kaguya, Zhao Xin's right eye ignited with flames. Otsutsuki Kaguya, you don't want to be refined into chakra fruit, do you? It was only then that Kaguya noticed that within this time space there was indeed a divine tree growing. The roots of the divine tree were dense and intertwined, penetrating into countless worlds of reality and illusion. At the center of the divine tree was a narrow fissure faintly emanating a golden glow. Otsutsuki Kaguya exclaimed. Impossible. Without the sustenance of life from a planet it is impossible to nurture a divine tree without consuming the chakra fruit of the Otsutsuki clan. What a coincidence, I have an immense amount of chakra crystals here, and at the roots is Uchiha Obito, who travels between the real world and the limited Tsuki no Mi, continuously replenishing the Otsutsuki bloodline. Zhao Xian said coldly. History has proven that the Otsutsuki clan's overexploitation is misguided. Sustainable development is the true path. Who exactly are you? How do you know about the Otsutsuki clan? You can consider me a returning existence like Otsutsuki Shirzue. Otsutsuki Shirzue is the closest being to a god within the Otsutsuki clan. His image was that of a man draped in a black robe with long hair and a pair of crown-like horns, possessing Byakugan Rinnegan, and a series of divine abilities, his power unfathomable. For thousands of years Shirzue continuously devoured fruits and evolved, achieving the realm of divinity, transcending dimensions and surpassing the concept of life and death, no longer needing to rely on a vessel for reincarnation, thus voluntarily abandoning his physical form. For Zhao Xian, this traveler, the situation seemed no different. Upon hearing these words, Otsutsuki Kaguya immediately showed respect. Senior. In my view, the Otsutsuki clan has always been a life form with greater power, just like ninjas and ordinary people ultimately belonging to the realm of humanity. This statement displeased Otsutsuki Kaguya, and just as she was about to retort, Zhao Xian spoke. Even if we assume life is a resource, the Otsutsuki clan's overexploitation across the universe has only produced one Otsutsuki Shirzue. The universe is vast. If one only reaps without sowing, human resources will eventually be depleted. Once the entire universe is exhausted, how many Shirzue can be raised? Moreover, the Otsutsuki clan is not inherently more noble than humans. Otsutsuki Kaguya frowned. But if I don't consume chakra fruit, Ichiji will consume me. Compared to the conceptual cannibalism in the ninja world, the Otsutsuki clan's cannibalism is in the physical sense. Otsutsuki Ichiji is Kaguya's superior. The Otsutsuki clan goes to planets to plant divine trees, operating in pairs, with the main one responsible for guarding and the auxiliary one transforming into chakra fruit for the tentails to devour, thereby becoming a complete divine tree with their own reincarnation through a wedge in the future. The so-called main and auxiliary is actually a master-slave relationship. In critical situations the slave will, willingly, transform into chakra fruit to be consumed by the master, enhancing the master's strength. Sighing, Zhao Xin thought. Isn't this Atsutsuki clan just a form of cannibalistic cultivation? After all that consumption, only Atsutsuki Shirzui has ascended. Therefore we must break this vicious cycle and initiate sustainable development. Focusing on humanity, treating the divine tree merely as a tool for chakra transformation, continuously liberating chakra productivity, developing chakra productivity, and achieving common prosperity for all humanity where everyone can live like dragons. Zhao Xin's eyes burned like fire, piercing into Atsutsuki Kagaya's heart. Atsutsuki Kagaya, whether to be a slave or a person is entirely up to you. What if I become a slave? What if I become a person? If I become a slave, I will serve either the Atsutsuki clan or the ninja world. I will refine you into chakra fruit and feed you to this divine tree rooted in the ninja world, serving the ninja world. If I choose to be a person, I will naturally join the Ninja Reform Alliance, liberate the slaves of the Atsutsuki clan, overturn the nobility of the Atsutsuki clan, and completely eradicate their cannibalistic customs. Kagaya looked at Zhao Xin, her white eyes faintly glowing with flames, but after a while they extinguished. But I am a god! Why do you treat me as an equal? Sage Art Rabbit Hair Needle. Kagaya shouted angrily, her long hair transforming into sharp steel needles, stabbing fiercely toward Zhao Xin, aiming to pierce his acupoints and seal his chakra pathways, immobilizing him. I will capture you and torment you. Let you understand what attitude to have when dealing with a god. Kagaya's expression of rage was genuine as the countless rabbit hairs instantly overwhelmed Zhao Xin. Flying Thunder God. In a flash of golden light, Zhao Xin vanished from his position, while the rabbit hair needles penetrated the space he once occupied, shooting into the void. The next moment Kagaya found two large hands pressing against her towering chest. Kagaya's face flushed red, yet she saw Zhao Xin's expression unchanged as he looked down at her and said, "You should know very well what it feels like to be simultaneously pressed down by two hands." As he spoke, Zhao Xin's eyes began to change, continuously faintly revealing the circles of the Rinnegan. You plan to activate the planetary devastation against me. Atsutsuki Kagaya trembled in fear, not wanting to return to the darkness. Surrender. Mortal, are you threatening me? You are not a god. Zhao Xin instinctively squeezed, provoking Kagaya's furious glare. You are also a being of flesh and blood. I can understand your feelings to the backward ninja world natives from 1,000 years ago. You might seem as powerful as a god once, but times have changed and the veil of divinity is being lifted layer by layer. It will eventually be completely stripped away. Upon hearing Zhao Xin's words, Kagaya took a deep breath and suddenly spread her arms wide, breaking free from Zhao Xin. I don't believe it. Unless you prove it to me. Kagaya's long hair floated without wind, rising as if she was about to unleash a devastating strike. Zhao Xin frowned and prepared to activate Flying Thunder God. Suddenly a pitch-black spatial tunnel appeared behind Kagaya and her body swiftly retreated, disappearing into the tunnel, which then rapidly closed, returning everything to tranquility. She escaped. Feeling the spatial fluctuations as Kagaya departed, Zhao Xin activated his Rinnegan ninjutsu. Heaven's Guardian. In a space covered in ice and snow, Kagaya rubbed her chest and exclaimed, "How can such a lowly life form make me feel an insurmountable sense of dread?" Still shaken, Kagaya was astonished to see a black crack appearing in the space before her, as that annoying young man stepped into the ice-bound realm of Heaven's Guardian. 99 Ice Pillars. Upon seeing Zhao Xin, Kagaya unhesitatingly melded with the entire space, unleashing her ninjutsu, conjuring countless massive ice pillars that fell toward Zhao Xin. It seems that violence is more effective in calming you down than higher-level persuasion methods like theory, belief, or willpower. Zhao Xin observed Kagaya. Atsutsuki Kagaya, these fists are my proof. 8 gates released, Death Gate open. In an instant the vast chakra within Zhao Xin erupted once more, exuding a blood-red glow as if it were endless. Zhao Xin did not activate Flying Thunder God but ran and accelerated through the void. The entire icebound space seemed to rise like a sun. Boom! As Zhao Xin's fist pierced through space and appeared on Kagaya's face, her mind had just enough time to react with a thought. So fast. With one punch, Kagaya was knocked out of her fusion state, crashing directly into an ice glacier. If it had been Uchiha Madara, his head would have exploded from that blow. Instantly blushing from being battered by Zhao Xin, Kagaya activated the extraordinary body technique known for honing chakra to its peak, a technique only Atsutsuki Kagaya could perform. 80 God Vacuum Attack. In an instant a vast amount of chakra gathered in Kagaya's palms, forming dense defensive nets in all directions. The attack defense integrated barrier pressed toward Zhao Xin as he coldly declared. Multiple wood clones. 8 Gates Night Wing Formation. This was an upgraded version of the 8 Gates Crane Wing Formation based on Night Guy's technique. In an instant countless Night Guys appeared in the arena, encircling Atsutsuki Kagaya completely, responding to the attack. The thunderous sounds echoed throughout the icy world. In an instant the air began to wail, the frozen ground cracked, and the relentless wind and snow were dispersed. Seeing Zhao Xin about to break through the defenses of the 80 God Vacuum Attack, Kagaya cried out. Expanding Truth-Seeking Ball. Go ahead and strike. Let's be obliterated together with the truth-seeking ball. Flying Thunder God. Zhao Xian transformed into a streak of golden light dashing into the interior of the truth-seeking ball. Bang! Atsutsuki Kagaya shattered the expanding truth-seeking ball, plunging deep into the ground. Yet the next moment she was kicked back into the air. Bang bang bang. Zhao Xian became a golden red flash, repeatedly appearing around Kagaya and beating her relentlessly. Enough! Atsutsuki Kagaya let out a furious roar, and the entire space transformed in response. As soon as the space shifted, Zhao Xian felt his body become incredibly heavy. Supergravity space. Kagaya's Heaven's Guardian contains 6 distinct spatial realms: ice and snow, desert, lava, acid, sea, supergravity, and the beginning sphere space. However, the beginning sphere space is meaningless without the chakra supply from infinite Tsukimi. The other 3 spaces, like the ice and snow space, could not affect Zhao Xian. After much thought, the only space that Kagaya herself could not overcome was the supergravity space. To his utter surprise, Zhao Xian laughed maniacally. What a good opportunity! Isn't this a gravity chamber? Bloodline limit shared kill of the Grey Bones. Kagaya was utterly enraged. However, despite the tremendous lethality of the shared kill of the Grey Bones, its speed was rather disappointing. Zhao Xian almost merely tilted his neck to adapt to the supergravity space, dodging the attack and closing in on Atsutsuki Kagaya. This time Kagaya learned, extending countless shared kill Grey Bones from her body, arming herself like a porcupine, wielding the bones to confront Zhao Xian. But Kagaya never expected that Zhao Xin's movements were as precise as if they were equipped with a targeting system, each kick aimed at her head. Relying solely on instinct to fight, Kagaya was completely unable to keep up with Zhao Xin's rhythm, receiving relentless kicks and punches, leaving her disoriented. After being battered, Kagaya finally changed the space once more. In the wooden space, Kagaya screamed, "Final truth-seeking ball!" With a scream, Kagaya's body began to swell, twist, and change. Finally, she transformed into a gigantic rabbit. This rabbit represented Kagaya's 10 Tails transformation, and it served as her ultimate trump card. The Kagaya rabbit lunged at Zhao Xian. If captured, he would be stripped of all chakra, with both his soul and body belonging to her. In simple terms, it was about matching energy with Zhao Xian. Unfortunately, Kagaya's resurrection relied entirely on the chakra crystals Zhao Xian attacked, and the beginning sphere space lacked the constant chakra supply from infinite Tsukimi. Now Kagaya's rabbit was using the last reserves of chakra within the beginning sphere. Facing Kagaya's actions, Zhao Xian calmly extended his hand. Summoning 10 Tails. Final truth-seeking ball. A gigantic version of the divine tree surged into the beginning sphere. The next moment, the night guy's blood energy coiling around Zhao Xian transformed into the illusion of a giant dragon merging with the divine tree. A crimson giant dragon with golden Rinnegan eyes appeared ferociously in the beginning sphere. The crimson dragon extended its fearsome claws, reaching for the rabbit in the air. It opened its menacing jaws and sank its teeth into the rabbit's head. The Kagaya rabbit struggled, but instead it became entwined with the giant dragon. In an instant, the Kagaya rabbit's red eyes suddenly spread wide, and its entire body turned a shade of crimson. A scream reverberated throughout the beginning sphere. Yami! Within the Pure Land, Atsutsuki Hagoromo's pupils dilated violently. It's over. In the Kamui dimension, Zhao Xian disheveled sat awkwardly on a wooden stump spanning over 10 square meters, his expression dazed. How did things come to this? Atsutsuki Kagaya, with her silk robes in disarray, reclined half-leaning against Zhao Xin's back, her slender fingers tracing circles as she blushed coyly. Lord Xian, I am utterly conquered. Zhao Xian patted Kagaya, who obediently lowered herself. My lord, is this posture acceptable? Bao Xin's face darkened. Pack up, we're moving. The ninja homecoming army, the White Setsu Legion, Uchiha Madara and Atsutsuki Kagaya. Like a revolving lantern, they swiftly appeared and vanished. The ninja world was once again restored to peace. The Fourth Great Ninja War had concluded. On this planet, no force remained that could stand against the Ninja Revolutionary Alliance. Daimyos, nobles, local lords, and wealthy magnates across the land were all arrested and brought to justice according to the law. Their lands and estates were nationalized. Henceforth the ninja world would know no more nobility. Simultaneously, Gaara Daidara, Samui Meitarumi, and Tsunade jointly declared the abolition of the Onivalage country system. Ninjas were to retire and transition to civilian professions. Defense responsibilities would be handed over to the Yellow Turban Army. The very concept of a ninja thus passed into history. Meanwhile, the 5 great nations would adhere to the regulations of the Ninja Revolutionary Alliance, changing their flags and reducing themselves to provinces. The ninja world was thus unified. As for Zhao Xian, feeling that his mission in this world was complete, he simply took Atsutsuki Kagaya and retreated to the moon to live in seclusion, sending Atsutsuki Tonari off to the ninja world. As for the ideals of the Atsutsuki clan passed down from Hamura's generation, let alone mention them. Did you not see that even Atsutsuki Kagaya now bore the surname Zhao? After Zhao Xian took up residence on the moon, he reached out and pressed his hand upon this planet formed by the Chibaku Tensei. Infinite Crimson Amaterasu. Crimson flames of Amaterasu rose across the entire lunar surface, scorching the massive symbols of a sickle and a hammer, like a projection of Zhao Xin's right eye burning eternally, watching over the entire ninja world.